The story explodes to life on a dark, storm-lashed night inside a crumbling old Chinese house. A line of men in black robes loomed like a wall of shadows until one sliced the silence and called, "Is anyone here?" Rain slammed into the ground, puddles pooling outside. A filthy child, drenched to the bone, rain plastering grime across his face. His gaze snapped to the men in black robes. They froze like statues, and the silence crawled up my spine. Among them, a red-eyed man zeroed in on the boy. They gaped, disbelief burning. How could he be living in the empty martial academy? He dubbed the boy a young warrior, and polite as a whisper, asked if they could stay the night to ride out the rain. He locked his gaze on them, curiosity burning over who they could be. And when their unexpectedly polite voices spilled out, it slammed into him like a punch, leaving him stunned. He was barely a kid. Terrified, they'd dismiss him as the shuttered academy's young caretaker. Wanting to be polite, he flashed a quick smile, returned their greeting, and told himself they were probably decent people. He confessed he'd been calling the empty academy home for years and waved them in, saying they could stay wherever they wanted. He jabbed a finger at the pavilion where he stayed and begged them not to use it. The men erupt in gratitude, surrounding the young warrior and pouring out thanks for his kindness. Their leader roared for everyone to steer clear of the boy's pavilion and take cover elsewhere. He barked, "Do you understand?" And every one of them shot back, "Yes!" They shot forward, racing to find their spots. The boys' eyes snapped to the stitched word on their robes. Tang. Suspicion flared. Were they from the same clan? Curiosity clawed at him about what sort of people they were. But pressing duties yanked him away. He strode into his pavilion. He scrambled. Dinner time for the kids had arrived. The tense silence snapped the moment the boy's face lit up with joy. He whooped, rallying everyone to eat. A massive pot towered there. Grinning, he flung the lid open, unveiling inside, a small brown cricket-like insect lurked. The boy snapped, "I'm almost late, and those insects must be starving." He yanked another pot open. Inside, a massive, disarmingly charming spider crouched. The black earth tiger. A tarantula native to Hainan, China, that can swell to a fearsome 20 centimeters. Its body slashed by bold, tiger-like black stripes. He pinched an insect with a chopstick and fed it to Black, voice trembling as he thanked him for being there, and confessed he couldn't imagine surviving without creatures like these. Black greedily devoured the insect. Elation exploded through the boy at Black's reaction. His jaw dropped. The spider that had been no bigger than a fingernail had already sloughed off its shell twice and ballooned into something far larger. Exhilaration exploded through him. After Black tore through his meal, the boy yanked open a drawer. Inside, an orange lizard slashed by white stripes snapped into view. It was a Baolang cave gecko, another native species famed for its banded body and tail. The boy blurted that in his past life he could never get one because he was flat broke. Now they crowded every outdoor corner, and watching them flooded his life with pure joy. He leaned in to feed the gecko, and its tiny jaws snapped shut on his finger. He roared and rattled his fingers to pry it loose, but it clung like a vice. This moment yanked him straight back into his past. Before he landed in this body, he dominated live streams with 1 million subscribers, and was a professional biologist who went by Spicy Fabry. Dive headfirst into the lethal world of venomous insects and animals. Chaos exploded during his 1 million subscriber live broadcast, as he unveiled the world's 10 deadliest vipers. It was the most dangerous among them. The black mambo, savage and relentless, and the man who chased it to Africa paid for it with his life. He leaned into the camera and admitted to his viewers he still didn't have it. Tracking it down was a brutal, relentless hunt. He stopped to catch his breath, already plotting how he'd hunt it down again. His viewers roared they'd wait. Exhaustion clawed at him as the thing he hunted stubbornly slipped from sight. The chat exploded. Viewers panicked, convinced a black mamba had slithered into his house and could bite him. He'd hunted that elusive snake relentlessly, only to find it smugly coiled on top of his refrigerator. Mid-broadcast, it lunged and sank its teeth into him in an instant. In a heartbeat, our boy dropped dead. Back in the present, a scowl snapped onto his face as he replayed how it all fell apart after every ounce of hard work he'd poured in. An elderly man in a black robe planted himself at his pavilion door, a living shadow. He pounded the door and bellowed for the young warrior. The boy yanked the door open and asked, "Is something wrong?" Relief flooded him as he thanked them for sheltering him from the rain. Then he beckoned the boy over with a grin and boasted they'd just bagged a deer for dinner. Joy exploded in the boy the moment those words hit his ears. He ached for meat. So far, the only flesh he'd ever devoured came from snakes and lizards. He leapt at the invitation and plunged into the group. They'd piled wood into a towering pyre and ignited a roaring bonfire. They swarmed in, forming a tight ring around the scene. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the deer cook. The elder's gaze snapped to the boy, drool pooling at his lips as he gaped at the sight, and warned them the deer won't be ready for a while. Meanwhile, he leaned in and asked permission to fire off a few questions. Heat flooded his face from staring too long, but he swallowed, forced a nod, and agreed to answer. The elder leaned in, pressing the boy. Did he live alone, and how old was he? Unsure if he was 14 or 15. He spun a story that a childhood blow had scrambled most of his memories. They asked if he stayed there alone, and he shrugged. Yes, no special talent, he admitted. He hunted snakes, skinned them, and sold their skins to scrape by. The elder gasped at the daredevil move. The boy shrugged and said he was used to it. Someone dashed over with a steaming pile of cooked meat, tossing it to them so they could eat first. The old man declared the young warrior must be starving. The boy clasped the elder's hands and thanked him, admitting he'd gone ages without tasting meat. He sank his teeth into it, and his eyes shot up. Pure joy surged through him. In his mind, he thought, "This is happiness." The older men watched him, grins igniting across their weathered faces. They urged the boy to listen as he ate. The elder leaned in, declared they were hunting for something, then fixed him with a hard stare and asked if he'd seen anything unusual. The elder froze mid-sentence, swallowing the rest of his words and holding back any more. The white-haired elder urged the patriarch that, because they owed the young warrior, it would be fine to tell him. The boy wouldn't understand, and living alone he'd never spread the news. The patriarch threw his weight behind his father, then launched into a blazing explanation. They hunted the centipede marked by a single blue spot on its body. The boy reeled back, breath stolen. They called it the blue spot centipede. It was massive. They figured the boy had to have stumbled into it, and he barked, "How big was it?" The patriarch boomed that at full size it could swallow someone the boy's size whole, as if they were nothing. At the mere thought of that gigantic centipede, the boy's face drained to bone white. His certainty that he'd only jumped back a few hundred years shattered. A thunderclap of doubt struck him. Maybe he'd landed in an entirely different world. The white-haired man flashed a confident grin and snapped, "Relax! We're right on its tail!" A bolt of panic shot through the boy. Were they planning to snatch it up and raise it? The elders froze, baffled by the very thought of raising it. The white-haired elder exploded into laughter at the idea of raising a blue-spotted centipede. The patriarch chuckled at how amusing the young warrior was. Then the elder snapped that raising it was impossible. It was meant for medicine. Confusion knotted the boy's stomach. He'd branded them traitors, but a cold suspicion bit. Were they tangled in something illicit? He shot the question across the room. How can centipedes be medicinal? The white-haired man revealed his granddaughter lay gravely ill, and only the centipede's inner core could pull her back from the brink. They swore they'd hunt it down, relentless and unbowed. The boy scrambled to piece the scattered clues into a single truth. The patriarch's breath hitched as suspicion exploded into certainty. The white-haired elder's granddaughter was his daughter. The boy watched, convinced they'd try anything, grasping at desperate measures to pull her back from the brink. He scoffed that a centipede could be medicine, but he knew how far a parent would go for a child. Pity for the girl and the writhing centipede, and gratitude for the men's meal, pushed him to step forward and help. He launched into a story about the centipede, and the patriarch cut in, snapping, "Did you see it?" He shot back no, then admitted he didn't know exactly what a blue spot centipede is. A lead flickered in his mind. He might know where to find it. Even after a snake's fangs claimed his life, the spicy fabric blazed with fierce flair. Utterly exceptional. He could rattle off every venomous creature like a living field guide. From the staggering estimate of 8.7 million species, about a staggering 20,000 species are confirmed to harbor venom. He knew every single one by heart. Centipedes proved no different. They commanded venomous creatures and craved spicy Fabry was a living encyclopedia, firing off facts faster than you could blink. Memory slammed into him. His encyclopedic knowledge of centipedes snapped back into place. Pages snapped through his mind like a furious mental flipbook. In his mind, he ripped through the information and, before long, he laid hands on exactly what he'd been hunting for. Back in the real world, he leaned toward the elders and dropped a bombshell. He might know where the creature was hiding. Shock jolted through the men as their eyes blazed and they lunged forward, demanding to know where. The boy demanded to know which areas they'd already searched. They tore through the terrain north and east of the academy, searching mostly by daylight. Every gaze snaps to the riverside to the north. A smirk tugged at his lips. He'd expected they'd come up empty, then announced with icy certainty that you couldn't find it. Curiosity flared in the elder's eyes. What did he mean by, "of course"? They pressed him, demanding he explain. Centipedes blaze through the Tree of Life as members of the Arthropoda phylum and proud champions of the Chilopoda class. They command a vast range and are cold-blooded to the core. They must hunker into shelter to tame their temperature and humidity. Unlike most insects that flaunt a waterproof armor, riddled with tiny pores, centipedes' shells betray weak waterproofing. They crave humid air like a lifeline, recoil from being drenched, and wither quickly without water. So the blue spot centipede won't be prowling jungles or riverbanks. The elders' jaws dropped. They'd always thought centipedes belonged in rotten wood cracks, not out here. The boy warned, breathless, that tiny ones might be hiding there. They were hunting a massive one. Large centipedes can't lurk in the jungle or by river rocks. They'd have nowhere to hide. The elders' eyes locked. A ripple of soft nods passed between them in wordless agreement. They pressed for the centipede's lair, dangling a hefty reward to the boy if they tracked it down. A grin split the boy's face. He jabbed a finger west, nudging them to head that way. Scour the Rocky Mountains that way. By day, centipedes bask beneath warm rocks. When night falls, they slither out into the shadows. Hours bled away and they plunged into the Rocky Mountains, scouring every ridge and ravine until nothing remained hidden. The patriarch planted himself atop a tall, narrow rock, daring everyone below to meet his gaze. He pinned his eyes to the scene and devoured every movement. A man strode up to him and suggested the young warrior might be mistaken. He resolved to call it a day, bellowed to launch the signal arrow, and rallied the search team. Huddled around the bonfire, the men, exhausted to their bones, still clung to hope, daring to believe the young warrior was right. They wrestled with why the centipede slipped through their fingers, yet pinned their hopes on the boy's brilliant mind. The patriarch clamped his lips shut. Silence thundered through the room. His face twisted in pain as he spoke of his daughter Huoyun, hailed as the Tang family's greatest prodigy, and he rasped, asking if the heavens had forsaken her. A voice ripped through the silence. The Grand Patriarch had returned. The patriarch roared his welcome the moment he returned. They surged around the bonfire, pressing into its crackling heat. The Grand Patriarch snapped, "Did you fail to find the centipede as well?" The patriarch admitted he had failed too. He shot the question, "Did the Grand Patriarch meet the same fate?" And the Grand Patriarch nodded. Huayun had at most 3 months left. He scoffed they'd managed to track down the centipede in 10 days. Silence slammed into the group, choking off every word. The Patriarch urged them to sweep the south the next day. They'd found no traces there. The Grand Patriarch nodded grimly, eyes sweeping the ground as he announced the trail was cold. No traces remained. The Patriarch froze as the words landed, a sudden, brutal realization striking him like lightning. He guffawed, slapped his forehead in disbelief at what he'd missed, then declared they'd been in the right place all along. The Patriarch's voice sliced the room as he demanded, "Did the Grand Patriarch notice something?" The Grand Patriarch snapped, "No." The Patriarch admitted he'd sensed nothing, found no trace, and bafflement crept across his face. The Grand Patriarch spelled out that not a single trace remained. That very emptiness screamed it had been here. He pressed the Patriarch. "Have you seen any signs in the last 3 days?" The Patriarch's voice cracked as he admitted he hadn't seen a single animal. No droppings, no territorial markings. Realization crashed into the Patriarch, lighting his eyes with hard, sudden understanding. The Grand Patriarch snapped it was exactly as it seemed. A mountain this vast should be riddled with animal tracks, yet not a single trace marked its slopes. The Patriarch's mind snapped to the possibility of a territorial beast ready to defend its ground. The Grand Patriarch felt a cold certainty. The others had either bolted into the shadows or been devoured by the centipede. He planted a firm palm on the Patriarch's shoulder. That single touch a bold, wordless command. She grabbed his sleeve, eyes blazing, and vowed the blue-spotted centipede was right there. Hope burned in them. They believed they could still save Huoyun, and the Patriarch's face held sorrow laced with fierce, fatherly hope. They felt the earth buck beneath them as a savage tremor ripped through the ground. A surge of alertness slammed through the group, and every head snapped up. Panic exploded as jagged fissures ripped open the ground. The earth encircling the bonfire shattered and slid away. Without warning, it shot up out of the ground. Confusion slammed into them as they scrambled to make sense of what was happening. A limb ripped out of the ground, clawing toward the sky. One struck, and seconds later another tore in right behind it. They jabbed accusing fingers at the creature as fear surged and seized them. Even the Grand Patriarch's calm cracked as cold dread coiled in his chest. There it was, the blue spot centipede, colossal and impossible to ignore. Back at the academy, the bull loomed like a living storm. He spat a grumble at the commotion, squinting as he tried to picture how enormous the centipede would have to be to make that much racket. He shot back that he'd only suggested they search for it. They seemed to be tearing the mountain inside out, and he burned with excitement at the thought of a centipede massive enough to swallow him whole. A die-hard fan of Poison Paw, he had to see it. At the Rocky Mountain, the dust finally settled. They'd crushed the blue spot centipede, but the victory left them bloodied and limping. They snatched the core, a tiny sapphire blue gem, and locked it safe inside a battered wooden box. Tears streamed down the men's faces as relief crashed through them. At last, they could save Hu Weiyun. The Patriarch barked at his father to sprint to Situ and tend the wounded warriors first. The Grand Patriarch watched, puzzled. The Patriarch thundered that grudges were carved in blood and favors carved in stone. That was their law, and they still had to settle those debts. The Grand Patriarch snapped to the truth. He'd nearly blundered by zeroing in on Hu Weiyun alone. The Patriarch roared his approval to welcome the young warrior and grant his every wish, then commanded the wounded be tended in the village while he went to visit the newcomer. He figured the young warrior might be itching to hear the news. Back at the academy, 3 tiny yellow Pokemon-like creatures swarmed the boy, nuzzling him with playful affection. A fresh challenge slammed into the young warrior. he suddenly found himself the guardian of 3 squirming baby blue spot centipedes. They looked like tiny caterpillars, irresistibly cute as they nuzzled his face. His gaze locked on the pot, and a memory slammed into him. He came home, scrubbed the eggs until they shone, and placed them on his nightstand. He snapped awake to find every last one had already hatched. One centipede lounged on his head, utterly content. He'd felt its presence looming, but he'd never imagined they'd shatter their shells this soon. His gaze snapped to the centipedes latched to his skin, and he lunged to Jay. He slid them off his shoulders with a touch as light as a whisper. A problem exploded. They latched onto him and refused to let go, convinced he was their parent. Quick recap from last night. The boy's curiosity ignited the moment he spotted this bizarre new centipede. A hungry abyss opened before him, poised to devour him. He snarled inwardly, insisting that surviving this challenge proved he was still spicy fabric. Even in the lair of the blue-spotted centipede he'd uncovered, he plunged in, curiosity roaring as he hunted it down. Rage boiled in his veins, and he lashed out, accidentally kicking an insect. His torch tumbled from his grip. He lurched as his footing betrayed him. Relief slammed into him. The 3 eggs he'd found were safe. The rain finally relented. If it hadn't, he'd have walked away empty-handed. A lightning bolt of urgency struck him. He had to move now. He sprang to his feet and marched back to scrub the eggs clean. He cinched them tight at his waist, and he flashed a grin and vowed they'd get a proper bath soon. Back in the present, the living blue spot centipede was nowhere to be seen, and relief crashed through him. He'd saved the remaining eggs. He barked at the scuttling centipedes, asking them to give him some space. He knew they wouldn't eat until after their first 2 molts, so feeding wasn't a worry. But their clingy little bodies latched onto him and turned every step into a hassle. A brilliant idea struck him like lightning. If he plunged into the water, maybe they'd release their grip. A smirk curled as he strode to the shower. The little centipedes probably didn't know what that meant, but one shivered in eager anticipation. A few hours later, the elder patriarch swept into the academy. He charged toward the pavilion. He pounded on the door and shouted, "Is the young warrior inside?" Silence slammed into the room. No answer came. He gripped the doorknob, swallowed his fear, and shoved the door open to stride inside. He barged in and was hit by the sight of bundled herbs, clinking glass jars, and, surprisingly, some medicine. A bolt of doubt crashed through him, and he couldn't stop wondering if the young warrior wasn't just a fighter. He healed the wounded with fierce, steady hands. Shame crashed over him the instant he barged in without permission. He swore he'd be back later, but a sudden rustle ripped through the quiet and snapped him to attention. Something surged from one of the pots, curiosity clawing at him. He spun back and yanked the lid off the pot. Shock slammed into him. A spider was inside. Curiosity flared white-hot. He spun toward the drawers. He yanked one open, and a gecko blinked into the light. His eyes swept the room, and he darted forward to inspect the next pot. I uncovered beetles hiding within. Some eggs sat there, too, and dried snakes curled like brittle ropes. Shock ripped through him. He couldn't believe the young warrior was rearing venomous creatures and their brood. Even their Tang clan, renowned for wrangling venomous creatures, they'd only siphoned off poison. They still hadn't cracked how to make it boost egg production. It hit him like a thunderclap. His daughter's life had been saved by one tiny, impossible twist of luck. True fortune struck the moment he crossed paths with the young warrior. A young warrior burst into view and greeted him. He caught sight of the elder's bandaged arm, and panic cracked his voice. The elder chuckled, waved it off, and insisted it was nothing serious. He threw open his mouth to spill a vital secret to the young warrior, and slammed it shut mid-sentence. A cold, ominous energy slammed into him, humming with danger. A deafening blast tore through the entrance right behind the boy. A shadowy figure crept into view, inching out of the dark. Revealing itself as it stepped forward, it loomed like an ogre, one unblinking eye, the left side of its face a charred ruin. The elder lunged, flinging the young warrior aside and roaring for him to run. The boy staggered back, eyes wide with shock and confusion. The monster erupted in a bone-rattling roar, snapping into a feral, attack-ready stance. It hurtled forward in a blur. It lunged, its hand whipping out to strike. The elder snapped his uninjured arm up and stopped the attack cold. Agony ripped through them, but they endured. The monster slammed into him, hurling him through the air. Dust billowed, swallowing the air in a choking haze. The elder reeled, coughing and spitting blood. The young warrior's eyes went wide. The monster's strength matched his father's, and the elder barked for him to run. The smoke cleared to reveal the monster clutching the young warrior by the throat and hoisting him into the air. A cough ripped from the young warrior as the monster's laughter crashed around him. The monster jeered he'd heard the Tang clan had landed in Hainan, and nobody could have imagined the myriad poison's divine sovereign's son lying wounded and alone. The elder barked that he couldn't name the monster and demanded to know why they were being targeted, why the young warrior was being singled out. The monster leered and snapped, "Can't you tell me by my face and my fist? I am Bloodhand Rakasa Takanyang," then spat that the elder's father was the one who ruined his face. A jolt hit the elder. He remembered the name. Tak and Yang had been struck by a poison palm and hurled off a cliff. But he survived. The elder fell to his knees, voice cracking as he begged for the young warrior's release and offered his own life in exchange. Rage boiled in Yang as he refused, vowing to hunt down and kill anyone tied to the Tang clan. Seething, the elder spat demon, a term for a powerful martial artist bent on causing harm. Yang gave the young warrior no quarter. The boy's face drained to ghostly white as breath fled his chest. Yang roared with laughter and proclaimed he would die. Every week the young warrior crumpled to his knees, pleading for mercy. Suddenly 3 pairs of fierce eyes snapped into view. The little centipedes swarmed onto Yang's arm. Their moment to shine had arrived. Tiny, ferocious centipedes swarmed Yang, biting him all over. Confusion slammed into Yang the moment the centipede crawled into view, and slammed the young warrior down, rage boiling as he bellowed that not even centipedes could harm him. His neck flared violet, and he hacked up a mouthful of blood. They crumpled to the ground, agony ripping through every bone. The young warrior's knees buckled as disbelief and confusion crashed through him when he saw Yang lying dead. He stepped back, eyes burning, and demanded the elder tell him if Yang was truly a bad person. The elder, eyes burning from what he'd just beheld, astonishment crackled through everything, and his jaw dropped. A grin tore across his face. The young warrior was no mere guest. The elder's eyes burned with certainty. This young warrior had to join the Tang clan. A few days after Yang's collapse, someone let out a ragged sigh that tore through the quiet. The young warrior knelt at the elder's side, pressing a cool, damp cloth to his forehead as he rested. The elder bowed in thanks, and the young warrior snapped, "Don't thank me. Tell me where my companions are so I can check on them." Realization slammed into him. He couldn't abandon the elder, and there was no way to call a doctor. The elder waved it off, calm, promising he'd recover after a few days' rest. The boy gaped at the elder's icy calm after that brutal injury, then snapped, "Quit acting casual. You're in critical condition." The elder shot back, grinning. "I'm fine. I'm a martial artist." "Clueless," the young warrior blurted. "Do martial artists?" They tore through the sky, blasting searing fireballs everywhere. The elder let out a knowing chuckle and said not everyone could pull that off. But it was a perfectly good way to describe it. Spicy Fabry staggered back, jaw unhinged, a brutal reminder he'd been ripped into another world. Only here would a centipede the size of a house make sense. Rasping and grateful, the elder swore he owed his life to the young warrior who pulled him from the brink, then forced out a formal introduction. "I am Tang Kailson of the Situant Tang clan." At last the young warrior stepped forward and declared, "I am Y Soryong." Kailson's grin exploded when he learned So meant small and Ryong meant dragon. It was the perfect name. Kailson's voice crackled with questions. Soryong urged him on, and Kailson snapped the first. "Are the centipedes on your body venomous?" Soryong slid a finger along a centipede's belly and confirmed it. Blue spot centipedes. The revelation snapped Kailson upright, stunned. He demanded whether Soryong had tamed them and how he'd pulled it off, then added that while waiting he'd spotted other venomous creatures and wondered if Soryong was raising those too. Soryong leaned in, voice low. "This is a long story. Are you okay with hearing it, Kailson?" Kailson waved the concern away with a grin and declared he didn't mind. Soryong ripped into his explanation, opening with the egg of the blue spot centipede. Kailson jabbed the question. "You raised it from an egg, right?" And Soryong nodded, eyes steady, saying he could roughly estimate when it would hatch. Kailson's mind reeled. How had the boy pulled off that impossible feat? Yang snapped, "Wait!" then darted to one of the drawers. He scooped up 2 wriggling lizards and, grinning with pride, paraded them triumphantly in front of Kailson. The first lizard flaunted a brown body banded in yellow, its tail streaked with white. An ordinary striped lizard. Then another popped up. By breeding lizards with bigger white tail stripes, he spawned a brown-bodied lizard whose tail was pure white and completely stripe-free. Kailson demanded, "Soryong, did you breed that color?" Yang's face went beet red as he beamed, practically singing, "It's so pretty." Kailson snapped back to himself, steeled his gaze, and asked if Soryong could pair ones with a potent poison, forging an even more venomous breed. "Sorry." Yang snorted a sharp mental ha and admitted it was theoretically possible. He growled that if they could pinpoint which one had the stronger poison, they'd probably pull it off. He was still speaking when Kailson exploded. "Really? That's possible!" Yang staggered, stunned by the elder's thunderous reaction. Kailson barked for him to join the family, and Soryong froze, bewilderment washing over him. Kailson dangled the bait and vowed, "Join us, and we'll teach you every martial art we know, and open the doors to every elixir, herb, and poison you crave." Kailson roared that someone like Soryong could even snare and raise the 10 legendary venomous creatures of the Central Plains martial world. Kailson flashed a sly grin and tossed it out. No bragging, just an offer. The chance to meet one of the Central Plains' legendary 3 flowers. His daughter. Soryong snapped, "Hold on!" and demanded Kailson repeat what he'd just said. Kailson chuckled, declaring that Soryong might be young, but he was a man through and through, then plunged back into tales of the Central Plains flowers. Soryong cut him off, barking to forget it, then leaned in, hungry to hear about the Central Plains' 10 great venomous beasts. Were they truly as awe-inspiring as the blue spot centipede? Kaelson calmed him with a firm voice, and explained the blue spot centipede might be impressive, but it still ranked below the 10 great venomous creatures. From giant scorpions to golden frogs that glitter like gold, every sight smashed through Soryong's imagination. Reality outstripped his wildest dreams. A grin split Kaelson's face as Soryong's eyes sharpened. He'd hooked him. Soryong fizzed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. 2 days later, a Tang clan member recoiled, shock tearing through them. Word hit like a thunderclap. The blood-hand Rakasa, Takayang, had appeared. Kaelson revealed Yang had been hiding out, honing his martial arts in secret until he nearly matched his father's mastery. The Tang clan froze as it hit them. If the Patriarch had sent a man like that to his death, he might have ascended into the fearsome 10,000 poisons realm. They erupted into cheers, showering him with loud, proud congratulations. The Patriarch cut them off, snapping, "I've never accomplished that." He ripped the truth open. The young warrior had defeated Aiyang. Shock slammed through the Tang clan. One member lunged forward, gripped Soryong's hand, and thanked him for saving the Patriarch of the Situant Tang clan. They demanded whether he was an elder reborn through rejuvenation. Yang, sorry and utterly puzzled, stood speechless. The elder seized the moment and barked at Soryong to demonstrate. The Tang clan froze as realization hit them like a cold wave. Soryong wrapped his chest and summoned his little companions. The Tang clan members' gazes locked on Soryong. The clothes rustled, and 3 adorable centipedes popped their heads out. Gasps ripped from everyone as tiny centipedes scuttled into view. The Patriarch revealed they were blue spot centipedes, and these little killers had taken Aiyang down. Clan members pressed frantic questions about the poison, disbelief roaring as they realized Soryong had tamed one. The Patriarch thundered his reasons for accepting the young warrior into the clan, and Soryong hesitated, insisting he needed more time to think. A clan member snapped to Soryong that it was a golden opportunity. The Patriarch barked that they had to move now. He felt they couldn't afford to delay. Soryong leaned in, eyes fierce. "Are we still searching for something?" Kaelson froze, swallowed, and held back before he could explain. Blood drenched Rikasa's hand. Tak's gaze bored into his target. He'd practiced the savage martial art called the Blood Hand Poison Claw. The dark art demanded human blood and bone marrow to reach those levels. Ryong recoiled, revulsion coiling in his gut. Kaelson snapped that if Aiyang left secret scrolls or hidden disciples, they had to be hunted down and erased to snuff out any future threat and make sure those cruel martial arts never return. They had to storm the place and snatch anyone who might still be in enemy hands back to safety. The Patriarch locked eyes with Soryong and asked him to help. His mind had mapped Hainan Island, every ridge, bay, and hidden inlet. Yang's face hardened into thought as he weighed it. Joining the Tang clan sealed your fate for life. It was like an internship that let you test the clan's culture and expose the boss's true colors. Soryong vowed to help the instant the Patriarch recovered, and they erupted in praise, hailing his choice as the right one. Soryong snapped that helping meant saving lives, so of course he'd leap in. He plotted to seize this opening and dig up every scrap of knowledge about the Tang clan. Top talent routinely sizes up their would-be employers. Kaelson needed 3 days to recover. They pulled into a village near the abandoned martial academy to track down the base of Bloodhand, Rukasa, Takayang. They demanded to know if anyone was missing. An old man warned the jungle swallows 1 or 2 people each year, and no clear pattern ever shows in the disappearances. Kaelson plunged into a deep, relentless focus. They showered the village chief with thanks. He bowed humbly and said, "I'm honored to assist the famous patriarch of the Sichuan Tang clan." They beat a hasty retreat, faces tight with frustration. They dug up no solid leads. They stride through the forest. Soryong scanned the quiet streets and declared the village utterly unremarkable. Kaelson laid out how Yang had found them and unmasked himself nearby. But pinning down his base kept slipping through their fingers. Soryong's breath hitched. The complete absence of traces felt sharply wrong. He replayed Aiyang's words, and a lightning-bright realization slammed through him. He pressed Kaelson. Did he remember what Aiyang said when he appeared? Kaelson owned up. He couldn't really recall. Aiyang's strike had ripped him off his feet and hurled him away, and Yang, sounding sorry, reminded him Aiyang had said he'd heard the Tang clan had come to Hainan. Someone had tipped him off, so everything snapped into place. They only had to scour the places that the Tang clan had already stormed through Hainan. Soryong pitched turning Yang's portrait into a spy, using it to siphon out the information they needed. They gaped at Soryong, stunned into silence. They gaped. The razor-sharp edge of his insight blew them away. Had someone who'd seen the Tang clan warned Yang, the whole situation would have snapped into place. They tore off at once and plunged into a village shrouded in gloom. A Tang clan member burst in, breathless, insisting the whispers he'd caught at Hainan's port pointed straight to this village. The elder jabbed the map, Halley territory, and swallowed, praying they wouldn't be hostile. It lay motionless, every spark snuffed out. The Tang clan bellowed for anyone free, and a lone villager snapped to attention and moved toward them. The villagers froze the instant the Tang clan came into view. They snapped, "What were the hand people doing there?" An old man, maybe the village chief, shuffled toward them, clutching a little girl's hand as two pale guards flanked him, every face hollowed by sickness. Kaelson strode forward and announced his name, his voice ringing with fierce, unshakable confidence. Soryong tracked the exchange, eyes locked on every move. He froze, heart hammering, at the child's fragile frame and the village's ghostly stillness. A bolt of inspiration slammed into him. He caught sight of the other villagers slumped and hollow-eyed, their shoulders bowed like wilting flowers. They suddenly went glassy-eyed and unnaturally calm, like they'd been dosed with some kind of medicine. The village chief thundered that everyone was accounted for, and nothing unusual was happening in their village. He barked at them to leave, urgency tearing through his voice. The elder leaned in, voice low and urgent as he flagged the eerie gap between the number of houses and the people who should fill them. And the village chief cut him off, snapping that it was nothing for them to concern themselves with. Someone asked them to go back. Again. And Kaelson and Soryong froze, disbelief slamming into them. Kaelson leaned in and hissed to Soryong, reminding him of his old line that the Halai were supposed to be friendly. Soryong gave no reply, only a cold, echoing silence. His eyes snapped to the little girl again. She crumpled to the ground in an instant. Gasps ripped through the crowd as the village chief scooped her into his lap, tears streaming down his cheeks while he begged Majin not to leave him. She was his last remaining relative. Seeing her sick tore him apart. Kaelson stormed straight to the village chief. Clutching his meager medical know-how, he pleaded for permission to help, and the village chief snapped, "Are those medical arts from the Central Plains?" Kaelson confirmed it, admitting he wasn't a physician but was armed with medical know-how, then asked to examine the child. The village chief nodded and granted him passage. The village chief's voice cracked as he announced a plague was ripping through the village, stealing children's lives and leaving even the healthy writhing in pain. Kaelson vowed he'd pour every ounce of effort into helping. Gratitude surged from the village chief as they carried the girl inside. He tore into the idle guards and barked at them to escort the physician and his party into the house. They barreled toward the house as Soryong snapped at a Tang clan member, asking if the elder knew the medical arts too. He confirmed it, revealing the Tang clan's martial art was built on poisons and forged them into skilled medics. Martial arts begin with mastering your body, so medical knowledge is essential. Soryong first suspected they were a poison-wielding assassin cell, so he resolved that if he joined the Tang clan he'd master healing arts, not those blood-chilling poisons. The man said they sometimes snatch wicked people, inject them with poison, and watch every frantic reaction. Sorry. Yang's expression cracked me up as he cut in. He decided it was human experimentation. Each image he conjured slammed a cold knot of dread into his gut. The village streets lay empty, silence smothering every corner. Within the walls of one of the houses, aside someone claimed, Kaelson channeled part of his energy into the girl, steadying her ragged breaths, and the village chief fell to his knees, gushing with gratitude. He dropped to his knees, voice breaking, begging them to spare his only granddaughter. Kaelson's gaze snapped to the child's wrist at the odd stutter in her pulse, and he demanded, "Was she born with a weak heart?" The village chief revealed she'd been battling illness for 6 months, not just his granddaughter. Villagers were collapsing from a baffling sickness they called a mysterious disease, so he'd been frantically begging them to flee sooner. Kaelson stepped up and vowed he'd bring a potent, heart-healing medicine, and bellowed for the villagers to assemble so they could try it. Emotion flooded the village chief. He seized his hands, voice cracking as he thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Soryong locked onto Kaelson, eyes razor-sharp as he tracked every twitch. A Tang clan member fell in beside the patriarch, loudly praising the tireless care poured into tending to the patients, and the patriarch turned to thank Guppy. A tense inquiry about the symptoms sliced through the room. Kaelson revealed they were alarmingly unusual. Crushing lethargy dragged him under. His eyes ballooned, a low fever flickered, and his pulse began to stutter and skip. The ones hit hardest were riddled with heart trouble, and Kaelson snapped, "Where's Soryong?" And Pai snapped that Soryong, utterly spent from helping all day, had collapsed into sleep. He'd left him in his room. Kaelson gave a sharp nod, grinning as he pointed out that Soryong had been tailing them with no martial training. He'd burn out fast. Kaelson bolted to check on him, and Pai darted ahead, offering to lead the way. I found Soryong dead to the world on the bed, his 3 centipedes curled and dozing in a neat little basket. Kaelson pressed his eye to the crack and peered through the door. He spotted something and dove straight into it. He thrust his hand toward Soryong. His hand slammed down with brutal force. A sharp sting to Soryong's cheek yanked him awake. Kaelson pinned him with a glare sharp as a blade. Soryong, blindsided and bewildered by the sudden action, recoiled on instinct, clutching his throbbing cheek. He clenched his jaw, fury surging, about to demand. He grabbed his side, demanding to know why Kaelson had done that, pain snapping through him. And the elder hung his head and apologized. There'd been a bug crawling on Sorya Yong's face. He'd lunged to catch it. Soryong's jaw tightened with disbelief, but Kaelson urged him to listen. He said he'd popped in to check on Soryong before bed, and nearly jumped when he spotted a bug clinging to Soryong's face. The place teemed with venomous insects. Kaelson knew he couldn't leave it there, so his hand shot out on instinct and snatched it away. He thrust the bug at Soryong, practically shouting about how massive it was. Shock slammed into Yong the moment he laid eyes on it, and then everything snapped into focus. He jabbed a finger at the charts and confirmed with Kaelson that, despite the patient's scattered symptoms, every single one had arrhythmia. Kaelson affirmed it. Ryong then exposed the root of the town's illness. He jabbed a finger at the bug and shouted, "That's the kissing bug, a species born of the Reduviati family. They call it the kissing bug because it often sneaks up to your eye or lip, sinks its proboscis, and quietly drinks your blood. Deadlier than a mosquito. They're called vampire or assassin bugs. Not venomous, but their guts teem with harmful parasites that get transferred into you when they bite. A single brush with infected insect droppings can unleash trypanosomiasis, Chagas disease, and it ranks 7th among humanity's deadliest killers." Soryong slammed a question at the village chief. Were the village dogs showing the same symptoms as humans? Breath hitched at the tiniest exertion. The village chief confirmed it and snapped, "Is the bug to blame?" Sorry, Yong's voice cut through the room as he affirmed it was true. The chief's hands trembled as he asked, "Does that mean we can save my granddaughter?" Sorry, Yong replied sharply, "It's possible. Only with the right medicine." Kaelson Grind storms into view. He demanded Pai's verdict. Pai's gaze sharpened, and he finally recognized the young warrior's undeniable worth. Loryong's gaze snapped to their exchange, curiosity exploding. What were they up to? They tossed out their pedigree. Situ and Tang. Soryong froze, baffled. Kaelson barked it again, and Soryong mentally scoffed, "So what?" His face a weird, oddly amusing mix of annoyance and confusion. Kaelson laid bare Gu. In Chinese lore, it's described as venomous parasites or dark witchcraft conjured by evil men. These men weaponize the bugs, unleashing unbearable pain and bending people to their will. Sorry, Young gasped, eyes wide. This absolutely blew them away. Kaelson gave a curt nod, warning that dozens of martial artists had been devoured by that Gu, or coerced into committing unspeakable acts. Gu forced people to turn on their own families or become chained slaves to those evil men. So many have hunted tirelessly for an antidote to counteract it. Kaelson barked that they meant cures that either purge the Gu from your body or corrode and obliterate it from the inside. Soryong's mind snapped into focus as understanding hit. Kaelson hurled the question at the room. Who could craft a cure like that? Then, chest swelling, thundered that none but the great Situant Tang family could pull it off. He vowed that if their remedy could dissolve a fist-sized worm inside a body, a tiny bug would be nothing but child's play. He flashed the curse-melting orb and announced even a sliver of the medicine would do. And Soryong praised it aloud while secretly scoffing at such a fancy name for a plain anti-parasitic. The Tang family swore to the village chief they'd see it done. Hope surged. They could save his granddaughter. Hope ignited across the village. The first spark was the chief's granddaughter. Relief exploded through the chief, the villagers' warm hospitality landing like an unexpected gift, their bright, cheerful smiles confirming every glowing rumor about them. Kaelson owned it, without Soryong pinpointing the cause they'd have been stuck, and he declared to everyone that the gratitude belonged to Soryong. The villagers surged around the young warrior, chanting his name and hailing him as their savior. The Tang family's medicine saved the villagers, but Kaelson loudly declared Soryong the savior. Soryong accepted the gratitude, and warmth exploded in Kaelson's chest, the praise landing as if it were meant for him. A wave of emotion crashed over Yang, tightening his chest. The villagers erupted, hoisting Soryong and launching him skyward over and over. Later, the village chief leaned in and hissed into Kael's ear. Everything kept snapping back to that earlier conversation at the village entrance. Kaelson leaned in, eyes blazing, and snapped, "What's it about?" The chief singled out the villagers whose loved ones had gone missing. Kaelson snapped back to the memory and pressed for every detail. The old man, eager to repay their kindness, leaned in and spilled a strange story he'd heard. Among the village women, one, visiting from another village, leaned in and told him about a chilling tragedy a few years back when people vanished. A jolt of hope hit them. They were convinced they'd struck a lead. Kaelson demanded the village's location. The chief said it was a small village to the west. They stepped in, and the fetid stench of corpses slammed into them. Certainty surged through them. They'd reached the right place. Kaelson's eyes devoured the scene unfolding before him. Poison choked the air and carpeted the ground. Pai warned Soryong not to look at the gruesome sight. but Soryong's eyes had already swallowed it all. A man jabbed a finger at a bizarre, out-of-place sight. A solid gold chicken foot gleamed like forbidden treasure. It slammed its beak into the snake's corpse, ripping its scales and flesh. Plot twist. A mysterious bird materialized, its tail a streak of molten gold, and its body a wild swirl of purple, pink and black, radiating otherworldly magic. One person snapped, unable to watch the bird desecrate the dead another second, snatched a rock and hurled it at the bird. Kaelson hurled himself forward to stop him, but the moment had already slipped away. The stone haze, they snatched the bird's attention. Rage boiled in the man's veins. Kaelson laid a steady hand on his shoulder and warned him that something felt off. The bird flung its wings wide and unleashed. A choking miasma spewed into the air. Surprise slammed into Soryong, leaving him stunned. He watched the miasma hiss and liquefy the skeletons into dripping heaps. Someone clamped a hand over Soryong's mouth, silencing him to protect him. Kaelson barked for everyone to run, clamping his hand over Soryong's mouth and nose. He revealed the creature was a genial, a poison-feathered bird. After clawing their way to safety, the group descended on the chaos, and he painted the bird in electric detail, zeroing in on its massive 5-foot wingspan. A bronze blade of a beak flashed from its face, its body cloaked in rich purple feathers. When it flung its wings wide in fury, the air blackened and everything nearby withered and died, poisoned by its very presence. A gleaming golden crown perched on its head, declaring it absolute royalty. Kaelson declared it a Gen, or Genyao. Soryong's eyes ignited and he blurted, "Is it one of the 10 great venomous creatures?" Kaelson nodded and snarled that the Genyao sits at the apex, the undisputed king of all venom. Soryong exploded with excitement. In his mind, even Earth's deadliest snakes and venomous insects looked tame beside this creature. He gaped as living biochemical weapons prowled freely across his new world. Kaelson said the Genyao had been lured there by venom-carrying snakes. They say it rips off and devours only the heads of venomous serpents. Yang asked if it was common. Kaelson replied, voice razor-sharp, that it wasn't common at all. So rare you'd only glimpse it once in 100 years. Soryong gaped in amazement. Kaelson snapped, "Why are you suddenly so interested?" And Soryong fired back, "Can we actually catch the genie?" It exploded out, leaving the Tang members wide-eyed and utterly astonished. Carl smirked and dared, "You really gonna try to catch it?" Soryong shot back yes, but his voice bristled with fear of the venom. Kaelson grinned, recognition igniting the moment he locked eyes with Soryong. Song burned with fascination for the 10 great venomous creatures. Kaelson leaned in and revealed there was a way. Soryong's eyes went wide with shock. Kaelson snarled that if he mastered the Tang clan's poison techniques, he'd become immune to every toxin, even the genial's venom. Their clan's martial arts could shut down any poison on the planet. And Kaelson smirked as he dropped the bomb. The clan never taught its techniques to outsiders, and not even a patriarch could break that rule. Soryong lunged forward, voice raw with longing. "If I join the family, will you teach me those techniques?" He asked if becoming immune to poison would actually let him shrug off the general's venom. Kaelson answered, steady and certain, that it would. He vowed that if Soryong agreed on the spot, he'd teach him everything and hone his talents. Stall, and he'd begin to hesitate too. Under crushing pressure, Soryong declared he'd join the clan, craving Kaelson's guidance and starting to call him patriarch instead of elder. He smirked, mischief sparking in his eyes, acting like he hadn't charmed Soryong into agreeing. Kaelson bellowed to Soryong, "From now on, you're part of their family. We're back at the old haunt." Bloodhand. Rexhasa's sigils scarred the cave walls. Takun Yong stepped into the gloom, his boots sinking into fresh footprints. They summoned the leader and thrust a notebook into his hands. There it was, unearthed in the cave. Kaelson rifled through the pages and confirmed it was the secret blood-hand poison claw technique. A cold dread clawed at Soryong. Every line had been scrawled in blood. Kaelson moved to leave. Soryong shot up. "Are we heading to Sichuan?" Kaelson snapped back. "That's our best play. We've got the Blue Spot Centipede's core and the manual." Soryong demanded they swing by the academy to free his friends. Kaelson nodded. Soryong still had to gather his belongings. Soryong whipped his head back and his eyes locked onto something. He jabbed a finger toward the spot and cried, "Something's over there." They pried it open and were stunned to find a glossy purple feather from the genial. They all froze, eyes locked on it, minds racing. Kaelson snatched it up and blurted out. Soryong grinned and vowed to keep it as a keepsake for joining their family. Utterly fascinated, he thanked him. Kaelson snapped that everything was fine. What truly seethed inside him was the way Soryong had dared to address him. He proposed changing the title after the ceremony. Soryong's mind snapped. Was this an initiation rite? Back at the Tang clan, Grand Patriarch Tang Musong, who had left earlier, strode back into the compound at last. Exhaustion clawed at him, but he refused to rest and pushed onward. He cut straight to Huayin, Tang members hustled him inside, breathless, and told him she was still holding on. He bellowed Huayan's name on the spot. The people inside froze, stunned to see him. He announced to his daughter-in-law, "I have the medicine now." He ripped the core from the blue-spotted centipede. His triumph made the daughter-in-law burst into sobs. They braced, hands trembling, and moved in to give her the medicine. Musong's heart clenched watching her in pain. It had been a razor-thin near miss, and relief surged through him that he'd raced back in time. His daughter-in-law implored him to give the medicine this instant. Musong steadied it and steered his granddaughter's hands to take it. A blue glow engulfed her. Musong pressed a finger to her wrist, hunting for the stubborn thud of her pulse. They all leaned in, hearts pounding, desperate for her to open her eyes. Their gazes pinned her as she waited. Meanwhile, Soryung sagged with exhaustion. He'd heard the Central Plains were vast, but he'd never imagined they'd stretch this far. From Hainan, they leapt aboard a boat, sailed to Hangzhou, then stormed through Nanjing after more than a month and a half of relentless travel. At last, they tore into Sichuan, skidding to a halt at the gates of the Sichuan Tang clan's residence. Pai grinned and blurted that they'd reached the Sichuan Tang clan. Soryung's jaw hit the floor. They planted themselves at the entrance, silhouettes carved against the doorway. They proclaimed the entire mountain belonged to the Sichuan Tang clan, hence the name Tang Clan Mountain. And Soryung swallowed hard as the truth slammed into him. The Tang clan swarmed out to greet the patriarch, and Soryung's jaw dropped at the sheer tide of them. He scanned the crowd, pulse hammering. Were all of them from the Sichuan Tang clan? Among them, a girl in a red dress surged forward and barreled straight at them. She bellowed for her father. Tears streamed down Huayan's face, pure joy exploding the moment she saw her father again. Soryung froze, every fiber of him hooked and utterly spellbound. Seeing his daughter alive, Kailson staggered as raw relief slammed through him. She flung herself into his arms, clinging tight as she whispered a raw apology. Soryung froze, stunned by her impossible beauty. He'd tangled with a celebrity once, but he'd never met anyone whose aura blazed that brightly. Kailson announced he had someone to introduce, then revealed his daughter Huane. Soryung froze, utterly stunned. He blurted, "Is this what Kailson had mentioned before?" Soryung muttered something about weeds or grass, reminded, "Here come Kailson of a flower," Huey, and blushed. Kailson snapped at Soryung. The girl beside him was the very flower he'd dismissed. Soryung froze, words dying on his tongue. The memory of their talk about the flower hit him like a thunderclap. Embarrassment slammed into him. In that instant he saw his mistake and couldn't believe he'd let the chance to have such a beautiful partner slip away. They branded the Sichuan Tang clan's only daughter the venomous flower, Tang Huiyan. Since childhood a hidden grief gnawed at her, and one day she froze as a group of old men whispered about her talents. They sneered at her skills. Yet her beauty blazed so bright she stood among Muram's 3 flowers. They whispered about finding her a suitable son-in-law, and one elder confessed he'd urged the patriarch to take a second wife. The patriarch's cold refusal left him baffled. When those words slammed into Hawaiian, the truth burned clear. Her parents were right, and she'd prove it to the elders by mastering the clan's martial arts. She was hell-bent on proving she could carry her share for the family without being a man. But barreling in head first turned her fire into costly mistakes. Impatience snaps your compass and hurls you off course. His impatience conjured a heart demon that ignited a pivotal deviation. Huayan's eyes snapped open. The Grand Patriarch, her mother, and 2 others kept a tense vigil at her bedside. Relief flooded her mother's face the moment she saw her safe. Tears cascaded from Huayan's eyes, carving hot rivers down his cheeks. She fell to her knees, sobbing an apology to her mother, and clawing to prove she could serve the clan. Her inner ki had vanished. Her grandfather snarled, "Brat," and demanded, "Are you doing this because you feel guilty for making your father and grandfather worry?" He declared she'd finally clawed her way to the coveted 100 poisons level she'd longed for. He snapped for her to stop crying and cheer up, and she froze, baffled, when he suddenly mentioned 100 poisons. She locked her gaze on her aura, which blazed with a fierce glow, and she fired the question at her grandfather. The Grand Patriarch leaned in, voice like thunder, and promised a tale about a mysterious young warrior who yanked her from death's grip and did far more than just save her life. He didn't hand her the chai of 100 toxins. He poured the inner chai of 1,000 poisons straight into her. Right now, Huiyan demands answers about the weed. Soryung's words died on his tongue. Embarrassment flared through him again. Caught in the grip of the tale of the 10 great venomous creatures, Callison snapped and branded his daughter a weed, then forced himself to reflect on what he'd done. He shrugged it off, calling the patriarch's joke a step too far, then said, "Nice to meet you," as the clan watched with soft smiles while the 2 young adults met, and Soryung stepped forward, introduced himself, adding he'd heard she'd been sick and was relieved to see her healthy now. Huiyan's grin split his face as he shot back. "Great to meet you too," she proclaimed. "I'm Hawaiian." Dubbed the venomous flower, she thanked him for saving her life and vowed she'd never forget his kindness. Soryung's heart hammered. Her beauty left him utterly spellbound. Kaelson leaned in and demanded Soryong's opinion. Soryong jolted as a voice suddenly spoke inside his head. Convinced it was a sound transmission, Kaelson shot the question at Soryong. Did he agree his daughter was beautiful? And if he burned to get to know her better? Moments later, Soryong slid into a vast steaming bath and let the heat strip the day's tension from his shoulders. Centipedes slumbered, coiled like living ropes in the basket. Soryong staggered, every breath a battle as he teetered on the brink of collapse. He looked wrecked. Then his gaze snapped to something. He grinned at the centipedes. One jolted awake and grinned right back at him. Those centipedes usually clung like iron. But the moment he warned hot water would burn them and urged them to huddle in the bucket, they let go and tumbled away. They strode in like they already understood. Mystery prickled his spine. It felt like they could actually understand him. Carlson warned they'd snap to killing intent. 2 centipedes had already uncoiled, their gaze locked on him. He joked, feigning embarrassment as they stared at his naked body. The 2 centipedes scrambled into the bucket, and Soryong burst out laughing. A blast of memory hit him. Pai had insisted the centipedes were spiritual beings. Curiosity flared. He swore he'd dig up the truth about spiritual creatures later. He turned the thought over in his head. Kaelson's words set his pulse racing, and a cold, iron certainty that he had to leave squeezed his chest. At another pavilion, the family crowded the table. The Grand Patriarch, the Patriarch himself, his wife and daughter. Kaelson declared he'd bestow the East Wing room on the young warrior, a private chamber from a traditional Chinese couple's residence. The Grand Patriarch's gaze bored into him as he demanded, "Is the young warrior truly that talented?" The Patriarch confirmed, voice like iron. They'd thought it was a chance meeting, but it wasn't the encounter. It was the person, and he praised the warrior's extraordinary knowledge of venomous creatures. He'd slain Yang, battled legendary spirit beasts like the poison-feathered bird, and personally hatched the blue spot centipede eggs. The Grand Patriarch boomed that the Patriarch had unearthed a treasure. All eyes snapped to Hawaiian. Kaelson locked eyes with his daughter, declared he wanted the young warrior as his son-in-law, and asked what she thought. Hawaiian's brow tightened as he chewed on what that meant. Understanding hit her like a punch to the gut, and she snapped shut into silence. She burned to prove she could do even more for them. The clan shifted the moment she possessed the Thousand Poisons constitution. She snapped that she belonged to the Tang clan, and understood exactly what her father meant. But she told him flat out whether the young warrior deserved it. Only she could unmask who she truly was. Then she bolted from the room, leaving everyone frozen in an awkward silence. Alarm jolted Kaelson. The young warrior needed to tread with care. Stunning and dangerous, she's beauty wrapped in razor-sharp thorns. Huey and Ran sprinted. Now the Thousand Poison constitution thrummed in her veins, and she knew if she stopped there the elders would never recognize her. So she plunged into a ruthless assessment of the young warrior, from every qualification on his record to every flicker of his personality. Meanwhile, Soryong's mind raced as he wrestled with which move to make. He braced himself. She could be nursing a grudge against him. He whipped his head toward his kid and asked. The kids raced straight to the centipedes, desperate for advice. Huey burst into view, and the shock of seeing him hit like a lightning strike. He burst into view. She was breathtaking. She locked eyes with him and asked him to excuse her for a moment. She bolted over, breathless, and cried, "Take my hand!" He thrust it into her palm with the eager, obedient certainty of a dog offering its paw. Heat flooded his cheeks as he admitted he couldn't tell why she was in such a hurry, and suggested they wait on that until they'd gotten to know each other better. He stammered, cheeks burning, that there's an order to such things. Huine snapped, "What are you even talking about?" Then realization slammed into her, and her face, her cheeks exploded tomato red as she snapped, "That wasn't my intention." The truth hit Soryong like ice, and bitter disappointment surged through him when he realized it wasn't what he'd expected. Silence hit like a punch, sudden, heavy, and painfully awkward. "Huey's inside!" She insisted again that it wasn't what he thought. She'd only wanted to check his pulse, guessed he'd misread her sudden request, and Soryong's cheeks burned with embarrassment. She planted herself beside him, words tumbling out as she apologized for crashing in without warning and for her rude behavior. She snapped that he was still too young, not yet of age. His face went thoughtful, and she steeled herself to explain exactly what was happening. She dove into the explanation, and So Ryong leaned in, drinking in every detail. From the whispers he caught, it unfolded like a medieval drama. Alone as the only direct descendant, Huyen constantly fought off the branch family's relentless schemes, while the elders hunted for a capable son-in-law to secure the family line. They clamored about how Soryong's status would shift if he joined the family. Huyen blurted an apology. She needed to confirm one thing. She swore that even if everything went south, she'd never turn on him. She acknowledged him as her benefactor and would treat him like an honored guest or a sworn sibling. Soryong thrust his hand forward. He locked eyes with her, shot out, "I understand." and gave her the green light to confirm whatever she needed. She seized his hand and pressed her fingertips to his pulse. A blue aura ignited around her, coiling and crackling as it wrapped her in light. She declared the Tang clan's martial arts weren't for just anyone. Some rare people could take poison into their bodies and forge it into mastery while others couldn't. So their poison arts demanded a slow, brutal conditioning of the body as internal energy grew. Mastery demanded you embrace every last one. The poisons had tiers, first 5, then 10, 100, 1,000, and finally 10,000. A sliver of luck. Soryong's body could absorb the poison techniques, but it capped out at the 10 poison level. His body could withstand only 10 poisons. A 10 poison body shattered expectations. And the wild part? It belonged to someone not even born into the Tang clan. Shock slammed into Soryong, stealing his breath. Dwayne leaned in, eyes fierce. Mastering it would catapult him to the level of a first-rate martial artist, the highest peak any fighter without innate talent could reach. She squared her shoulders, made up her mind, and strode away. Soryong imagined his veins coursing with 10 deadly poisons. Color fled his face as he realized this could stop him from catching the genial. And Soryong felt how utterly serious it was. A few hours later, steam curling behind them, someone emerged from the bath like a shadow come alive. Hwayin burst into view, a jaw-dropping spectacle. She realized that ever since she snatched the blue-spotted centipede's inner core, her body exhaled a strange scent. She scrubbed herself clean several times a day, and as she pulled on her clothes, a cold thought crept in. Was this punishment for mouthing off to the person who'd saved her life? Elsewhere, Soryong, in his dreams, he spoke with someone who poured out thanks for his kindness. It was Hwayin, his voice cracking as he blurted, "Am I dreaming?" Hwayin's voice sliced through the haze. "This isn't a dream." And she revealed she'd borrowed the appearance of the girl who consumed her inner core so he wouldn't panic. She proclaimed herself the mother of every one of those creatures, the blue spot centipede. And Soryong's mind scrambled to make sense of it. 3 little girls barreled toward him. He assumed they were her babies. He demanded to know how she kept invading his dreams. She howled that they'd slaughtered her without mercy, ripped her from her children, and her grudge shot up to the heavens, chaining her spirit to the inner core. Trapped inside the girl who swallowed her core, she spat venomous curses through her host, and when a sliver of revenge opened, she slipped into his dreams. He'd dragged every one of her children along, and Soryong's heart slammed as he realized he'd unwittingly doomed the blue spot centipede. He never meant for it, but he found himself dragged into her death. She leaned in and made one plea. Could he grant her a single request? He clenched his jaw and vowed he'd do whatever she asked. She grabbed his sleeve and begged, "Please, take care of my children until they reach their full size." Confusion coiled in Soryong. Centipedes should strike out on their own after molting twice from their mother's body. The mother centipede hissed that her young drew Kai from her inner core until they molted twice, and once they did, they had to siphon the true Kai from other beings to grow. Soryong shot back, "So the babies have to stay with Hwayun now that she consumed the inner core?" The mother centipede revealed the circumstances. She smirked and confessed she'd cast a curse that made the girl's body reek with a foul, choking odor. She guaranteed not a single man would dare come near her. The curse ripped away her chance at motherhood, leaving her childless. In exchange for lifting the curse, the mother centipede urged her children to siphon the Kai straight from Hwayun's inner core, slyly suggesting Soryong could even win Hwayun's heart that way. "Sorry." Yong mulled it for a beat. Then a grin split his face and he shook his head and replied that it felt wrong to him. He refused to exploit Hwayun's challenging situation. Awed by his honor, the mother centipede leaned in, eyes glittering, and asked how he planned to conquer the challenge. She realized Huyan was hunting for a powerhouse, and she couldn't give him the inner core of the 10 great venomous beasts. An idea exploded in Soryong's mind. He cried, "Trust me!" pleading with the centipede. He locked eyes with her and vowed he'd handle it, promising they'd make it through. The next day, Soryong and Hwayun planted themselves shoulder to shoulder. It slammed into Huey. The smell clinging to her came from the blue spot centipede's inner core. Soryong confirmed it, saying if she lashed centipedes to her skin every few days so they could siphon off her Kai, the smell would naturally fade. Huey didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and asked if he could help her, swearing he'd accept nothing in return. She realized he could ask for compensation in a heartbeat. Yong flashed an apologetic smile and admitted he couldn't bring himself to prey on a woman's misfortune. He flat out refused to stoop that low. Hwayun's jaw dropped at his response. She snapped that she wouldn't keep taking his kindness unless she could give something back. She swallowed her pride and took her father's words to heart. Seeing Sori as a child ripped the blinders off. Some things outshine raw talent and fighting might. Soryong cut in, admitting he'd been wrestling with the same thought too. A chill seized him as her words cut through his mind. He had 10 poison bodies and could absorb only 10 types of toxins. Sorry. Yong's mind snapped to one wild idea. What if he could absorb only 10 types of toxins? He vowed to load every slot with concentrated venom siphoned from the 10 deadliest predators of the Central Plains. Huayun froze, stunned when a fierce ambition burst to life inside him and caught him completely off guard. Huayun read Soryong's searing ambition as a private, burning desire. He vowed to become the strongest under the heavens for her, and that promise sent a crimson blush racing across her cheeks. Tang Huiyan, one of Murim's legendary 3 flowers and feared as the venomous flower, couldn't believe her eyes. Never before had any man dared such a brazen gesture toward her. Heat flared across her cheeks as she snapped at Soryong. "Do you even realize what you just implied?" Soryong snapped he didn't. Huey, without a word of explanation, warned the path he was eyeing would be the road ahead was brutal. 10 years, 20 years, maybe even a lifetime to pull it off. And Soryong's face went stone cold as dread coiled while he pictured that endless grind. Heat still burned Huayun's cheeks as he revealed Soryong was only 15. In 3 years, he'd come of age and be ready to marry. If he could slay even one of the 10 great venomous creatures by then, she'd be blown away. She leans in, whispering a shy suggestion. She teased him. "Pull this off and you might land yourself a wedding." She cheered him on, cheeks blazing with embarrassment, then bolted away. Confusion flared in Soryong's eyes as he shouted her name. She whirled back, eyes blazing, and snapped. "Got anything else to say?" He urged her to get patched up and stick around for a couple more hours. She slunk back, cheeks burning. He grinned, brushed off her fear, and swore the tiny centipedes wouldn't bite. He snatched up his centipedes and barked for them to scuttle to their mom, not their dad. Those words drained the last of Huey's blush. She snapped, "Dad and Mom!" And Soryong rushed in, insisting he didn't mean it that way. Kailson, his wife, and Mu Siyong huddled around the table. They whispered that the young warrior's dazzling talent still hadn't stolen Hu Weion's heart. Muxiang shot out. Had anyone seen them that morning? Something was clearly brewing between the two. And Hu Weion's mother murmured that it looked like Hu Weion had turned. The men wrestled with it, their minds racing. Muxiang insisted forcing a marriage was wrong and urged them to let their feelings grow naturally. Huayan's mother urged Huayan to personally coach the young warrior in martial arts, so they get more time together and bond. And Chi Alson thought it was a great idea. Mu Siyong barked that they had to hunt down the elder healer sage and see if he could grant the purifying elixir of marrow and essence. If a young warrior's aptitude was low, the elixir could boost it. Chi Alson blurted in surprise that it hadn't worked for Huayun, so don't get your hopes up, and Mu Siyong nodded in agreement. In that instant, Huayun materialized outside the door. She announced herself to her father, then demanded to know what had brought her there at that hour. He beckoned her inside. A startled flush swept her face when she realized all 3 of them were standing there. She arrived with words burning on her tongue. "Boom!" she erupted, swearing she'd follow her father's suggestion to the letter. Chi Olson staggered back, eyes wide, and snapped, "What do you mean?" Huayun's mother motioned to the seat, and with a warm, knowing smile, asked if the young warrior had caught her eye. Heat flooded Huey's face as he choked on his words. Curiosity exploded in Chielson at the sudden change. After all, they'd been sure she wasn't interested before. She spun a fiery tale about the young warrior, declaring Soryong had sworn to become the greatest in the world. All for her. He'd sworn that vow to her, etched into him like a blade. Curiosity flared in Chielson. He urged her on, leaning in and hanging on every word as she revealed that Soryong, despite his innate talent only ranking at the 10 poisons level, Soryong swore he'd overcome this by slaying the 10 great venomous creatures for her. Muxiang chuckled. Chielson's jaw dropped, and Muxiang laughed, praising Soryong's fierce courage. Huayun's mother stared in awe. A suitor like that was a rare prize. She admitted her heart wanted to say yes. But she'd already told Soryong she'd only agree to marriage if he could capture one of the 10 great venomous creatures before he came of age. She wondered whether he'd truly grasped her response. Her father hooted that she should have set the goal to capture at least 3 creatures. Her mother snorted that men never seemed to catch a hint. Huayun burst out, "Should I go clear it up with Soryong?" Her mother cut in, "No. If he doesn't know we've already said yes, he'll only throw himself into the work harder." Mu Zeyong staged him as the obvious son-in-law, all the while playing coy and pretending they hadn't decided. They banked on his tireless efforts to finally earn him a place at the family table. The mother centipede crowed with pride, lauding Soryong for masterfully winning Huayun's heart. And Soryong just grinned, saying it came down to guts and relentless perseverance. She beamed at him, anointing him her benefactor, and she locked eyes with him and declared this would likely be her final act. The grudge that had gnawed at her heart shattered, her soul poised to ascend to the afterlife, and she swore she'd do anything for him before she slipped away. Yong blurted, "Sorry," froze for a heartbeat, then asked if her true form snapped into view before his eyes. A flush warmed her cheeks, but she called it a fair request, suspecting he'd secretly succumb to lust. She swept her sleeve aside, baring her shoulder, and she started peeling off her clothes when So-young blurted, "Do you really have to take it off?" And her cheeks instantly flamed even hotter. She turned to her and asked, "Should I hold back?" Yang blurted, "Sorry," and rushed to clarify he hadn't meant that. While the kids giggled and hid their eyes, he declared he wanted to witness a blue-spotted centipede materialize. The instant she grasped her mistake, horror slammed into her. A choking wall of smoke surged forward and swallowed the area. Then she dropped the act. Her true form exploded into view. So-young's breath hitched at the sight, elation roaring through him to see her so natural. Her size blew him away, and he blurted, "May I touch you?" He'd already started, eyes locked on her waterproof body as he pictured her gliding movements. Then he blurted out a question about her legs. Venom bristled with raw power. His unblinking eyes and quivering antennae locked on her as he eagerly examined her. So-young hunched over the centipede, passion crackling as he inspected every segment, while the kids, still covering their eyes, peeked through trembling fingers and looked impossibly cute. He burned with excitement, practically lunging to brush his fingers across her fangs. She yelled it was dangerous, but he dug in his heels and barreled forward anyway. A knot of worry twisted in the blue spot centipede as she wondered if her daughters would accept this man. His touch felt anything but ordinary, and watching So-young drool while he caressed her was oddly hilarious. Later, Cheolson slid into the chair across from So-young and shared a single steaming cup of tea. He told So-young he'd heard every word from Huiyan, and proclaimed So-young would be treated as their son-in-law. So-young blurted he thought he had to wait 3 years. Cheolson cut him off, insisting the wedding would happen the moment So-young came of age. Sorry, Young scrambled to clarify, but Hu Weiyun's mother threw open her arms and beamed, proclaiming herself his mother-in-law, and Muxi Yong glowed, declaring Hu Weiyun had found a perfect match, and their clan would prosper even more. Sorry, Yong gaped at Huayun, bewilderment snapping through him at the sudden acceptance. There should have been conditions tied to the marriage, yet he figured they'd accept him without so much as a murmur. He flashed a grin, signed on to the plan, and declared he couldn't wait for everyone's guidance. A bolt of confusion shot through So-young when Mu Si-young suggested to Cheolson they get started immediately. Cheolson announced that before So-young could learn the Tang clan's poison arts, they had to show him one crucial thing, and So-young snapped, "What is it?" A smug, knowing smirk curls across the elders' faces. Cheolson ripped aside the veil and bellowed, "This is the Hall of 10,000 Poisons." He knew So-young would flip for it. They'd waited their whole lives to watch him, now a full family member, take his first steps into the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, the family's most treasured tradition. So-young burst out, "Grandfather!" to Mu Si-young, eagerness blazing in his chest and excitement crackling through his voice. Imagine it as a den where 10,000 poisons converged. His gaze snapped to Huayun's profile. Awe pinned him to the spot at her beauty. Sorry, Yong's mind snapped to the saying, "Beauties are best admired from the side." At that moment, the scene snapped into a living photo shoot. Spotlights, poses, cameras, and heat exploded into his cheeks as he blushed. His in-laws burst into laughter. They traded knowing smirks as Cheolson sneered that at this pace, So-young would wear his daughter's face thin. Crowing Hua Yun belonged to him now, and yet So-ri stared at her like a man struck silent. His mother-in-law declared with a teasing grin that So-young was completely smitten with Huiyan. Both flushed scarlet. Huiyan snapped at him to watch where he was walking, and So-young stammered a shaky agreement. Moments later, they found themselves facing a towering door. 2 hulking, muscle-bound men flanked them, chests thrust out like living pillars on either side. They slammed So-young with memories of Yupin and Ipin. At the center, a man in a Tang clan robe planted himself and welcomed the Grand Patriarch. Mu Si-young barked for the gate to swing open. He was about to show his grandson-in-law the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. The men obeyed instantly, and So-young thought the security absurdly tight for something ripped straight out of the Middle Ages. The man in the black robe roared that the gates had opened, 2 hulking men flanking him. They heaved and shoved with every ounce of strength, throwing their weight against the heavy door to push it open. The man in black barked that the gate had opened quicker that day, and So-young froze, eyes wide in stunned disbelief. When the gate swung wide, the 2 hulking men staggered, breathless and spent, and the man in black beckoned them inside. Cheolson's eyes snapped to So-young for a heartbeat. As they pressed through, So-young's gaze snapped to the weary, muscle-bound men. Cheolson stepped forward, voice steady and fierce, reassuring them that the iron gate had been forged from Kunyu steel. Forged in the savage southern wilds, even opening the gate became a sacred honor. They swept into the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, the Tang clan of Sichuan's treasure vault packed with exactly 10,000 deadly toxins. And Muxiang snapped at So-young to keep his hands off and move with absolute caution. So-young shot him a sharp nod, swearing he understood. He then probed whether the hall really held 10,000 poisons, and Chialson snapped that every toxin was painstakingly catalogued. Even the paralysis strains, sleep poisons, and many more gleamed nearby as the elders cackled, reveling and teasing the young couple. It became obvious the moment Chiaosun dared Huiyun to explain the poisons to Soryong. He knew he'd devour every word from her, and Huiyun and Soryong flushed scarlet with embarrassment. Hu Huiyun stepped up to the task, seized Soryong's hand, and marched him straight to the Tang clan's deadliest poison. The elders beamed, eyes warm as they soaked up every moment of their interaction. She kicked things off by zeroing in on the Kai, ripping the poison apart. Martial artists dread this toxin. One breath wipes out your inner energy and leaves you powerless. She warned Soryong to be extremely cautious, then unveiled the elementary canal necrotizing poison, the spirit-destroying poison, the bloody pulp poison, and the seven-step soul-snatching poison. Said they were all deadly, but that the Tang clan's strongest poison was something else entirely, and pressed a small seed into his palm. Puzzlement slammed into Soryang, his mind snapping to the weird image of a tiger bean. Huey declared it the deadliest poison in existence, rivaled only by the venoms of the 10 great venomous creatures. She revealed it was the castor plant, the Tang clan's emblem, and Ryong's curiosity ignited at its castor seed. Ricin flashed into his mind, a toxalbumin so potent that just 2 milligrams can kill an adult, infamously used in the umbrella assassination of Bulgarian dissidents during the Cold War, a poison 100,000 times stronger than cyanide, and Soryong declared it the poison closest to the Tang clan's ideal. Colorless, odorless, tasteless, formless. They anointed it the rarest, most precious of poisons, the golden poison, and when it kills it becomes a golden death. Huiyun seared into him that the strongest poison isn't the one that inflicts the most agony or causes the most gruesome death. The deadliest poison creeps in like a shadow, snuffs life out in a heartbeat, and wipes away every last trace. Huey let slip that the situate Tang clan's poison arts chase one ruthless ideal: ghostly stealth and ironclad certainty. In Soryong's mind, they loomed as a deadly clan of assassins. Museyong snapped that it was enough for now, and beckoned Soryong to. He finally stood before the venomous beasts he'd been burning to see. And Museyong even pledged that if Soryong wanted it, he'd take charge of their care while the clan supplied anything he needed. To Soryong, their cheering on his hobby ignited his grin. He practically buzzed with excitement. Right as they were stepping out, a frantic shout yanked the patriarch back, freezing him in his tracks. Tai barreled in, gasping from a brutal sprint, and they demanded, "What's wrong?" Pai snapped, "The patriarch must sprint to the Black Tortoise Pavilion right now." The patriarch barked, "Why?" Pai opened his mouth to explain the clan elder, but Muxiang roared him down, demanding what those bastards were up to now. Ryang's heart jumped, wondering if they meant the long-unmentioned branch family. Pai barked that there were 2 issues. The medicine we sent to the Situate City Lord flopped, and he slammed a furious, complaint-stuffed letter back at us. Right before Pai could reveal the second issue, he locked eyes with So Ryong, tension crackling between them. Pai ripped the lid off the secret. It was about the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, and Mu Xiong braced. He could feel rumors already slithering through the city. They pulled back for now, but Muxiong planted his feet and refused to leave without Soryong at his side. Shadow pooled beneath the Black Tortoise Pavilion. The elders zeroed in on the patriarch and erupted, railing that he'd made that critical decision on his own. They exploded in outrage when he moved to pair Huiyun with an orphan of unknown origins. That set Chielson off. He bristled at them, referring. They spat that Soryong was an orphan of unknown origins. Chielson erupted in a green aura, seething. Were they insulting his son-in-law? The elders pressed that their concerns were valid. Muxiang, visibly agitated, snapped that he alone had made the decision and demanded, "Any problem with that?" The elders reeled and turned to the Grand Patriarch, begging him to reason with the Patriarch. They erupted, calling it lunacy to hand the 10,000 poisons to an outsider with unproven skill. Muxiang snapped that he'd already given his approval. In the heat of the exchange, Hu Weiyun zeroed in on Soryong and slipped him a barely audible apology. Soryong initially thought, "Goodness," and let out a helpless sigh. She was worrying about him when he should be the one worrying about her. Heads snapped toward Soryong as he finally spoke, leaving everyone stunned as he declared, "Pardon me. Sorry to burst into your conversation." He threw down a gauntlet. Since the whole issue sprang from doubts about his skill, he'd prove himself by putting his abilities on display before the clan elders. The elders were caught off guard. Soryong insisted he'd settle the issue with the Situate City Lord himself to prove his worth. Huey leaned in and hissed, "What are you trying to do?" Sorry, Yong usually kept his head down and avoided stirring trouble, but threatened his quiet life as a pet owner, and he'd turn into a ferocious protector. He stunned the elders into silence, leaving them frozen with mouths agape. Tempers snapped. They ripped into him for barging into the elders' conversation. They sneered, demanding if he'd even read the Situate City Lord's letter before crashing in. Branded him an insolent nobody, and hauled his name to the clan head for daring to meddle. The elders pounced, demanding a son-in-law from a respected time-honored martial clan, and Chilson's wife seethed with rising annoyance. Inside, Soryung bristled. Each time those old Kajars jabbered, they sounded more absurd. Back when he streamed as Spicy Fabry, he rocketed past 1 million subscribers and averaged over 3,000 viewers per stream. He slammed his palm down and roared that the elders still refused to accept him as the Sichuan Tang clan's son-in-law. Soryong still wore the guest's label, battle-hardened from fending off Spicy Fiber's rabid fanbase and their chaos-spawning trolls, and he declared he'd rescued the Tang clan's precious daughter, Lady Huoyun. He'd crushed Bloodhand Rakshasa and Takun Yang and saved the patriarch's life. Then he ripped into the elders, roaring, "Is sneering at a guest and benefactor Tang clan etiquette?" Inside, Soryong knew the elders' malice was nothing compared to the brutal trolling he endured as a streamer. Compared to that, it almost looked cute. The elders' faces burned as they owned up to having spoken hastily out of desperation. Scorn coiled in Soryong's mind at their pathetic display, and the Grand Patriarch's gaze locked on him, clearly impressed. One elder snapped that claiming he'd taken down Taekwondo pushed it way too far. The Patriarch slammed a document down to vindicate Soryong. The elder gasped at the sight. Their jaws snapped open the instant they recognized the secret of the blood hand poison art. A manual scrawled in blood, unmistakably authentic and belonging to the blood sack. The Patriarch urged Soryong to thrust the spotted centipedes before the elders. Suyong landed a soft, deliberate tap on his chest. They summoned the elders forward to witness it with their own eyes. 3 baby-spotted centipedes wriggled out, brimming with glee, while the elders stiffened, unease settling over them at the sight. The Patriarch declared they were the blue-spotted centipede's offspring, proudly boasting his son-in-law was raising them, recounting how those tiny fiends had bitten Takun Yang to death, and the elders stared in disbelief as they demanded confirmation that the young warrior had really managed to control a blue-spot centipede. Soryong and Gyup flashed devilish grins as they goaded the elders. Chilson barked that calling Soryong a young warrior proved they still hadn't accepted him as a son-in-law, and Soryong fired a jokey warning, "Bite, and you'll end up black and lifeless like Takun Yang." The elders froze, jaws dropping and eyes wide with shock. They snapped they'd never refused Soryong, then frantically scrambled for excuses, hiding behind procedure, and insisting hesitation was only natural. The Grand Patriarch exhaled, shoving talk of his son-in-law onto the back burner, for now. He demanded to know why Soryong was barred from the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, and the elders insisted he hadn't truly become family yet, and hesitated to entrust the hall to a young warrior who wasn't even of age. The Grand Patriarch laid out a simple solution. He challenged Soryong to show exactly what he could do. Sari Yang's grin twisted into a dare as he vowed to prove himself worthy to the Sichuan Tang clan, on their terms, with poison. The elders froze, mistaking his words for a plot to poison the lord of Sichuan province. They jeered, branding him a fool for even entertaining the idea of poisoning the lord instead of sending medicine. Confusion slammed into Yang. He'd always believed the Tang clan were poison masters. The Grand Patriarch roared to Soryong that he would begin learning the Tang clan's 5 venoms returning technique. Yang fired off, "Is this physical training?" And the Grand Patriarch declared that by drilling the martial arts, his body would instinctively reshape itself to match each technique he learned. Muxiang declared the Tang clan put practicality above all else. Soryong would learn skills he could use the instant danger struck. Then Muxiang yanked open his pack and laid out a cache of weapons, bristled with arrows, gleaming daggers, and deadly shuriken. They kicked things off by hurling concealed weapons, needles, coins, darts, powder, daggers, and throwing knives. And though many bizarre tools popped up, almost everything fit into 5 clear types. Muxiang grilled Soryong about which weapon was easiest to handle. Soryong shot back, the dagger or throwing knife, and hit the mark. Then Muxiang leaned in and asked which one he thought would be the hardest. Soryong suspected the powder would be the toughest to handle. It had to be scattered with pinpoint precision. Musée Yang warned him the needle was the real challenge. Sorry, Yang assumed its tiny razor-thin shape turned every throw into a desperate gamble. Muxiang cut in, voice razor-sharp. It wasn't that simple. The real test was Sori Yang having to memorize the exact spots where he'd flung every needle. Mu Xiong resolved to demonstrate, then drew out a brush in one swift motion. The head ripped free from the handle. He snapped his arm forward in a sudden throwing motion. The bristles levitated in the air, twisting and fusing as they morphed into needles plummeted from the sky, slamming into the earth. A gasp ripped from Soryong as the bristles drove themselves in. They jabbed themselves like needles, still falling. Mu Xiong dropped the bomb. The Tang clan hid a secret weapon technique called Sky-Obscuring Flower Rain, a secret art that unleashed hundreds, no, thousands of needles. cascading like a storm of petals and blanketing the entire area. Yang realized a fight in a field bristling with needles left no room for recklessness. He had to move with razor-sharp caution. He pointed out, politely but alarmed, that if needles filled the whole area there'd be nowhere to move. Muxiang laughed, saying that's exactly the point. Soryong had to memorize every needle's position, or he'd fall to his own technique. And Soryong could hardly believe it. Sweat beaded on Soryong's brow as he fired the question at Muxiang. Must he memorize the positions of the needles that deflected opponents, or the ones that fell out of place? Muxiang snapped a sharp yes, and then dropped the bomb. With the 5 poisons body, Soryong would have to memorize at least 100 positions to even start, a thought that drained Soryong's color. And after the demonstration he crumpled face first onto the ground. Lady Huayun burst in, clad head to toe in a beekeeping suit, and shot him a grin as she asked if she looked prepared. She'd heard he was going to catch a hornet. She hesitated, wondering if it was unnecessary. Sorry, Yang shot back that it wasn't. He'd planned to wait for a hornet, but with their gear they'd snare it themselves. Huey leaned in and double-checked if Yang really planned to wait for the hornet to arrive. Yang flashed an apologetic, sorry, and said she'd understand once they got there. He pressed on. Did she actually know where the hornet's nest was? Totally unverified that she'd spotted one nearby. They tore off toward it immediately. Soryong yanked on a beekeeping suit, armor against the swarm. While they prepped, Huayun thrust the letter they'd sent to the city lord of Sichuan province into the conversation and demanded to know if he'd seen it. Soryong confirmed he'd got it. Huey held a silent worry that Soryong's youth might let the letter's meaning slip past him. Cheeks burning, Soryong insisted Yongkai and men were crucial. Crimson flooded Huayun's face as she snapped, "Enough!" when she realized he already knew. The city lord of Sichuan was tormented by a crippling erectile dysfunction that gnawed at his pride and haunted his nights. His rod lay limp, flat out refusing to stiffen. Huayun's suspicion flared. Soryong knew far too much for someone his age, and Soryong shrugged it off, saying he'd lived alone for years. Blood rushed to her cheeks, and Huey stalled into a shy, stumbling pace. A few hours later, they plunged into the forest. The creatures there swallowed Soryong's attention whole, and Huion had to keep. He locked his focus like a vice, not loosening until they reached their destination. It gaped like a tiny cave, the perfect lair for hornets. Huey bit back his question about the significance of finding a bee with no hive. Snapping on their head protectors, Soryong declared they were there to find hornets, not to net a single one. Uncertainty clawed at Huayun as they edged closer to the hole. Soryong leaned in, voice like a blade. The venomous insect they were after lurked in the smallest, most fragile hives. Huayun remained blissfully oblivious to it, but the hive held the prize they needed. An insect crawled free, and Soryong snapped it up with his chopsticks. They hadn't come to catch a hornet. They'd come to take down this tiny insect. This small creature would rip the Sichuan city lord's troubles to shreds. Huayun leaned in, squinting at the bug, and blurted, "Is that a ground beetle?" Her hunch was spot on. Soryong realized the bug they'd snared came straight from the giant hornet nest. In that world they called it the ground beetle. Out on the central plains the name stuck like iron. But in the modern era people rechristened it the blister beetle. Q shot a question. Was it normal to find ground beetles living in a hornet nest? Soryong's eyes darkened as he explained their life cycle was downright twisted. Blister beetles pull off a wild reproductive trick. They skip guarding their egg-laying spot and refuse to build the safe nurseries most insects rely on. The blister beetle plants her eggs wherever she pleases. In a hilarious skit, she tells the boss to wait, plops down a batch, then sachets off like it's nothing. It drops them anywhere with ruthless efficiency. It lays them and moves on. It just shoves them all into one spot. That's the only move it makes. When the miracle hits and blister beetle larvae hatch, they surge toward the nearest high spot, scrambling upward. Once the larvae reach the top, they pull off a jaw-dropping, bizarre stunt that freezes everyone in their tracks. They huddle tight, folding into a single living bloom that mimics a flower. Tricked by the fake flower the bee dove in. Wrong move. Dive for the real thing the moment a bee buzzes within striking distance. Every member of the swarm hurtles onto the carpenter bee's body. End of the road. Game over. The carpenter bee's home lay gutted. Yang couldn't say why the beetles targeted giant hornet nests, only that those hulking hives made the perfect nursery for ground beetle larvae. Huayun's heart stung with pity for the giant hornet, but Soryong shrugged and replied that there wasn't much that could be done about it. Huey knew the bug would scorch skin, leaving angry, blistering burns. Words slammed into it. Devouring too much of it could even be fatal. Soryong confirmed it. The blister beetle's orange drip packs the toxin cantharidin, and the moment it hits skin, it erupts into burn-like blisters. Heat flooded Huayun's cheeks as he stammered, "Does it really do that?" Soryong nodded grimly. "It'll make any man's rod spring to life on the spot." And Huayun's face scorched as he shut up. She urged him to sprint back to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Soryong wanted to snare a few more beetles, but they'd already secured the ground beetle, the blister beetle. They barreled back into the hall and drilled the warriors, step by step, in preparing the medicine. Ryang snapped, "Listen carefully," then ordered them to dry the ground beetle and grind it into powder, warning that 1/10 of that powder is toxic. At 3 mo the poison turns lethal. He warned that ingesting 3/10 of a mo per guan of body weight gives about a 50-50 chance of death. Soryong demanded the medicine be mixed with 1/10 of a mo of poison, about 10 drops. 1 mo equals 3.75 milligrams, and 1 guan equals 3.75 kilograms. He asked if that made sense. Soryong's mind teetered on the brink of explosion under a furious avalanche of calculations. One warrior ripped off his mask and declared Soryong's explanations razor-sharp in detail. Who'd ever expect him to be a math ace? He swore to Soryong they'd see this through and win. Soryong bared how desperately he depended on them. Museong spun to Hu Weiyun, disbelief raw in his voice, saying it was surreal that ground beetles could cause such effects. Museong admitted it made him want to reassess the Tang clan's poisons. Hu Weiyun agreed. Museong then brought up Soryong's math prowess, and Hu Weiyun revealed how Soryong calculated the solution's concentration and pegged it at the weight of 10 drops. A jaw-dropping feat. Muxiong admitted he prided himself on mastering poisons. But with every new thing he learned about Soryong, it hit him that Soryong was on a whole other level. With every new detail, it slammed into him. The young man was a rare, dazzling gem. He nudged Huayun with a wicked grin. "You like Soryong even more now, don't you?" Huayun's cheeks flamed crimson, and she winced and admitted she'd rushed at the start. Muxiong put her at ease, saying making up for it from now on was what truly mattered. Then leaned in and asked how they planned to test the medicine once it was finished. Huey's face drained of color as the blush faded even more, flushed full-on tomato red. She said the branch elders were grumbling that Soryong had been too insolent. Soryong laughed and dared to test the medicine by hauling the clan elders upright. Then he froze in shock, but he doubled over and howled with laughter. Everyone crowded into the hall. The clan elders loomed at the front, cold skepticism cutting at their faces. A warrior thrust a wooden box into Soryong's hands, grinning as he announced he'd blended licorice. They whipped powder into honey until it turned sweet and easy to swallow, and Yang's jaw dropped at the attention to detail. Soryong leaned in and pressed. "Did you prepare it exactly as I instructed?" The warrior met his gaze and replied, steady as steel. "I followed every instruction to the letter." The rest of the clan sneered, laughing coldly as they dismissed the idea that anything could be that amazing. The patriarch bellowed for silence, then swallowed his pride and apologized. Yang swore he'd prove the medicine worked, then slapped on a perfectly timed look of surprise when they asked. The clan elders thundered for a trial. It had to prove itself before their eyes. One elder bellowed they'd never hand unverified medicine to Sichuan's city lord, and another snapped that if anything went wrong, it would unleash a catastrophic disaster. Soryong nodded grimly. There was no other choice, and the warrior's eyes hardened with cold, silent understanding. The warrior thrust the medicine into the clan elders' hands, and bafflement clouded their faces. Soryong bristled, practically daring them to test it themselves. A booming elder barked, "Does Soryong even know what that is?" Another sneered that he'd played outside so long it looked like his insides had been turned black. Soryong's grin split his face as he shouted up to his grandfather. Museong demanded, "What do you need, Soryong?" Soryong flashed a cold grin and reminded Museong of what he'd said before. Those who mastered the Tang clan's martial arts were never afraid of poison. Muxiong played along, flashing a sharp nod of agreement. Soryong snapped that the elder's hesitation screamed fear. Muxiong echoed him with another firm nod. Ryang flipped the script with reverse psychology, goading the clan's great elders, masters of 100 poisons, taunting that a mere ground beetle's venom couldn't frighten them. Rage flared among the elders. One lunged, seized the medicine, and snapped it cleanly in two. They laughed off the cheap poison, swallowed the medicine, and declared Soryong had badly underestimated them. They spat a warning, "Do nothing, and you'll face the consequences." And an elder thundered they'd uphold the clan's laws and principles. They crushed the medicine between their teeth. They roared that nothing was happening. Soon, the elder's manhood snapped awake, a hot surge pulsing through him. The snake's long slumber ended. They shot awake, scales prickling with embarrassment. That day, the clan's laws and principles were hammered into place. Yes, literally set straight. And it all erupted gloriously as the medicine was rushed to the city lord of Sichuan. It turned out spectacular. Minutes later, the elders shuffled down the hall, clutching their trousers out in front of them to hide the evidence. I remember walking like that when my turn came. Soryong told Museong that, exactly as he'd predicted, dangling a whisper of poison in front of the elders made them snap up the bait instantly. Muxiang saw they were people stripped down to nothing but pride, so of course they lashed out. He knew their moves sprang from fierce concern for the clan and warned Soryong not to let resentment consume him, reminding him they were all one family. Soryong nodded. He understood. Right then, Huey sauntered up to them, each step slow and deliberate. Someone burst in, shouting that something terrible had happened. They cornered Hwa-yun and demanded, "What's wrong?" She revealed that their children were acting strange, and Yong mumbled, "Sorry," his cheeks burning with confusion. Museong's face hardened into iron as he yanked him by the collar. Museong demanded, his voice like a razor, "What do you mean by children? Why did they have them?" Soryong stood drenched in cold sweat. Museong yanked Soryong by the back of his neck and demanded how they could already have children before even having their wedding ceremony. Hua-un shot back that she meant the spotted centipedes. Soryong was raising children who weren't human. A thunderbolt of shock slammed into Soryong, freezing him solid and leaving him speechless. Lately, he'd thrown himself into brutal training sessions and entrusted Hwa-yun with dealing with the centipedes. He was slammed by the realization he'd completely forgotten about them, and panic clawed at his throat at the thought something might have happened to his babies. He lunged to see them, convinced Huiyan had hidden them, and she squealed that they weren't with her. Museong froze, every word snatched from his mouth. A moment later, they spotted the 3 blue-spotted centipedes, their blue drained, brown and limp. Soryong sported a slap-shaped handprint on his face, a ridiculous souvenir from his earlier stunt, and drilled his gaze into the centipedes as Museong squinted, wondering if they'd just fallen from Hwa-yun's body with a heavy thud. Huey had kept mum about how fine they seemed earlier, but now worry snapped awake. He feared they were sick. Their color had drained to a ghostly pallor and their shells looked disturbingly wrong. Soryong's calm voice sliced through her panic as he soothed her, saying there was no reason to worry. It was called shedding. They were molting, centipede-like creatures shucking off their hard shells as they grew, and that's probably what was happening. Museong snapped, "Are they already shedding their shells?" Yong murmured, "Sorry, it's going to happen soon." Suddenly, one of the little ones jerked with a sharp, unsettling twitch. Its head shot into view. They gaped, every one of them dazzled by the sight before them. My jaw dropped and my heart thundered as the other 2 centipedes tore through their shells too, shredding the husks until they slipped free, fully emerged at last. To the unobservant eye, they loomed almost twice as large as before. She snapped, eyes blazing. "Do the little ones have names?" Realization slammed into Soryong. He realized they didn't, and his thinking face twisted into such a ridiculous stare everyone burst out laughing. He slapped on the ridiculous names, number 1, number 2, and number 3. Hwa-yun burst into laughter and flat out refused to accept them. She declared that, since spotted centipedes are said to turn into dragons after living for 1,000 years, they deserved dignified, dragon-worthy names. Ryong scoffed and playfully insisted no spotted centipede would turn into a dragon, not even after 1,000 years. Museong burst out laughing and declared a 1,000-year-old spotted centipede a dragon, and Soryong's eyes flashed as he realized Museong must have taught Huey that. He fell silent, then zeroed in, weighing each of their names with grim, razor-sharp focus. He christened them Nova, Myra, and Grace. Nova blazed a new beginning. Myra breathed sweet fragrance, and Grace embodied gentle, effortless elegance. Hwa-yun beamed and offered no protest. Tradition placed the task of naming the children squarely on the father's shoulders. The spotted centipedes now wore their names like battle badges. A full day later, they surged back to Kling, racing straight to Soryong. Damp still clung to his skin, but he could move. An awkward, off-balance feeling nagged him. The centipedes packed en masse. They ballooned from thick sausage to forearm-sized, writhing as his embrace squeezed them far too tight. They snaked around his arms and cinched tight at his waist. He lay there, curled up and snuggling into a tangle of writhing centipedes. He froze as secret words crashed into his ears. 2 men swaggered past. One, clutching a bulging, jingling pouch, sneered that the Sichuan Tang clan was always so extravagant, and they burst into laughter as they strode for the brothel, thrilled at how easy money came. Soryong leaned in, curiosity snapping to life with every word of their conversation. Chi Halson announced incredible news. The medicine they sent to the city lord of Sichuan worked spectacularly. The city lord shot over a grateful missive and a hefty reward, and Sari, Yong, and Hwa-yun exploded with delight. Chi Halson swelled with pride as benefits poured in the moment he welcomed So Ryung as his son-in-law. So Ryung had pulled off a remarkable feat and beamed, glad he could help. Cheolson stepped forward and offered Soryong one of his elixirs. He knew calling it a reward would make Soryong shove it aside, modesty forcing her to refuse. The memory hit Soryong like a punch. Grandpa said the elixir enhances internal energy. Hwa-yun snapped, "What kind of elixir is that?" And Cheolson shrugged, smirking as he called it nothing more than ordinary. "Only the honey of the golden-haired king bee. Liquid treasure fit for a monarch." Soryong scoffed at the scent, plain honey. But the brutal truth that internal energy forges a martial master drove him to accept it. He opened his mouth to thank his father-in-law when Huayun cut him off. Huayun snapped that if Chilson was rewarding Soryong, why was the reward only honey? Chilson froze, nerves prickling under her steely, assertive stare. She snapped that Soryong's feat was huge. Even if the golden-haired king bee is only a mid-level venomous creature, and honey counts as the lowest-grade elixir, Chilson mustn't skimp on the reward, she demanded. And Soryong flushed with shy embarrassment. She scolded her father, demanding he grant something that supplies a whole year's internal energy instead of handing over an elixir that barely covers 2 months. Chilson's heart sank as she tried to reason. It was still an elixir, one they'd paid a fortune for. And Hu Weiyun snapped, roaring that next to Soryong's contributions, the reward was nothing but pocket change. Leaving Chilson cornered and desperate, Soryong demanded to know about the golden-haired king bee. Chilson snapped that it was a lethal, venomous nightmare that sometimes slinks through jungle shadows, poised to strike. It was the size of a small dog, and a single taste of its honey would bestow as much internal energy as 2 full months of meditation. Imagining that giant bee had Soryong buzzing with excitement and amusement. Huey drowned in his thoughts. She snapped, unleashing her frustration on Soryong's behalf. Chilson shot back, insisting he never meant to belittle Soryong's achievements. He figured Soryong would light up at meeting the golden-haired king bee in person. Soryong's heart leapt and he blurted, "You mean I can see the bee with my own eyes?" Chelsun's slow nod and smile said it all. That was exactly his plan. Soryong's eyes sharpened. He took that as a green light to raid the honey himself. The exact kind of stunt he'd pulled back in his YouTuber days. Buzzing with excitement, they sprinted to the door. Soryong boasted he was practically a bee expert. Chilson smiled, sure he'd love the idea. And when Soryong demanded what the golden-haired king bee looked like, Chilson shrugged and said, "It looks like a bee." Huayun could only exhale a single, resigned sigh. They plunged headfirst into the hunt for honey. Chilson had handed them premium intel, so they rolled in expecting no rivals. Instead, rival crews were already staking their claim. We stumbled on 2 clans tearing into each other. Both had paid for the same intel. One demanded, "Was the seller scruffy with a big mole?" The other snapped, "That's him," and swore they wouldn't yield an inch. The description slammed into Soryong. He pictured the 2 guys he'd overheard and knew they'd been hawking the information everywhere. A lone man, burning with fury at the scammers, bellowed, "How dare you insult the Situant Tang clan in Situant?" His voice boomed, and the moment he named the Tang clan, tension slammed into the group. The peaceful honey harvest had curdled into raw unease. On the doorstep of his first journey outside, Chilson gripped Soryong's shoulder and warned him to be cautious, reminding him that as a member of their family and the Tang clan, he must never forget who he was. And Soryong replied with a calm, polite nod. Chilson's gaze sliced to the side, and Soryong's head whipped over to match. Men stood in a line before them, and Chilson announced Soryong would lead them. Time for him to learn to manage others. Soryong froze, panic fluttering in his chest as the responsibility slammed onto him. He insisted Hu Weiyun should lead. Chilson scoffed, called him silly, and snapped that since Hu Weiyun was his partner, Soryong automatically held the group's top authority. The moment someone said partner, Soryong's cheeks flamed scarlet, and Huiyun, certain Soryong would shine, swore he'd guide him every step of the way. He vowed he'd do his best, but with chaos ripping everything apart, he froze, scrambling for his next move. He pressed Wolfgang, leader of the Venom Blood unit, for a decision, wrestling with the thought that sharing the information might be the smarter move, and Wolfgang bristled at anyone daring to share the Tang clan's information. Huiyun shot a grin and agreed. Whoever pulled that stunt had nerve to burn. Rage boiled in her veins. Her aura sharpened into a razor-edged menace. She tore into them, demanding why anyone would peddle the intel the Situant Tang clan had bought, and clansmen across the room froze. They knew her as the poisonous flower, one of Muriam's 3 deadly blooms. One man's jaw hit the floor when he locked eyes with a direct descendant of the Tang clan. The poisonous flower stood before him in person. He forced a greeting, spoke as the Central Windsect's envoy, and swore they had no intention of meddling in the Tang clan's affairs. He barked that they'd withdraw. The noble origin sect echoed the retreat. Pain clawed at the Jade Ghost Slayer, but he fell into step. One of them swore he'd catch the rat responsible and skin him alive. They all bolted, scattering in a frantic retreat. Soryong felt a cold clarity. The Tang clan's influence ran deeper than he'd imagined. He pressed Wolfgang. "Is the situation resolved?" Wolfgang shot back, "No, it isn't." He steeled himself, suspecting those unorthodox groups would fight tooth and nail and refuse to back down. Wolfgang urged them to pitch a camp just out of sight and rotate watches. Certain the men lurked in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment. then told Goopa to find exactly where they'd set up camp. Worry shadowed Yong's face, but Huey cut in, steady and sure, promising it would be okay. Fear for his honeybee flared higher than anything else. They hunkered behind a boulder, eyes glued to the buzzing bees. The bees? Shockingly adorable, like tiny buzzing plush toys. Cloaked in faux fur, several of them launched themselves into the trunk. Soryong's heart leapt the moment he laid eyes on the golden-maned king bees. Hu Weiyun blurted she was seeing them for the first time too, eyes widening at their huge size and gasping at their cloud-soft fur. Sorry, Yang swooned at how adorable they were, and Wolfgang beamed with delight. Sorry, Yang clocked the colony's tiny scale, only a few hundred of them, which made sense given how massive each was. Huayun cut in and asked about colonies. Soryong leaned in and declared, a colony is a group of bees, and a small hive typically houses about 5,000 to 7,000 buzzing workers. Huayun's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe Soryong knew that without stepping into the hive. Soryong shot back that he'd simply gauged it by counting the steady tide of bees streaming in and out of the entrance. Out of nowhere, a figure loomed behind them. Pai stepped into view. He announced they'd pinpointed the unorthodox groups. Wolfgang snapped, where are they? Pai froze, breath snagging as doubt clawed at him. Just as Wolfgang expected, the groups had pitched camp on the opposite side. Calm on the surface, coiled to pounce the instant anything happened. Wolfgang bided his time until nightfall, then moved to harvest the honey with the Tang clan's method, and Soryong pressed him, eager to know how that technique worked. Wolfgang explained that burning mugwort leaves would billow calming smoke over the hives, lulling the bees so they could harvest the honey, and Soryong thought it was an excellent method. Alarm flared in Pai. Worry gnawed at him because a savage wind barreled straight at them, hurling their plan into chaos. Soryong's mind snapped. An idea struck him in an instant. Pai shot back, is that something clever? Soryong warned, the wind blowing toward us will drown out our scent. Seizing the chance, he bolted for the hive. He was already heading off when Huiyan snatched his shirt to stop him, warning it was dangerous because the golden-haired king bee was a mid-level venomous creature. Soryong couldn't wait. He ripped at Huayun's grip, insisting he'd just touch it once and come back. A lone pebble plummeted and it barreled toward the hive. Their blood ran cold. They knew instantly it was bad news. In an instant the hive erupted, the colony pouring out like a living storm. Huey fumbled a clumsy grab on Soryong and they bolted, only to catch a merciless scolding later for that reckless stunt. Dusk fell, and Soryong still wrestled with another approach. Ignite a fire into the wind and they'd be pinned, sandwiched between the rogue factions and the hive. The golden-haired king bee stood apart from every bee he knew. Its kind could pick up ground vibrations from over 30 kilometers away, a reach even ground bees couldn't match. Huey came up empty-handed tracking him. She mentioned that the kids they'd just finished their meal and were trying to slip away, but she ushered them straight to him. Sorry, Young thanked her. He coaxed the little ones to behave with a soft, steady voice. Huey slid in beside him, her sudden nearness setting his heart pounding and leaving him utterly flustered. She leaned in and asked if he'd made any progress. He admitted he still needed to observe a little longer, and she swallowed, owned up to pressuring him, apologized, and urged him to take his time and not carry the weight. Huayun cheered, and the pressure on Yang slammed down even harder. Huayun's gaze snapped to a noisy mob of monkeys on the opposite side of the old tree. Their shrieks shredded the air, and one jittered with fierce agitation. Yang blurted sorry at Huayan, then burst out, "Do you smell something sweet?" QA's sensors flared. It locked onto the scent. A jolt of clarity slammed into Sorry Young. It might be pheromones. Sorry Young yelled, "We have to get out now, the bees are about to swarm." Huey flung his grip aside and bolted. They vaulted skyward, tearing a wide gap between them and the hive. She grabbed Soryung by the armpits and held him there, both of them riveted to it. The hive erupted as a black tide of bees poured out, homing in on the fallen monkeys and ravenously feasting on their corpses. They dodged disaster by the skin of their teeth. Huiyan's curiosity exploded. How had Soryung already sensed the golden-haired King Bee's ambush and warned her before a single buzz ever pierced the air? He declared it was the scent. Huey finally sniffed out a faint trace of magnolia. Yang's jaw dropped as she zeroed in on the pheromone scent. He was completely floored. He leaned in, voice razor-sharp. "Did you recognize the earlier scent?" She inhaled sharply, eyes lighting up, and declared it smelled exactly like a magnolia bloom. The moment Soryung found the answer, a wild, maniacal cackle ripped from him. His hands landed on her shoulders, and a fierce blush flamed across Huayun's cheeks. So Ryong grinned devilishly and announced he'd hatched a plan to crush those unorthodox groups circling his honeybees. Men from different clans clustered around a roaring bonfire, letting their guards drop and bursting into raucous laughter as embers shot into the night. They slammed back liquor and tore into slabs of meat. One shot. "When will the Tang clan swoop in to gather the honey?" The other shrugged. Hard to say. 3 days ago, the Tang clan had scoured every corner, and now an eerie hush had fallen. Someone hissed they'd strike any moment, while another just shrugged and said, could be. Another man scoffed, incredulous that beehives could bring in that much money. He scoffed, snapped that the asker must have been living under a rock, and explained candles made from the golden-haired king bee's beeswax were imperial-only treasures. He figured the Tang clan would take the honey and leave, letting his side sweep up the remaining beehives. The men hatched sinister plans, poised to pounce the moment the Tang clan was wiped out. Someone spat out the name of the notorious poisoner, the 3 flowers of Murim, and they planted eyes on her to make sure she didn't die. She'd reveled in the idea ever since she was a beauty, and their lecherous streak showed plainly as they practically drooled at the thought. They laughed, teasing that one of them might be snatched up as the Tang clan's son-in-law. They froze when someone caught a scent on the wind. A pleasant scent drifted through the air, and one of them froze, convinced it was the poisonous flower's perfume. They were convinced her raw scent would floor you, just as intoxicating as that. A deafening blast ripped through the air and slammed their conversation to a halt. They snapped their heads up as something began to take shape in the sky. Panic exploded through them, brains fogging, as they realized a writhing swarm of golden-haired bees hovered before them. They bolted without a second thought, panic ripping through them like wildfire. A black tide of bees surged after them, and they screamed as the swarm dove in, stinging them relentlessly. The scent-making mixture lay splattered across the ground. It snaked like a trail. Soryong, Huayun, and Wolfgang crouched behind the bushes, peering through the leaves and tracking every move. Huayun and Wolfgang froze at work, jaws dropping as shock slammed into them. The bees surged in one direction. Huayun snapped, "What did you do?" He hadn't expected a flower's scent to rile them, and Soryong grinned, admitting he'd ordered a full-scale attack with one simple trick. Huayun gaped, stunned. Soryong had only crushed a few flowers and fruits, splattering their juices everywhere. Soryong snapped that the scent was the hair trigger, the signal that unleashed the attack order. He boomed that pheromones are chemical signals, animals of the same species unleashed to talk to one another, most famous in social insects like ants and wasps. Their entire operation hangs on those signals. Soryong unleashed the bee's attack alarm itself. Isoamyl acetate. Huawei cut in unprompted, eyes shining. "Do you mean magnolias release the same alarm scent bees use to signal an attack?" Fascination flooded him. Soryong's curiosity flared at her knack for sniffing out the scent. Huey explained the Tang clan's poison mastery had honed her nose to a razor edge. Perfect timing. While the golden-haired king bees thundered off on their attack, Soryong slipped into the hive and snatched the honey. They crept forward, Soryong clutching a makeshift incense swaddled in leaves. Wolfgang snapped a warning about the danger and stepped forward to take point. Everyone's jaws dropped at the hive's massive size. My jaw dropped as honeycombs dangled overhead, forming a colossal golden chandelier. A breathtaking sight exploded into view. The buzzing died away. With the bees gone, Soryong, Huayun, and Wolfgang slipped inside. Soryong's breath hitched. Something was wrong. Not a drop of honey remained. A burst of surprise hit Wolfgang as he peered at the honeycomb, inspected it, and realized it matched Soryong's prediction to the letter. It stood shockingly empty, a silence that screamed wrong. Soryong's stomach dropped as he discovered the hive contained no eggs either. Wolfgang shot out, "Is this why the hive's empty of honey?" And Soryong replied that the bees had been packing up to migrate from the very beginning. They devoured every stored drop of honey, stuffing it into their bellies, and he reckoned they'd caught wind of too many humans nearby and were gearing up to bolt. Huey blasted Soryong's claim that when bees prepare to migrate, they slam the brakes on egg-laying the moment they can't care for the larvae. Soryong's gaze snapped to something irresistibly intriguing. His eyes zeroed in on the bee's rear as it zipped away. Grinning wide, Soryong asked Wolfgang how long he could keep his mobility arts active without rest. Wolfgang replied that by pacing himself and running steadily, he could last about half a day, then tilted his head and asked why Soryong wanted to know. Pai exploded into view, breathless, yelling that the golden-haired bees were swarming back. They barked, "Soryong, get out now!" They bolted, Wolfgang urging Soryong to give up as Huey sauntered calmly to his side. She yanked his shirt and barked for him to hurry. A Pai panic erupted as someone screamed for everyone to scramble out fast. Something forced its way out of Soryong's chest. Time slipped away, and it was a hair's breadth near miss. Relief flooded Yuayun that they'd slipped away before the bees came back. But her words died when she froze and blurted, "What's on your chest, Soryong?" Soryong yanked open his clothes, and a tiny bee's head popped out. He proclaimed it the queen bee of the golden-haired king bees. No honey left. He raced to fetch the only person who could make more. The moment those words landed, the room snapped with fear. Faces went ghost white, sweat beading along their brows. The queen bee trilled an irresistibly cute buzz. Soryong's devilish grin split his face as he told Wolfgang the bees would soon notice their queen was missing and swarm after them. No fear. He glowed with delight, gently stroking the queen bee's head. He screamed, "Run!" and the life-or-death chase ignited. Wolfgang hoisted Soryong onto his back and they tore off at a breakneck sprint. The queen bee fussed like a tiny monarch. Yang soothed it, promising to spirit the queen away to a quiet refuge where no one would bother them. Only a few relentless days had passed since the honeybee race of death ignited. They hurled themselves past their limits, stealing sleep and unleashing every move of their mobility arts. Now they panted, drained of breath and strength. They reached their destination, yet a few Venom Blood Unit warriors had already lagged behind, and Ryong vowed he'd demand to be taught mobility arts the moment they returned. A warrior stumbled and crashed down. A comrade shouted that someone else had gone down. It was Huang Duryang of the Venom Blood Unit, sprawled half-dead, eyes rimmed with dark circles, snot and drool dripping from his slack mouth. Dark crescents rimmed Soryong's eyes, yet he dared to hope that once the queen bee drifted beyond the colony's reach, they couldn't launch an attack. Despair clawed at the gang as they begged Soryong if escape was even possible, and Soryong dodged the question with a cryptic shrug and an evasive half-smile. 3 days later, another warrior crumpled face first, choking out an apology to Soryong as his body betrayed him and refused to move. Yang's stomach dropped. Worry slammed her at the thought of Wolfgang. Huey wavered, torn, then snapped she'd shoulder Soryong herself. Sorry, Yang claimed he could run on his own, but Hu Wei-yun, gaunt and hollow-eyed, shyly swore she'd pull it off. She roared that a Tang clan member never surrenders. At the Tang clan's entrance, the air crackled with tension. 2 guards held their posts. They snapped their heads toward a lone figure closing in, and recognition slammed into them. She was their young lady. Hua-yun and Soryong propped each other up and pushed onward, and the guards froze, jaws dropping at the sight. Phones screamed to life as family members were called instantly. A commotion erupted, yanking Musi Yong and Chi Alson outside. They froze, stunned by the sight of the two before them. Huey looked ravaged, exhaustion etched into every line of his face. Chi Alson cradled Hua Yun's head in his lap and began healing her as rage boiled up and he demanded answers from Sori Yong. Sori Yong snapped that Hua Yun had simply burned out from using mobility arts 10 days straight, and pressed for time, hustled everyone toward the training grounds. Confusion slammed into Museong, until Soryong yanked. He plucked the queen bee from his clothing and barked that the other bees would swarm any moment, so they had to sprint to the ancient tree in the training grounds. Everyone froze in shock while Muxiang smirked at Soryang's antics. Chialsun gaped. He'd sent Soryang to fetch honey, and Soryang returned clutching the queen bee. Musi-yong anchored a steady, reassuring hand on Soryong's shoulder and vowed, "We'll go." Musi-yong rocketed into the sky, clutching Soryong as she screamed at the top of her lungs. Muse-yong shot forward in a blur. When Soryong screamed again, the old man snapped, "What's wrong?" Soryong yelled, warning him the bees were swarming straight toward them. Musi-yong locked onto the churning swarm and snapped at Soryong. "You bring all those bees?" They were almost at their destination, so they tore into a run. Soryong's body flailed to match the breakneck pace, muscles screaming, while Museong's vice-like grip anchored him like a lifeline. They finally reached the ancient tree. Soryong surged up to it and he declared to the golden-haired queen bee that this was the new home he'd mentioned. He eased the queen bee free, grinning. "Not bad, right?" And the queen bee answered with a soft, surprising buzz. A flash of understanding lit her eyes. She zeroed in on the tree and she whipped to Soryong, beaming a triumphant, "Told you so." And Soryong wondered if she actually liked it. Museong shoved urgency into his voice and urged them to fall back now. The bees were swarming in. Clan members stared up as a seething colony of bees darkened the sky, buzzing like a furious storm. The golden-haired queen bellowed, her voice tearing through the silence as she called. The bees surged toward the tree, a living storm of buzzing wings. Muxiang's jaw dropped. He blurted he'd never seen anything like it in all his years. Mission accomplished. We snatched the golden-haired queen bee, and moments later, dog-sized bees swarmed the sky, their thunderous buzz freezing everyone in place. They gulped sugar water. Exhausted bees lapped the sweet lifeline and felt their wings come alive after all. They say bonds are forged at a shared table, and goodwill ignites with the very first bite. They struck gold. This world actually had a refined sugar equivalent, and that discovery saved the day. Soryong pinned his hopes on the little feast to melt the bees' wariness, and maybe even make them see him as their master. Then he suddenly yelled he'd forgotten something, and Chielson and Mucheong narrowed their eyes, suspicion crackling as they demanded what. Soryong's voice trembled as he asked about Huiyan, every word soaked in nerves. Chielson bristled, annoyed that he had only thought of her now. He shot back that he'd sent others to carry Huayun to her mother's house to rest. Chielson demanded whether they'd really used mobility arts all the way from the forest to the house with bees trailing them. And Soryong's voice trembled as he admitted it and apologized. They clawed out just 4 hours of sleep each day, then tore through the rest of the day running. Realization slammed into Muxiong. He snapped at Soryong, demanding the names of the Venom Blood Unit's members. Soryong, sweat beading on his brow, choked out that the members had crumpled somewhere along the roadside. He swore he'd go fetch them, and finally the Venom Blood unit made it back home safe, collapsing into the arms of their families. Huayan snapped awake in her room, electric with energy, bolted upright as Soryong stayed rooted at her side. Huey growled, misery cutting his voice, that the golden-haired bees had recovered their strength. Ryong warned they were now siphoning venom-laced nectar from the poisonous flowers on Tangclan Mountain. Huey was inexplicably adorable. Then the door slammed open and someone barreled in, shrieking Soryong in a panic. Pai barked, "Get outside right now." He told Soryong, voice tight, that something was wrong with the golden-haired bees. They scoured the air like hunters, as if searching for something. Sorry, Yong and Huayun bolted outside. They strained to see what was happening. Bees exploded outward in every direction. Then they choked out sorry Yong and latched onto him. Suddenly they surged forward, yanking at his shirt. Soryung's head spun, watching their behavior. A sudden savage tug yanked him clean off his feet. Huayun's jaw dropped as a swarm of bees yanked Soryong into the air. Up there he hung like a hilarious ragdoll, legs locked straight and arms spread in a perfect T. At last the swarm shook him loose. Sorry Yong snapped at them, demanding to know why they were meddling with their hive. His stomach dropped. He suspected something was wrong. The bees jabbed him like tiny heralds, and the message clicked into place. They urged him inside. He swept his gaze and saw they'd already raised part of the hive and were feverishly hauling in honey. His gaze snapped to a bee streaking straight at him. Not just any bee, the queen herself. Soryong shot his hands forward, inviting the queen bee to hop on for a lift. He stood rooted as the swarm latched onto him, one even pinching his cheeks. He froze, eyes fixed on the queen bee, elegant and utterly adorable. And the author nailed her description. The queen bee shut her eyes and lunged straight for Soryong's mouth. Panic surged through him until the queen bee crashed a kiss on his lips and stole his voice. Something slid into his mouth and he gulped it down on instinct. The other bees peeled away from him, sliding off like a living cloak. The queen bee ripped her lips free, the kiss over. Young blurted, "Sorry," and his cheeks burst into crimson. Scarlet flooding his cheeks, he roared at the queen bee, shouting it was his first kiss and demanding, "What do you think you're doing?" Then Sorry Young's instincts screamed. Something was wrong. He crumpled to the ground as agony ripped through him. His mind slammed into one burning question. What had the queen bee fed him? To him, her face wore a maddening, mysterious expression. Massive bees hovered, eyes locked on Soryong as he writhed on the ground, a crimson aura crawling over him like molten heat. Discomfort gnawed at him, and an itch smoldered deep beneath his skin. The heat slammed into him, froth spilling from his mouth and nose as he ground his teeth and sweat poured off him, his heart hammering. Scalding heat licked his skin like flames, but he slowly stretched a trembling hand to touch the queen bee. With his last strength he rasped, "What did you make me eat?" And then he fainted. His eyes still sealed, he heard his name tear through the air. Hu Weiyun snapped at her grandfather, worry sharp in her voice, and Mu Xiong, fingers on his beard and decades in his gaze, declared he'd swallowed a dangerously potent elixir. On hearing that, Sorry Yang collapsed again, and Mu Xiong began guiding his Kai into him to help. Seconds later, Huey dove in with a warm towel, wiping his face clean. He sat on the bed, hair a wild mess, and demanded, "Where am I?" She replied, "You're in the clan's medical wing." She shoved a hand through her hair and said that when they saw him, golden-maned king bees were dragging him. She and her grandfather sprinted to the hive, found him crumpled and unconscious, and hauled him to the medical wing. She asked if he remembered anything that had happened. He exhaled a long, defeated sigh. He shoved a hand to his face, rattled as the memory of his first kiss in that world flared up, and Huey picked up the shadow in his expression and asked if he was okay, or if something was wrong with his body. She asked, "Do you want me to call my grandfather?" He stared down at his hands. He spun to the side and snapped, "No!" He said the queen bee had fed him the exact same food she ate and blamed it for the whole mess. So Huayun, eyes alight with curiosity, demanded to know what he'd eaten. He shrugged, admitting he didn't know the exact name, but if pressed, he christened it the king bee's elixir. Huayun's jaw dropped. Flashing a grin, he announced that worker bees sprint out to gather nectar and pollen to feed themselves, and only the workers devoted to that labor actually eat it. She snapped, "If that's true, what does the queen bee eat?" He shrugged and dropped the truth. The queen survives only on the king bee's elixir, made by the workers and fed to her from birth to death. So the jelly she forced him to eat was royal jelly. Huey completely blew it. This is the queen bee's exclusive food for her whole life. Sorya Yang gasped, revealing the king bee's elixir hides a shocking effect that left her reeling. He exploded with the fact that worker bees live only a month and a half while the queen, consuming the king bee's elixir, can live up to 60 times longer. He blurted, "Isn't that incredible?" And she, buried in facts, snapped, "Calm down." It hit her like a tidal wave. She exhaled, admitted she understood. The mystery snapped into place, and she explained the internal cultivation method he practiced. This is the 5 Venoms return technique, a starter move, so he can't siphon the elixir's full power. But the golden-haired king bee's honey packs 2 months' worth of internal energy. He devoured 60 times that power. 10 years' worth of internal energy. Then she grinned and congratulated him on his lucky encounter. Drilling 10 years' worth of internal energy, Soryong felt a faint surge of power ripple awake inside him. Huayun's fingers fidgeted through her hair, voice trembling as she suggested he inspect the silver mirror afterward. Her cheeks flamed as she snapped her eyes away and murmured that the queen bee's elixir might have other effects. Curiosity burning, he blurted, "What other effects are there?" He scraped a hand across his face, doubt flickering in his eyes, and asked about the silver mirror. He snatched up the mirror, locked his gaze on his reflection and froze. His skin was eerily smooth, so flawless even shone. Still examining himself, he wondered if royal jelly always packed a punch like this. His hand shot to his face. Surprise slammed into him as he tried to fight. Her fingers slid across his skin and stopped. Silk soft, shockingly smooth like a woman's. Fingers pressed to his face, he realized the royal jelly, the queen bee's food, had triggered brutal side effects, and cold panic flooded him at the thought he might have turned into a girl. He scanned the room, hunting for any sign that would crush the doubt gnawing at him. Then he shoved his head between his pants and he crashed to the ground, releasing a long, ragged sigh as pure relief surged through him. He hadn't lost his most precious possession. Lying on the ground, he replayed Huiyun's warning that if her grandfather hadn't guided his Kai, disaster would have struck, and realized he owed her grandfather his life, because he'd been on the brink of death until that guidance saved him. He bursts out of the medical wing and he cut through the clan, feeling 100 eyes pin him down with strange looks, and he wondered, had his internal energy just spiked? The stares and whispers gnaw at him, so he decides to escape. He bolts, sprinting away as others laugh. He bursts through the doors of the clan's restaurant. A figure sneaks a furtive peek through the door. He freezes. There sit his father-in-law, his future wife, his mother-in-law, and the old man, sharing a meal. His mother-in-law zeroes in on him, a delighted smile blooming as she gushes about how handsome her son-in-law is. She leans in and asks how he's feeling. He forces a smile, greets them, insists he's fine, and apologizes for making them worry. His mother-in-law, eyes gleaming, proclaims it's fine. A lucky encounter like that calls for a celebration. She needles her daughter, teasing that she's jealous of Soryong's skin, and the daughter, crimson with embarrassment, hurriedly invites him to sit. Soryong's cheeks burn as he forces out an embarrassed nod. He slides into his seat at the massive banquet table as laughter roars, goblets clash, and everyone revels in the raucous feast. His father-in-law asks if he's feeling well after everything that happened. He insists he's fine and apologizes again for causing concern. He pours out his thanks to his grandfather for looking after him. Muxiang beams and congratulates him on such a lucky encounter. Curiosity crackling on every face, his father-in-law leaned in and asked, "Can you explain what happened?" He admits he only caught a whisper about the queen bee's elixir from wine, and now he's demanding the whole story. He falters, raking his fingers across his face, but it finally reveals the golden-haired queen bee fell for her new home and repaid his kindness. Gesturing wildly, he claims she dragged him into the hive and forced the king bee's elixir down his throat, which he swears unleashed all the chaos. His mother-in-law's eyes flash with delight, marveling that even mid-level venomous creatures can show gratitude. Muxiang, equally stunned, bursts out asking if there's any way to get the king bee's elixir again. He insists that if they could pull it off, the clan would gain immeasurably. Kaleson points out that even honey from the golden-haired bees would be a priceless prize, but the queen bee's elixir would be a blessing beyond measure. His mother-in-law, practically buzzing with excitement, agrees and spins to her son-in-law. "Can you fetch more of the elixir?" She exploded into ecstatic energy, leaving everyone at the table frozen and baffled. Quan leans in and asks if he can fetch more of that elixir. Sorry Yang hesitates, jaw tight as he weighs the risk. If they were ordinary bees, they'd crank out multiple queen cells and trick the worker bees into flooding them with royal jelly. Those intelligent golden-haired bees would descend and spin them into hives in an instant. Beside, royal jelly is baby food churned out by worker bees. But the batch he devoured came straight from the queen herself. Suspicion claws at him. What he ate might not even be the same substance. He hesitates, torn over whether to be honest, then finally blurts that he thinks getting any more of the elixir would be impossible. Museong and his mother-in-law burst out, demanding to know why it couldn't be done. Soryong admits that even if someone could swallow it, he can't imagine anyone wanting it. Curiosity blazing, Kaleson snaps, "Does it taste awful or just smell weird?" His voice turned razor steady as he shot back. "It's not about the taste or the smell." Icy sweat clinging to his skin, he chokes out that the king bee's elixir is born in the queen's mouth. The only way to get it is to lock lips with her, her tongue delivering the potion. Gasps ripped through the room. Muxiang screamed in disbelief. "A kiss on the queen bee's mouth?" His mother-in-law stood frozen, speech caught in her throat. Kalison staggered, shock exploding into a brutal truth. The elixir was out of reach for them. Only the protagonist, the queen bee's favored, could claim it. What he'd pulled off would be impossible for anyone else. His fiancée, though, was already piecing together exactly what had happened. She flings her chopsticks aside, outraged, and demands a kiss on the mouth. A terrifying, murderous glare burned across her face as she spat his name, hinting he'd kissed the queen bee. Night swallowed the land, the moon set the river aglow with molten silver, and somewhere a temple brooded in the dark. Someone with a hand mapped by scars scanned the landscape. The leader of the Muram alliance loomed like a war god. The Emperor of the Fist, Ju Young-hak. Lost in thought, a knock split the quiet as someone announced they'd brought tea. Young-hak snapped out of his trance and beckoned them inside. A beautiful servant swept in with a tray and told him she'd brewed white dude tea from Zishan. Young-hak's curiosity snapped awake, surprise flickering across his face. He planted himself at the tea table, reminding her the leaves were from his hometown. As the servant poured the cup, she said she already knew. It was the famous Zixian tea. And the Emperor thanked her, resolved to savor every sip. He lifted the cup of tea and the maid's gaze snapped to him, tracking his every move. He poised the cup to his lips, the first sip trembling on the brink. A sharp knock shattered the alliance leader's tea session. Genju, the military advisor, stood at the door. The Emperor set his cup on the table, brow furrowing, asked what he was doing at this hour, then waved him inside. Genju, a long-haired man, swept into the hall, dropped to a reverent bow before the Emperor, and apologized for interrupting him. A jaw-dropping handsome man burst in, declaring they'd received a message from the Tang Situant clan, and insisting the Emperor be told immediately. The Emperor flashed a calm smile and waved off the interruption, telling him not to worry about the tea session. Seeing him rush in, breathless and hurried, he knew it must be something important. John charged forward toward the Emperor slammed a blood-red scroll onto the table, declaring that Rakshasa of the Bloody Hand, Takun Yong, was dead, his head severed by the Tang clan, who seized the Bloody Hand's secret manual of poisonous art. Rage exploded in the Emperor. He seized the teacup and smashed it into jagged shards, his fist clenched, his whole body trembling with rage as he burned to know where and how they'd gotten the manual. Yunga casually dropped that Taikun Young had earlier been struck down by the divine sovereign of myriad poisons, vanished without a trace, and was rumored to have retreated to Hainan Island to live in seclusion. Beaming with excitement, he told the Emperor there was a far more thrilling story than this. Whispers exploded through the court. A young warrior and his poisonous creatures had slain Takun Yong, and the Emperor stood stunned. He'd never imagined anyone could command living poison. The young man sat before the Emperor and declared he'd heard countless thrilling tales. This one, he swore, would captivate even the ruler. He squared his shoulders to explain every detail. But the servant pinned him with an intense, suffocating stare that seemed to squeeze the breath from the room. In the Tang clan's patriarchal hall in Sichuan, everyone jammed around the table. Soryang, Huoyun, her mother, and the great patriarch. One elder slammed the question. Was it true some had been selling secrets to outsiders? The other elder exploded, fury roaring. He couldn't accept anyone tarnishing the climb. Riang leaned in and whispered, confusion flickering through him as everyone recoiled from uttering a harsh word to his father-in-law, and Huiyan only smiled, saying it was normal. The patriarch's eyes flashed. He knew they dared to tarnish the clan's honor. The collateral branch elders seethed too. They were family. He'd already demanded an investigation, and he swore he'd go to Yingshu himself. An elder shoved his hand forward, demanding to know which poison the patriarch would unleash. The patriarch smirked and coldly listed the sequence. Soul-destroying first, blood-burning next, and intestine-necrotizing last. Poison. His eyes glittered with malice. When they writhed in agony until their blood burned, their organs melted, and as their souls began to dissolve, he finished them with the 7-step soul-snatching poison, leaving Riyong stunned, because this was an assassin's signature, a cocktail of poisons. The patriarch decided to bolt on the spot, pointed at one of his aides, and ordered the poison annihilation unit summoned, and the aide snapped to attention and nodded. Moments later, the poison annihilation unit swept into formation in front of the temple. Hooded men in masks closed in while the patriarch urged his son-in-law to take care of himself and vowed he'd return soon. Sorry. Yang dropped into a respectful bow and urged his father-in-law to stay sharp. The patriarch blinked, puzzled, then insisted it was their enemies who needed to be on guard. Kaelson and the poison annihilation unit charged out, hell-bent on punishing those bastards. Soryong jabbed a finger at the men and snapped, "Are they the poison annihilation unit?" He hadn't seen them since he'd arrived, and Huey offered a reluctant, clipped, Yes. She grinned and said their job was mostly erasing people, hence the poison annihilation unit, leaving our boy stunned, questioning if killing could really count as hard work. Their guard down, a sudden cough ripped through the silence. The Tang clan elders materialized. Sori Yong and Hua Yun dropped into reverent bows, and the elders leaned in, asking if the boy had stumbled into a fortuitous encounter. Sorry. Yong dipped his head in a sharp nod as a burning question struck him. He couldn't tell if these people were hunting the royal jelly of the golden-haired queen bees. Reality hit us from a slightly different angle. The elders fidgeted, taut with nerves. They'd come to ask him for a favor. Sorry, Yang, curiosity flaring, asked what they wanted. He fired off, "Is the favor about the royal bees?" And the elders froze, panic lighting their faces as they flatly refused. There was no reason they'd covet such a thing. Curiosity ignited in Sorry Yong, and the elders' faces burned with shame. One of them closed in on our boy and hissed for him to lean his ear closer. Whispering, the elder asked if Soryong remembered the ground beetle medicine. Our boy had forged it and wielded authority over it. A grin blossomed on Soryong's face. He ripped the medicine from the ground beetle and flung it into a flashy juggling trick, struggling to find his place in the clan, but ready to repay any help the elders offered. They burst into laughter and vowed to help their son-in-law from now on, while Hu Weiyun felt a quiet sting of disappointment. The great patriarch burst from the temple and stopped dead to see the elders doubled over, roaring with laughter. Our boy was poised to hand over the ground beetle medicine when the great patriarch chirped cheerfully, "What are you all talking about?" Panic slammed into them, and then they exploded into a flashy dance to bury the lie, calling it a friendly get-together, and it stuck. The great patriarch fell for it, certain they'd finally recognized Soryong's true worth. A sting of disappointment hit Quan, and fury simmered beneath the surface, ready to explode. One of the men hurled the door open and bellowed about a dire problem. Curiosity crackled through the room, and the great patriarch demanded, "What happened?" Pai dropped the bomb. Lord Situan teetered on death's doorstep. The room erupted into shocked panic, and Soryong snapped, asking if he'd been using the medicine correctly. Pai's confirmation slammed down like a verdict. Seeing the medicine take hold, Situan snatched a new concubine and downed more than twice the dose Soryong had suggested. Our boy broke into a cold sweat at the thought of the fallout. A prick of disappointment hit the great patriarch, and he marched off to see with his own eyes. Soryong stood as the only man left in the house, so they shoved the duty of guarding the women into his hands. Our boy gripped his arm, whispered goodbye, and stepped up to shoulder the responsibility. The great patriarch strode off, and Soryong held his calm, convinced nothing could happen while they were away. Hours later, night rolled in as Soryong and Huiyan sat on a bench. She asked how the dual origin art of the 10 poisons he'd been learning was going, and he shot back that it wasn't nearly as hard to grasp now as when he'd first started. If the 5 poison return moved like one massive orb inside him, the 10 poison dual origin art roared like a twin-cylinder engine. Huayun snapped to it. The boy must have built up a tolerance to common poisons. He revealed he could unleash his internal energy directly, or infuse it into objects. Yong stood speechless, intrigue igniting like wildfire in his chest. A wildfire of impatience ravaged him. He had to unleash his new technique now. They lashed a straw effigy. Sorry Young hissed through clenched teeth, yanked a dagger from its sheath, and he snapped his eyes shut and plunged into razor-sharp focus. An emerald surge of energy erupted from his body, crackling with raw, unstoppable power. Step 1. Channel the internal energy from left to right, then whip both orbs to rotate in the same direction. Kai energy roared through his veins, his eyes snapped open, and he hurled the dagger at the straw dummy. The dagger darted forward, a silver bolt ripping through the air. It pierced the straw dummy like tissue paper, with laughable ease. Soryong beamed as his fiancée praised him for pouring his Kai into the dagger. The blade crackled with power and buried itself in the wall inches from 2 masked men, who froze, convinced they'd been exposed, and lunged to eliminate the pair. They caught sight of the straw dummy and it slammed into them. It had all been a coincidence. One of them clutched a book, the Blood Hand Poison Art Secret Manual, a copy. And with their task complete, they bolted from here at once, racing to return before anything troublesome happened. They thought that the Tang clan's guards were idiots for leaving the training hall wide open, so escaping would be a cakewalk. Suddenly, the air exploded with a pink aroma, spilling out and racing through everything. A sweet scent slid into the air, snapping every man rigid. None of them could tell where it came from. The queen bee loomed overhead, pinning them with an icy stare that instantly marked them as intruders. Rain hammered down as screams suddenly ripped across the area. Soryong froze, shock pinning him silent as the world tilted. And across the way, Huiyang snapped his head toward the screams and realized someone was here. They turned toward the bushes and spotted 3 men in ninja garb. 2 crouched in shadow while 1 stood exposed. Then the queen bee lunged at the standing man, who gaped in confusion because he had no idea why a bee was in the training wing. And Sari, Yang, and Huyan watched and instantly knew they were intruders. Rage burned in Huyan's eyes as she launched herself at the intruders, shouting for Soryang to fire the arrow. She moved so fast she kicked up a trail of dust, and Soryang slammed his arms over his face in surprise. He had no idea what she was planning. The queen bee latched onto an intruder's ear. He clutched her, tears streaming, pleading with the others to pry her off him. One of the ninjas spun towards Soryang, saw Huyan approaching, panicked, and barked the order for his companions to retreat. The queen bee latched onto the intruder, the other two leapt free and scattered, and Quan sprinted after them, yelling for them to stop. Spying the two intruders trying to bolt, determination surged through her and she drew a whip. She slammed the ground with every ounce of strength, ripping a small explosion from the earth as the intruders vaulted aside and dodged the blast. Her eyes snapped wide with shock as she realized they'd evaded her lash. The man, under attack by the queen bee, ripped his sword free and charged at her. She clung to his head, and yes, it was hopelessly adorable. Panic ripped through Yang. He erupted into a desperate shout, begging Lady Huan to be careful. As the queen sucked his head dry, he detonated a devastating counterattack. His jaw dropped as Huey casually snapped the attack aside with her whip, then fixed the man with a piercing knife-edge stare. He didn't even have time to react. She struck back so fast the whip was hissing inches from his face before he could register it. A burst of energy detonated against the man's body, hurling the queen bee away, and after she felled her opponent she flowed forward with lethal grace and materialized right behind him. The man crumpled and crashed to the ground. Soo-young gaped, worry flickering for her. She turned to him with a calm expression and told him not to worry. She was fine. Evil energy spewed from the man's body, racking him with brutal pain. The queen sat on Soryang's shoulder as Soryang's gaze locked on the writhing figure and panic flooded him. He had no idea who the man was or if he was even alive. Huyan tucked her whip into her clothes, and the strange energy pulsing from the man snagged her attention. She fell silent, a curious spark igniting in her eyes as she watched. In seconds he dropped dead, and she revealed he'd bitten down on poison to kill himself, obviously to bury whatever secret he was hiding. Nearby, someone caught wind of the intruders and bellowed a warning that roused the guards. Huayun spun around, rallied a pursuit team and unleashed the hunt. Our boy broke into a sweat, stunned by her attitude, and she told him to follow her with Goopy, leader of the Venom Blood Unit. Night swallowed the sky as torches speared the darkness, turning the forest into a sea of trembling firelight. Soryang, P, and several other clan members tore through the forest after the intruders, P charging at the front with a hard-set jaw, sure they hadn't gone far and barking one command: capture them at all costs. The others moved like they had endless energy, but Soryang was running on fumes. Sweat beaded on his brow as he wrung every ounce of power from his two-cylinder engine. He slammed his foot into the ground. He smashed it to pieces, his body plunging into the ground as he howled like a madman, tiny centipedes spilling from his clothes. Then he spun around, confusion written on his face, and asked if he was okay. Soryang ripped a massive hole in the ground, and Pai and the others broke off chasing the intruders to rush to the pit and haul him out. He scrambled free, breathless, and thanked them, convinced he was done for. He snapped his head back as something snagged his attention. Beneath him, a writhing mass of green snakes fixed him with unblinking stares. Sweat poured down Soryang's face, and fear exploded inside him as he realized it was a snake nest. He zeroed in on the snakes, warning they swarm wherever Yinkai runs strongest, especially this season. And seeing them unusually aggressive, he barked at Soryang to stay razor alert. Sweat drenched Young as fear slammed into him. One of the snakes flung its jaws wide, poised to strike. To him this was baffling. Tiger-striped water snakes almost never got this hostile. Black clouds choked the sky. Soryang owned up to the delay. He'd spotted the coming rain and shoved everyone to move fast, and the other man spun around, convinced Soryang was right. They tore off again, determined not to let the intruders slip from sight. Not far off, a light sliced through the darkness. Pete spun to Soryang and barked, "We found them!" Rage exploded in the masked men as they realized they were cornered in a dead-end alley. A rocky mountain loomed behind them. Thunder split the sky, and P and the others surged in to encircle them. They plunged their hands into their coats, the signal that the escape was over. Soryang stood silent as a man across the way locked his stare on the intruders and barked for the ring to close. Unit Venom Blood yanked their blades free, and the masked men mirrored them in a heartbeat, steel flashing as weapons slid from their sheaths. Unit Venom Blood charged at them, poised to strike. As the sword-wielding man closed in, two men hurled kunai and a ninja's dagger flashed up, deflecting them mid-flight. He erupted forward with brutal force. Steel screamed as his sword slammed into the ninja's daggers, and they snarled, furious at how impossibly strong he was. One of the ninjas lunged and smashed a savage kick into the man's face, sending his weapon clattering free as they barked for him to get out of their way, and the Venom Blood Unit member froze, panic surging through him. While the ninjas were distracted, something streaked toward them at breakneck speed. It was P. He lunged for a surprise strike, but the ninja dropped into a low crouch and slipped the blow. He stilled himself, eyes razor-focused as the ninja hopped backward in quick measured jumps. But P unleashed his triple mirage kill and hurled his kanai straight at the ninja. A kanai hurtled at the ninja, detonated mid-air, and burst into 3 razor kanais that shot outward. The sight punched the wind from him. Words died in his throat. Then he shot his arms up like lightning and blocked 2 daggers. One of them skewered his shoulder, lodging deep as agony ripped through him. He clamped his hand over the wound, stalked closer, and sneered, "Lucky bastard." 2 ninjas lay crumpled and only one remained standing, wounded and wavering as P and the others closed in. He should count himself lucky the rain had diluted the poison on P's kunai. He locked onto the ninja, his eyes igniting with white-hot fury. A laugh ripped through the air at the sight of so many pitiful insects gathered together. P and the others froze in their tracks, confusion flickering across their faces. He snapped to attention, gaze hard as steel, and demanded, "Who are you?" A figure plummeted from the top of the rocky mountain, slamming down before the ninja and smashing the earth into jagged shards. An old bearded man twisted his lips into an evil grin and locked a murderous stare on Soryong and the others. The instant he felt that surge of energy, he snapped to attention, revealing himself as a martial arts master and barking for his men to fall back. A poisonous aura poured off the old man's body. He hauled himself upright, a crooked grin splitting his face as he stalked straight toward them. He barked, "Did you recover it?" And the ninja shut his eyes, slid a book from under his clothes, and admitted it wasn't the original, but a copy recorded by the Tang clan. Soryong's gaze snapped to it, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. His eyes snapped wide as the great patriarch's warning, that only wicked people dared touch that book, hit him. He locked onto the volume and, in a heartbeat, knew it was the same forbidden copy his grandfather had been reading. They'd trussed up one of the ninja's bodies. Sorium, sitting beside P, hissed that the book was a copy of the Blood Hand Poison Art's secret manual, and P's face tightened with surprise. Rage flared in his eyes. He ground his teeth shut. The ninja thrust the book into the old man's hands. The old man cracked it open and read with a sinister smile. The ninja's fist tightened with burning anger because he couldn't imagine who would dare covet something so sinister, and he wanted the old man to reveal his identity. A grin split the old man's face as he flicked through the pages, just like he'd suspected. The copy showed only the technique's forms, stripped of the critical formulas, yet it was more than enough. He snapped the book shut, a touch premature, but nothing screamed their return louder. He authorized the ninja called Bloody Glory to unleash the martial arts of cultivation, and ordered him to leave no one alive. Blood-slicked knuckles popped as he flexed them, eyes blazing with iron resolve as he swore to carry out the order. A companion's corpse lay at his side. He shot his hand toward it and funneled every ounce of focus into it. Red energy detonated from his palm. Within heartbeats, the corpse spat a geyser of blood straight at his hand. His eyes bulged with terror when he recognized the man's technique. On the other side, Soryong clutched his head, unable to believe the horror he'd just witnessed. The ninja's eyes flared to life, a cold grin sliding onto his face as he siphoned the corpse's blood up through his palm. In a heartbeat, the kunai wedged in his shoulder clattered to the ground. His wound snapped shut, healed completely, and the old man's smile unfurled into a feral, unhinged grin. He forged a crackling orb of energy in his palm, eyes burning with malice as he proclaimed himself Lord Guchinek, the blood cult's elder, the Bloodhawk Daggerclaw. Soryong gritted his teeth and whipped his kunai free. Gooch and Ak locked onto him, realizing he was in prime condition as drool began to ooze from his mouth. He licked his lips and his eyes blazed. He hadn't tasted the pure blood of the young in ages. Rain hammered down as Guchinak slid the book under his coat, grinned, and snapped an order to Hylian to capture them. Nothing was more prized to reclaim than the pure blood of a young person. And the ninja nodded. Both of them tore forward, charging straight at Soryong and the others. He yanked out his kunais, nerves blazing and determination carved on his face, then barked to his men. Unleash the 5-position annihilation formation. Do not let them reach Soryo. Gooch and Ak leaped as his body pulsed with suffocating energy. He cackled like a madman, daring P to stop him, and every eye slammed onto him, instantly on high alert. Guchinek channeled his power into a devastating strike, detonating a massive explosion that ripped the ground into jagged pieces. He realized the danger and shouted for Soryong to be careful. Rocks blasted outward, and Soryong slammed his arms in front of his face to shield himself from the barrage. A shadow slid behind Soryong as the ninja clamped a hand on his neck and fixed him with a piercing gaze. He clamped a rear-naked choke on Soryong, his eyes blazing as he growled for him to stay still. The elder wanted to take his pure blood. Breath by breath, Soryong began to suffocate, his breaths growing shallow as his face drained to a sick, shocking blue. With his last strength, he snarled an order to his children. Tiny centipedes burst out and swarmed the ninja, latching onto his wrists and neck until he was forced to release Soryong. The tiny centipedes lashed out with ferocious bites, absurdly adorable, and the ninja froze, confusion coiling in his gut. As the ninja strained to make sense of the chaos, someone hurled a kunai that hammered into his skull and lodged there, leaving Soryong stunned and disoriented. Tiny centipedes skittered back with Soryong as the ninja's body erupted in flames. He slammed his hands over his face and shut his eyes, stunned and clueless. A voice cut through the air calling Soryong. He spun around, his eyes snapping wide with pure joy. It was Huyan, the elder of the clan, and Wolfgang. Huyan had hurled the kunai. She snapped into deadly focus, and Wolfgang gnashed his teeth as something snagged their attention. Ensnared in the 5 poison annihilation formation, P and the others were blind to what was happening. P's men lunged at Guchanok, who clamped a hand on one man's throat and, smiling, unleashed malignant energy. P spun toward them, eyes wide and voice trembling, and revealed they were under attack by an elder from the blood cult. Huyan's eyes shot wide, shock and fear crashing into her. She couldn't believe the words she just heard. Panic seized her. She sprinted toward them and barked for everyone to assist Deputy Leader Goopy. Wolfgang fell in behind her and nodded, his gaze hardening as he ordered everyone to transform the 5 poison annihilation formation into the 9 poison formation annihilation. Guchinak cut a clan member down and flung the corpse to the dirt, but P and the others swarmed him, locking into the 9 poison annihilation formation. A victorious grin tore across Guchanak's face as he realized So Ryong was the one who shattered Takunyong's bloodhand poison claw. Malice flared in his eyes as he sneered at Takunyong, mocking bloodhand poison claw as an overrated name. The man it belonged to had been bitten to death by none other than centipedes. Wolfgang, fed up with the old man's attitude, barked to shut him up and revealed the old man was to be buried here. They heard it, and in an instant, excited grins split across Gooch's and Ack's faces. Madness consumed him. His body radiated a savage, malevolent energy as he sneered at Wolfgang and the others, daring them to try it if they had the guts. The battle erupted, and beneath a merciless downpour, flames clawed up from the battlefield. A clan member lay injured as Soryong tore a rag over his arm wound. Pain doubled him over and he writhed, while Soryong pleaded with him to hang on a little longer. Soryong bandaged the wound, worry knotting in his gut as their side began to falter and exhaustion crept through the ranks. Kuchinak seized a clan member by the neck, grinning as he unleashed his power and siphoned the man's blood. Alpi and the others grew even weaker, and the blood cult bastard surged back to life the moment he drained blood to recover. Guchinak lunged at Huyan, slamming her into the tree, and Soryam, mid-bandage, snapped to full alert. She crumpled to the ground, teeth clenched as pain racked her and she writhed. "Sorry, y'all," I blurted, then spun around, concern burning, and asked if she was okay. He sprinted to his future wife's side, hands clamping her shoulders as he asked if she was hurt anywhere. She lied, saying she was fine, then spat blood. She seized Soryong's hand, and curiosity shot through him. Exhausted, she begged her future husband to sprint back to the clan and rally reinforcements, admitting they weren't enough to defeat Guchinak. And Yang ground his teeth, fury boiling because she was right. Guchinak lunged again, siphoning the blood from another clan member and driving P and the others into a hasty retreat. Soryong stood frozen, utterly powerless in this battle. Wolfgang's voice cracked as he begged Soryong to race back with reinforcements for the clan. The elder vowed he'd somehow hold back Guchenak and shouted for Soryong to hurry. Soryong fixed them with a silent, piercing stare for a heartbeat, and desperation twisted his face as he agreed, swearing he'd be back as soon as possible, then admitted his mobility arts were weak, so he couldn't be sure he'd pull it off. A heartbeat before he could finish the sentence, Huyan slammed into him, crushing him in a hug with tears sparkled in her eyes, and a kind smile warmed her face as she said she trusted Soryong. He'd been training hard this whole time, and promised they'd hunt poisonous creatures together next time, leaving Soryong stunned. Hyen planted her hands on his shoulders and begged him to race back and fetch reinforcements from the clan. She burst out to bolster the others. Soryong stayed rooted, silence consuming him as his thoughts raced. Sadness pooled in his gaze. He spun back. This torment was driving him crazy. He launched into a blistering sprint back to the clan under the relentless downpour. He gasped, every breath a battle, and every step slammed down harder than the last. Sorry, I crashed to the ground. Centipedes burst from his clothes, skittering across his skin as the tiny creatures chattered. urging him not to give up. He steeled himself, shoved the tremor from his hands, then reached out and stroked one centipede's segmented back. Alarm flared. His mobility art at full throttle still demanded almost half a day. Most of the clan's experts were absent, and reinforcements wouldn't arrive in time. Rain slammed down even harder. Soryong fell into a silent watch, eyes locked as his mind raced through every possibility. A question screamed in his head. Why had they sent him to seek help unless, at the very least, they wanted to save him? His fist snapped shut, fury coiling. They saw him as the youngest, the weakest, someone to protect. Was this really what chivalry meant for martial artists? The patriarch's kind smile seared into his memory when he declared Soryong was now part of the family. And the word family echoed through his head. He'd never seriously entertained the idea. He was dead certain he still wasn't a member of the Tang clan from Sichuan. The heart-stopping memories he'd forged with them and Huayan and the others exploded into grins, their smiles frozen bright in the frame. A hand reaching out burst into his mind, and everyone already treated him like family. Heat flared in his cheeks. He stepped back and refused their hand. He alone believed he wasn't part of the family yet. Soryong cracked a smile. He reached out, fingertips brushing a centipede. Its surprising warmth shattered his fear. They were too warm-hearted to be a clan of assassins. He rocketed to his feet, his eyes, determination ignited in them. Time to save Mom. The centipedes trilled a tiny, adorable chorus, their happiness bursting out. Soryong exploded into a full-speed sprint, steel hardened in his gut. He'd storm hell itself to save them. He had to scramble for a plan. Those blood cult members could regenerate their energy. The forest pulsed with poison. Snakes coiled in the underbrush, frogs oozed toxin, and poisonous plants lurked with deadly sap. Soryong surged ahead, sprinting without pause, until he slammed to a halt. Before him, a writhing nest of snakes coiled and hissed. He went silent, carving a plan in his mind as the nest before him writhed with venomous snakes, each gaze a razor. A single centipede snapped awake at the creature's approach, rage erupting through its armored coils. Locking eyes with the centipede, Soryong flashed a confident grin and told it not to worry. He'd be fine. He ripped the centipedes from his clothes and slammed them onto the ground. One lay asleep, the other two wailed. They sprang into action at once. Soryong left the centipedes in his wake and charged straight for the snake's nest. He plunged inside in an instant, yanking every snake's gaze straight onto him. A confident smile cracked across his face. Wrapped in spicy fabric, he vowed to settle this on his own terms. Blood-stained and nicknamed the flower snake, they lured you with an adorable face while hiding the lethal fangs of true vipers. Soryong plunged into the snake's nest, and in seconds dozens of venomous snakes swarmed him, coiling tight and sinking fangs into his hands and legs. Unlike venomous snakes with hook-shaped fangs up front, these snakes had tiny venomous teeth backed by the molars, so injecting venom was clumsy and hit or miss, yet their toxin made them the most poisonous terrestrial snakes in East Asia. Sweat beaded on Soryong as he smiled and dared them to bite him harder. A serpent sank its fangs into his hand. His gaze locked on the bite as he gritted his teeth against the searing pain. Their venom outmatched a black mamba's, but the Tang clan's internal energy control technique would let him resist the poison, so he'd be fine for now. Panic rippled through the little centipedes as they poked their heads out and cried for their father. "Sorry." Yong's voice rang steady. "Don't worry. Stay calm. I'll be out of the snake's nest soon." Soryong's eyes shot wide. Surprise exploded the moment something snagged his focus. Snake bites crawled across his hand and arm. Staring at them, he told himself this had to be enough. He pivoted his head, a cool, unreadable calm settling on his face, and chose to walk away from this place. Suddenly his limbs locked. His eyes snapped wide in stunned confusion. Soryong looked down and froze. Snakes had coiled around his legs, shock slamming through him. He hadn't expected it. He ground his teeth as panic exploded through him. This wasn't part of the plan. To his surprise, tiny centipedes cascaded into the snake's nest and blanketed his head and shoulders, leaving him oddly stunned that it was adorable. A tiny centipede snapped into fury and unleashed a savage roar, and Soryong's gaze pinned it as bewilderment flooded his eyes. One snake locked eyes with the centipede and spat a razor hiss, fanning the tiny centipede's blazing fury. Patience wearing thin, the tiny creature leapt off Soryong's head, sank its teeth into the snake, and, eyes blazing, slammed its body into the ground, leaving Soryong reeling in shock. The little centipede lunged, clamped down on the other snake, and the two erupted into a savage clash. Soryong stared, glued to the chaos, bewildered and clueless about what was happening. In a heartbeat, the tiny centipede tore through the snake and sent it crashing, its eyes sparking with joy as a grin split its face, and Soryong couldn't help but thank it for driving the other snakes away. Soryong dropped into a crouch, felt the worry radiating from them, reached out and stroked the centipede's head, and a grin ripped across his face. A tiny centipede scrambled onto Soryong's head and curled up, dozing instantly. Soryong beamed and headed straight for Mom. Back in the battle, Huiyan staggered from exhaustion, yet her eyes blazed with fierce, unyielding determination. Many of the clan already lay fallen, and with several closing on Guchinak, he grabbed another by the neck, and using his power, siphoned off his blood to restore himself. Huey knew better than anyone that at this rate, everyone was going to die. Foam bubbled from the man's mouth as Guchinak latched onto his neck and began siphoning his blood. His eyes ignited into a fierce gleam and a wicked grin split his face as he declared, "This is child's play!" Drained and slick with sweat, he ground his teeth as Guchinak sneered, "Is there no one left who can stand against me?" Huyen snapped her whip free, refusing to run. She steeled herself to fight, praying Soryong had escaped unharmed. She planted her feet like bedrock and barked, "Don't lose sight of Guchinak. Keep as much distance as you can." Then, with the rain about to stop, ordered another signal sent to the nearby warriors. A man nodded, and Guchinak couldn't stop a smile from tugging at his lips. An elder stepped forward, fixing Huan with a sincere, unblinking stare, and told him to fall back with Soryong. Her eyes snapped wide in shock, and without a second's hesitation she flatly refused. The clan's men burst into a furious argument. No one would let a direct descendant of the Tang clan slip away alone, abandoning her clanmates while they fought. If they couldn't save her, they'd never face the patriarch. Bukanek folded his arms and stayed stone silent. They ordered Huan to flee at once, but she stood her ground, refusing to abandon the clan, and Gusinak's patience began to snap. He snapped enough, locked his gaze on Huiyan and the elder, and warned that if his toys escaped he'd be left drowning in boredom. A wicked grin tore across his face, impossible to hide. He pressed a hand to his chin and delivered the ultimatum. If Huan fled, he'd forge the Tang clan into Helsons, and he demanded a thunderous greeting to announce the blood cult's return. The elder's jaw snapped shut when he heard it, realization erupting. That bastard wasn't going to let a single one of them go. Qian snapped her whip free. Steel in her eyes, she vowed to wrench an arm from Gucci or Ak, even if it meant everyone's death. And the others nodded. She locked her gaze on Guchinek, and a slow grin split his face. Suddenly someone materialized behind them and snapped, "She was right. A clan member never leaves their own behind." Every head snapped toward it, and Huyan's jaw dropped as her eyes shot wide in stunned disbelief. It was Soryong, a confident smile curling at his lips as he strode toward them. The elder froze, words choking in his throat, and Huyan's gut clenched with a nameless dread at Soryong's return. Soryong ripped the tiny centipedes from his skin, shut his eyes, told them to wait here, and vowed again. The Tang clan never surrendered and never left its members behind. He ripped his shirt off in one explosive motion. His eyes blazed with fierce resolve, shouting that he too belonged to the Tang clan. He slammed down the lines of his kunais and a challenger lunged at Guchinak, and the man watching cracked into an excited grin. A surge of panic gripped Huyang as he pleaded with Soryong not to do it. Guchinak coiled to strike. He'd spared Soryong once, and now Soryong had stumbled back unaided. Gu thought him an idiot. Sorry, Yang launched himself at him, poised to strike. Hyewon's jaw dropped as Guchinek, with terrifying ease, wrapped his hand around Soryong's throat. Joy flared in his eyes as he shot out his hand, grinning when he saw Soryong willing to give him his blood. He pressed his palm to Soryong's abdomen, leaned in to taste the blood, and Soryong's jaw snapped shut. Soryong yanked his arm up and shoved the strike aside, and Guchinak plunged his power in, starting to siphon Soryong's blood. Guchinak's evil grin curled as he sneered, "Idiot, Soryong," then snarled that blood also coursed through the arms. He thrust his arm out and began siphoning Soryong's blood through it. White-hot agony ripped through him. Hwanin Pi erupted into panic. Fear clenched her chest and concern flashed across her face as she barked, "Everyone, help Soryong!" While Guchinak methodically drained Soryong's blood, Pi and Huan sprinted toward them. Rapture surged through Guchinak as he savored a young man's blood again after so long. Just before Pi and the others could reach him, he slammed his foot into the ground. They ripped Soryong's body free and unleashed the blood-filled wave, ripping the ground apart and blasting everyone backward. Pi and the others were blasted backward, slamming into the ground. But Huyan reacted in time and caught Soryong. Power surged through Guchinak, and a chilling grin cracked across his face. They swarmed like flies, flinging hidden blades. But Soryong tore through them in one brutal sweep. Then he collapsed, and Fuyan rushed over, panic carved on his face, shaking him and begging him to wake. Guchinak, seized by gratitude, vowed to grant Soryong a painless death, then drew her into a tight hug and snapped that it wasn't going to happen. A ragged cough ripped from him. His eyelids clawed open as consciousness crawled back, and Huyan's gaze snapped to him. Thrul erupted from Guchinak's mouth, eyes blazing as he roared for every last detail of what Soryong had done. His hair tumbled like autumn leaves as age crept over him, terror flaring in his eyes when he realized this was the effect of an energy-dissipating poison. Bit by bit, his strength was siphoned away and his body trembled. This couldn't be. His cult's internal energy techniques were supposed to resist any energy-dissipating poison. He slammed his hands over his face and snapped. Nothing made sense. He had to know who the hell Soryong was. A grin cracked across his face as he eased himself down and he jabbed a finger and outed himself as Huiyan's natural enemy. Seeing Soryong unharmed hit Huiyan with a rush of relief. The poison clawed deeper and Guchenak shook with raw terror. He couldn't fathom that a mere child had defeated him. Energy drained from Soryong. With his last strength he pinned Huiyan with a tired gaze and unveiled something that made her eyes snap wide and left her frozen in shock. Guchenak's stare pinned Soryong, rage igniting in his eyes as his teeth clenched and sweat beaded. He had no idea what Soryong had done to his body. Panic surged through him. Ever since he'd let Soryong's blood course through his veins, it refused to obey his will. He stepped forward, ripping the veil away to reveal the blood cult's domination sitting just within his grasp. Madness seized him. He sprinted straight at Soryong, roaring that he couldn't collapse here. His composure shattered. He snarled and launched himself at Soryong to kill. Huiyan yanked out her whip, clenched her teeth, and snapped into full alert, every nerve screaming this had gone lethal. At the last heartbeat before Gusenak could reach her, she lashed out, her whip cracking like a thunderbolt. A rope snapped around his neck, cinching tight and sending searing pain through him. Her eyes snapped wide and she froze speechless. She couldn't believe her attack had struck true. Gusenak seized the whip with both hands and heaved, every muscle roaring as he fought to wrench himself free, while a ghostly, shadowed martial artist like him failed to dodge her attack. Fuchinex's eyes flared to life. Spittle dripped from his mouth as rage detonated through him. He didn't know what Soryong had done to his blood art, and even grinding his bones to dust and swallowing them wouldn't be enough to restore him. Rage ripped through him as he sprinted at Soryong like a man possessed, swearing he'd kill them all and bellowing that the blood cult had returned. Huey and Shi's eyes snapped wide with concern. She gripped the whip, fury blazing on her face, and barked at the old man to shut up and die. Before Gusenak could take another step, she cracked her whip and tore his head clean off. His head snapped forward and toppled down beside the pea. His stare locked on it as bewilderment flooded his eyes. A triumphant grin exploded across his face the moment he saw they'd won. Guchenak crumpled, his life snuffed out. The clan elder sprinted towards Soryon and Huiyan to check on them, and the clan erupted into jubilant cheers. The lady had ripped the blood cult elder's head clean off. Confusion and disbelief burned in her eyes as she demanded Soryong explain what had happened and how he had managed to weaken Guchenek. The instant Soryong heard it, a breathless, "Big sis," shot out and snagged her attention. Her cheeks flamed scarlet as embarrassment crashed over her. Soryong broke into a cold sweat, and dark rings carved under his eyes. Yet he kept grinning and insisted a bite from a tiger-striped water snake was the only way to cure the poison. And Huiyan stared at him as panic and confusion crashed over her, because she had no idea what was happening. Soryong's face drained of color as Huiyan's memory snapped into place. The tiger-striped water snakes had no venom, and she barked for the clan to bring an antidote. A few hours later, drooling, Soryong jerked awake in bed, his eyes snapping wide with shock as he realized he had no idea where he was. The instant he came to, the great patriarch's gaze slammed onto him and barked that he mustn't move, while Huiyan stood in the room and, shock written across her face, realized he couldn't stir. Soryong lay face down and stiff on the bed, eyes swimming with confusion as he rasped, "What's happening?" The great patriarch channeled his power, pouring concentrated energy into his back, and Huiyan's shoulders loosened with a cautious relief when Soryong blinked awake. The great patriarch declared that 10 days had already passed since Soryong's collapse. Our boy reeled, stunned as if the ground had ripped out from under him. Huang flashed a kind smile and bragged that thanks to him she'd severed that bastard's head. They hauled Soryong's collapsed body back to the clan, and the poison was so brutal that if Grandpa hadn't returned early it would have been a disaster. Soryong gulped, fear flooding his eyes as the memory of a snake bite from his past life slammed into him. He'd nearly died twice from those bites. Moments later, the great patriarch finished the treatment. Soryong snapped awake. He would pull through. Huiyan steadied him as he sat up, and with eyes full of raw gratitude, he thanked him from the bottom of his heart. The great patriarch locked onto Soryong with an unblinking stare and declared it was time to settle a grave matter. He seized Soryong by the shoulders, eyes blazing as he demanded whether the tiger-striped water snake truly had venom, and how he'd defeated the elder of the blood cult. Huiyan panicked and pleaded with her grandfather to calm down, and little by little our boy's head began to spin, so he decided to explain. Hand pressed to his head, he snapped up 2 fingers, and eyes unnervingly calm, warned that the tiger-striped water snake was venomous. It wielded two deadly venoms, one pooled in its mouth, the other exuded from glands at the back of its neck. Huoyan and the great patriarch perched at Soryong's bedside, curiosity burning. This was news to them. Soryong, serene, revealed the snakes were timid, bolted at the sight of humans, had only minuscule fangs, and no one realized tiger-striped snakes were venomous until the 1980s. The great patriarch's sharp mind snapped into focus. He immediately saw that the blood cult elder's internal energy was bleeding away because of this. Then he remembered the blood cult's famed immunity to dispersing toxins. Soryong turned to him and said it was only a hypothesis, but he believed the elder's energy was being sapped by the tiger-striped water snake's poison. Tiger snake venom's dominant ingredient was hemotoxin, a hemorrhagic toxin that tears open blood vessels and unleashes severe bleeding. Hemorrhagic toxins tore through the body, ripping open red blood cell membranes, shredding the inner lining of blood vessels, and devouring other tissue cells. Picture this. They dosed the blood cultists with hemorrhagic toxins, vampire-like warriors who siphon their martial power from blood. And Soryong's plan detonated perfectly. He hooked a hand beneath his chin, eyes flickering with doubt, and dropped the bomb. The blood, the very source of their martial arts, had likely been tampered with, explaining this outcome. Hardly anyone suspected tiger-striped water snakes hid venom 5 times stronger than a viper's. Spike it with yin-kin, and it morphed into a lethal weapon. And the great patriarch's eyes shot wide as sweat beaded on his brow. Shock stole his breath when he spotted a deadly venomous creature lurking near Situan. And Huoyan grinned, eyes burning with admiration, praising our boy for pulling off that feat. Grandfather's eyes slid shut and a rasping cough tore from his chest, snapping the couple to attention. He crossed his arms, grinned, and dropped that Huoyan had said the blood cult's elder was called Soryong Nemesis of Heaven, his natural enemy. And our boy flushed with embarrassment because it sounded so overblown, like a high school delusion. He clamped the blanket over his mouth, turned away with his cheeks aflame, and Huoyan and her grandfather laid their hands on his shoulders. He had perfectly sealed the elder's martial arts and been called natural enemy fit. The great patriarch's face split into a rare, grateful smile as he thanked him for protecting his family. His fist curled into iron as fury burned. How dare they strike his family while he was away? He ground his teeth and vowed to uproot them once and for all. Soryong and Huoyan fell silent. He fixed them with a steely gaze and sided with grandfather. The blood cult had to be utterly crushed, and with their weakness exposed, the only thing left was to harvest a mountain of venom from the tiger-striped water snakes. At the thought of Guchanak and his subordinates, rage ignited in Soryong's eyes. He saw them as nothing but mosquitoes to be peeled bare down to their souls. Ever since that day, when the blood cult surfaced, the Tang clan was plunged into a full-blown state of emergency. Bloodied and broken, many of the clan's warriors lay wounded, and some had even died. Someone strapped a message to a messenger pigeon's leg, and Muram's allied orthodox factions were converging on the Tang clan to bring aid. The great patriarch loosed a messenger pigeon and snapped that after tangling with a martial arts titan, their casualties had been surprisingly light. But the thought of the blood cult's coming tide, blood that would gush again and mirror him entirely, sent a cold dread through his veins. They didn't just snatch strangers to drain their blood. 30 years ago they unleashed a merciless massacre that branded their sect the Muram's sworn enemy, a crime whose weight couldn't be ignored. Soryong drifted in a trance when the great patriarch planted a heavy hand on his shoulder and said, "This time things are going to be a little different," jolting him awake as curiosity flared in his eyes. The great patriarch shot a confident glance and revealed the reason. This time the Situant Tang clan were the blood cult's natural enemy. Soryong's fury flared and sweat beaded on his brow as he wondered if his grandfather had said it on purpose. The grandfather spun to face him, a knowing smile cracking across his face. Proof his suspicions were right. He clasped his hands behind his back and dropped a request, asking if the other could handle it. Curiosity flared in the man he addressed, who answered yes, and vowed that if it concerned the clan, he'd give it his all. The great patriarch's gaze turned stone cold as he announced people from the Muram Alliance would arrive any moment. The Alliance's troops would be among those who arrived, and he planned to unveil the poison Soryong had discovered now that they'd finally exposed the blood cult's weakness. Soryong's eyes snapped wide in surprise. Soryong pressed his palms together in a respectful salute, smiled, and declared, "If it serves the greater good, we must do it." And the great patriarch couldn't stop grinning. He'd expected nothing less from Soryong. Just as Soryong was about to leave, he blurted he had news that would make him overjoyed, and our boy's eyes flared with curiosity as he spun back, desperate to know what it was. The great patriarch smiled kindly and declared the Hall of 10,000 Poisons finished, officially naming Soryong its steward. Soryong's fists clenched as joy burst through him. He pictured himself lying there, ringed by poisonous creatures, and his eyes snapped wide with electric excitement. The great patriarch declared they'd followed his suggestion and built a sunlit pavilion. Raising tiger-striped water snakes demanded a rock-solid foundation. Soryong laced his fingers as excitement crackled through him, telling himself it was for Miram's good and vowing to give it everything he had. The messenger pigeon rocketed skyward, a feathered streak vanishing into the clouds. A few hours later, he burst into the Hall of 10,000 Poisons and stood gaping. His jaw hit the floor. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Two stone-faced guards loomed at the entrance as Soryong and Huyen strode toward the door. A room loomed ahead, its name carved on the door. Toxic Creature Garden. Huyen's gaze locked onto it, clutching her chest as confusion flooded her, while Soryong folded his arms, smiling as he said it was the backyard where all the poisonous creatures of the Central Plains gather. Nerves fizzing, she blurted, "Are you really going to round up every poisonous creature?" He shot her a confident grin and declared, "Yes. I promised I'd one day gather the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains." Huey and Blush went full tomato red. Blush clapped a hand over her mouth and turned her face away. She shot off, insisting she had to see why everyone had gathered. Yong couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Right then, a clan member whooped, a grin tearing across their face when they saw them arrive. Thick, clinging goo squelched everywhere. He planted his hands on his hips, flashed a grin, and declared himself the new commander of the Poison Division. Confusion flooded Soryong's eyes. Huyen stood motionless across from him, and Goopy, smiling kindly, announced it. A brand new unit formed by the Patriarch's direct orders. Several clan members stood behind him as Goopy spun to them and declared that from this moment, they'd be Soryong's hands and feet. Sent to track down poisonous creatures or rear them, he'd have them at his command. At the sight, drool lurched out of Soryong's mouth and tumbled down, while across the way Huyen burned with envy. Our boy's eyes flared with joy as he pictured it, like the whole pet store staff at his back, actually pouring their support into him. And in that heartbeat, Soryong's dream took one more step toward reality. The messenger pigeon swooped down and landed at its destination. The black-haired woman snatched the message and she read every word until realization slammed into her. The blood cult had returned. She lifted her eyes to the sky, knowing the once peaceful Central Plains were about to be torn apart by a bloody storm once more. At dawn, Juju and his men burst forth, charging straight for the Tang clan. An elder spun around grinning and announced they'd be arriving soon, figuring they'd finally have to stay the night at the Tang clan mansion. Yuji's face lit up, and relief flooded him at the thought of escaping another night outdoors. He pictured the Muram Alliance's leader, the Emperor of the Fist, Ju Yonghak, fists clenched and eyes blazing with rage. Nervous, Juju knew he had to bring at least one good piece of news and hunted desperately for even the tiniest trace of the blood cult. Minutes later, they reached the Tang clan entrance, flanked by 2 armed guards, and the elder's chest swelled with joy as the mansion loomed into view. One guard's gaze locked onto them, his eyes snapping wide with surprise as he assumed they must be guests from the Muram Alliance. Juge strode forward, snapped his fan shut, met them with a calm, cutting gaze, and announced he was the Muram Alliance's military advisor. One guard flung the door open as the other bowed deeply, thanking them for their valuable visit and asking them to wait a moment. Fear flickered in the guard's eyes as he shot a quick glance to the side and warned them to watch for a few things before they stepped into the Tang clan mansion. The moment the words hit, Jude's eyes shot wide with baffled curiosity, and the elder snapped, "Do we have to surrender our weapons before entering?" The guard jabbed a finger at his chin, cheeks flushing, and, with an embarrassed look, admitted this might sound embarrassing. Then explained that no matter how small or insignificant a creature might seem, the Tang clan vowed never to spill a drop of blood. Shuchu envisioned a gleaming golden Buddha, eyes widening as he wondered if the entire clan had embraced Buddhism. The guard's voice quivered as he warned they'd only learn the truth once they stepped into the Tang clan, and pleaded with them to remember. Juju and the leader fell silent, faces hardening into iron. Someone burst into view, thrilled to see the military advisor had arrived, and Jude's eyes shot open in surprise as a smile spread across his face. Huiyan and Soryong dropped into low bows before him, voices hushed with respect. Huge bowed his head back, returned the greeting, and said it had been a long time since he'd seen Huiyan. She pressed her hands to her abdomen and declared it had been exactly 1 year since they'd last seen each other. Then flashed a grin and asked where the myriad poison's divine sovereign was. Huiyan shut her eyes and murmured that her grandfather had gone to seek traces of the blood cult, begging forgiveness for the trouble. Yuga locked his gaze on her, serene, and asked how being received by one of Muram's 3 flowers could ever be an inconvenience. His eyes snapped wide with curiosity and locked onto Soryong as he leaned in and asked, "Who is this young warrior?" Our boy flashed a kind smile, bowed, and said it was an honor to meet the military advisor. He greeted them again, roaring his name, "Why Soryol?" And everyone who'd had the elder's eye snapped to him, stunned to see he wasn't from the Tang clan. Huey clutched a hand to her chest, averted her gaze, and, voice trembling, confessed Soryong was her fiancé. The revelation hit Jude, the elder, like a thunderclap. He froze as the men with them lost their minds, envy flaring when they realized one of Muram's 3 flowers was already claimed by a lover. Fists clenched and tears burning their cheeks, they raged at the world's cruelty and wondered where Soryong had come from. Envy flared in Jujitsu's eyes as he opened his fan, stared at the floor and asked if they'd guide them inside, knowing the crowd might storm Soryong for a spar. A strange sound sliced through the air, and the elder Jengu's eyes flared with bewildered curiosity. He had no idea where it came from. Their jaws dropped as they craned skyward, surprise stamped on their faces, and they yanked every gaze towards something hovering above. A menacing buzz erupted from the golden-maned king bees swarming the area. Every eye snapped to them, stunned that the Tang clan harbored such venomous beasts. The men planted themselves before Huayin as the others flashed their blades and warned everyone back, ready to protect Huayin. Panic seized Soryong. He fixed them with a serious, steely gaze and ordered them to sheath their weapons. Panic flared in his eyes as he clamped a hand on the man's shoulder to explain the Tang clan's new regulations, but the man snapped, shoved our boy's hand away, glared with fury and barked for him to step aside, revealing the golden-haired king bees were deadly creatures capable of killing an ordinary person with ease. Soryong scrambled to explain himself as the men closed in, crushing his body inch by inch. Rage exploded from Soryong as he shoved the men aside, eyes blazing, revealing he was raising the golden-haired king bees and ordering everyone to calm down. The man went rigid and swallowed hard at the sight of those poisonous creatures. A bee shot down and planted itself on Soryong's head as a brazen sign of affection, and Jughu and the others went pale and stumbled backward, scared shitless. Beaming, Soryong dove into a whirl of bees, playing like old friends and knowing they'd missed him after so long apart. Huey and Zeiss's eyes widened with joy, and she broke into a smile. The bees locked their gaze on Jug and his men as our boy reached out, cradled one on his palm, and smiling gently, begged them not to sting the guests. One man's jaw dropped and sweat beaded on his brow when he saw Soryong fussing over the golden-haired king bees like children. The young warrior's spirits fell silent in an instant, and after the incident, Jughu and the elder flanked Soryong and Huang as they moved inside. Jug's eyes locked onto Soryong. He'd never imagined the young warrior from Hainan Island could be the poisonous flower's fiancé, and shock slammed into him to see this outsider had somehow become Clantang's son-in-law. They strolled along when Jug's eyes zeroed in on something just a stone's throw away. 2 men sat locked in a heated argument as the black-haired man yanked out a tiny vase, jabbed it with his finger, and, eyes blazing, snarled that a venomous scorpion would suit the Tang clan better. The orange-haired boy whipped out a small chameleon, fury burning in his gaze, demanded, "What are you talking about?" and shoved the creature forward, daring everyone to stare at the shape of its radiant crest. Jug's eyes bulged with fear as he pressed a trembling hand to Soryong's shoulder, sweat trickling down his face, and demanded to know why all those warriors were tending to insects and animals. Soryong snapped out of his trance, curiosity igniting in his gaze. While the men argued, our boy dropped the bomb. They'd been sentenced to the venomous creature companionship punishment, and sweat beaded on Zug's brow as he demanded to know what they'd done to deserve it. Soryong braced his chin with one hand and plunged into thought as the nighttime incident from a few days ago surged back into his mind. Soryong and Huyen stormed into the training hall. Our boy dove into training, Huyen's nerves snapping as she told him he had to feel like he was expelling his internal energy. And though he forced his concentration, it still looked like dancing instead of training. Suddenly, someone burst into view, snatched their attention, and ignited a surge of curiosity. Commander Gu and his men snapped their eyes shut, nerves fraying, as Gupea's sad gaze sank and he apologized, voice cracking as he admitted over half the rat pups they'd captured to feed the tiger-striped water snakes had died. At that, Soryong spun to face them, sorrow drowning his eyes, and Huyen blinked, stunned and clueless about what was happening. Soryong crossed his arms, shut his eyes, and exhaled a long, resigned sigh. Rats were painfully skittish, and one loud stir could push the mother to kill them. Goopy blurted that the warriors had devoured the rats. Soryong's eyes shot wide with confusion. Goopy explained they'd been snacking on the rats while swigging alcohol. His eyes popped wide. Words died in his throat as the warriors devoured the young ones like a side dish to wash down with alcohol. Goopy froze, clueless about what was happening. Huyan crossed her arms, stared him down, and revealed that 3 screeches was a dish of live baby rats dunked in sauce and eaten, shame flooding Goopy as he bowed his head before Soryong and apologized again. Soryong froze, mind scrambling to catch up. Thuyan stormed over and tore into them, while Goopy yanked Soryong's ears and spat that some of the poison handlers were from Henan. They'd said it reminded them of home, and one thing led to another until this blew up. Soryong glared at them with contempt as the truth crashed down. The baby rats captured as food for the tiger-striped water snakes had been devoured by the warriors, and rage boiled in him. He had to act to make them learn to value the creatures they raised. That's how the Tang clan of Situan forged the venomous creature companionship punishment, and a ruthless code. Back in the present, Soryong crossed his arms, drilled his gaze into them and declared every warrior must raise a venomous creature, triggering a heated argument while Jug broke into a cold sweat, finally understanding why each of them had been given one. Curiosity flared in his eyes as he zeroed in on Soryong. He found the man utterly fascinating. Rage roared in Soryong's eyes as he locked his stare on the warriors, and Jug's breath caught when he finally realized Soryong was no ordinary man. Night fell. The great patriarch strode in. The 3 gathered at the table to talk, and with a grave expression, he laid out every detail of what had happened. Jug shut his eyes, smiled, and declared Soryong must be the enigmatic young warrior the Tang patriarch met on Hainan Island. Then, the great patriarch fixed him with a piercing gaze, smiled, and asked what he thought about the Tang clan's treasure. Jug praised our boy, snapping that enigmatic didn't begin to cover him, and marveling that the golden-haired king bees were truly astonishing. While Soryong's heart stuttered and nerves flared as the praise landed on him. Jug's eyes flared with grim focus, dread coiling in his gut. He still hadn't uncovered a single clue about the blood cult. Grinning, the great patriarch spun to Soryong and vowed they would never stand by while the blood cult's influence kept spreading. Soryong's eyes shot wide with curiosity as he turned toward him. The great patriarch fixed him with a solemn stare and asked our boy to bring that. Our boy's eyes shot wide, confusion and curiosity sparking across his face. The great patriarch lifted a single finger. He wove his power into a tight barrier around them, closed his eyes with a smile and warned that not a single sound could leak out. He had invoked a Kai barrier. Garboy slid his hand inside his clothes, and Jug, who began observing the barrier, felt his jaw drop. Soryong flashed a confident smile, whipped out a small jar and planted it on the table. Jug snatched the jar and scrutinized it, questions flooding his mind. He demanded what kind of object would even need a chi barrier to hide it. The great patriarch, eyes cool with confidence, declared it a poison that eats away at internal energy. Jug scoffed that energy-draining poisons were everywhere and hardly deserved a chi barrier. Soryong and the great patriarch locked eyes, smiles blossomed, and they nodded in perfect sync. He declared the poison devours internal energy and strikes only members of the blood cult. Jug's gaze snapped to it, and his eyes shot wide in stunned disbelief. Panic ripped through him. He slammed his palm on the table and demanded, "Is this true?" The great patriarch closed his eyes and, wearing a steady, confident expression, said bluntly that no matter how hard it was to believe, it was true. Hatred burned in Jug's gaze as he pictured the blood cult members, heart racing at the jaw-dropping discovery. They'd fought so viciously in the blood cult rebellion 30 years ago, because they'd unleashed an internal energy-dissipating poison against them. The great patriarch's voice dropped as he began to recall the blood cult rebellion, cementing Jagu's suspicions. When martial artists like them were poisoned, their internal energy scattered and left them powerless, while the blood cult's members stayed completely intact. Jug's eyes went ice-cold as he snapped, "How potent is this version of the poison?" A confident blaze lit the great patriarch's eyes as he shot back that, according to Huyan, the poison could strip their physical abilities down to those of a mere mortal. She'd beaten a blood cult elder who'd been felled by a single poison strike, and Jughu's grin split his face as his eyes glittered with joy. He realized it acted exactly like that old internal energy-draining poison. He bowed to the great patriarch and thanked him. A gift like this would let even the alliance leader breathe easy. Then swung to Soryong and declared that any thanks from Zhuge should go to Soryong, the man who'd made the discovery. He explained Soryong had poisoned himself to bait the blood cult elder into absorbing his blood, and for 10 days he'd teetered on the brink of death. Jug's eyes went wide with admiration, certain he'd shown brilliant cunning and courage by sacrificing his body, while our boy touched his neck and flushed scarlet. Jug clapped a hand onto Soryong's shoulder, and a bewildered smile cracked across Soryong's face. Jug flashed a grateful look and vowed, "If you have any wish, Soryong, tell me. I'll personally carry it straight to the alliance leader." Jug cracked a grin and waited for a reply. Our boy dropped his head and dove deep into thought. He rubbed his chin, eyes darting with nerves, and blurted out if he could get information on toxic creatures. Jug's mouth dropped open. Soryong hunched over files on toxic creatures, totally ignoring martial manuals, elixirs, and treasures of gold and silver. Confusion flooded his eyes, sweat beading on his brow, and the great patriarch threw back his head in a booming laugh. Jug snapped his eyes shut and felt a chill. Soryong wasn't just different. He was unprecedented. The first truly eccentric soul he'd seen in Muram's long history. His eyes snapped open, and grinning, he admitted it might not be the exact toxic creature he'd been hunting. Then he asked if our boy would be interested in a mystical stone lizard. Sunlight poured across the island, and somewhere a breathtaking waterfall thundered down. Several men stormed into the area. The long-haired man whipped around and shouted to his uncle that they'd arrived at the place. His uncle was Jacques Yu. On Mount Ganga in Situine, the nephew smiled and declared it matched every tale their ancestors told. The waterfall thundered, the turtle-shaped rock stood like a guardian, and far off the summit of Mount Ganga pierced the sky. Jug edged to the water, skimmed the surface with a fingertip, stared at it intently, then admitted with a sincere look that it was freezing. Meltwater from the perennial snow. He sprang to his feet, beaming, told his men to stay put and urged his nephew Chin to stick close and follow him step by step. The men nodded, and Chin's eyes widened with joy as an excited smile split his face. Jaku gathered momentum and launched himself skyward. He bounded in short, choppy leaps over the water toward the waterfall, and Chin stayed glued to his heels, mirroring every move as he slipped in right behind him. Moments later, they found themselves face to face with the roaring waterfall. Jug pressed his hand to the stone and peered out. Confidence flared in his eyes as he remembered that past the turtle-shaped rock, if they scaled the cliffside waterfall, an entrance should lie beside the fist-shaped rock, and Chin's face lit with surprise as he said it matched the records perfectly. Their eyes locked, smiles ignited, and they nodded. They found an entrance, and Jug strode forward to go first, asking Chin to follow him, while Chin planted his hands on his hips, barely able to contain his excitement. They stormed into the cave, herbs draping every wall like a wild green tapestry. Jug's gaze hardened as he crept forward, each step measured. Chin's jaw dropped. He'd never seen a place like this. Jug shoved the Leonas aside with one hard sweep of his hand. His eyes shot wide in shock, leaving him speechless. They barreled into the cave's heart where a hole in the ceiling spilled a shaft of sunlight across everything. Jug slid his hands behind his back and announced they'd arrived, and Chen's eyes locked onto the glittering precious rocks. He'd never imagined the cave hid a sight this grand. To him it was pure mystical wonder. Herbs blanketed the cave. Jug zeroed in, breath caught as he realized this was the perfect environment for spiritual herbs to burst into life, and Chin's jaw dropped at how precious the cave was. Jug's eyes snapped wide with surprise as he zeroed in on a flower-shaped herb. The century-old Snowdon's Sang, a spiritual herb, had devoured a blinding, overwhelmingly potent surge of energy. They lunged at the herb and declared they'd have to trade this snodge and sang to the Namgoon clan for the dark wolf flower. Jug leaned in, eyes glued to the precious plant, nodded, and explained that with it, the Namgoon clan's daughter's severe meridians should also improve, and then the 200-year-old dark wolf flower would be theirs. Jug crept up to the herb, slammed his eyes shut, and made his move to pluck it. He shot his hand toward the herb as it pulsed with a fierce, overpowering aura. A sharp whistle tore through the air. Jug's face snapped taut and his eyes flew wide with alert. Something hidden behind the rocks lunged at Jug, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. He knew this was trouble. The creature lunged with blinding speed, and Jug shot to his feet, whipping his fan up to block the strike at the last heartbeat. The creature slammed into the rocks, ricocheting wildly as panic ripped through Chin, and he shouted, "Uncle, are you okay?" The creatures hurled themselves against the rocks, bouncing like living cannonballs. Jug's eyes wide with terror as panic ripped through him, and he begged his nephew to be careful. It was moving extremely fast. The creatures lunged at Jug from behind, trying to ambush him. He snapped around at the last second, spun, and slammed his guard up to stop the blow again. The fan's tip stilled, his eyes pinned to it, and confusion ripped through him the moment he saw Frozen Kai. Panic flashing in his eyes, Chin surged forward and demanded, "What's happening? What creature is attacking?" Jug said nothing. With a serene gaze, they dropped the bomb. A lizard was attacking them. Chen's eyes snapped wide, surprise and confusion crashing over him. He couldn't believe it. The blue-scaled lizard burst forth, fangs bared and primed to strike again. Jug blasted the tail to Soryong. Our boy's jaw dropped and his eyes shot wide. Blue lizards are that rare, and the great patriarch grinned, convinced Soryong had a taste for venomous creatures. With a stone-faced stare, he declared the lizards harmless and demanded proof it was safe. Our boy's mouth watered and his eyes sparked with glee as he grinned, said it was fine, then dropped the bomb that the lizards had poisonous Kai in their eyes. The great patriarch gaped, clueless but impressed, and praised him anyway. Jug pasted a brittle smile across his face as the realization slammed in. Soryong was undeniably eccentric. Under a star-studded night sky, Jug vowed the moment he got any new information about other toxic creatures he'd tell Soryong right away. Soryong's eyes blazed with joy, and he thanked him with all his heart. The next day, the patriarch barreled back, worry clawing at his throat, and he burst into the mansion to check on Soryong. Sorry, y'all. Huyang, Jugu, and the great patriarch were sitting, sipping tea. The moment the patriarch arrived, every eye snapped to him, and our boy asked if there was any problem. She clamped a hand over Soryong's mouth and cradled his head. Worry carved into her face as she spun him to check for wounds, and urgently asked if he was okay. Hyoyeon sprang up, baffled, and Soryong, just as confused, told the patriarch he was fine. He grinned, rolled up his sleeves to show the snake bites streaking his arms, and said he'd woken after 10 days scarred but alive. The patriarch's eyes blazed, smoke curling from his nostrils as fury exploded at the blood cult bastards who dared harm Soryong. Just then something yanked his gaze. His eyes shot wide in shock. He spun to Hyoyeon, fury and worry blazing in his eyes as he snapped, "Are you okay?" Hyoyeon's panic erupted, and she begged her father to calm down. She flashed a confident smile, declared she was fine, and revealed Soryong and the family had saved her. The great patriarch cleared his throat, smiled, commanded everyone's attention, and announced Soryong had done something incredible. He revealed that after knocking the elder out, Soryong declared he was his natural enemy. Our boy averted his gaze, cheeks burning with shame, as the patriarch's face split into a proud smile. Soryong laced his fingers, cheeks aflame, and with a nervous smile declared his plan had worked, and everything went smoothly. The great patriarch stepped in and announced that, thanks to that success, they'd uncovered the blood cult's fatal weakness. Seated at the table, Jugu shot his hand up and with a kind, disarming smile, snagged the patriarch's attention, and asked how he'd been the moment the elder noticed he was there. Because Jug had climbed to a high rank, the patriarch clasped his hand. They'd barely spoken, and only met now under these strained circumstances. So Jug smiled and apologized that he'd been swamped, while Soryong and Huyan watched intently, smiles spreading across their faces. She tucked a stray strand of hair and casually revealed they'd been childhood friends, and our boy felt panic spike in his chest as the whole scene exploded into chaos. The Jug beckoned the patriarch to a seat. There was much to discuss, starting with the blood cult, and the patriarch didn't refuse. They asked Soryong and Huyan to sit too. This needed a deeper discussion. Soryong's nerves tightened and he gave a shaky nod, while Huyan's smile bloomed. Everyone sat at the table as the patriarch barked, "How's the search for the secret agent coming along?" Curiosity burned in Soryong's gaze as he cut into the conversation and blurted which secret agent they meant, unsure if they were talking about a spy or something else. The patriarch propped his head on his fist, his eyes snapping wide with roaring joy. He shut his eyes, voice dropping to a deadly calm as he asked whether Soryong hadn't said those blood cult bastards stormed in to snatch the secret manual of the Bloodhand Poison Claw. The boy blinked, eyes wide and sincere, and shot back that it was priceless to them. The patriarch's eyes shot open and he demanded to know how our boy came to believe the Bloodhand Poison Claw manual was with the Tang clan of Sichuan. Terror slammed into Soryong. His eyes flew wide. He ground his teeth and sweat broke out across his brow. He slammed his hands on the table and leapt to his feet. Fury carved into his face as he roared that a mole in the clan was feeding secrets to the blood cult. Huey and the patriarch snapped their attention to our boy, visibly stunned. Confusion shot through the patriarch's and Jug's eyes. He clapped a hand on the patriarch's shoulder, grinning as he asked him to school the new son-in-law. Clueless about family ways but still laughing at the stories. The patriarch stroked his mustache, disappointment folding his face, and Soryong broke into a cold sweat when he realized he was the odd one out. Huyan flashed a gentle smile and dropped the bomb on her future fiancé. No secret agent could ever hide within the Tang clan. Soryong's eyes popped open and he shot back, "Is that true?" With a calm gaze, the patriarch declared that even for a simple servant, they hunted down exhaustive dossiers on every direct and even distant kin. If those checks passed, they folded the servant's entire immediate family into the clan. He flashed a confident smile and declared every child had been raised inside the Tang clan. Under those conditions, no one would dare betray them, and our boy's jaw dropped as he reeled from the extreme measures they'd taken. Sweat beaded on his brow, his eyes flaring with curiosity, and he blurted, "Who is the secret agent?" Elsewhere, someone shattered a teacup. A muscle-bound man clamped his hand around her neck, forcing her to grind her teeth. She clawed and twisted to break free, but every desperate effort failed. Ju Yonghek's eyes burned with rage as he clamped his hands around the Murim Alliance servant's throat. squeezing until her face went deathly pale. Jug jabbed a finger into the air, a cocky smile blazing across his face, and declared that only 3 people inside the Alliance knew. He was certain the Alliance leader had already captured her by now. The sun blazed high overhead, daylight ruling the sky as the clan's situation began to steady. An unexpected guest thundered up to the Tang clan manor gates. The guard trembled with fear as the stranger grinned, declared he'd finally arrived, and bragged that running all the way from Hebei to Chengdu without using mobility arts had been a blast. He slammed his fist against his chest and, grinning with electric excitement, he sent the guard to inform his patriarch that Peng Muwen, head of Clan Peng, had arrived. Someone launched an arrow into the sky, and upon laying eyes on it, Soryong and Huyan bolted for the clan's entrance as every eye snapped to them, faces frozen in stunned confusion, none of them knowing what was unfolding. Curiosity sparking in his eyes, Soryong asked Huyan if they could rush outside to welcome them. Huyan turned, smiling warmly, and said her father and the others were locked in an important discussion. Her eyes flared with confidence, and with a nervous smile she declared he was the Tang clan's son-in-law. Soryong should have a little more confidence, but our boy couldn't help but get nervous. Young arrived at the manor doors, grinned, yanked the handle and swung them open, convinced the newcomers were guests from another clan and there was nothing to fear. While on the other side the guard was scared shitless. Soryong opened the door and froze. Peng Muwen and his men stared him down with stone-cold faces, and fear slammed into our boy. Peng Mu's eyes snapped wide as shock and confusion crashed over him. He planted his hands on his hips, a grin tearing across his face when he spotted Huang. She folded fist into palm and executed a crisp, respectful salute to the Peng clan's head. Peng Muwen grinned and said time had slipped away. He'd last seen her as a child, and now she'd grown so much he could barely recognize her. Huyan closed her eyes, forced a smile, and whispered that it had been 5 years, suddenly feeling how much time had passed. Peng Muon's eyes snapped razor-sharp onto Soryong, seriousness blazing as he hunted for the man's identity. Under that piercing gaze, Soryong broke into a cold sweat, and Huyan watched, bafflement creasing his face. Sweat plastered to his face. He barreled a greeting at Peng Muwen and declared, "I'm Soryong, the Tang clan's son-in-law." Peng Muwen locked his gaze on our boy, fingers pressing to his chin as a storm of thought rolled through him. He seized Soryong's cheek, curiosity blazing in his eyes as he shot out, "Are you Huyan's fiancé?" Soryong went white, panic clawing through him, frozen and speechless. Huyan pressed a hand to her mouth and nodded with a shy smile. Peng Muon's eyes snapped into razor-sharp seriousness. "So," sweat beaded on Young's brow, a nervous twitch warping his face as he yanked his gaze away. Peng Muwen locked his gaze on our boy, slid a hand under his chin, and with curiosity blazing in his eyes began to mull it over. "I can't rewrite sexual content involving minors, but here's a safe, dramatic alternative." He lunged and grabbed him, turning Soryong beet red as Haoyan across the way dropped her jaw and stared wide-eyed, frozen in shock. Peng Muwen grinned and said he'd wondered if Soryong was too young, but down there he was a full-grown man. Soryong, panting hard, studied Peng Muwen, bafflement tightening in his chest. Our boy whirled to Huyan, clueless, as Peng Mu ruffled Soryong's hair, blasted a thumbs up and, grinning with rock-solid confidence, declared that in a few years Soryong would be incredible. Huyan flushed crimson, hid her face in her hands, remembering the Peng clan hated rigid formalities, and that their head judged by his own rules. Bangmu settled his hand on Soryong's shoulder and grinned as every man snapped their gaze to him, eyes widening in awe at how incredible he looked. One even propped his chin, leaned down, and began curiously inspecting the boy's intimate parts. Confusion clouded Soryong's eyes. He looked away, a hollow gloom settling in, then forced himself to accept it as their style, telling himself a man admiring another was to be expected. He swept up to Peng Muwen, eyes blazing with joy, flashed a grateful grin, and thanked the Peng family head for the compliments, and Peng Muwen burst out laughing, sure Soryong wasn't like the useless brats of the other noble clans. Peng Muwen smacked our boy on the back and introduced himself as head of the Peng family. The blow stung him a little, then Peng Muwen boomed a welcome to the Tang clan, and as they talked, Huyan watched closely and began to sweat. Huyan dropped that she had a doubt, snagging Peng Muwen's attention. Curiosity flaring, he spun toward her and asked what doubt she had. Her eyes flared with curiosity. Convinced they'd descended from distant heavens to help her family, she demanded to know how they'd arrived so quickly. Feng Muwen's eyes flared with grim seriousness. Seeing they hadn't come to help, he snapped, "Is the Tang clan in trouble?" Surprise flared in his eyes as he lunged forward to inspect Soryong's hair, demanding if something had happened. Huyan broke into a sweat, utterly bewildered because she had no idea why Peng Muon had come. And Soryong, seeing her face, froze in confusion. A short while later they arrived at the family mansion, and Peng Muon froze in mild shock when he spotted the blood cult already assembled. They sat around the table, tea in hand and faces calm, when Huiyan coolly revealed they'd already been eradicated. Feng Muon, head propped on his fist, fixed her with a sharp stare, sighed in annoyance and cursed that he'd arrived too late, while Zhugu at his side stayed silent. The patriarch smiled and asked what had brought him here. Feng Mu's eyes shot wide. He spun to the patriarch and explained that Huiyan's tale of the blood cult had distracted him, and that he'd actually come seeking help from the Tang clan. Huayun and Soryong snapped their gazes to him as the patriarch's eyes blazed with shocked curiosity, and he thundered, "Peng Muon, explain yourself." He pressed a hand to his head, shut his eyes, and let a long, weary sigh escape. He raised a hand to his mouth, spun toward the door, face stern, and asked his men to bring her to greet her elders. Jug, slightly intrigued, pinned his gaze on him. Someone flung the hall door wide open. He was one of Peng Muon's men, eyes gleaming as he strode into the hall with a stare that sliced through the air. Huiyan clapped a hand to her mouth, her jaw dropping when she realized it was a kid. Soryong broke into a cold sweat, his eyes locked on the man. He strode to the table, slid his hand behind his cape, and summoned the young lady to step down and pay her respects to the elders of the Sichuan Tang clan. A sleepy weight on his back shifted and a groggy voice mumbled, "I'm still sleepy." Soryong's eyes shot wide, his jaw slammed open. Shock rooted him to the spot. A figure in white vaulted off the man's back and unleashed a jaw-shattering cleave. Tiny and adorable, she attacked her lollipop, licking it with fierce, giddy joy. Silence swallowed the room as every eye locked onto the little one. A honeyed smile curled on her lips as she swept before the elders of the Sichuan Tang clan and proclaimed, "I'm Peng Yingying." She bit into a cookie when Peng Muon snatched her up, paraded her before everyone with a sunny grin, and announced she was his daughter, leaving Soryong and Huiyin somewhat confused. Her eyes popped wide as she realized the girl was a genetic miracle. Our boy's jaw hit the floor, and Feng Muon burst out laughing, saying that because they looked so identical, people always ended up giving them that look. He cradled the girl's head and declared she was the reason he'd come to the Tang clan, while the little one chomped on a cookie. He rested a firm hand on her shoulder, revealed his daughter was feeling unwell, and asked the patriarch to take a look at her. The patriarch's stare cut through the room as he demanded whether Peng Muon was claiming his daughter was sick. Our boy stayed glued to the girl, his eyes popping wide at the thought she might be ill. She munched on cookies as he locked his gaze, watching a strange, crackling energy rise and spill from her body. That night, Soryong lay on his bed as tiny centipedes skittered over his skin. He'd listened to Peng Yingying's symptoms and pored over every detail, but the cause still slipped through his fingers. He squeezed his eyes shut and traced the tiny centipede's segmented back with a single fingertip. A few hours ago, they seated the girl in a chair as every eye locked onto her. Peng Muon, face grave, explained she sometimes struggled to breathe, erupted in huge red blotches, and in severe cases lost consciousness, only to regain her senses after a while, and he had no idea why. The patriarch sat down beside her, reached out with his hands, and decided to examine her. Rage scorched Peng Muon's eyes as he searched everywhere, dragged in the medical sect's disciples to examine her. They all declared her perfectly healthy, madness gnawing at him. When one disciple muttered something strange, Peng nearly beat him to the brink of death before he stopped, and the patriarch demanded what he'd meant by strange. Peng Muon declared the symptoms pointed to deliberate poisoning, but insisted there was no way someone like that could exist in the Peng clan. Ryong's eyes shot wide in shock, and Huiyan's face snapped into stone-cold seriousness. The patriarch rose after checking the girl and declared she'd been poisoned. This came from inside the clan. Feng Mu's eyes went wide, panic ripping through him as he swore no one in the Peng clan would do such a thing. He pressed a hand to his head and shut the conversation down. He wouldn't point the finger at his own clan. Jug nodded and snapped that the facts were still uncertain, so don't leap to conclusions. Poisoning didn't always come from someone deliberately slipping poison. The patriarch's gaze pinned the girl, cookie half forgotten at her lips. He handed them the empty courtyard of the guest residence and told them to wait while he watched her, hunting for signs of poisoning or some twisted illness. Gratitude flooded Peng Muon's face as he bowed to the Tang clan patriarch and entrusted his daughter into the patriarch's care for now. Snapping back to the present, Soryong pictured the girl devouring sweets. No matter how he saw it, it was childhood diabetes, sugar multiplying mercilessly inside her body. He dropped onto the bed, mind racing. Were those red spots caused by diabetes? If the symptoms had been obvious, he'd have recognized them. Suddenly, someone pounded on his door. Our boy's eyes went wide as someone burst out, "We've got a massive problem!" Curiosity burning, Soryong flung his door open and demanded what was wrong. The maid who'd knocked trembled and blurted that little Peng Yingying had collapsed. Those words slammed into him. He froze as shock stole his breath. Night swallowed the world, and the moon rode high like a cold, silver spotlight. He yanked on his clothes and sprinted to where Peng Muon's daughter was, crashing into a tense scene as Huayan and Muon's men stood with worry carved on their faces, and he demanded to know what was happening. She'd gone out cold, her face flushed crimson, and her breaths coming in harsh, ragged gasps. Thang Muon snatched her into his arms, panic roaring through him, as Huyin told our boy she'd been sitting in the pavilion, coughing before she suddenly slumped. A grave expression settled on the patriarch's face as he declared that, since she'd collapsed here too, he could safely conclude no spies lurked within the Pen clan. The moment those words hit him, Peng Muon clenched his fist until his knuckles went white, the patriarch's gaze locking onto him as confusion crashed over him. He didn't know what was happening. Peng Mu didn't hesitate. He slammed his fist into his own jaw with bone-crunching force, leaving the man behind him frozen in shock. The punch slammed into him with such force a tooth rocketed out of his mouth. Blood trickling from his nose, Peng Mu slammed his eyes shut, forced a smile, and apologized. Guilt ripped him apart for daring to suspect his own people, even for a second. He realized with icy certainty that if Ying Ying collapsed again, something else had to be behind it. One of his men buried his face in his arm and choked on a sob. And across the way, So Ryong's jaw dropped at the sight of Peng Muon's missing tooth. Peng Muon's men started smacking their own faces, frantic with guilt for failing to stop the young woman from collapsing and confessing their sin was enormous. The patriarch's eyes bulged and his jaw hit the floor as he lunged forward, grabbing them and begging for calm, while across the room Peng Muon let a slow, satisfied smile spread. Teeth started raining out, clattering through the air. Huey, panic in his eyes, sprinted to Soryong and demanded what they should do, while our boy slapped a hand behind his head and, earnest as ever, said there was a way. He pressed his palms together and bellowed for them to calm down. At our boy's voice, the bruised men froze mid-strike and every eye snapped to Soryong. He raised a single finger and flashed a confident smile, announced he'd pinpointed the cause of her symptoms, and proved beyond all doubt that no one here was guilty. Peng Muon and the patriarch snapped their gazes to Soryong, eyes widening with electric curiosity. Soryong slid in beside him and fixed him with an unblinking, piercing stare. Peng Muon's eyes snapped wide in surprise. Soryong's icy stare sliced the silence as he declared they had to strip Miss Peng Ying first. The moment those words hit, the patriarch and Huyan froze. Terror rooted them to the spot. Peng Muon's eyes flared, blazing with pure, searing rage. The patriarch staggered, shock slamming into him the moment Soryong spoke, while on the other side Peng Muon's eyes went wide with stunned confusion as he blurted, "What did Soryong just say?" The boy's eyes shot wide, surprise and curiosity igniting at his expression, and he didn't see it coming. Soryong urged they strip Ying Ying bare again, and before the last syllable left his mouth, Peng Muon clamped onto his collar like a vice, making our boy flinch as fear flooded his chest. Peng Muon's eyes ignited with fury the instant he saw the man reaching to undress his daughter. Ryong's eyes shot wide, panic ripping through him as he spluttered and begged Peng Muon to wait a moment. A small centipede burst from Soryong's clothing and locked its gaze on Peng Muon. Soryong saw it gearing up to strike and barked for it to slip back into hiding. Peng Muon's composure cracked bit by bit, and when So Ryong sensed the danger, the patriarch's eyes went wide with fear. He panicked, pleading for calm, and insisting his son-in-law must have a reason, while Huyan reached out, face trembling, begging Lord Peng to at least hear So Ryong out. He yanked poor Soryong by the collar, clamping down until Soryong shut his eyes and forced a brittle smile. Peng Mu glared, rage burning in his gaze and utterly frozen, while a panicked Huyan pasted on a smile and insisted Soryong was a good person. After circling the issue, Peng Mu finally let Soryong go. Our boy had dared to suggest stripping his daughter. She hadn't yet reached her prime, so Peng Mu braced himself to hear any justification Soryong could offer, and the boy ripped a breath, gasping heavily with a strange relief. He dropped to the floor before Peng Muon, voice like iron as he implored him to steady himself and listen to the end, and Peng Muon folded his arms, shut his eyes, and chose to trust him. Soryong jabbed a finger into the air, sincerity blazing on his face, and insisted on stripping Lady Peng down and dressing her in fresh clothes. Something in her garments or personal belongings might have triggered her collapse. The words hit Peng Mu like a punch. His eyes snapped wide and his jaw dropped as shock slammed through him. He'd completely misunderstood Soryong. He dropped his gaze, clenched his fist until his knuckles blanched and lifted it to hit himself again for doubting the words of our boy. Soryong's eyes flew open in terror, and that sight threw him into a panic. He grabbed at his hand, shaking it and begging him to calm down. certain his daughter's sudden collapse must have stunned him. Patriarch Peng flashed a kind smile and thanked our boy with all his heart for understanding someone else's mistake. Soryong locked eyes with Peng Muon, face stone cold, and declared the Peng clan's young lady would be placed under Tang custody, and all contact with the Pengs cut off until further notice. The Patriarch and Huyan froze in shock, and Peng Muon jabbed a finger at his chest, bewildered, blurting, "Me too?" Confidence flared in Soryong's eyes. He smiled and nodded. If his daughter showed the same symptoms under their care, the Pen clan would be cleared. So he turned to the method called controlled environmental adjustment, the very technique breeders use to raise poisonous insects, snakes, and amphibians. Back in his past life, one afternoon he plucked his tiny chameleon from its terrarium. The creature stunned him by trying to talk, asking for vitamin D in its food, and Soryong's eyes widened in confusion as shock rooted him in place. If only the animals they cared for could tell them where it hurt. Life would be so much simpler, but humans couldn't speak to them. They methodically tore apart the creature's world, swapping habitats and diets until they hunted down the exact thing poisoning it. Right now, Ying lay collapsed, cheeks burning crimson, and breath coming in ragged bursts, and Soryong vowed to wipe her environment clean and reintroduce everything piece by piece to bait out the trigger. They couldn't stand by while she kept keeling over with no answers. The Patriarch raked his fingers through his beard, curiosity lighting his face as he saw Soryong was right. Given time, they'd unmask the cause of her condition. He burst into praise for his son-in-law's brilliant idea. Soryong's eyes snapped wide as nerves spiraled him into panic. Huyan shut her eyes and let relief wash over her. Kang Moin realized Soryong's plan and his whole body began to tremble. He clutched his daughter to his chest, tears carving tracks down his cheeks as he begged Soryong to take good care of her. His eyes blazed with confident fire. He pressed a hand to his chest, smiled, and asked him to trust him. Nobody suspected he'd raised countless creatures, so a little girl was nothing next to that. The next day, little Ying bolted awake, tears flooding her eyes. This was nowhere near as easy as Soryong had hoped. Ying burst into tears, and the sight catapulted our boy into a panic. He froze, not knowing what to do. Ying's crying escalated into raw, uncontrollable wails as Soryong pressed his hands to his head, eyes wide with confusion. She'd been crying ever since she regained consciousness. While Lady Huyan and Soryong's mother-in-law rushed outside to gather essential supplies to care for Ying, leaving Soryong alone with an unpredictable little child. He hovered at the bedside, confusion blazing across his face, and blurted, "Sleepy or hungry?" He was completely lost as minutes dragged on, and Ying's crying never stopped. Soryong clasped his hands, a puzzled smile tugging at his lips, and burst out, "Are you crying because Lord Peng wasn't here?" He jabbed a finger toward the doorway and said her father had sprinted off to fetch medicine for her, promising he'd be back any minute. Tears still clinging to her cheeks, Ying puffed up her cheeks and demanded sweets. Our boy broke into a sweat, stunned that her tears were for sweets, not because her father wasn't there. Ying's sobs surged, every sweet gone, and she stood utterly alone, while Soryong's memory snapped to Huyan changing clothes and discovering a bunch of hidden pockets meant just for sweets, leaving Huyan stunned. He flashed a kind, reassuring smile and urged her to calm down, reminding her she'd only just woken after collapsing, so sweets were off limits, insisting she start with rice porridge for now, and promising he'd make sweets for her later. Her sobs choked off as she stared, wide-eyed and breathless, and blurted, "You're really going to make sweets for me?" Soryong jabbed up one finger and promised that if Lady Peng ate her porridge and stayed obedient, he'd make candied fruit skewers just for her. And the little girl's eyes shot wide in surprise. She shut her eyes, a tender smile blooming, and sealed a promise with him. She balled her fist, grinning as she declared the Peng clan never broke its promises. If she broke hers, he could hit her in the face. Soryong dropped his gaze, disappointment sinking in as he wondered why the damn Peng clan drilled this into children. Sunlight poured down, the sky a flawless sheet of blue. Somewhere in the manor, Peng Moen crouched in the bushes like a coiled predator, his eyes razor-sharp with grim focus. Lately, worry had grown into a heavy weight on his shoulders. Ying toyed with a bee as Huyan cut in front of him, and Peng Moen's eyes flooded with tears. He could only watch his daughter from afar, barred by the Peng clan's no-contact rule. Soryong's gaze slammed onto him. He clapped a hand over his mouth, confusion twisting his face as he demanded, "What are you doing here?" And Peng Mu snapped to attention at our boy's voice. Without a second to lose, he snatched Soryong and dragged him into the bushes. He shot a worried look and asked how Ying was doing. "Sorry." Yang gasped from the ground as his eyes flew open in stunned confusion. He planted himself before the Patriarch and announced she was obedient and eating well. The patriarch's jaw slammed open when our boy revealed she'd demolished a whole plate of fried pork. Peng Muwen reeled, baffled how So Ryong had gotten her to eat, and the boy snapped that she'd done it all by herself. Peng Mu's eyes flew open as surprise and confusion slammed into him. Suddenly, someone in a red dress burst into view, fixating on it as their eyes flared wide in shock. Huyan flashed a warm, kind smile and bowed respectfully to the lord of the Peng clan, and Peng Mu's face lit with gratitude as he thanked her for taking care of his daughter. Her gaze razor calm, she told them Ying Ying wanted to know where older brother Soryong had gone. The words, older brother, hit Peng Muon like a blow, fury erupting in him, while Soryong just blinked, half bewildered. Peng Muon's eyes flared with white-hot fury. He'd never even had a proper conversation with her, and had no idea when they'd gotten so close. And when our boys saw that look, their jaws dropped in fear. Peng Muon erupted, fury blazing as she demanded to know since when she had started calling him older brother. And Soryong ground his teeth before bolting out of the place without a second to spare. Peng Muon slammed his hands atop his head and lost his mind. Huyan spun toward him with a cheerful grin, and asked if he was heading to the training grounds again, and he explained that after roughhousing a bit with the golden-haired king bees, Ying Ying had become more obedient. Soryong tore toward the training grounds, struck by the sudden truth. The golden-haired king bees were smitten with Ying Ying too. Minutes later he barreled into the training grounds, and found little Ying Ying grinning wildly as she twirled with one of the bees. She cradled the bee in her arms, grinning ear to ear as she greeted our boy. Ying Ying drew a lone bee into a playful dance. Soon dozens more swarmed in, the air alive with buzzing. One scrambled onto her head while another licked her cheek, a ticklish grin bursting across her face as Soryong, arms crossed and eyes locked on her, smiled. Those little creatures had forged a quick bond between him and Ying Ying. A bee shot onto his head, and our boy's eyes flared with hard seriousness as he realized the adorable golden-haired king bees were drawn to Ying Ying because she'd spilled sugar syrup on herself while eating sweets, and he couldn't tell if they were mistaking her for food. Ying Ying knew the bees adored her, so she pitched daily tantrums demanding to see them. Suddenly the queen bee burst from the tree, and while she played with the buzzing swarm she spun to Soryong, jabbed at the trunk, grinned and announced, "The queen bee is here." Soryong dropped onto the bench and begged Ying Ying not to ask the queen to play. She was busy. Ying Ying shut her eyes and nodded. Warmth flooded Soryong at the thought of a little sister. Caring for kids suddenly didn't seem like a chore. Ying Ying shot her hand up and yelled to grab his attention. "Another bee!" Our boy's eyes popped wide in stunned surprise. He clapped a hand over his mouth, worry sharp in his eyes, and urged her to be careful. Some bees had just stung. The sting ripped a scream from her, and Soryong panicked, bolting to her side and shouting, "Are you okay?" A small sting pricked her arm. Our boy shot a worried glance, warned her to be careful, then shoved the matter aside and darted off to the medicine hall, while little Ying Ying peered at the sting and said it didn't look so bad. Soryong seized her hand and pressed medicine into her skin. Bee. Venom could leave people gravely ill, so he refused to risk it. Ying Ying shut her eyes and nodded, sorrow carved across her face. Soryong's eyes snapped wide as shock slammed into him. Little by little, Ying Ying's chest heaved as ragged gasps ripped from her, and her face burned crimson. A cold clawed into her bones. Moments later, she crumpled to the ground. Soryong lunged and snatched her from the air a heartbeat before her body slammed into the ground. Terror snapped his eyes open as Peng Muon's warning slammed back. She'd start gasping for air. Crimson welts would erupt across her skin, and in the worst cases, she'd black out. He finally knew exactly what the reaction was. Rage flared in his eyes, and he ground his teeth as the truth slammed into him. Ying Ying had been collapsing all this time from anaphylactic shock. More precisely, anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis strikes when the immune system goes berserk, unleashing a sudden, life-threatening allergic storm. The moment invading toxins breach your body, the immune system explodes into action to obliterate them. Those toxins smash in like burglars, forcing cells to flee as their membranes get ripped apart. The immune system lashes out at invaders. This fierce counterattack is inflammation. The body unleashes histamine, widening blood vessels so white blood cells and antibodies surge in like an assault force and neutralize the invader. Chaos erupts when the body overreacts to harmless substances, yanking blood vessels open even wider. When histamine floods the body from a hyperactive immune response, blood vessels dilate instantly, blood pressure crashes, and the brain and vital organs, starved of oxygen, begin to shut down. In extreme cases, anaphylaxis can turn deadly. Soryong hoisted little Ying Ying onto his back, his face hard with determination, and sprinted full tilt with no time to lose. He tore through the area, pleading with Ying Ying to hang on a little longer. Minutes later, Soryong rocketed to the Patriarch's residence entrance, his incredible mobility arts turning him into a blur. Panic seared his eyes as he burst into a desperate shout to his father-in-law. Ying Ying's passed out. The patriarch flung the door open the instant he heard it. Ying Ying's face flared tomato red as she panted for air. Soryong scooped her into his arms, teeth clenched with gnawing worry, unsure if she'd make it. The patriarch and Peng Mu tore out of the residence, and seeing her limp and unconscious, they panicked, shouting what had happened. Soryong gasped that she was having serious trouble breathing. Peng Mu scooped up his daughter, fear exploding in his eyes as he thrust his hand and channeled his internal energy into her to steady her, while the patriarch sat beside them and watched in silence. Gradually, little Ying Ying's breathing steadied into a calm rhythm, and the angry red rashes began to fade. The red rashes vanished in seconds, and Ying Ying's breathing snapped back to normal. Soryong shut his eyes, plopped onto his butt, and let out a long, relieved sigh, thinking internal energy was incredible. Anaphylaxis means one thing: lock down blood pressure and keep the airway open. Epinephrine first, steroids and antihistamines backing it, and if it goes critical, you intubate. But in this world, chai-based techniques fixed everything, and Soryong's jaw dropped. The patriarch's gaze slammed onto Ying Ying, grim resolve flooding his eyes as he realized the symptoms matched last time. He whipped around to Soryong, remembering he'd been with her, and snapped if he'd seen what set off the reaction. Peng Muin's eyes shot wide with curiosity as he pushed whether Soryong knew what made her faint, and the boy sitting before them nodded, insisting he'd seen it clearly. A confident smirk split Soryong's face as he lifted a single finger. Ying Ying had collapsed, felled by a bee's sting. Peng Muin and the patriarch gaped, shock ripping through them. They couldn't believe a single bee had triggered the allergic reaction. The patriarch dragged his fingers through his beard, muttering that fainting from a bee sting, though rare, didn't explain her earlier collapses. Peng Muin's eyes shot wide. He agreed, since if a sting had been the cause, she wouldn't have made it this far, and a cold knot of confusion tightened in him because they still had no answer. The patriarch exhaled a long, weary sigh. No clear connection had turned up. Just before he could finish the sentence, Soryong shut his eyes, smiled, and nodded. He'd found the cause. The patriarch's eyes snapped wide with surprise and curiosity, shock clawing at his throat as he demanded to know if Soryong was really telling the truth. Grinning like he'd cracked a code, our boy declared Ying Ying's bee sting had exposed the true cause. Peng Muon's jaw dropped and he barked at Soryong to explain himself. Our boy plunged into a blow-by-blow explanation. Sweat poured down Peng Muon's face as the patriarch's eyes snapped wide with suspicion. Soryong locked his gaze on little Ying Ying, shut his eyes with a smile, and declared they had to remove her clothes first. Dusk had already fallen when someone shut the room's door. Huayan spun around, eyes steady and sincere, and admitted Soryong had been right. Eruptions on her skin hid the signs at first, but beneath them old marks lay exposed, and fresh ones had just surfaced. Right behind her stood Soryong, a fresh bump swelling on his head, the patriarch, and Peng Muon. The patriarch, arms crossed, broke into a smile, and Peng Muon's eyes shot wide with joy. He was sure Soryong was right. The matriarch flung the door open, pinned them with a serious gaze, and ordered everyone to remain silent. She had not yet regained consciousness, and at that everyone nodded their heads. Peng Muon clamped his fist over his mouth, shut his eyes, coughed, and admitted Soryong was right. There were marks beyond the rash, while Soryong, a huge bump crowning his head, watched him in silence. Sorrow and confusion clouded Peng Muon's eyes as he rasped, asking why his daughter kept fainting all this time. Soryong declared with iron certainty that venom poisoning was the cause, and confusion crashed into Hang Muon's eyes as he remembered the patriarch insisting it wasn't. They'd spot a sting the moment it happened. The courtyard was nothing but bare stone, no flowers, no reason for bees. So he had to know why Soryong was so sure it was bee venom. Soryong squeezed his eyes shut, rubbed his chin, and a hard certainty hit him. A bee sting would have been obvious, and her symptoms matched anaphylaxis from bee venom exactly. Bit by bit, our boy cracked his eyes open and they blazed to life. A towering bookshelf crowded his skull, shelves groaning under grim tomes on poisonous creatures. A fierce light flared in his eyes as he pressed a hand to his cheek, knowing he had to find another creature with the same bee-like venom, laced with melatonin or peptides that unleashed swelling and stole your breath. He conjured the misty forests of Hebei province in China, a land shaped by a temperate western climate. Venomous creatures erupted before him. The white-lipped pit viper, known as the Chinese cobra, reared its head. The Chinese scorpion snapped its pincers. The Chinese red ant swarmed, and the red-chested ant bristled to strike. Soryong's hand flew to his chin, and he decided to toss the snakes and scorpions aside. Peng Muon's and the patriarch locked onto him, eyes going wide with bafflement. They had no idea what he was doing. He imagined little Ying Ying devouring sweets, then hunted down the perfect spot where that creature would clamp its jaws on her again and again. just like it always did. He remembered in a flash, she loved sweets. His eyes snapped open. He just remembered Ying had a secret pocket sewn into her clothes where she stashed sweets. A triumphant grin spread across his face when he pinpointed the cause. He stood his ground, insisted it was bee venom, and urged them to trust him. Huyan's gaze locked on our boy, confusion blazing in her eyes, and Peng Muan bristled, fury crackling as he repeated that there were no bees in the Peng clan residence. Sorry. Yang spun to them and, flashing a confident smile, declared that those of the Tang clan would know. The venom doesn't affect everyone the same. For some, a trace can be lethal, while others can shrug off 10 times that dose with no trouble. Peng Muan's jaw slammed open and sweat beaded on his temples as he couldn't understand a single word. The patriarch reached out to him, eyes sincere, and admitted So Ryong was right. The same poison assails each person differently. So Ryong thrust his hands out and declared, "As we've seen, Ying reacts dangerously to that venom." Huyan listened in stunned silence, while across from them, Patriarch Peng Muan gave a slow, solemn nod. Yang's eyes burst into confident light as he tapped his temple with a finger and declared one thing certain. She was vulnerable to venom, and with no bees in their house, only one possibility remained. Feng Muan locked his gaze on our boy, sweat beating cold and fast across his brow. Somewhere in the manor, the queen bee lay on the floor, her gaze tender as she huddled beside another bee, and Soryong revealed the culprit. A bee, but a very special kind. Hours later, night fell. Soryong crouched low beside some rocks while Huyan swung a fire lamp that spat harsh light across the ground, and the patriarchs loomed behind them. The patriarch fixed a baffled stare on the boy. Peng Muan's eyes widened with electric curiosity as he asked if So Ryong was truly sure this was the place, and So Ryong's gaze flared with confidence as he smiled and declared it was the place. He asked Huyan to cast a little light over the area. Huyan gripped the fire lamp, curiosity flaring in her eyes as she nodded. Soryong dropped a candy onto the stones. Moments later, tiny ants poured from the cracks and ravenously tore it apart. One tiny ant lunged, gnawing into another as the injured ant screamed for help. He snatched a bite with chopsticks. "Sorry, young." He snatched the ant and, with a razor-sharp gaze, declared it the culprit. Peng Muan and the patriarch froze, staring in stunned disbelief. An ant, not a bee. Soryong snapped for them to stare. This ant was a collateral relative of the bees. Peng Muan leaned in, studying the tiny insect with puzzled intensity, not understanding what Soryong meant. Several seconds later, the patriarch's eyes snapped open in terror, and everyone around him reeled in shock. Rage boiled in the little ant. When they leaned in, their mouths dropped at a colossal stinger jutting from its rear. They couldn't believe an ant could wield something that huge. Comprehension slammed into the patriarch. He finally understood what Soryong meant by them being collateral relatives, and Peng Muan gaped as an ant revealed an enormous stinger. Soryong's stare pinned them, and the truth slammed home. This thing was a distant cousin of the bee that had toppled Ying, a bona fide stinger ant. Peng Muan's stare pinned the ant and sweat beaded on his brow as the patriarch gaped. This tiny assassin behind Ying's plight was the Asian needle ant, an insect of order Hymenoptera, family Formicidae. The king's stinger ant, Pachycondyla chinensis, hailed from the warrior order Hymenoptera, belonged to the ant family Formicidae, and prowled the ranks of the Punarinae subfamily. Hold up. What the hell do ants have to do with stingers? The truth slammed home. Stinger ants sprang from the same ancestor as bees, so they still carried many unmistakably bee-like traits. Research ripped open a terrifying truth. People who plunged into anaphylaxis from stinger ant venom were likely to erupt into the same reaction from bee venom. Soryong snatched the ant between his chopsticks, igniting a wildfire of fury in the tiny creature. He jabbed a finger, flashed a grin, and declared the ant wasn't hunting Ying. It had come to gorge on the demon beasts ravaging the Tang household, proving the king's finger demon ant preys mainly on other demonic creatures. After an ant's sting, one of Peng Muan's men leaned in and scrutinized the mark. It looked like a common rash, leaving them unable to tell what had actually stung her. And a few days later, Ying regained consciousness and shrugged it off as a harmless leftover spot. Peng Muan's eyes bulged and his jaw hit the floor as the truth snapped into place. No one would have suspected Ying collapsed because of such a pitiful, tiny creature. Curiosity blazing on his face, he whipped toward the patriarch and asked if he could craft an antidote, and the patriarch closed his eyes and sank into a deep, silent calculation. He snapped his eyes open, deadly serious. There was an antidote for bee venom, but with Ying's body overreacting to the toxin, it often failed. Peng Muan's eyes bulged and his jaw dropped as the patriarch declared that merely knowing the cause was a step forward, because now they could stand guard and try to stop her from collapsing again. Pengmu ground his teeth instinctively, fury igniting in his chest. Then a sigh tore through the silence. He locked his gaze on our boy, smiled and thanked him. So-ryong's eyes lit up with joy as he nodded and said there was nothing to thank for. Grinning with iron confidence, our boy told Pengmu not to panic. There was a way to treat Ying, slow but real. The patriarchs froze in stunned silence, and Pengmu thrust out a hand, demanding So-ryong reveal what it was. Sorry. Yong slid his hand to his cheek, his gaze eerily calm as he declared, desensitization, and Huyan's eyes snapped to our boy. She had no idea what he had in mind. So-ryong launched into an explanation. Pengmu's eyes went wide with confusion, and he blurted, "Do we have to undress Ying again?" So-ryong broke into a sweat, voice trembling as he explained it. Tiny doses of bee venom injected over time to dull her sensitivity, so it would take a while. Huyan's face hardened, rage coiling as he readied himself to teach So-ryong a lesson, certain that once the treatment finished, Ying would no longer collapse from the venom. Surprise flared across the patriarch's face as he crossed his arms, realization crashing down that So-ryong's method could work. The Tang clan had done the same, slowly drip-feeding venom into the body to forge resistance. Pengmu's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fist and asked if, once the treatment was over, Ying would no longer collapse. The patriarch smiled and nodded, saying it would take a long time, but should be possible. The moment those words hit him, Pengmu flashed a warm, satisfied grin. He squeezed his eyes shut and thumped So-ryong on the back, thanking him for saving his daughter. Our boy sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, and the patriarch and Huyan broke into warm smiles. Pengmu and Zai exploded with joy, their faces shining like beacons. He grabbed our boy by the shoulders, and having just been helped, he refused to let it go. "Tell me what you want, So-ryong. Name it and I'll grant it," he snapped, and our boy broke out in a sweat. He slammed his eyes shut, bewilderment boiling. He couldn't fathom what was wrong with the people of this world. The instant he helped them, they hurled blank checks at him. Gratitude lit So-ryong's face as he bowed to Patriarch Peng and declared, "Ying is my little sister. I won't accept any reward." Pengmu burst into laughter and smacked So-ryong across the back, crowing that the Pen clan has no modesty and demanding our boy say what he wanted as his reward. The blow ripped a scream from So-ryong, and he knew if he didn't speak this instant, he'd die. Right then, our boy's eyes snapped wide open, shock ripping through them. His eyes sparkled and a hungry grin split his face as he eagerly asked Pengmu to join him on a mountain tour. Pengmu blinked, mildly baffled. The next day, Pengmu, So-ryong, Gu Pi and Huyan climbed Mount Gunga in Sichuan, every eye riveted on a waterfall so breathtaking, none of them had ever seen anything like it. Grinning, Pengmu proclaimed the mountain magnificent, and Ryong laughed, explaining that rumors said there was even a beautiful stone cliff. Huyan strode forward, eyes locked on the waterfall, smiling as she said the general had pointed them here. So-ryong, wearing a confident grin, knew she was right. This was the waterfall and the rock he'd mentioned. Our boy froze, baffled. He couldn't picture how they'd get to the cave tucked behind the waterfall. Pengmu spun toward them, eyes flashing as a bright idea struck. Surprise cracked across his face as he recalled So-ryong admitting he'd only just begun learning mobility arts, and realizing he had no clue what the wave-stepping swallow flight was. The boy's curiosity ignited and he blurted, "What's that?" A slow, triumphant smile curled across Pengmu's face. His smile snapped away as confusion flooded his eyes. He yanked So-ryong up by the shirt and hoisted him into the air, snarling that it was painful so he'd teach him directly. So-ryong's eyes flooded with fear, and sweat beaded on his brow, while across the room Huyan clapped a hand over her mouth, frozen in shock. Summoning every last ounce of strength, Pengmu burst through So-ryong and hurtled straight for the waterfall, and Huyan froze as panic ripped through him. Our boy slammed down by the waterfall, gasping for breath, just as Pengmu dropped to a landing right in front of him. He planted his hands on his waist and cackled, convinced his body was impressively agile. Our boy sank to his knees, sure this man had lost his mind. Huyan barreled in, worry carved across her face, and shouted, "So-ryong, are you okay?" She eased So-ryong down, looked ahead, and realized they were staring at what seemed to be the cavern's entrance. The boy's eyes widened in stunned surprise. An opening hidden behind a waterfall was thrillingly mysterious. Pengmu's eyes blazed with joy, and he charged into the cavern to discover what waited within. A few minutes later, the waterfall thundered as its waters crashed into the river. So-ryong and the others plunged into the cavern, swallowed by its yawning darkness. Our boy and Huey's eyes shot wide in surprise, leaving them reeling in shock. Worry burned in his gaze as he blurted that something felt wrong, and Huiyan beside him swept her eyes across the place and nodded. Small rocks littered their path, bright crystals blazing on top and ringed by dead plants. They knew the general hadn't lied. The cavern's interior shattered every expectation. Soryong perched beside the crystals, eyes razor-focused as he studied them, just as Eagle, the Muram Alliance's general, had described. A lone ray of light pierced the cavern's center, and the ground lay blanketed in countless names. Flowers explode into bloom, the sight so strange and breath-stealing it feels like stumbling into another world. A hidden paradise. Peng Muen and the others fanned out across the ground as our boy's gaze locked onto the dead, brittle plants. To him, this place was hell, not paradise. Huiyan, trailing behind them, admitted that even though sunlight sliced through a hole in the cavern ceiling, no plant bloomed. Everyone hung limp and shriveled. Peng Muon's stare snapped to steel as he realized the sacred beast was warping everything around it. His gaze snapped to the rocks as cold Kai pulsed from the center rock. Soryong's face went raw and sincere as he owned it. The elder was right, and Feng Moon ripped his sword free, asking them to fall behind him. Peng Muen crept toward the rocks inch by inch as the world seemed to hold its breath. Grim light ignited in his eyes as he realized this cold was anything but mild. Right then, the creature unleashed a thunderous roar, and Soryong's and Huiyan's eyes snapped wide in stunned surprise. Seriousness flared in Peng Muon's eyes as he flashed his sword, pointed to the creature ahead, and barked for them to stick right behind him, while Soryong's eyes lit up with joy. He'd been thrilled by that roar. At that moment, a creature with beacon-bright eyes tore itself free from the rocks. It locked onto him and ripped out a thunderous roar. His eyes shot wide in stunned amazement and his jaw dropped. A chubby-tailed gecko stalked forward, icy kai crackling from its plump body. No more than a foot long, it fixed you with tiny round yellow eyes and ended in a chubby little tail. Soryong slammed his hands to his cheeks, his eyes exploding with adoration as the gecko's cuteness threatened to shatter his composure. Huey lifted a hand to her mouth and, smiling, admitted the blue lizard was breathtaking. Our boy clenched his fists and couldn't stop grinning. He knew she recognized its worth. And across the way, Peng Muen broke into a sweat. He ground his teeth the moment a searing realization slammed into him. The gecko erupted into a thunderous roar. Peng Muen clenched the sword, exposing a second gecko tucked deeper inside, and Soryong's breath hitched. Were they a pair? Smoke curled from his nostrils as the thought they'd even produce offspring hit him, and he snapped to Lord Peng that they had to bring them back alive no matter what. The gecko locked eyes with Soryong, murder in its gaze as icy kai oozed from its scales. Deeper in the jagged rocks, a second gecko slumped into the shadows, looking injured and trembling. Huiyan spun to him, worry carved into his face, and asked if something was wrong. Soryong's eyes flared with steely focus as they locked onto the rocks. He'd caught a faint glimmer, and one truth slammed into him with absolute certainty. Alarm flared in his eyes as he zeroed in on the gecko. He feared it wasn't breathing. Then the other gecko threw back its head and unleashed a savage roar. Soryong pinned the responsibility on Commander Goopy and vowed to alert him the instant anything happened. Rage boiled in the gecko as it fixed its stare on the entrance. From his hiding spot, Goopy forced a crooked smile and pleaded with Soryong to trust him, swearing he'd alert Soryong the instant the gecko even twitched. Soryong burst from the cavern and pulled back, deciding to retreat for now. That night, a bonfire roared by the waterfall while Huiyan and Peng Muen fixed their gaze on our boy standing at the cavern's entrance, knowing nothing about its habits and fearing any reckless move could further harm the already injured creature. Centipedes cavorted around Huiyan as she flicked her hair into place and, eyes warm with love, called our boy down to eat. Soryong squeezed his eyes shut, envisioned Huiyan as his wife bustling at the stove to cook for him, and his cheeks erupted into a warm, helpless blush. He found it impossibly sweet. They stoked the campfire and set the food sizzling over the flames. Peng Moon perched on the log, curiosity burning in his eyes, and asked if there'd been any progress. Soryong, sitting beside Huiyan, fell silent to mull it over before admitting the creature hadn't moved an inch. Peng Muen's gaze turned cold. He checked it himself and it hadn't twitched once. He snapped, "Wouldn't a living thing at least be eating?" Soryong's gaze was riveted on the campfire. Strange to him, because geckos and common lizards normally refuse food for days when stress hits. Fat-tailed geckos hoard energy in their thick tails. If one hadn't eaten, it was running only on that stored fuel. They stood at the brink of a decision, faces carved into hard resolve. Soryong urged them to check the gecko that lay unnervingly still. Peng Muen grinned, sure they'd finally nab the gecko, but Soryong shot back. No catching. First we check where it's injured, and if it gets hungry, it might even eat something. The moment he heard it, he urged Peng Mu inside to flush out the gecko that had been staring at the entrance, and surprise flashed across his face. He flashed a grin and flexed his bicep, and Peng Mu snapped, Why not finish it with one crushing blow? That would take out both the healthy and the wounded, and our boy broke into a cold sweat, certain the gecko would die the instant those muscles struck. Forcing a grin, our boy declared that if Peng Muam smacked it, even that rock thing that had repelled General Jiggle, whose men could drop dead on the spot, would stand no chance. And Lord Peng burst out laughing, convinced the kid was right. He cuffed Soryong hard on the back, sneering that no wonder a desk-bound scholar like him had been sidelined by that rock thing, and figured one strike would kill the gecko. Peng Muan locked a deadly serious stare, lifted one finger, and asked if the plan was to gently subdue the gecko. Soryong shot back that it was the best move. Soryong carved the dirt with a stick, declaring Peng Muan would first bait the spry gecko out, while he and Huyan raced to check the one that seemed injured. Huyan slammed stones onto the earth, saying the poison division would block the path to Soryong in the meantime. The Lord nodded, certain it was the best move. Peng Mu flashed a grin and asked if there was anything else to watch for. Our boy snapped that Peng Mu had to make sure it never reached the wall. It could scale the barrier and crawl right onto his side. Peng Mu slammed his fist against his chest. Excitement lit his eyes and every muscle demanded motion. He sprang into action. He tore toward the cavern. Soryong's panic erupted as he pleaded, "Please, go slowly!" Smiles cracked across Huyan and Soryong's faces, and our boy's chest went cold. He knew a sick gecko might not have much time left. With his sword slung over his shoulder, Peng Muan spotted Yong and the others returned to the cavern, and the gecko's eyes erupted into a blazing, furious glow. Soryong pressed his hand to his mouth and whispered a sharp go-ahead to Peng Mu, and Peng Mu's grin ignited with pure excitement. Peng Muan snatched his sword free, eyes blazing as he poured mana into the blade. He and his men snatched up their weapons and charged toward the rocks the moment they saw the enemy preparing to strike. Blazing fury ignited in the gecko's eyes as it unleashed a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. It hurled itself forward and struck with every ounce of its power. Just in time, Peng Muan's instincts snapped alive. He thrust his sword up and met the attack with a ringing clash, stopping it dead. The gecko whipped its tail and slammed into the sword, and he grinned, stunned that something so tiny could be a first-rate warrior of the Peng family. The creature recoiled, coiled like a loaded spring, and blasted forward in a savage second assault. The moment he saw it, Peng Muan's face split into an excited grin, his eyes suddenly blazing with light. He lashed his blade across the gecko's attack, snapping its strike off course. The moment it grasped the truth, a sudden flicker of bafflement washed over it. Peng Muan leveled a steely gaze at his men and barked, "This is our chance!" In a heartbeat, Peng Muan's men swarmed in, hemming the tiny creature in from every side. It burst into a furious roar. Terror flooded Soryong's eyes, and Huey seized his shoulders, whispering, "Move, now, while we still can." Moments later, they slipped away from the spot and burst onto the rocky outcrop. Soryong's eyes shot open, surprise hitting him like lightning. Worry carved into his face, Huan pressed, "Is the creature really injured?" The other man admitted, "It looks wounded." He peered closer and saw the tail's tip blackened and necrotic from an unfinished shed. It hadn't been able to complete shedding, and its eyes oozed pus. Huyan planted his hand on the rock, curiosity sharp in his eyes as he asked what to do now. Soryong snapped that they had to treat the gecko immediately, but there was nothing here, no medicine, no supplies. Grinning like he owned the moment, he made the call and stripped it all off. Hearing that, Huyan's brow furrowed and confusion surged through him. Her eyes blazed as she snapped that lately he'd been trying to strip everything bare. Yong went tomato red, but he knew this was the right method. He stepped forward. The wounded gecko snapped awake. He shot his hand toward it, voice urgent as he vowed to treat it and pleaded for it to stay still. The gecko snapped its eyes shut. Soryong snatched it and his eyes popped wide. Like the queen bee, the creature seemed to grasp speech, at least a little. Soryong yanked at the gecko's loose skin and shouted that, like snakes, these creatures shed their skin. Wild, fat-tailed geckos wolfed down their shed skins, wiping away every trace, and Huyan's eyes shot wide in stunned amazement. He left the gecko on top of the rock, drew his kunai, and grimly realized its skin was armor-thick. Bare hands weren't going to work. With the Koni's help, he plunged headfirst into the work. Huyan's eyes widened. She swore it looked like a precious gem. Soryong sliced a sliver from the gecko's shed skin with his kunai, and a radiant jewel-bright sheen burst forth. Soryong slid a scrap of skin dangled from the gecko's leg. Huyan jabbed a finger at it, tenderness flooding her chest because it looked like gloves. He knew she'd cave. Back in his YouTuber days, videos of peeling off shed skin detonated into instant viral hits. All that remained now, the head and the tail. Soryong inched forward with surgical precision, every movement measured, and his hands staying far from the creature's eyes so he wouldn't hurt it. Pus pooled in the gecko's eyes. It hadn't finished shedding, and the trapped skin unleashed an inflammation that swelled and clouded its vision. They cradled it with surgical precision and a feather-light touch. Soryong's hands were steady as a surgeon's. He peeled the gecko's head skin away, not a scratch on the tiny creature. Grinning, the boy asked if it felt better. The gecko shuddered. Then its eyes snapped open. A quiet thrill flickered inside Huion, refusing to be held down. Soryong zeroed in on the gecko, eyes tracking every twitch. Huey asked, "Is there a problem?" And Soryong met him with steady, sincere eyes and confessed, yes. He jabbed at the gecko's tail, grinned sharp, and confessed he couldn't decide what to do with it. Beads of sweat stung his brow. Only by severing the tail could the necrosis be stopped. Yet in its fragile state, a single cut might kill it. Peng Muon bellowed a razor-sharp warning at So Ryong. "Be careful!" And the cry snapped So Ryong and Huyong instantly into full alert. Pangmu blurted they'd lost the gecko. In the blink of an eye, the gecko popped up right behind them. The creature's eyes blazed with pure hatred, panic ripping through our boy as he pleaded for it to calm down. Cradling the gecko and holding the kunai up like proof, Soryong insisted he'd only been trying to help and heal its friend. He zeroed in on the kana, eyes wide with shock and confusion. The moment the gecko saw the weapon, it erupted in rage and bellowed. A savage, frozen kai erupted from the gecko, an icy blast that hurled Soryong backward. Panic slammed into him as he realized it was seething with fury. The gecko leapt, and the moment Huion saw it, he hurled himself in front of our boy, eyes wide with worry as he begged him to be careful. She didn't hesitate. She shoved Soryong. The fierce gecko slammed into the earth in a thunderous crash, and Huyen and Soryong barely escaped with their lives. Soryong clutched the injured gecko to his chest and crashed backward onto the ground, while the other gecko locked its gaze on them and roared again. The gecko's eyes ignited with fury as Soryong shot his hand forward and, fear twisting his face, begged it to wait a moment. Soryong's gaze sharpened like a blade as he admitted it wasn't what it seemed, and urged the creature to calm down. Soryong's eyes snapped wide as bewilderment crashed over her. The female gecko that Soryong was holding in his arms erupted into frantic chirps, leaving our boy utterly baffled. Fury ignited in its eyes as the gecko crouched like a coiled spring, every muscle primed to strike. But then it stilled, a flicker of surprise crossing it. The two geckos started chattering and burst into helpless laughter, and Soryong froze, eyes locked on them, jaw dropping in stunned disbelief. Peng Mu-wen and his men barreled back into the cave, the leader's worried gaze cutting through the darkness as he blurted, "Is Soryong okay?" Peng Mu-wen yanked his sword up and gripped it tight, admitting the gecko was vicious and lightning fast. He never expected it to slip between his legs. Spotting Peng Muon's sword, the gecko gnashed its teeth and unleashed a thunderous roar. Just as the tension was about to snap, Soryong darted between them, raised a hand, and, deadly serious, asked Peng Muon to wait a second. A confident smile curled his lips as he reassured Peng Muon he was fine, and beckoned him a step back. He was about to try talking to him for a moment. Confusion flooded Peng Mu's eyes. Clueless if Soryong wanted to try talking to the gecko, he asked whether our boy even thought the gecko could understand words. He locked eyes with the gecko, flashed a confident grin, and declared it could grasp speech to a point, so it probably wouldn't attack them again. He shot a quick request at Huane, "Bring some dry grass," and she blinked, confusion clouding her eyes before she nodded her head. Flashing a cheerful smile, she and the centipede dove in, scooping up the dry grass piled beside the rocks. Moments later, she wove a pillowy nest of dry grass, tucking it into a snug cradle for the female gecko. Sorry, Yong and Huyen crouched beside the female gecko, and our boy told the male gecko not to worry. He wasn't trying to hurt her. He'd pried off the stubborn shell and cleared the gunk from her eyes, begging him to keep licking them for a while. The gecko crept up, locked onto her with a curious stare, and began licking her eyes with its tiny, probing tongue. Soryong crossed his arms and dropped the bomb. Only one problem remained, and the gecko and Hein instantly snapped their gazes to him. Hand pressed to his head, Soryong scrutinized her tail and announced her eyes should heal well. But the real problem was the tail. Half of it was already rotting, and he scoffed that licking it wouldn't help. The gecko locked its gaze on her tail and confusion slammed into him. Then he whipped to Soryong, gave a slow, reluctant nod, and admitted out loud that Soryong was right. Soryong snapped his fingers into razor scissors and declared they'd have to cut the tail. Cold sweat slicked the gecko's face and terror surged through him as he pictured Soryong slicing off her tail. The creature unleashed another bone-rattling roar. Our boy froze as bewilderment ripped through him. The gecko rocketed into the air, eyes blazing with ghostly light as it coiled to strike. Sore. Yong slammed his arms over his chest, eyes drowning in fear, and tore a raw, piercing scream from his throat. A few hours later, Peng Muen's men ignited a crackling campfire inside the cave, while So Ryong and Hu Yen perched on the rocks. Huyen jabbed her fingertip and began to plant a special bomb onto Soryong's cheek. He exhaled, fury blazing. He'd only tried to help and a gecko had bitten him. Huyen pressed the bomb to the wound and snapped for him to stay still. One twitch, and he'd be left with a scar. Arms folded, Peng Muon roared with laughter and crowed that So Ryong finally acted like a real man. He'd earned that glorious scar in battle. Hearing that, Huyen's eyes snapped onto Peng Muon, cold and sinister, and the patriarch felt raw fear flood through him. A hand landed on his cheek. Relief ripped through So Ryong as the misunderstanding was somehow cleared up. Tiny centipedes swarmed onto Huyen, skittering across his skin and erupting into a wild, playful dance. The centipedes didn't even flinch at the murderous intent hanging in the air. Then it slammed into him. Little Gecko never meant to hurt him. They were distracted when Goopy burst into view and hollered, and the instant his voice cut through, Soryong and Huyen snapped to face him. Goopy shot up beside the gecko, and the creature opened its mouth like it had a secret to spill. Soryong painted on a brittle smile, reached up to cup his cheek and asked, "Are you ready?" Soryong sprang to his feet and vowed he'd give it his all. But first he had to ask the gecko one question. He fixed his gaze on our boy, curiosity flaring. Soryong jabbed a finger and demanded to know what Gecko ate. If he was going to cut off her tail, she'd need something nutritious to recover. With tiny staccato hops, the gecko turned his back on them and darted away. Panic seized Soryong, and he bolted after him as the little gecko skittered a few meters and froze beside a small plant. Curiosity ignited in Soryong's eyes as he locked his gaze on the plant, utterly transfixed. The gecko clamped the plant in its jaws, yanked it free, and brandished it at Soryong like a victor flaunting a trophy. Our boy cradled the tiny sprout in his palm as Peng Muon and Huyen leaned in, eyes sharp with scrutiny. Huyen's curiosity flared, and she asked for a quick look, and our boy didn't hesitate. He passed the plant into her hands. Huyen snatched up the plant, his gaze razor-sharp as he scoured every leaf and root. She brandished the plantosaurian, declaring it weak, yet a whisper of chi seeped from it, and she swore it was a seed of the spirit herb that once grew in this cavern. Soryong's eyes shot wide with confusion. He snatched the seed and his jaw dropped in stunned disbelief. Peng Muon's eyes went grave as he admitted he'd known it for ages. Spirit herbs always sprang up where spiritual beasts made their lairs. Centipedes lay draped across the rocks, dozing, and Huyen hunched closer, saying if that's the case then maybe these little ones, like the centipedes, survive by siphoning the spirit herb's chai. Soryong balled his fist, and his jaw slackened as the truth slammed into him. If they unearthed the spirit herb, they'd be in serious trouble. Panic ripped through him, and he frantically clawed at the soil to replant the herb, only for Peng Muon to bluntly declare it useless now. Soryong planted the herb again, but Peng Muon clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder and declared that a spirit herb, once touched by human hands, would never grow again. He was certain the gecko had dug it up to show them. He could replant it 100 times and it still wouldn't grow past this point. Our boy's jaw dropped as shock crashed over him. Soryong began to imagine Jug yanking the spirit herbs from the cave as the little geckos wailed. Soryong's eyes flooded with tears as the cold cruelty of humans slammed home. Peng Mu's eyes flared with curiosity as he leaned in and asked Gupi, "What's the name of the spirit herb that used to grow here?" Gupi fell silent and began to study him. The truth slammed down. That thing was frost ginseng. Peng Muon's brow tightened as he sank into sharp, relentless thought. A grin cracked across his face. Now all they had to do was find something that emitted the same type of kai as the frost ginseng. Our boy burst to his feet, eyes shining with joy, and asked if there really was something like that. Peng Mu cracked a grin and gave a sharp nod. It was revealed as ice jade, the same name as the frost ginseng, and it thrummed with the essence of cold kai. He rubbed his chin and snarled that the real problem was getting the ice jade. Money couldn't buy it. It wasn't something you could get easily. With their focus elsewhere, Huyen surged forward and seized every eye. Her gaze pinned them as she said, "If you mean the ice jade, I know who has it." Hearing that, curious smiles cracked across So Ryong and Pang Muwen's faces. This was good news to them. Soryong strode up, curiosity blazing in his eyes as he demanded, "Who has the ice jade?" She panicked, voice scrambling as she begged him to calm down. Cold sweat slicked her skin, words stuck in her throat, and Soryong and Peng Muon stared at each other, visibly puzzled. Huey forced the saliva down his throat. Then he hooked a finger under her chin, locked eyes with brutal sincerity, and declared they were some other weed. The moment those words landed, the boy's jaws hit the floor. Peng Muon sank even deeper into confusion. Her gaze sharpened to steel. She released a long, charged sigh. The young man's eyes snapped wide with terror. He had no idea what was happening. Peng Muwen and So Ryong zeroed in on Huiyan, with no clue what she had in mind. And even Peng Muwen's composure snapped into confusion. Huyen flashed a confident smile. Terror flooded Soryong's eyes, and sweat burst out on his brow. He slapped a palm to his face and sighed. Baffled his father-in-law would blurt that out now. And then his memory snapped into place. In this world, Girls were called weed. Kang Muon folded his arms and demanded, "Who's that other weed who supposedly has the ice jade?" So Ryong snapped out of his trance, his jaw slamming open as shock rooted him to the spot. Huiyan's gaze ignited into razor-sharp confidence. She flicked a finger and dropped the bomb. One of Muram's 3 flowers was the Flame Queen Peony, Namgung Seol, daughter of the Namgung clan. Word came that she already owned the ice jade and didn't even need it. Pingmoon's smile exploded across his face, while Soryung's jaw hit the floor. They were mid-conversation when a tiny gecko popped up and chirped to snag Soryung's attention. The sound hooked him, curiosity flaring, and he spun around. Tears brimmed in the little gecko's eyes, grief twisting his face. Huiyan leaned in and asked what he was saying, and Soryung snapped that he was pleading with them to hurry and treat the injured gecko. Soryung thrust his hand forward, bottling the rest of the conversation until after he could tend the gecko. Huiyan nodded, watching the tiny, jittery lizard, and relieved they'd paused. Soryung squeezed his head through a crack in the rocks and froze. There, the tiny gecko lay fast asleep. He plucked her from the nest and scanned her with fevered intensity, while the other gecko's eyes glinted with concern. Confusion twisted Huiyan's face as she remembered geckos could snap off their own tails. She couldn't fathom why this one had clung on until things fell apart, and Soryung's shoulders sagged. He admitted she was right, then quietly revealed some geckos never do that. Huiyan's eyes snapped wide, pure confusion blazing in them. When a lizard tears off its own tail to escape, that's autotomy. And each species pulls off the trick with its own unique twist. Soryung leaned in, eyes locked on the gecko, recalling that some could drop their tails but not regrow them. Some could both shed and regrow, and some couldn't do either. He couldn't assume a thing and had to examine it properly. Soryung edged a hand onto the gecko's tail. Once they confirmed the spot, they jabbed the detachment segment with a finger, and the tail split away, while Huey and she froze, baffled because she didn't know what that was. Grinning, he dropped the truth. The gecko's tail didn't come off just anywhere. It always snapped at a predetermined spot, the detachment segment. Huiyan staggered, stunned. She'd never paid attention to geckos, assuming they were harmless, and she couldn't fathom how Soryung knew so much. To her, it was astonishing. The gecko dozed in Soryung's palms. He'd sounded confident when he said it, but the tail was already eaten hollow by decay, and doubt gnawed at him over whether the surgery could save it. Soryung seized its tail, determination blazing in his eyes. He had to try. He was spicy fabric. A few minutes later, Soryung and Huiyan plunged into the surgery. Peng Muon, perched on a rock, watched with a hard, unblinking gaze as it dragged on far longer than he'd expected. He locked his gaze on Soryung, and the little gecko erupted into frantic, high-pitched chirps. A few minutes later, Soryung strode in with the gecko sleeping in his arms. Lord Pang Muon snapped, "What happened?" Huiyan's smile slowly broke free, and Soryung, eyes bright with joy, announced the surgery had gone well. She'd be fine as long as they took good care of her. Hearing that, the little gecko sobbed, a grateful smile bursting across its tiny face. Our boy plopped down beside the gecko, joy exploding through him as the little creature glowed with pure happiness. Peng Muen's eyes locked onto our boy. With every second of that stare, the kid became impossibly more astonishing. The pair of geckos slipped back into the nest. With the surgery done, Soryung and the others planted themselves nearby to watch its recovery for the next few days. A few days later, sharing a curious smile, Soryung and Huiyan tore back into the cavern and bolted toward the rocks. Near the nest, 2 geckos cavorted in joyful play, and when Soryung saw she was on the mend, a relieved smile split across his face. The tiny geckos shot him tender looks. Soryung clenched his fists as excitement crackled through him. They'd shifted from kittens into lizard puppies, and he knew in his past life this would have gone viral. Soryung locked his gaze on the female gecko, watching the injured girl stir as strength surged back into her. Her health finally steadied. Soryung chose to depart. And when the gecko heard, its eyes snapped wide, flooding with aching sorrow. Soryung flashed a grin and said they weren't leaving forever, just slipping out to grab food for them and coming right back. He pressed the gecko to guard the seed's chi. The 2 geckos bobbed their heads in crisp, synchronized nods. Soryung whirled, his gaze blazing with certainty, and told Huiyan it was time to return to the Tang clan. Eyes blazing with excitement, he balled his fist and resolved it was time to seize the ice jade. A few hours later, they swept back into the Tong clan manor and sat across from the patriarch, ready to talk. Back at the Tang clan, leaving the geckos behind, a flood of news crashed in. And the biggest shock was the blood cult. The patriarch laced his hands, fixed a serious stare, and decided to speak on the matter. After the spy who had infiltrated the Muram alliance was finally unmasked, their warriors charged after the owl an assistant had raised. A mustached man hunched behind a tree, then darted a razor-quick peek around its trunk. His eyes snapped wide, surprise and raw terror crashing through him. An owl swooped into the blood cult's hideout, cutting through the dark into a space crammed with ninjas. A squad erupted back into the Miram Alliance, handing over vials of poison drawn from Tiger's striped water snakes, the same venom that turned the tide in the hideout raid. Holding the letter aloft like a trophy, the Patriarch declared the Alliance leader had personally penned a note of gratitude. Pride lit his face while Soryong forced a smile and coughed. The Patriarch snapped, "Did you catch that mysterious gecko?" He opted to swing by the toxic creature garden himself to eyeball how it looked. Sweat beaded on Soryong's brow, his eyes jittering as he blurted they'd only half caught the gecko. Confusion flickered across the Patriarch's face as Huiyin, her expression stone cold, steadied herself and laid bare everything that had happened so far to her father. The Patriarch planted the cup of tea on the table. He raked his fingers through his beard as his mind snapped to the ice jade. She planted her hands on the table as Huiyin shot to his feet and explained they'd already planned to go together to Anhui province to visit the Namgum clan. The Patriarch held a calm stare, then granted them leave. Perfect. He needed them to drop off something along the way. The blood cult made the timing dangerous, but with Soryong at her side, he finally relaxed. Soryon blew out a breath, confusion flaring in his eyes. Was that a sly move to shove a task onto him? Right as they were about to leave, the Patriarch's face hardened, and he called out for them to wait a moment. He closed his eyes, then dropped a bombshell. Dark, disturbing rumors had been circling the Namgum clan lately. Soryong and Huiyin locked eyes, shock detonating as their eyes shot wide open. Night had fallen. Yellow Mountain loomed over the Namgum clan, and two men prowled the nearby grounds. Surprise slammed into the bald man's eyes, sweat prickling his brow as he choked out, "Are you joking?" His friend locked eyes with a confident stare and swore he was telling the truth, repeating that the young lady from the Namgum clan was far from normal. The bald man shot him an angry glare and snapped for him to stop spouting nonsense and inventing filthy, scandalous rumors. His friend's eyes locked onto something. A man lay crumpled just a few steps away. Their eyes widened with raw terror. They barreled toward the man, adrenaline ripping through them. No one had any idea why someone had collapsed here. The friend scooped the man's head into his hand, eyes wide. He couldn't tell if the man was dead. Right then the man broke into a smile, every eye snapping to him as confusion swelled and tightened in their chests. He hadn't collapsed. Blood streamed from his nose, his face blazed tomato red, and he gasped like a man struck by love. They locked eyes as bewilderment exploded across every face. They slung the man onto their backs and strode for the village, certain he'd been drinking. Not far off, a woman crouched behind a tree, eyes locked on every move. Her body unleashed a strange, crackling aura. Her shadow ballooned, stretching out until it loomed over the room. She dangled like a spider, clinging to a trembling silken web. Under the moon's silver light, she danced with her sword, honing every strike to razor precision. She locked her focus, her eyes ignited with fierce determination. She ripped the air with several sword strikes, each blazing arc shearing leaves from the trees. A shudder ripped through her, her whole body trembling like a struck bell. Her chest heaved in ragged gasps, frustration coiling like a fist in her gut. She failed to slice every leaf, and a cold certainty hit her. She needed more training. A pigtail sporting woman, lamp clutched in hand, materialized and shouted, "The woman is Unnai!" Namgun Yoon of the Namgun clan locked her jaw and demanded they turn back now. One late step and they'd be caught, and you knew her father would scold her mercilessly if that happened. She conceded the swordsmanship was flawless, but as the family's eldest daughter Unai had to protect herself. Unai zeroed in on Yunan's silence. She swept her hat off with a single defiant flick of her wrist. She locked eyes and owned it. Yoon was right. She was the Namgun clan's eldest daughter, the Flame Queen Peony, known simply as Soul. She broke into a harsh coughing fit. Yoon's eyes flooded with worry. She had no idea if Soul would be okay. Unknight's hand snapped shut into a fist, color draining from her face as the disease called overflowing chi deviation gnawed at her. At first, the whole family erupted in joy, hailing it as a blessing. His Kai channels had blown wide open, so internal energy surged into existence at lightning speed, and pure Kai streamed through unimpeded. The old healer treating her snarled that too many blood points gaped open, and her innate chi was being siphoned away far too fast. Worry written all over him, the father blurted, "Is there really no solution?" As the old man set a hand to his chin and sank into deep thought, sweat beaded on his face, sincerity burning in his eyes, the old man bared the truth. She needed pure, potent yin energy, used before her innate Kai, or her life would be cut short. Back in the present, Uni was gasping, her energy bleeding away. Yoon darted over, worry blazing in her eyes, and asked if she was okay. Uni forced a smile, told her not to worry, and suggested they go back. Yoon blinked, confused, and asked if she was sure. Unai's eyes snapped to the lamp. Recognition struck. He saw her as the oil flame burning inside this lamp. She locked her gaze on the lamp, every heartbeat a countdown. She would cease to exist the instant the last drop of oil burned. Her eyes snapped skyward as adrenaline roared. She had to seize and master at least the Emperor's sword style, and she had to do it now. Her eyes were riveted to the moon as the wind whipped around her. She raced to master the style before the flames devoured her and she vanished. Under the blazing noon, a lone boat sliced through the wide, rolling waters of the Yangtze. Tossed by the waves on the boat with Soryong, Hyun, and Guppy. Guppy jabbed at the water and shouted for Soryong to look. The Beiji dolphin had surfaced, and Soryong's eyes shot open as he realized it was the Yangtze River dolphin. A dolphin burst from the waves and launched into a joyful flurry of flips and splashes. Soryong froze, heart racing. He couldn't believe his eyes as a species declared extinct glided before him. He liked insects and reptiles, but dolphins hit him on a whole different level. Huyan flashed a smile and declared that following the Yangtze would take them to Wuhan, where the Muram alliance waited. Yang's attention zeroed in on her. He flashed a grin and announced that, under his father-in-law's orders, they'd have to stop in Wuhan to hand over the red-necked keelback's poison. Then they'd step ashore at Angyang, the safe zone. A grin cracked across Huyan's face as he declared they'd reach their destination hours earlier at this pace. Soryong slid in beside her, worry creasing his face as he confessed a nagging concern. Tuyen scooted in next to him and, curiosity blazing in her eyes, asked what it was. Our boy felt it in his bones. If the ice jade was truly that priceless, the Namgun clan would never give it up without a fight. He thrust his hand forward, voice raw, confessing that the fact gnawed at him no matter how he turned it over in his head. And she burst into laughter and asked him to trust her. Her thoughts snapped to Hanai as she revealed the ice jade held a special purpose for the young lady of Mgung Seol. The girl had to eat it, but the ice jade refused to be eaten. She jabbed a finger at our boy, convinced they'd trade him for the ice jade, because it could be eaten. Soryong plunged his hand into his clothes, pressed it to his chest, and conceded she wasn't entirely wrong. Worry knotted his gut. He couldn't tell if the ice jade was safe, and lizards were cold-blooded, so they loathed anything freezing. Cold dread crawled up his spine at the thought of feeding them something he couldn't trust. He pinned Huan with a dead-serious stare, called his name, and he snapped back to her warning that the ice jade pulsed with cold yin energy. And having only heard of yin and yang, he blurted out what it meant. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. Huyan turned to him, her eyes sparkling with delight. She snapped up one finger and grinned. Then, knowing this was vital for martial arts cultivation, she plunged into an explanation and urged our boy to listen closely and lock it into his memory. Yin Kai unleashed the yin fire, and among the kids, between heaven and earth, the term named Kai that plunged downward and pooled. And with a stone-cold expression, she warned that yin normally crushes living activity. Darkness, chill, and dread are all kinds of yin, so cold yin is just one of them. Soryong's eyes snapped wide in shock. He smiled, convinced the inner energy was bad. Huyan snapped no. Unlike yin, yang spawns fierce yang fire, and too much of it hurls life into overdrive, speeding up aging and bleeding your energy dry. Soryong imagined lizards playing with ice, and a jolt of understanding hit him. The two kids needed cold energy because their bodies were cold energy themselves, so they grew by absorbing yin energy. He assumed it was just recharging, like batteries. Soryong raked a hand through his hair and demanded, "Aren't yin and yang supposed to be balanced, like male and female?" He couldn't fathom how they'd pulled off that balance while fueled by pure energy. Soryong rubbed his head in bafflement. Huyan's eyes locked onto him and her cheeks flared crimson. Nerves twisted her face as she tore her eyes away and choked out, "I don't know." She bellowed they'd crack the balance between yin and yang later. And the moment those words hit the air, our boy, heat flooded his cheeks as confusion slammed into his thoughts. She hid her face in her hands, mortified, when Guppy popped into view and barked that they'd arrived, ordering everyone to get ready to disembark. Their ship roared into Wuhan's port and slammed against the dock. The moment the ship slammed to a halt, So Ryong and Huing hopped off. She stepped forward, introduced herself, and announced they'd brought the object he'd requested, and the pony-tailed man reached out with a grin and said the general was already waiting. They stepped onto the bridge, and Soryong's breath hitched as awe washed over him. He froze, jaw dropping at the Muram Alliance's awe-inspiring colossal grandeur. Right nearby, she yanked him by the ear and he erupted into a piercing scream. Sweat plastered to his face. The man begged the woman named Sword Phoenix to stop. He insisted he was about to teach that guy a lesson. Her glare scorched him as she snapped that he couldn't duel his own allies. With raw sincerity, the other man admitted she was right. He'd rushed in recklessly without checking the facts. and Xianghu snapped that he'd only been defending the young lady's honor. Right then, Xianghu's head snapped up as something snagged his gaze. His eyes locked onto Huiyan and shock ripped through him. She was the poisonous flower. Huiyan spun around, recognition blazing in her eyes. The man with a white bandana lunged, tore into the dragon and slayed it. With a flash of steel and ember, the woman reveals herself as the Sword Phoenix. Yang stands as the spear dragon. She flashed a smile. This was their first meeting since the Dragon Phoenix Summit. She asked how everyone had been, and Xiong burst into a grin. Seeing Huiyan after so long made his heart leap. They whispered among themselves, and Soryong's memory snapped to Nurem. Titles like Dragon or Phoenix were only given to the extraordinary, and he realized he was surrounded by elite martial artists. Sword Phoenix snapped, "I have a question for you," then dropped the bomb that a strange rumor was circling about her. Confusion flared in Huiyan when the woman revealed a rumor was circling that she had a lover, and her eyes snapped wide in shock. Our boy broke into a cold sweat as confusion scrambled his mind. Confusion flared across her face as she blurted, "Is that rumor about me actually spreading?" Xiang forced out a nervous yes as the camp buzzed with gossip. One comrade snarled a challenge at the rumor monger, ready to duel him in her honor for spreading nonsense because they'd bled together, and he would defend her name. And our boy suddenly noticed he had a crush on her. Quan shot a sidelong glance and ripped that rumor apart with a sharp, unmistakable denial. Xiong erupted with fury. He vowed to track down the warrior who'd spread that lie and beat him senseless. Huiyan stepped forward and determined to crush the rumor. She lunged and grabbed Soryong's arm, leaving him blinking, confused. She flaunted Soryong like a trophy, beaming as she proclaimed she wasn't someone's lover but a fiancé, then proudly introduced Soryong as that fiancé. They saw it, and the whole room froze. Jaws hit the floor as stunned silence slammed down. Sword Phoenix gaped. Soryong was shockingly young. Huiyan forced a tight smile, apologized, and chastised herself for not introducing him to them sooner. Soryong grinned, and the others erupted into raucous greetings. Right as he snapped his head up, he froze as Cyan pinned him with a stare that wanted him dead. He closed in on our boy and demanded, "Are you Soryong?" Panic carved across Soryong's face as he choked out a trembling, "Yes." Sihu dropped to their knees before our boy, sending the crowd into stunned silence. He thundered his name, Yang Xianghu, the Yang family's spear dragon of Xincheng, and our boy instantly started sweating bullets. Fury burned in his eyes as Xianghu snarled and dared Soryong to a duel. Xiong throws down a gauntlet, demanding Soryong accept the duel and leaving everyone reeling. Sword Phoenix and Slaying Dragon exhaled a long, cutting sigh, disappointment igniting the moment they saw Xiangwu's attitude. Sweat plastering his face, Soryong rasped, "Do you really want to challenge me to a duel?" Xiong's eyes blazed with fury as he shot back, "I want to face you man to man." Sword Phoenix snatched Xianho by the collar and hauled him forward, leaving him blinking in mild confusion. Huiyan's glare burned as he demanded why Xianghu had suddenly asked for a duel, and Sword Phoenix, eyes blazing with rage, locked onto Xianghu and snarled that he better not treat this lightly. Soryong's eyes lit with bewilderment. He couldn't believe Xiong had challenged him to a duel the moment they met, and he had no idea why strange people kept turning up in his life. A figure in white stormed over and demanded to know why they were making such a fuss. There he stood, Jun Chu, the military advisor. Soryong shut his eyes and bowed to the military advisor, respect blazing from his posture. Xianggu's eyes went wide with terror, panic ripping through him. Jun slammed his fan into Young's face, eyes burning with fury, and demanded to know what he was doing to the guests. The blow slammed into poor Xiang and panic seized him. With a kind smile, Junj suggested they go together to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion where the Alliance leader stood. Soryong's eyes shot wide in surprise, and he nodded. Junju, Soryong, and Huane barreled toward the Martial Pavilion. Cyan's fist snapped shut, his eyes blazing with rage as a burning need to duel Soryol seized him, and his friends, stunned by that wild look, traded puzzled glances and urged everyone to leave. Sunlight flooded the sky as a dazzling river snaked beside the Heavenly Martial Pavilion. Hoyan planted herself in the guest hall to wait. "Sorry, y'all." Who was walking beside Junj? He didn't refuse. He just nodded his head. A girl in the guest hall broke into a sweat, her face tight with nerves as she frantically pointed the way, and insisted they had to greet the Alliance leader first. Soryong zeroed in on her and instantly pegged her as a rookie, clearly a little lost. Junj flashed a grin and said they'd nabbed that guy thanks to Soryo, then added the woman was the maid they'd brought in to replace the last one, who'd been unmasked as a spy, and being brand new left her pretty inexperienced. Our boy plastered a strained smile as the maid shut her eyes and announced the general, and a young Tang warrior had arrived, and the leader nodded, waving them in. The hall door swung wide open. The leader of the Alliance stood on the balcony, drinking in the sweeping vista. Junju and Soryong knocked fists to their palms and bowed low to him as our boy announced, Why? Soryong of the Tang clan of Sichuan. And the leader's eyes snapped wide with surprise. He beamed, threw the door wide, and beckoned them inside. He could tell Soryong was bone-weary after the long journey. Something snagged his gaze, jolting him into razor-sharp alert. He jabbed a finger at our boy, face hard as stone, snapping whether those tiny things on his wrist and waist would bite just anyone. Our boy froze, eyes wide, and insisted they don't bite just anyone. Tiny centipedes dozed under Soryong's clothes. A bolt of memory hit him. The rumor their leader was one of Muram's top 3 martial masters, and he couldn't believe he'd instantly spotted the poisonous creatures coiling around his body. They sat down, the leader slicing through the silence. Soryong, did you bring the tiger-striped water snake's venom? Soryong nodded. I did. He flashed a sly grin and announced he'd thrown everything together at the last second. 3 bottles clinking in his bag. Shock pinned him. Yet with a calm face he said that when he'd been on site, he'd watched them extract that venom. A brutally meticulous process that demanded enormous effort to collect. And he didn't know how to thank Soryong for bringing 3 bottles. The leader's eyes snapped to our boy as he said he'd heard the kid had become the Tang clan's son-in-law. Soryong turned, met that stare, and nodded. The leader leaned in and asked about his parents, and Soryong's voice cracked as he admitted he had no family. Utterly alone in this world, with no one to trust. Junj interrupted the conversation, his voice cutting sharp and serious as he revealed he'd heard Soryong had lost all his memory in an accident, and that before the Tang clan patriarch took him in, he'd been living alone on Hainan Island, hunting snakes and selling them. The leader crossed his arms, and in an instant he realized Soryong had survived a lonely, brutal life all on his own. Beaming, Soryong ruffled his hair and declared he wasn't completely alone. The leader snapped the conversation shut and announced why he'd summoned Sorayan. He'd learned our boy had played a vital role in the recent blood cult incident and was ready to reward him. Our boy's eyes shot wide in surprise. Voice trembling, he blurted that he'd already told the general what he needed last time. Shun's cracked a smile. Soryong unearthed something colossal, power enough to banish those disgusting blood cult leeches from the Central Plains forever. And he insisted this service deserved far more than a simple reward. Soryong's face twisted with nerves, his hands trembling in frantic denial as he admitted he'd only stumbled onto it while fighting to save his people from their clutches. If that was the promised gift, he insisted, it was more than enough. A serious light ignited in the leader's and Yunga's eyes. The leader planted his palm on the table and demanded to know if he'd truly stumbled onto it while trying to save his people. He shot to his feet, folded his arms, a grin cracking across his face as the truth hit. He'd been wondering why Soryo felt so close, and now he knew. They were alike. Confusion exploded in Soryong's eye as the leader snapped he wasn't talking about their faces. His eyes went razor-sharp as he admitted he'd lost both his... Those bastards from the blood cult ripped his clan apart and snatched the woman he loved. He clawed and fought, tearing through every desperate option to save even one remaining family member. And somewhere along that brutal road, he found enlightenment and became a martial master. The leader pinned our boy with a hard stare and said he'd heard Soryong, poisoned, hurled himself at an elder of the blood cult to save his people from the Tang clan. Our boy smiled and admitted it was true. A grin split the leader's face. He'd pulled this exact stunt 30 years ago. He charged toward Soryong. Though imposing, he'd hurled himself in head first, desperation burning in his heart. He planted his hand on our boy's shoulder, and the kid froze, eyes wide with confusion. He grinned and bestowed upon our boy the one-of-a-kind iron coffer technique. Soryong and Junja's jaws flew open as shock crashed over them. The leader couldn't help but grin, fixing them with a confident stare as he declared he'd never taken a disciple and that his martial art would die with him. He refused to pretend to be his master and told the Tang clan they had nothing to fear. Genju shot to his feet, sweat plastering his face. Our boy gaped, sweat streaming off him as if a dam had burst. He pressed a fist to his chest, gratitude blazing as he thanked the leader, and vowed with iron resolve never to let his great name be disgraced. When he heard that, the leader's face broke into a kind smile. Night fell, and Soryong prowled the area, lugging a heavy book. He clutched the book like a lifeline as the Alliance leader bestowed upon him a martial art all his own. Soryong buried the secret, trusting it only to his clan's elders. If anyone else learned it, the blood cult would hunt him like prey. He resolved to return to the guest hall, picturing Huin's delighted smile. Then a man stepped out and watched him in silence. The man held up a hand and told our boy to wait. Su-young whipped his head around, curiosity burning in his eyes. He looked up and found a furious Yang staring him down. Yang couldn't stop trembling. Cyan strode forward, his eyes burning with grim resolve, and declared that word hit him that Soryong had passed through the heavenly martial pavilion, so he rushed over. He still hadn't received an answer about their duel. Our boy's jaw dropped at how relentless this guy was. Xiang, eyes sincere, confessed he needed to know if Soryang was truly worthy of marrying Huayin, and demanded Soryang prove it. Soryang's eyes darted with fear as he warned, "A duel is extremely dangerous." Xionghu jabbed a finger at the spear and snapped that there was nothing to worry about. He'd stripped the tips off his spear. With a piercing gaze, Soryang confessed, voice raw, that he was terrified Siyong might die. They locked eyes and fell silent, holding each other's gaze for several minutes. Soryang's words lit a fuse in Xianho. Rage exploded through him. He yanked Soryang by the collar, eyes blazing with fury, and thundered, "What did you just say?" Something stashed in the boy's clothes twitched. Xianghu's gaze snapped to it, bafflement flickering across his face. Rage burned in Soryang's eyes as tiny centipedes poured from his clothes and dove straight for Xianghu. In a flash, our boy snatched the centipedes and begged them not to bite Xianghu, while arrogant Xianghu crashed down onto his butt. Sweat poured down his face and panic carved his features. He had no idea what was happening. Sorry Young swept up to him wearing a smile. "Ma," he snapped, reminding him he'd already said it was dangerous. I choked out an apology to Yongsad, right in front of Xianghu. Sweat exploded across his brow, trickling down his neck and soaking his shirt. Soryang's eyes flashed and a cocky smirk curled his lips as he declared he'd already forgiven him once. Xiong began to gasp violently, fear clawing at his chest, and realized Soryang wasn't bluffing. If our boy hadn't smashed those centipedes, he'd be dead. Soryang sprang to his feet and pinned everyone with a piercing stare. He sensed how terrifying he'd become, and to Yan, he looked like a monster. A boy's voice sliced the silence. "Are you okay?" And at that moment, Halyan appeared, confusion blazing in her eyes as she asked, "What are you doing?" Her voice hit Soryang like a punch. His eyes flew wide and panic surged through him. Her eyes blazed with murderous fury as she snapped, demanding to know whether Xianghu planned to harm Soryang. Soryang pressed a hand to Xianghu's shoulder, a brittle smile on his face, and insisted it was a misunderstanding. He'd gotten lost leaving the pavilion. Xianghu had appeared and offered to show him the way. So they were together. Huyan sank into silence, unsure whether to believe Xianghu's claim. She leaned in, centipedes writhed, restless and twitching. Eyes flickering with nerves, Sori Young pressed a tiny centipede onto Xiangwu's head and said he'd asked Xiangwu to release a sliver of killing intent after their chat so he could show him the centipedes. This was the result. Our boy laughed and said he'd only been joking with Xionghu. Xionghu blinked in confusion but chose to play along, rose to his feet, slung an arm over Soryang's shoulder, and smiling, admitted Soryang was right. Huey and she bristled with suspicion. She couldn't tell if they were telling the truth. She shot Yang a grateful grin, thanked him for guiding Soryang, and marched straight back toward the reception hall. Soryang forced a nervous grin, nodded, and then bolted into a sprint. Xiong slapped a hand atop his head and let out a relieved sigh. He'd narrowly avoided getting into trouble. As Soryang strode away, he whipped around and his grin made it clear. He'd snatched Xiangwu from the jaws of death. Twice. They said it and walked off, leaving Sion frozen with his jaw hanging open as confusion slammed into him. He didn't know what was happening. Dawn exploded across the sky the next morning. Ships thundered into the port as Sorian, Huyin, and Goopy snapped into action to cast off. She flashed a warm smile, dipped into a graceful bow to Xianghu and the others, announced they had urgent business and had to leave, thanked everyone for their kindness, and Slaying Dragon called out for both of them to take care. At the last heartbeat before they could leave, Sword Phoenix locked eyes with Soryang, curiosity blazing, and called for him to wait a moment. She squeezed a trembling hand onto Xianghu's shoulder, her eyes flashing with nerves. He dipped his head to Soryang in a crisp, reverent bow. Sword Phoenix's voice rang out. She'd heard what Xiang had done and thanked Soryang for his generosity. Soryang's eyes shot wide in confusion. Xiang, fingers fumbling at his head with a nervous, darting gaze, awkwardly thanked our bull. The boy confessed that a late-night talk with Sword Phoenix had slammed the truth into him. He'd finally seen how foolish he'd been, and his friends' faces lit up with proud smiles, tears blurring his vision, fists clenched. He choked out that when he saw Soryang's boundless tolerance, constantly covering for Huyan's bad manners, he'd convinced himself Soryang was the most suitable person to be Huyan's fiancé. He grabbed our boy's shoulder, eyes blazing, and begged him to take care of her from now on. Soryang flashed a smile and watched them go. He'd heard they'd meet again at the Phoenix Dragon Conference, so he refused to turn them into enemies. Someone spotted Yang, the rest scrambled aboard the ship, and Xianghu with the others waved them off with steady smiles. They shot into a sky alive with flapping wings. Late at night, in the village below Mount Huang, a lone inn glowed like a defiant lantern cutting through the dark. Soryang and the others crashed into seats at the inn, ready to eat, when a maid appeared with steaming plates, set them down, and slipped away. They tore out of Wuhan and rolled into Anking at dusk. Gu Pi urged a stop, Mount Huang's trails were brutal and the Namgung clan lay a half-day's trek away. So Soryong calmly dug into his meal and, taking Gupi's advice, they agreed to spend the night at the inn. Confusion flooded Huyan's eyes, shock rooting her to the spot as disbelief ripped through her. Soryong had the secret manual of the Iron Coffer technique, the Fist Emperor's exclusive martial art. Soryong grinned and admitted he'd said they looked alike. Was that a good thing? She nodded. The Iron Coffer technique sears the body, but master it and you can stop blades and even chi attacks. She flashed a cheerful gaze and revealed it was the exclusive martial art of the very Emperor of the Fist himself. Some even claimed it rivaled Shaolin's indestructible Diamond Divine Art, and because it was an external style that barely relied on internal cultivation, Soryong would breeze through learning it. Shock detonated inside Soryon as realization slammed down. Master this technique and he'd gain a bulletproof defense. He'd inherited an incredible power. She gave a kind smile and stepped forward to train him. She'd heard the first emperor lashed his own body every dawn as part of the regimen, and she'd do the same for Soryong. Soryong's jaw hit the floor when she heard the first emperor whipped his own body. She balled her hands into fists and snapped that it was true. Whipping to harden the skin was part of his training. Soryong's cheeks ignited at the image of Huey in a maid outfit, whip clenched in hand. Suddenly an old man hobbled up and asked if they were planning to climb Mount Huangshan. Curiosity flared in Soryong's eyes and he spun to face him. Huiyan nodded, then shot the old man a sharp question. Why was he asking that? The old man introduced himself as the inn's owner and asked if they were heading to the Namgung clan. Our boy sprang to his feet, confusion blazing in his eyes, and shot back, "Is there a problem?" Huiyan's heart lurched. Her father's warning about sinister rumors spreading echoed in her mind, and she couldn't tell if this was connected. The old man shuffled over and confessed that, in recent months, anyone who climbed Mount Huangshan began vanishing, only to turn up later alive, hollowed out and robbed of every scrap of youthful energy. Fear slammed across Soryong's face, while Huiyan, unnerved by how odd this all felt, snapped, "What does any of this have to do with the Namgung clan?" The old man hacked, a hot flush searing his cheeks. He couldn't stop blushing when They all snapped awake and blurted the same name. They'd all spent the night with Lady Namgung Seol of the Namgung clan. The moment she learned it, Huiyan's eyes snapped wide in baffled disbelief as shock thundered through her. She exploded at the old man, insisting this was absurd, a trap, a malicious slander. Soryong urged her to calm down, and the old man panicked, nerves fraying as her expression screamed that everyone had reacted exactly like she had. Night fell, the moon hung like a silver eye, and the Namgung clan's manor crouched just a breath away. She hunched in her room, needle ablur as she stitched. Right then, a maid swung open the door to her room, and curiosity snapped to life inside her. The maid jerked upright when a summons arrived. The patriarch wanted her in his hall this instant, and surprise slammed through her. She tore out of her room and charged for the patriarch's hall, not knowing whether her father had discovered her secret midnight fencing practice. She burst into the patriarch's hall, her eyes snapping wide with surprise. In front of the patriarch, several men knelt as his eyes snapped to her the moment she arrived. His eyes flared with iron-cold seriousness as he barked an order for every man to snap their heads up. He spun to the crowd and demanded they declare whether the girl they'd seen was really his daughter. Fear twisted his face, and he trembled as one man snapped his head up, and the others immediately began begging for mercy. The father's furious glare struck like lightning as he barked for them to spill the truth this instant, leaving Seol frozen, bewilderment written across his face. His face turned stone serious as he demanded whether Seol had been sneaking off to Mount Huangshan at night, then dropped the bomb. The men were accusing her of draining their youthful energy. Her eyes shot wide, fear and confusion flaring. Her face froze in stunned shock. Terror slammed into her, and she burst into uncontrollable sobs. The father jabbed a finger at her and snapped, "Speak clearly!" She locked eyes and confessed, voice steady. It was true. She'd spent the last few days honing her blade in the valleys of Mount Huangshan, and she swore she'd done nothing else. The father spun to the man, voice like thunder. His daughter swore she was innocent. "Produce ironclad proof of what you claim to have seen." Tears welled in his eyes as the fat man swore, voice cracking, that they'd only said what they'd seen with their own eyes and hadn't meant to insult the young lady, while the other man broke down, panic clawing at him as he wept, unsure if the world had gone mad or if everyone had been possessed by spirits. The moment he heard it, the fat man's eyes shot open, surprise exploding across his face. He sprang to his feet and declared there was a mole, and the patriarch's curiosity flared as he demanded which mole he meant. He jabbed a finger at his chest and dropped the bomb. The woman they'd seen had a mole right there. Curiosity flashed in his eyes. The father scoffed at the idea, spun on his heel and barked to see everything if it was true. She clamped a hand over her mouth as panic ignited in her eyes, leaving her frozen in shock. Her expression hit him like a slap. Rage surged through the father. He froze, disbelief exploding in his chest. He couldn't accept that this was true. Huayan and Soryong stepped out of the inn and strode into the forest, their footsteps pulling them deeper into the shadowed trees. Rage contorted Huyan's face into a snarl. He closed the distance, curiosity lighting his face as he asked if the innkeeper's words still stung her. Inside she burned, but she shrugged and denied it. Goopy stood before them, shouldering every piece of luggage in his backpack, when Huyan spun around, rage burning in his eyes as he blasted the ridiculous idea that Namgung Seol was absorbing men's masculine energy every night. Soryong's eyes flew wide with fear as she realized she was upset. Huey sighed, sincerity carved into his features. She forced out an apology to choke back her anger, blasted the rumors as nonsense, then dropped the bomb. Namgungsi can't have any contact with men. Shock slammed into Su-young, pinning her to the spot. Huyan's voice cracked as she revealed Sial's curse. Without a steady drip of yin energy, her life would shrink, and any burst of youthful energy burned her like poison. So she kept men at arm's length, and nights with lovers were impossible. Soryong blinked, confusion sparking in his eyes as it hit him. He was living a fantasy heroine scene, and he had no idea if it would end well. After hours of relentless travel, they finally stood before the forbidding entrance of Namgung Manor. The guard's gaze snapped to Soryong as he glared and demanded, "What did you come for?" Huyan dropped to a whisper, her eyes flashing with grim seriousness as she realized the Namgung clan's atmosphere was dangerously tense. The guards would shut them out if they couldn't explain a visit to Sial. She urged our boy to invent a story, and Soryong, curiosity sparking across his face, decided to listen. Our boy strode up to the guards and let out a sharp cough. Eyes blazing with confidence, he announced they'd come to strike a deal. The guards fell silent, and Huey froze in panic. She couldn't make out a single word Soryong muttered. When the plan crumbled, our boy broke into a cold sweat. Someone yanked the door open the instant the commotion slammed into their ears. The instant they saw who it was, Soryong and Huyan's eyes snapped wide. Surprise hit them like a blow, leaving them utterly stunned. It was Nam Gyeong-yoon. Shock slammed into her, equally stunned at the sight of Hwayeon. "We owe her everything. Sorry, Young." The others burst into the Hwayeon clan manor, and Yoon erupted into a wild, jubilant dance. Yuen's heart leapt. It had been ages since she'd last seen Hwayeon, and Hwayeon smiled, saying it had been 2 years since the meeting of the 7 families. Yoon's brow furrowed as he asked what So-ryong meant by making a deal. Huyan shut her eyes and sighed. So-ryong, visibly nervous, let a tentative smile tug at his lips. Huyan declared they needed the ice jade. She'd heard last time that Seol had it, and a flash of surprise lit Yoon's face. Huyan's eyes burned with sincerity as they said they truly needed it, and had come to ask if they could get it. Yoon clasped her hands, beamed warmly, and urged them to go first to the Patriarch's hall to speak with her father. She was certain he'd light up at the sight of Huyan after such a long time. Huyan planted her hands on Soryong's shoulders, flashed a smile, and revealed she'd brought something to trade for the ice jade. Our boy's eyes shot wide in confusion. Reeling, Yoon gasped, "Do you want to exchange, Soryong?" Moments later, they charged into the Namgun clan Patriarch's hall. They spilled everything to the Patriarch. He sprang to his feet, shock blazing in his eyes, and demanded to know if it was true. His eyes bulged in terror, shock nailing him. He couldn't believe they'd dared bring an elixir crackling with cold energy. Huey prodded Soryong to reveal it. Soryong flashed a grin and shoved his hand into his clothes. He snatched the elixir out and slammed it onto the table. The Patriarch's eyes locked on it, surprise exploding in his mind. A fierce spark blazed at the core of the elixir. The Patriarch leaned forward, curiosity sparking in his eyes, and asked to take a closer look. Soryong smiled and beckoned him nearer. Sweat slicked Soryong's brow as he cradled the elixir he'd carried with painstaking care in his arms, praying they'd accept the exchange. The Patriarch leaned in and scrutinized the elixir, declaring the cold Kai's purity off the charts. It could let her endure at least 10 years. Yoon's eyes flashed with curiosity as he asked, "Really that incredible?" Dazzled by its value, the Patriarch swapped it for the ice jade. Hwayin and Soryong erupted into elated smiles. The Patriarch jabbed a finger at it, eyes narrowing when he spotted something tucked inside, and snapped, "What is that?" Our boy pinned a smile to his face and choked out that he couldn't tell him that. Realizing the question would give away where the elixir had been found, the Patriarch bit back his curiosity, forced a smile, coughed out, "Sorry," and thanked him. But his face snapped into terror the moment he realized that wasn't the real reason. A few days ago, Soryong strode through the clan grounds with the grandfather at his side. Our boy felt a cold crawl into his clothes. The old man's gaze snapped onto him and he demanded, "Is there a problem?" Our boy yanked it from his clothes. his eyes snapping wide in baffled shock. It roared to life as a tail. Sorry. Yong shoved the gecko's tail into his grandfather's hands and revealed a strange, ice crystal-like shard lodged in it that he'd kept as a souvenir. A curious glint flashed on the grandfather's face as he leaned in and scrutinized the tail, feeling cold Kai thrumming through it. He knew instantly it would be perfect material for masters of ice or cold Kai martial arts. Soryong dragged his fingers across his chin as images of tiny geckos snapped into his head. He assumed they hoarded nutrients in their tails like the fate-tailed gecko. He never would have imagined it was actually cold Kai. Grinning, grandfather leaned in and asked Soryong if he'd try turning the tail into an elixir. Back in the present, our boy froze in disbelief. He knew a withered gecko's tail wasn't even worth mentioning. The patriarch's grin lit the room as he tasked you to run to her sister and swap the elixir for the ice jade. She nodded instantly. They'd finally arrived, so he urged them to rest a while, set about throwing a raucous welcome feast for his clan's guests, and caught Huyan pressed close to Sial. He confessed his daughter had just endured something painful and asked Huyan to comfort her while she was here. Huyan smiled and agreed. They shot to their feet as Yoon surged forward, taking the lead and guiding them straight to the guest residence, and strode forward. Yoon beamed, confessing that thanks to Huyan, her father had been in high spirits these past few days, even though they'd been walking on thin ice. And Huyan, curiosity flaring from rumors she'd heard near Mount Huyangshun, demanded to know what had happened to Sial. Yoon's eyes snapped wide as shock ripped through him. He realized she already knew. Sorrow welled in her eyes. She never thought she'd do something like that. No clues turned up, so they hauled her into the confinement room and slammed the door shut behind her. They branded her with virginity sand to prove she was innocent. Shock slammed into Huyan, stealing her breath, while Soryong blinked, bewilderment fogging his mind. Women smeared virginity sand onto their bodies to declare them pure. Raise a gecko in a jar and feed it cinnabar, and its body will blaze bright red. Huyan spat that they crushed it into powder and smeared it across the woman's skin. If her body was pure, that bloody mark wouldn't wash off even with water. And Soryong's eyes shot open in stunned confusion. Soryong burned with fury. Only a unicorn should identify a maiden, not some gecko. When Huayan met that stare, panic slammed through him. They barreled up to the spot where Sial stood, and every eye slammed onto him. Sorry. Young's eyes turned ghost white. Yal perched a heartbeat away from them. A crimson smear still clung to her hand. Huayan grinned and hailed her the moment she stepped into view. The crowd froze, jaws dropping. Yun slammed a vial on the table, its liquid humming with cold Kai. Their father demanded she trade it for the ice jade, so she thrust the elixir into Sial's hand. Her eyes flared with fierce curiosity and her jaw dropped the instant she sensed the monstrous ice-cold chi pouring off it. She flashed a grateful nod and sealed the exchange, sending Huyan and Soryong bursting into delighted smiles. She yanked the ice out. They handed it to Soryong. Our boy hunched over it, devouring every detail until a grin split his face. Sorrow flooded her eyes as she let out a long, trembling sigh, and the boy and Huey snapped their heads to her, every gaze locked on her. Huan locked eyes with her and admitted she'd heard the rumors. She flat out couldn't believe Sial would do that, and pleaded with her not to give in to despair. Sorrow carved her features as she whispered that many witnesses knew exactly where her mole was. Soryong's eyes flooded with raw emotion the moment realization struck. This was a mysterious case. He slapped a hand over his face as a grin burst across his lips. Our boy was unmatched at this. In his previous life, they called him Sherlock Faber whenever the crew dove into escape deduction rooms. He flashed a smile and asked if Sial had ever bathed alone in a pond or river at night. She began watching our boy, confusion blooming across her face. Serene as a still lake, Huayan leaned in and asked if he wanted to know whether someone had been spying on her. Soryong's jaw dropped the instant he realized she was right. Sweat plastered to her face. Sial blurted she'd never bathed outside, and even if anyone had seen her, nobody had reason to defame her. The people in the reception hall were like family, neighbors who all lived together in the village at the foot of the mountain. Yoon sneered, crowing that Soryong was wrong. Sweat flooded Soryong's face as disbelief slammed into him. He couldn't believe he'd failed. He crumpled to his knees, his voice cracking as he begged for forgiveness. Just then, Huey's eyes snapped to something. She clasped her hands, flashed a smile, and declared she'd cracked the mystery. There was only one likely explanation, and every eye snapped too. They whirled to face her, and a surge of confusion and curiosity hit everyone. Her eyes went steel cold, and she dropped the most likely explanation for the situation. Huan's serene face betrayed nothing as he stepped forward and vowed to unmask the possible culprit. All eyes snapped to her as curious expressions rippled across every face. Huan goes silent, letting several tense seconds crawl by. Confidence burned in her eyes as she dropped the bomb. The culprit was a ghost. Sweat drenched Yoon and Seol's faces. Their eyes shot wide in stunned surprise, shock pinning them motionless. Huyan nodded, and Soryong's eyes flooded with confusion. He'd been bracing for something profound, so he couldn't fathom why she'd suddenly launched into talking about ghosts, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Soryong traced his chin with a fingertip and plunged into thought. She'd already stared down the blue-spotted centipede's ghost after it died, so this sight barely fazed her. Soryong thrust his hand out and demanded whether Saul had by any chance touched or done anything strange lately. Had she eaten the inner core of a spiritual beast? She dove into thought, then locked a steely gaze and revealed. She'd just grazed an acorn in a tree branch, and Soryong and Huyan broke into a cold sweat, bewildered as they realized this was exactly what they dubbed idiotic charm. Shock ripped her eyes open. She clasped her hands as a memory slammed into her. She blurted out that while training alone under the night sky, she suddenly felt someone's presence closing in. Her spine went ice cold. Someone had been watching her the whole time. Yoon's face twisted with confusion as she demanded if it was true. Her sister just nodded, certainty burning in her eyes. She'd felt it for sure, first blaming Yoon and rushing to check, only to find no one. She pressed a hand to her chin, doubt prowling through her. Was she being too sensitive? Soryong shifted into watch mode, eyes fixed and cold, convinced the whole thing screamed suspicion. While they were distracted, a maid barreled in, and the sister's gaze snapped to her the instant that voice rang out. Sweat dripping and chest heaving, the maid gasped that something terrible had happened, and Seol's face snapped into worry as he demanded, "What's going on?" The maid's fists balled into white-knuckled knots as she cried that another villager had vanished. She blurted that the warriors had already broken past the clan's borders to begin the search, and Yoon blinked in confusion as he asked if it was true. She dropped her gaze to the ground, fury coiling in her chest. Yong's eyes locked onto her, and with a calm expression he asked if she was okay. Determination blazed in every eye. Whatever the cost, she'd hunt that ghost down herself and make it pay for stealing her chastity. Yoon balled her fists, fixed her sister with a hard stare and begged her not to go. If she slipped out alone again and got caught, this time the consequences would be disastrous. She paused as thought raced across her face, then flashed a smile and urged you not to worry. She spun to Soryong and Huiyan and declared they wouldn't be going alone this time. Confusion flared in Yoon's eyes as he shot back. "What do you mean by that?" "Spot them closing in, Huey. Seize her hand." Sorrow carved her features as she turned to them and implored, "Will you two help me?" Soryong and Huiyan gaped, jaws dropping as shock slammed into them. Night swallowed the forest, and somewhere in its shadows a tiny owl perched on a branch. It spun, zeroing in on Sao Soryong and the others as they searched the area. Yoon's body shook, tears brimming, as she seized Huyan's arm, convinced that if they were caught this time, they'd lock her in the closed cultivation room for at least half a year. Huyan flashed a nervous smile. Yoon spun around and blurted that So Ryong must be helping her stop Seol. She couldn't fathom how he'd fallen for her so suddenly, and So Ryong's eyes shot wide in confusion. A nervous smile crept across his face, trembling at the edges. A heartbeat earlier, Seol whipped out a gleaming golden ornament. She revealed it, a noriji braided from tight knots. Its center was carved into a socket made to hold an ice jade. Our boy and Huiyan stood silent, hanging on every word. Seol's serene gaze anchored her as she admitted she wasn't sure why they needed the ice jade. If they were looking for something to carry with them, it would do. Soryong and Huiyan leaned in and peered closely, their eyes snapping wide in stunned disbelief. She snapped it in two, proving even that could be divided, each half a symbol between them. She vowed to give one to Soryong if he helped, and Soryong froze, stunned. Every eye was riveted on the dazzling ornament. Back in the present, our boy fell silent as thunderous thoughts crashed through his mind. He slammed a hand to his chest and repeated, "Not for the Noriji. I'm protecting Lady Seol's honor." Yoon's face exploded with rage. She saw straight through Soryong's lie. All eyes snapped to her sister, as voices begged her not to be so impulsive. Hwan pasted on a brittle smile, and Yuan felt her mind splinter. She didn't know what to do. Minutes later, they ground to a halt. This was the spot where she'd felt someone's presence. Certain a trace remained, she swept the area with ruthless precision. Huiyan rushed up, worry carved into their face, asking what they'd do if the culprit really was a ghost. Seol slammed her sword into view and vowed to cut the spirit down with a blade charged with evil-destroying, justice-revealing energy. Soryong leaned in, watching closely, realizing just how intense this had become. His eyes snapped wide, curiosity and astonishment exploding as something suddenly snagged his gaze. Suddenly, fog erupted across the area, swallowing everything until no one could see a thing. Soryong's eyes snapped left and right, confusion flooding him as he realized he had no idea what was happening. He bellowed Seol's name, ripping through the crowd as he scanned the others for her. He swept through the area, eyes snapping to every shadow. desperate to know if they'd been separated. Soryong's foot slammed into something and confusion surged through him. He had no idea what was happening. He leaned in, squinted, and the glinting thread snapped into focus. A spiderweb. He snatched it into his palm, felt the strand, thicker than rope, and a cold certainty hit him. The creature that spun this web had to be colossal. Screams ripped through the air, terror blazing in his eyes. Our boy spun around. Panic ripped through him the moment Yoon's voice reached his ears. He had no idea what had happened to her. Our boy summoned the tiny centipedes, Grace and Myra, and asked if they'd track down their mother. The little creatures broke into smiles. They launched themselves from Soryong's clothes and tore off as Soryong charged them with a single mission: rush to Hwayin and protect it. Our boy burst into a sprint, tearing through the forest. They were yanked deeper and deeper into the forest. He couldn't fathom why spiderwebs clung to every branch. He panted, the memory snapping into place. Spiders split into two kinds: sedentary web builders that stay put, and wandering ones that roam like vagabonds. Spider silk smothered the forest. He knew there was no way. Not one of them wove flat, ground-level webs. That alone screamed this wasn't an ordinary spider. Red fog swallowed the forest, and as it thinned, Soryong's expression hardened. He shot forward to find Yoon and the others. Seconds later, our boy froze mid-stride, like someone had yanked the motion right out of him. Cobwebs smothered the trees before him, draping every branch in ghostly lace. He leaned in, peered closer, and his eyes snapped wide, confusion crashing through him as he had no clue what was happening. Yoon's voice sliced the silence. He snapped his head up and terror flooded his eyes. Spider silk coiled around her, pinning her to the tree. At the sight of it, our boy's panic ripped through him. Startled, Soryong whipped around, surprise blazing in his eyes. I locked my gaze on a woman perched atop a giant spider. A grin burst across her face. Xiao's eyes burned with wicked light as she pinned Soryong beneath a cold, unblinking stare. Evil sparked in her eyes as a wicked grin spread across her face. Fear slammed across Soryong's face. Shock pinned him in place as his eyes refused to believe what they saw. Webs smothered the area, spun by a ground spider our boy had never seen. It laid its silk flat on the earth, not in the air, and he swore it had to be a new species. Soryong ground his teeth and locked a burning, unblinking stare on Seol. Perched atop the giant spider, revelation ripped through him. He finally understood everything that had happened. Right in front of him, wearing Namdong Xiao's shape, a pedipalp lurked, masquerading as the spider. A pedipalp snapped out as a hypersensitive probe and a nimble manipulator, a spider appendage that brazenly masquerades as a leg. It's actually a specialized organ attached to the head, honed to sense touch, lure mates, or seize prey. He watched as it slid, bared its shoulders in a deliberate, seductive move to lure him, and figured this had to be evolution's bait to attract male prey. Heat surged into Soryong's cheeks and he waved it off. No need. He'd already been utterly captivated. Voon snapped awake and ripped at the silk cocooning her, desperate to wrench herself free. Her gaze slammed onto Soryong. Rage exploded as she realized even he had fallen into the trap. Our boy strode straight toward her, and the spider's face split into a grin. Soryong's face flooded with love as he murmured that she was breathtakingly beautiful. He launched himself at the spider and swept her into a fierce embrace, leaving her frozen, eyes wide in shock. A wicked light ignited in her eyes as a smile curled on her lips. She coiled like a spring, every muscle taut as she readied to strike Soryong. In a flash, the boy snapped a command and one of the centipedes lunged to bite. In a heartbeat, a tiny centipede burst from Soryong's clothes and sank its fangs into the spider's neck. She flung her mouth open and unleashed a raw, agonized scream. Soryong stepped back as the tiny centipede leapt and reappeared with our boy in tow. Tears welling in her eyes, the spider reached out to Soryong and implored him, her face so heartbreakingly lifelike that our boy instantly understood why people fell into her trap. She clutched her neck as a dizzy wave crashed over her. Her knees buckled and she crashed to the ground. Soryong panted like a man drowning for air, his eyes blown wide with confusion. He couldn't tell if the poison had paralyzed her. Soryong jabbed the spider's body with a stick, eyes fixed on every twitch. Centipede venom is a neurotoxin that paralyzes insects, and although centipede-type bugs pack a nasty bite, he figured this tiny creature's size meant its poison would be weak enough to be fine. He crouched, cupped the spider, and begged it not to be upset. He'd saved it from the villagers who would have captured and killed it. Soryong's eyes ignited into a blaze, and he didn't pause for a single heartbeat. He launched himself into a hug with the spider, elated by its bright red body and the 4 large spots blazing across its back. Its fur lay thick and velvet soft under his fingers. He dove his hand back in and stroked it again, insisting it was like a scarlet spider. Curiosity lit his face as he leaned in to see how pretty the spider's face was. Desperate to know its shape, and half-suspecting tarantula-sized fangs, Soryong flung her skirt up, and in that instant, Huion burst into view, eyes blazing with fury, and slammed a brutal kick straight into his face. Confusion flooded his eyes, and shock slammed into him, pinning him to the spot. So-young rocketed into a tree, his body slamming against the trunk. Huiyan's eyes burned with grim resolve as he declared the spider a monster. She urged him to try to breathe while circulating his internal energy, coaxing each inhale to come long and deliberate. She slammed a hand over her face, terror flooding her eyes as she realized she'd lost control and unleashed far more strength in the attack than she'd meant. So-young's gaze snapped skyward, then his body went slack. It looked like he'd lost consciousness. Minutes later, he pushed himself to his feet, worry carved into his face. He blurted, "Are you okay?" And our boy blinked, confusion washing over him. Her eyes wide with terror, she warned that the mist choking the forest was the spider's doing. Breathing it pumped men's desire so ferociously, it acted like a potent aphrodisiac. She sucked in a startled breath, hurled the mist from her body with a burst of internal energy, and rushed over to So-young. He stood serene and calmly said he hadn't felt anything strange. He pressed a hand to his chin as realization snapped into place. The mist was puppeteering the villagers into possessed shells, and whether spider pheromones were to blame, he couldn't tell. He reached out and dared to touch the spider, snapping at Huang to name the monster as it loosed a choking poisonous mist and towered over them. And Huang's chest tightened with fear the moment she saw So-young's hand on it. She forced her eyes to the ground and forced out an apology to So-young. She slammed her hands over her face as her cheeks flared crimson. She suspected So-young had been seduced by the spider. So-young blinked, confused. But she was right. He'd been seduced, just in a different way. So-young dove into petting the spider's leg, insisting he was only studying its shape and gushing that the limb was absurdly fluffy and cute, while she, sweat streaking down her face, begged him to stop. Heat flooded her cheeks, and a startled look snapped onto her face as a memory surged back. A bright red body, 4 large spots on its back, and fur dense and velvet soft. So-young's eyes shot wide in confusion. He couldn't fathom why she trembled, and a sharp cough sliced the silence. Both of them snapped around, curiosity igniting like a spark in their eyes. So-young whirled, confusion flashing in his eyes. With no one in sight, a cold spike of dread hit him. Had the spider made that sound? The voice burst back to life, and So-young's eyes shot wide in stunned disbelief. Yoon lay swathed in silk, and our boy's breath hitched as panic ripped through him. He'd utterly forgotten about her. Tears poured down her face, and So-young's hands darted out, easing her down in a heartbeat. They laid her body on the ground. Huiyan and So-young sank down beside her. Yoon's face went deathly pale as she gasped for air. When he saw her chest still rising, he knew she was only paralyzed, and Huiyan sagged with relief. Night pressed in as So-young snapped that only one thing remained: find Seol. With the mist lifted, Huan felt the trail lock into place, and knew he'd catch her soon. Our boy shot to his feet, decided on one urgent thing before he went searching for Seol, and Huiyan's gaze locked onto him, confusion flickering across her face. He snatched a silk thread and began binding the spider's body with its own strands. Several seconds later, our boy cinched the ropes around the spider's body, binding it utterly still. He grabbed the spider's body and hauled it back to the clan to unmask what kind of monster it was. He was certain it wasn't a mere creature, and Huiyan didn't refuse. Moments later, she pushed through the forest toward them, and surprise lit up Huiyan's eyes. Everyone's eyes flared with worry the moment they saw it. I skidded to a stop. Yoon lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air like he'd been punched in the lungs. Tears and fury burned in her eyes. The spider hadn't just dared to linger in her honor. It had the gall to hurt her little sister. With a flash, she drew her sword, blade arcing as she readied to slay the spider. Seeing this, panic seized So-young, and he pleaded with her to wait. He blasted forward, no second wasted. So-young sprinted forward and planted herself in front of the spider. Everyone froze at the sight. She leveled her sword at the spider, her gaze hardening to steel, and snapped at our boy to get out of the way. Determination blazed across So-young's face as he planted his feet and flat-out refused to step aside. Xiao gaped, confusion twisting her expression. So-young jabbed a finger at his chest and roared, "I caught it! It's mine!" Huey and Shi's eyes snapped wide with surprise, and she reeled in shock. They all dropped their eyes to the ground, silence swallowing them as they stood frozen, unsure what to do. A long, ragged sigh ripped from her, and her eyes blazed with fury as she fixed So-young with a piercing stare and snapped, "What did you just say?" Rage contorted her features as she snapped, "What did you just say, So-young?" He gulped, insisting killing the tiny creature would be too much. He remembered she had first killed a salamander with a poisonous chant, and now she wanted the spider dead. Fuan swept Yoon into her arms and shouted at Xiao to wait. Yoon was still alive, only paralyzed. Relief and astonishment lit her eyes and she blurted, "Is that true?" Huyan confirmed it and told her to calm down. Huyan read Lady Namgung Xiao's pain, but he snarled a warning. "Slaughter the hosts and shatter the mimicry, and it will twist into another form. Then there will be no way to clear Lady Yoon's name ever again. She locked eyes with the spider, deadly serious, and dared y'all to imagine her taking it and showing it to her family. Her grievance would be wiped clean. Soryong had seized that host, unearthed the elixir meant for her, and even snatched Lady Yoon back from death. He'd helped erase Lady Yoon's grievance, so Seol mustn't recklessly swing her sword, and both of them froze, eyes blown wide with surprise. A sigh ripped from her and she plunged into thought, dissecting every angle. She slid her sword into its sheath and blurted an apology to Soryong, admitting she hadn't considered the kindness he'd shown her. And Soryong blinked in confusion, waving his hands and insisting it wasn't important. He flashed a grin, shot Huey a thumbs up, and couldn't stop praising her razor-sharp logic in the heat of the moment. Seol zeroed in on the spider and fired off a question about its fate. Our boy grinned and said he'd forgive it for now and bring it back to the Tang clan. Soryong launched into stroking y'all's heads, her face blazing with feeling as she breathed that she was incredibly cute. The moment those words hit, her eyes snapped wide with surprise and a tomato-red blush bloomed across her cheeks. She misread the whole scene, her fingers twisting in panic as she choked out that Soryong was already with Lady Huyan. Huey exhaled a ragged sigh, exhaustion hollowing his gaze, and insisted to her that Soryong hadn't meant it that way. He'd only been talking about the host spider, cute, red, soft-furred and bristling with strange abilities. So Soryong gushed it was adorable, and the moment he said it, Seol's eyes flooded with fear. Soryong, fingers still tracing the spider's back, snapped his attention to her, bewilderment flashing across his face. Night had fallen, and when he demanded to know what the two were whispering about, they snapped the topic shut and steered the conversation away. Dawn flared. The spider and Lady Namgung Yu stepped into the light. The Namdong family swept them to safety, and everyone's jaws dropped. No one had ever seen a spider that massive. Panic seized the patriarch, and he yanked his sword free, rage boiling when he learned the creature had stolen his daughter's appearance and insulted her. Our boy begged him to stand down, insisting the truth would clear the lady's name and put the rumor to rest. The patriarch's anger drained away, and Soryong's breath hitched as he saw Seol's face in his own. They were father and daughter. The patriarch thrust his hand forward, eyes aflame with gratitude, and boomed that it was as if the young warrior had saved his two daughters' lives and honor, swearing the Namgung clan would never forget such kindness, and vowing they would honor his wishes. He jabbed a finger at the spider and flashed a grin. Just like I said, I'm taking that guest with me. The patriarch raised no objection but let slip one nagging worry. The moment he heard it, our boy's curiosity flared. The patriarch reeled as the creature stood there, still wearing his daughter Seol's form. He realized that if the creature had stolen his daughter's face, it could shapeshift, so he begged it to wear a different visage. He would never endure those doubts about his daughter again. Soryong dragged a hand under his chin, eyes narrowing. He'd secured ownership of the creature, but the image rights still hung over everything, and he had to plot his next move. He whipped around, his eyes snapping wide in shock. Suddenly everything spiraled into chaos. He barreled up to Goopy, gasping, and demanded what was happening. Goopy hissed that the crowd was seething. 3 old men barreled in, faces like thunder, exploding into shouts and hurling insults. Cunning little thing. Bastard. Accusing it of mimicking the young lady's appearance and demanding to know what they were doing and why they weren't killing it. Goopy locked eyes, thrust out a hand and snapped for them to watch their tongues, reminding them the guest had been seized by his clan and roaring, "Do you dare slander the clan's property?" The old men panicked and fell to their knees, begging for forgiveness. Soryong folded his arms. The misunderstanding was cleared, and almost everyone who needed to see it already had, so he warned Goopy to accept no one else. Fear for the creature's safety tightened his voice, and he barked for the guards to shut the entrance, and as soon as the last person slipped out, they slammed it shut. Suddenly, someone sprang into view and asked them to wait. A bald old man gripped his cane, gasping like the air had been ripped from him, terror burning in his eyes. A hacking cough ripped from him as he pleaded for a quick look. The guards snapped that he had orders from above and couldn't do a thing. Sweat beading on his face, the old man insisted he was only going to take a look for a moment, and the guard reached up, touched his head, and snapped that it wasn't allowed. Grinning, our boy beckoned the guard to show him, realizing he'd come a long way despite his poor health, and surprise burst into the old man's eyes before gratitude softened his face as he thanked our boy. The old man stalked up to the spider and peered at it with razor focus, and Soryong and the others fell utterly silent. Tears brimmed in the old man's eyes. The spider saw the truth, zeroed in on him, and its eyes blew wide with shock. The old man spun around and demanded, "Are you going to kill the spider like the others said?" Soryong's face stayed ice calm as he replied, "I would never." He declared it a priceless wonder and vowed to carry it to Situan for the Tang clan to raise properly. Its strange appetite was just a guest's quirk, and he insisted the heavens had ordained it. the little creature wasn't to blame. Tears of joy flooded the old man's eyes. He'd never heard anyone speak words like that before. He hurled his doubts aside and trusted him, moving at once. The old man dug his fingers into the knots and began untying the ropes that bound the spider, and so Ryong and the others erupted into panic. Concern burned in his eyes as our boy warned it was deadly. After untying the spider, the old man scooped it into his palms and started stroking its tiny body. The spider's eyes flared to life, glittering with pure joy. Sorayon shot a confused stare and sighed. No surprise. He'd sensed that familiar aura radiating from him since the very beginning. He zeroed in on the old man, pulse spiking as he recognized a kindred spirit. No doubt an enthusiast. The old man slammed his cane down and spat. "Its name is Yoa." He explained that one day, after the plague wiped out his entire family and plunged him into crushing despair, he stumbled across a tiny creature no bigger than his fist, and they began to live together. More than 20 years ago, when vigor pulsed through him, he personally fed her his yankai to raise her. As his strength ebbed, and he could no longer channel that yankai into her, these things began to happen. He spun around and confessed that she had committed a terrible deed against the Namgung clan's young lady, and he took the blame. Soryung's eyes widened in shock. Tears racked the old man as he sobbed that he had no idea what to do. He'd been wandering, torn by anguish, but now a gentleman as kind as he was had taken her in, and at last he could rest. He begged him, "Please, take good care of his yoga." Soryung dropped into a deep bow before the old man and swore he'd raise her well. Tears carved tracks down his cheeks as the old man choked out to Yoha that age had worn him down, and he could no longer care for her, begging her to follow Soryung and live a long life. Yo-won and the old man slammed into a fierce embrace, and the creature's eyes brimmed with tears. Tears flooded Soryung's face as he watched, stunned that a pet could grasp human words and answer with feeling. He pictured countless hours together, and knew the old man had raised and cherished her like a daughter. He thrust his hand out and implored the old man to stop, begging him to follow them to Sichuan because they'd be stronger together than if they split up. The old man shook his head, tears in his eyes, thanked him, and choked out that he couldn't endure such a long journey anymore. His family's graves were here, so leaving was impossible. Soryung ran a hand over his head, flashed a grin, and urged the old man to spill everything he'd learned raising Yoa, admitting it was his first time facing a creature like that, and the old man vowed to answer any question to the best of his knowledge. Heat surged into his cheeks, and jittering, he confessed that nothing intrigued him more than young Kai, then stammered, voice trembling, to ask how it had been provided. The old man thrust his finger forward and Yoha hungrily latched on. He decided to demonstrate, guiding the motion and saying the finger just slides in like that, then warned that even sleeping together could spread young Kai. Her form warped, and every eye snapped to her. The old man announced that when young Kai was transmitted this way, the creature would reshape itself into whatever its owner considered most beautiful. Yo morphed into a breathtaking young woman, the exact face of the old man's late wife in her youth. The old man had longed to see it before he died, and when it appeared, relief washed over him. Curiosity ignited in the old man's eyes as he asked if Soryung wanted to try. Our boy stepped up to her and went quiet, thoughts raging like a storm behind his calm face. Our boy plunged his finger into Yoa's mouth. Moments later, she morphed again. Soryung's eyes shot wide in stunned disbelief. Excitement flared in his eyes as he wondered what form it would take. He was sure it would be Lady Huan's. The spider contorted and morphed into a new, terrifying shape, and the old man and Soryung froze as shock ripped through them. Goopies in the patriarch's eyes swelled with fear and astonishment. They hissed, "Do you like your new form?" The spider convulsed, its legs creaking and locking as it reshaped into a carved wooden doll. The old man's eyes shot open, bewilderment and shock ripping across his face. This was, he swore, the exact form Yoa had shown the single time before she took human form. Panic ripped through Doopy as she snapped at Soryung, demanding why she hadn't appeared as Lady Huam. Our boy hesitated, clearly unsure. Soryung broke into a cold sweat, and his head spun as he realized the reason Yoa, or, more precisely, the creature, had kept Namgung Xial's face was that the villagers hailed her as the most beautiful woman, but now the title belonged to Tang Huyen, the poisonous flower, the famed beauty of the Central Plains, and he'd even handed his Kai Yong to the creature. Yet Yoa hadn't become Lady Huyen. It made no sense. Soryung turned his back and bolted, certain the Tang clan would brand his flight a brazen betrayal, and Goopy and the others reeled, faces blank with confusion. Soryung panted, chest heaving. He couldn't stomach the idea that his fascination with poisons had eclipsed his admiration for Lady Huyen, and he refused to believe that this alone had forced the creature to reveal its true form. There had to be another explanation. At that exact moment, Huang found himself inside Nam Gunyun's guest room at the residence, and Yun lay on the bed. Not long after, Soryong barreled through the door running, and Huing's eyes flashed with baffled shock. She gaped, clueless about what was happening or why he was panting, as Soryong, breathless, said he had a favor to ask her. Solemn fire blazed in his eyes as he swallowed and asked, "Can I hug you?" Heat flooded her, and her cheeks ignited into a full-on tomato red. Soryong forced a brittle smile, flailed his hands and begged her, "Don't misunderstand me, it's not like that." Then, suddenly, he backtracked, and wondered aloud that maybe a misunderstanding wouldn't be so bad after all. She shot to her feet, fists clamped tight as panic flooded her. Then the truth slammed into her. In the end, he had found out. She pressed her hands to her face and admitted she hadn't meant to hide it. She'd only read about it in books, so she doubted herself and couldn't say a thing. And Yang stared, confused. He had no idea what she was talking about. Gasping for breath, she forced the words out about that spider. It tore away its disguise and snapped into view as one of the Central Plains' 10 great venomous creatures, the human-faced spider. He froze solid, paralyzed, his mind a white void, utterly clueless how to react. His eyes snapped wide with astonishment. He couldn't believe Yoha stood among the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains. Cheeks burning, Huyen fumbled with her fingers and swore she never meant to deceive him. She'd only wanted to be absolutely sure because of the promise they'd made. So, Horyong zeroed in on her, eyes razor-sharp as he watched every tremor. And then it hit him. This was the reason she'd been hesitating. She advanced toward Soryong, every step fired by the promise she refused to break. He snapped into motion, no hesitation, not a single second. She swept our boy into a fierce, all-consuming hug. Crimson surged into Young's cheeks. The blush refused to budge. Someone's sudden cough sliced the silence, and his eyes snapped wide in stunned surprise. Yoon snapped awake, cheeks burning, and blurted, "Do you want me to give you two some space?" Seeing she was awake, our boy's panic erupted. When she caught his terrified expression, nerves surged through her and her eyes slid to the side. Day had already arrived. The sun hung high in the sky, pouring down relentless light. 2 days later, Soo-young stepped forward and began saying goodbye to Seol and the others. She flung a grateful wave, voice trembling as she thanked them and swore she'd carry that debt of gratitude forever. When it was over, they left the Namgung clan. Yoha swallowed Soryong's yonkai and snapped into Lady Huayan's exact likeness. He assumed those piercing gazes would stop hunting them. He flashed a warm smile and asked if she was okay, urged her to hang on just a little longer, and vowed he'd let her out the instant they arrived. Yoha's face lit up with pure happiness. Gol crouched behind bars as Thupi thrust out his hand and pressed Soryong for any idea about the next part of the journey. Soryong explained that originally. After reclaiming the Ice Jade, he was set to bolt straight to Mount Gunga, the home of the fat-tailed geckos. But with Yoa in tow, he wrestled with whether to detour to the Tang clan first, unsure if Yoa could survive the longer trek. Yo shook her head, no. And Soryong froze, bewildered. Soryong had no idea if Yoa was okay. Worry flared in her eyes, lighting them with a frantic, searching sheen. Soryong stepped up to the cage, a tear springing to his eye. He couldn't believe it. The idea that she truly worried for him, that she was such a kind, gentle soul, slammed into him. So he grabbed Yoa's hand, thanked her, and vowed he'd get them there as fast as he could. Confidence blazing in his eyes, Soryong turned on his heel and decided to go straight to Mount Gunga as planned. They'd grab the fat-tailed geckos and the Yoe and head back to the Tang clan together, and Thupi nodded. They shoved off and tore down the river as the sky swarmed with screaming seagulls. Our boy drank in the views, eyes alight and grinning as the world unfolded before him. 2 figures on the ship leaned in and whispered. One shot, "Did you hear the Alliance leader himself led the Blue Dragon unit on this expedition?" And the other answered, "Yeah, the men seized in the recent raid on the Blood Cult base cracked and spilled the locations of the other fortresses." Worry carved across his face. The boy with a ponytail blurted he'd heard the battle left barely any casualties. He could hardly believe it. Rumor said someone had conjured a poisonous mist that only struck members of the Blood Cult. Shock slammed into Soryong when he realized they were talking about him. Curiosity blazing in his eyes, the ponytailed boy demanded who had pulled off that incredible feat. And his friend said the Alliance, fearing cult retaliation, had kept the man's identity secret. Whoever he was a hero. And from that moment, the boy swore to admire him. Excitement exploded through Soryong as memories of his past life as a YouTuber flooded back. An avalanche of compliments engulfed him, stealing his focus. Before they even realized it, they burst ashore at Mount Gunga, leapt off the ship, and charged straight into the thunderous spray of the waterfall. Soryong's gaze cut through the air as he confessed he couldn't pull off Lightfoot techniques, so he couldn't cross alone and implored Lady Huan and Commander Goopy to fetch the little ones, knowing there was no one this time to throw him across to the other side. Goopy jabbed a hand to his head, doubting the geckos would follow them without Soryong, and Huang, gaze sincere, admitted he was right. She told Soryong it'd probably be better if he went in person, or asked if she should try to lash a wild kudzu vine to the other side. A warrior, confusion carved across his face, jabbed a finger at the sky and urged Soryong to look. Our boy blinked, puzzled, and spun around. Yoa scrambled up the mountain as Soryong's panic exploded, and he screamed for her to come down. Right then, the spider shot a gleaming thread of silk and exploded into a breathtaking leap, clearing Soryong in one smooth, soaring arc. She slammed down right in front of them. Surprise snapped Soryong's eyes wide and echoed in the other's eyes. Yoa unfurled her arms, and Soryong's gaze snapped to her. He wondered if that was ballooning. Was she telling him she could fly too, since she was a spider? Ballooning. Most people had no idea. Wingless spiders could launch themselves on silk and ride the wind, drifting dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. That wild trick was called ballooning. You're walking down the street and suddenly slam into an invisible web suspended in midair. That's the trace ballooning leaves behind. His eyes shot wide open when he discovered Yoha could do ballooning too. A lightning bolt idea struck him, and moments later, Yohua dove into Soryong's arms in a fierce, grateful hug. They launch into the air, ballooning upward and rocketing straight for the waterfall. A grin ripped across our boy's face the moment he saw it had worked. He swept Yoha into a fierce hug, awestruck. She was incredible, and he couldn't fathom how she was so impossibly versatile. Yoha cracked a smile. Huiying, eyes narrowed with annoyance, strode up and told Soryong the hug made her uncomfortable. Because Yoha looked exactly like her. It felt like she herself was being cradled, and it freaked her out. Soryong grew nervous, and he tore himself from Yoha's embrace, shouted for them to wait a moment, then darted off to fetch the geckos. Our boy barreled into the car. Sunlight stabbed through the hole in the roof, spotlighting the geckos right in front of Soryong. A grin split his face and snagged their gaze. The geckos snapped their heads around, eyes flashing with surprise when they saw Soryong. They leaped, and Soryong tore toward them, panic clawing at his chest as he demanded to know if they were okay, and if they were hurt anywhere. Tiny geckos plastered his face with eager licks. A grin split his face as he realized they'd gotten even cuddlier while he'd been away, and seeing them so healthy made his heart soar. He flashed the ice jade and vowed he'd keep them safe if they came with him, and the geckos locked their gaze on the gleam. A smile split their face wide. Soryong grabbed the chance and named them. He bellowed for the woman called Snow, and the ice, the male. Cradling the geckos in his arms, Soryong steeled himself and marched toward their new home. Snow and Ice barged through the door and took their seats at the family table. Night fell like a curtain as a lone figure strode up to the Tang clan manor. The instant they saw who stood there, a flicker of surprise crossed the guards' faces. Soryong, Goopy, Lady Huang, and Yoa, who'd taken Huang's form, stepped forward, and the guards froze, stunned to see two Huangs. They leaned in and the truth hit them. Yoha was a spider, and they couldn't understand why it wore Lady Hugh's face. "Forgive me, young Coughed." With a confident smirk, he ordered the guards to proclaim to the clan elders that the Tang clan's proud official son-in-law had arrived, then blurted he'd captured something, caught himself and corrected it. He'd actually brought one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Alarm ripped through the guards when word came that Soryong had brought one of the 10 great poisonous creatures, and they sprinted to report it. They fired a blazing flare to herald that Soryong stormed back, flanked by one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Not long after, the Patriarch, his wife, the Grand Patriarch, and the clan elders thundered toward Soryong. The Great Patriarch's eyes blazed. Soryong was meant to fetch food for the lizards but showed up with a spider, and the Patriarch demanded, "Where have you been and what were you doing?" The Patriarch and his wife's eyes snapped open, shock and bafflement ripping through them, when the spider stared back, identical to their daughter. Soryong flashed a pleasant smile and said they'd stumbled onto the spider while passing through the Nambung clan, leaving the Patriarch half bewildered. The elders bristled in disbelief. Never in their lives had they heard of anyone stumbling across one of the 10 great poisonous beasts, and they couldn't grasp how a human-faced spider, famed for its ferocity, had been captured. Grins spread as the Grand Patriarch, pride blazing on his face, declared that Soryong kept doing incredible things. After clearing his throat, he said, "At least in this way, one could truly be called the Tang family's son-in-law." The Patriarch threw back his head and roared, proclaiming Soryong officially their son-in-law, and Huang's mother let a satisfied smile bloom as she declared the promise between Soryong and Huang finally fulfilled. Soryong's jaw hit the floor, thunderstruck and clueless how she discovered it, while Huyang's face flamed crimson. He smiled, waved it off, and declared it irrelevant. What mattered was that he was finally, unmistakably, one of the family. With the calm gaze, the Great Patriarch ordered Soryong to go to the river starting the next day and catch a live goose, and our boy froze, confusion knotting his stomach. The Great Patriarch extended his hand, grin cutting through the air as he chided Soryong. Didn't he know the engagement goose was his to prepare? He declared that, Though he wasn't old enough to marry yet, they could at least celebrate the engagement. Soryong's eyes snapped wide with shock, words snagged in his throat. The patriarch jabbed a finger and warned that once it was done, even if he ever stopped liking Huang, he wouldn't be able to run away. Huang went rigid, heat flooding her cheeks with nervous embarrassment, and she begged her father to stop talking about it. They exploded into animated chatter, voices overlapping in a lively exchange. A grin burst across Soryong's face. He stormed in and every head whipped around to stare. Sorry Young dropped into a deep bow, reverence blazing in his eyes. They noticed it, and proud smiles exploded across their faces. Huing's hand snapped into a fist as a thrill crackled through her. Soryong shot a confident grin and declared that, as a member of the Tang clan of Sichuan, and as the official son-in-law of the Tang clan, he hoped to get along well with everyone from now on. They'd barely reached the Tang clan when Soryong snapped into action, carving out rooms and assigning quarters for the children. Yohua staked her claim on a towering tree beside the Tang clan village well and made it her home. Because his lizards acted like dogs, he wouldn't split them up. Rather than exile them to the garden of poisonous creatures, he kept them in his room. After they wrestled the chaos into rough order, Soryong dropped down beside them and tore through the details with laser focus. When our boy asked if they liked this place, the geckos broke into smiles, and Yoha nodded. He urged Yoha, "If you're hungry, come straight to me. Do you know the way?" A smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. She jabbed a finger at the spiderweb. Soryong's gaze snapped to it, and his eyes shot wide with curiosity. She blanketed the place in spider silk, ready to punish any intruder as her web shrieked out an instant alarm. Bewilderment tightened around Thang, while on the other side, Soryong's eyes shot wide with joy. He jabbed a finger at the web and asked, "So if some shady intruder shows up, I touch the spiderweb and you come running?" She started clapping. Their eyes blazing with glee, the geckos zeroed in on our boy. Soryong felt it sink in. They were telling him not to worry. They would protect him. And he clamped a hand over his mouth as tears of joy burst free. He braced to sweep them into a hug, trust blazing in his chest, and joy bursting through him once the new home for the new family members was prepared. The engagement ceremony unfolded as the clan elders assembled, and in a humble rite, they laid down engagement gifts as a binding oath to wed. A tiny misunderstanding blew up during the gift prep. While Soryong lingered in the hall, Huyen suddenly appeared, cradling geckos in her arms. Soryong's eyes shot wide, shock and confusion blazing across his face. A confident blaze lit her eyes, and our boy clocked she wanted the gifts to be the lizards, a doubt gnawing at him that they weren't just simple ornaments. Sweat soaked our boy's face as panic slammed into him. He cursed that it had to be exactly this, and couldn't fathom how to offer the geckos as an engagement gift. Memories of Huang slammed back into him. He'd always known she loved the geckos, but never figured she'd actually say it out loud. A confident smirk curled his lips. He apologized and warned it would be complicated, and she blinked, puzzled because she had no idea why. Soryong snatched her arm. He locked eyes with her and declared engagement gifts were born to promise eternal love, then insisted that, cute as lizards are, the gift must be an unchanging thing, ice jade, to truly seal that vow, and Huey couldn't help but blush like a tomato. With a kind smile, Soryong declared that both geese, symbols of 100 years together, and the oath letters brimmed with deep meaning, and he vowed that celebrating the engagement would make everything he owned hers. Hearing that, her eyes snapped wide, flooding with love. She spun around, convinced it was true, and resolved to follow Soryong's will. Our boy beamed with triumph and praised himself aloud. She snatched our boy's attention, igniting a fierce curiosity inside him. With a confident gaze, she locked eyes with our boy and declared he must call her Huang from now on, not Lady Huang. They were engaged, so no titles between them. Sweat plastered Soryong's face as his cheeks flamed tomato red. The geckos skittered and played, faces pinched with nerves, and he gave a single, decisive nod. The next morning the sun blasted into the sky. It was time to meet the patriarch. He asked if Soryong and Huying had rested well, and our boy's curiosity flared. Why had he summoned them, and was he about to dish out advice? The patriarch's face went stone cold as he declared they'd been summoned to speak about Soryong's mighty technique, and Soryong's eyes snapped to him, confusion roaring in his head. Huyang declared to our boy that the great technique demanded mastering the Tang clan's internal art and accepting the poison. Soryong's throat tightened as she realized Huyang meant the 10 poisons. The great patriarch's grin split his face as he declared this time Soryong had chosen perfectly. The spider with a human face, weakest of the 10 great poisonous creatures, was the ideal one to accept first. The youth blurted, "Am I going to train the great technique now?" The patriarch shook his head. No, not yet. Soryong vowed to unleash the 10 great poisonous creatures for the ultimate technique, though he'd originally proposed a different plan. Our boy's eyes shot wide in shock and confusion. Calm as a still lake, the patriarch announced that while inspecting the poisons Soryong was bringing, a long-forgotten clan secret slammed back into his memory. Smiling, he asked Soryong if he knew what the 5 poisons meant. Soryong's eyes shot wide with uncertainty. Doubt gnawed at him. Was he talking about the 5 poisons return technique he'd learned? The patriarch nodded, then lifted each finger in turn, intoning centipede, lizard, scorpion, snake, toad, before declaring those 5 poisons the very foundation of the 5 poisons return technique. He locked Soryong with a stone-cold stare and suggested they train the divine 5 poison return technique. Soryong broke into a cold sweat, utterly speechless. The patriarch locked his fingers and proclaimed that the Tang clan splits poisonous creatures into 2 fierce ranks: common beasts and spiritual beasts. His eyes flashed with confidence as he declared common beasts were nothing but ordinary poisonous creatures you could find anywhere. But spiritual beasts wielded mystical powers, sharp intelligence, and even an internal core. Soryong's brow knotted as he blurted, "Do the golden-haired king you brought, the fat-tailed geckos Snow and Ice, the blue-spotted centipedes, and that human-faced spider actually count as spiritual beasts?" The patriarch nodded, and that single nod fired him up to propose a totally different plan. The great patriarch burst into laughter, exposing that the 5 venoms returning technique was limited, only able to siphon venom from ordinary poisonous creatures, while its origin, the 5 venoms true returning technique, this one was different. It could siphon the venoms of spiritual beasts, and he declared that with the blue-spotted centipedes and fat-tailed geckos already lined up as 2 required creatures, securing the snake, scorpion, and a spiritual-level toad's venoms would complete the set to master the 5 venoms returning divine art. So he urged them to begin training. Soryong's eyes snapped wide as the memory slammed in. Fat-tailed geckos weren't venomous. The great patriarch dragged a hand through his beard and announced he'd examined them. Their venom didn't burn. It froze, plunging people into bone-deep cold because the icy air they exhaled was the poison, leaving Soryong somewhat surprised. Now he stood at a crossroads with 2 deadly paths. One demanded he siphon the blue-spotted centipede's venom and the fat-tailed gecko's poison to ascend into the 5 venoms returning divine art. The other forced him to seize the human-faced spider's toxin, one of the 10 great venomous creatures, and start harvesting all 10 poisons to forge a dual-core 10 poisons body. Soryong's eyes flashed with curiosity as he shot, "Can't I just use the 10 great venomous creatures to complete the 5 poisons body?" The patriarch shook his head. The fat-tailed gecko wasn't one of them. Soryong pressed his hand to his chin, eyes sharpening as he realized siphoning venom from low-tier beasts, blue-spotted centipedes and fat-tailed geckos, would wreck any chance of completing the 10 poisons body path using only the 10 great venomous creatures. It boiled down to a razor-edged choice: swallow the children's poison and follow the spiritual beast class 5 poisons body, or hunt down the 10 great venomous creatures and commit fully to the 10 poisons body path. And Puing watched the boy like a hawk, blind to the scheme forming behind those narrowed eyes. A jolt of clarity ripped through Soryong. This was exactly like choosing a skill tree in a game. Memories from his past life playing RPGs slammed into him. The skill tree decided everything. One choice turned you into a useless character or a god-level powerhouse. The patriarch urged the boy to think it over, warning that the 5 venoms returning divine art was a legendary martial technique so rare that without true heavenly luck, not even he would chance upon the 10 great venomous creatures, let alone tame them. And Ryan snapped out of his reverie. Panic surged through him, rooting him to the spot as he had no idea what to do. He wrestled with the choice: the easy, lightning-fast 5 poisons body, or the brutal, punishing climb of the 10 poisons body that could catapult him to even greater heights. Our boy snapped, tumbling headfirst into a dizzying, paralyzing spiral of indecision. Hours later, Soryong still wrestled with what to do. Huang's gaze snapped to him, and confusion flickered across her face. She snapped him to attention and snarled that if he was holding on to that promise, he didn't have to bind himself to the 10 poisons body. The 5 venoms returning divine art alone was more than enough. A breathtaking martial art in its own right. Her eyes blazed with worry as she pleaded with our boy not to let panic force a hasty choice, vowing that no matter which path he walked, he'd still be Soryong. And the moment she said it, Soryong spun around. Sincerity blazed in his eyes as he admitted the patriarch had even mentioned the preparation was identical in both cases. Only the final poison changed, so he chose to take his time and think it through. A few days later, Soryong lay in bed, 2 of those days devoured by the grand technique's preparation, and indecision gnawed at him. As the geckos skittered and tumbled, our boy, paralyzed by indecision, implored them to tell him which choice to make. Huang flung open So Ryong's door, surprise etched across his face, and our boy's curiosity sparked. He leaned in and blurted, "What's going on?" Her face glistening with sweat, she blurted that the blue-spotted centipedes were about to shed their skin again. Soo-young catapulted out of bed, his eyes snapping wide in pure shock. He wasted no time. He sprinted to the pavilion where centipedes swarmed. Upon seeing them, tenderness surged through both him and Huying. In an instant, the creature's skin petrified into solid stone. Soryong's mind snapped. They'd been bulking up so fast he never expected the second molt to hit already. Huang flashed a curious smile and asked if the blue-spotted centipede's markings would shift again. Soryong flashed a confident smile, nodded, and announced that this time blue spots would start to bloom across their bodies. Our boy's eyes ignited with electric excitement. The thought that they were becoming like their mother sent his heart into a reckless sprint. Huang's face blossomed into a kind smile as she practically quivered with excitement to see how the centipedes would transform. And Soryong was certain they'd turn out even cuter than before. His eyes snapped open, shock jolting through him as his gaze locked onto them. Dread slammed into him. This was no reason to celebrate. What if they couldn't finish drying their bodies before the day the grand technique took place? Soryong slammed his hands to his head, dread coiling in his gut. Centipedes normally needed a whole day to dry, and the last mold screamed this would take even longer. Huang couldn't tear her eyes from the boy, confusion plain on her face. Soryong knew the fat-tailed gecko's venom wasn't ordinary. It demanded meticulous preparation before he could extract a single drop. He'd wrestled between blue-spotted centipede venom and Yoas for the first dose. But if this happened, he'd lose the centipede venom as an option. Our boy's brain kicked into overdrive. He knew yanking the venom now would ruin everything, but he couldn't just stand there and watch their bodies harden. A vision exploded in his head. Yoha, the gecko and the centipede squaring off in a ring. Yoha cocking her fist. And in that instant he knew why he'd been tormenting himself these past few days. 2 days later, they finally unleashed the grand technique they'd prepared for him. The ritual ignited in the grand technique hall, buried deep in the Tang clan's Hall of 10,000 Poisons. He almost pushed it back to spare the blue-spotted centipedes, but priming the grand technique was a labyrinth of precise steps. He couldn't afford any delay. The process erupted into an intricate spectacle. First, hundreds of decoction cauldrons roared to life. She hurled herbs into the pot and boiled them until their medicinal essences seeped into a steaming elixir. They chilled the extracts, funneled them into a massive jar, and that bold move marked the first crucial step. Next, they poured into the jar a razor-precise blend of poisons and venomous beast blood, and juggling hundreds of herbs, toxins, and blood, each dangerously volatile. And keeping them all in exact harmony at once was a nerve-shredding, near-impossible feat. A single tiny delay would ruin every drop of the medicinal liquid they'd toiled to prepare and force it to be discarded. He couldn't sit idly by. His mind was made up. He'd accept you as poison, one of the 10 great venomous creatures. Soryong leaned in, eyes locked on the liquid until its color slammed into him, impossibly crushingly dark. The great patriarch strode up to our boy, declared the grand technique would begin, and ordered him to strip and climb into the jar. Soryong snapped out of his trance and nodded. Soryong stripped bare and plunged his foot into the jar first, and then he shoved his legs into the opening. His eyes shot wide with surprise as a jolt of eerie familiarity slammed into him. The exact same chill he'd felt back in Herbal Bath. The great patriarch's eyes gleamed with joy, and a smile curled his lips as he announced they'd slip a lone drop of Yoho's poison into the herbal brew to provoke a reaction, then pour in the prepped medicinal compounds to force his body to start absorbing the toxin. The great patriarch's laugh burst out as he revealed the process was usually unbearably painful. But Yoa's poison paralyzed the nerves and dulled most of the agony, making Soryong's brow crease with worry and sweat trickle down his face. The patriarch grabbed his satchel, told Soryong to wait a moment, then bolted out to hunt the remaining ingredients, the door shutting behind him and leaving Soryong alone. Moments later, Kyuin swept into the room cradling the geckos, Yoha at her side, and they greeted our boy with a smile. Beaming, Kyuang announced that the centipedes had awakened, molted their skins, now sported spots, and their bodies blazed with an intense glow. The centipedes burst into play, and Soryong realized Nova, Myra, and Grace were suddenly even more adorable. They swarmed up onto the jar where Soryong lay submerged, the transformation far tamer than he'd braced for. They'd puffed into squishy, pillow-like plushes, and somehow that made them impossibly adorable. The centipede's gaze was magnetized to the liquid, and Soryong exploded into laughter as he imagined how surreal it must be for them to see their father in there. Sensing the danger, he implored them to stay with Huang. She smiled and began summoning the centipedes to follow her. It ignored everything, its gaze riveted to the liquid. As it tried to leap down from the jar, a stray splash of liquid slapped against its ear. It writhed in agony. When Soryong saw it, his eyes snapped wide, every nerve buzzing with caution. He blurted to Hewing that Nova's antenna had dipped into the medicinal liquid and barked that she must wash it with water at once. Hewing's eyes snapped wide, shock and concern flooding her face. Refusing to lose another second, she lunged and snatched Nova. The process convulsed. It opened its mouth. A slick strand of drool slid from its mouth into the liquid, and Soryong leaned in, eyes razor-focused as he studied every ripple. Nova spat into the vial. The liquid screamed to life, blooming into a riot of shifting colors. Terror flooded Huey's eyes as the poison snaked into the jar. Soryong ground his teeth hard and not. Moments later, he erupted into a raw, wrenching scream of agony. Our boy erupted into a scream of raw, ripping agony, panic flaring behind her eyes. Lady Hwayang begged Soryong to take back control. The liquid seared Soryong's skin, igniting a white-hot pain that flooded his face crimson. He'd never known pain like this. His skin felt ripped away, and his body became a furnace. He remembered the command to stay utterly motionless for the grand technique, every instinct howling to flee, and somehow he wrestled himself into stillness. Foam spewed from the boy's mouth. He'd reached his breaking point. Yohoa and the geckos froze in shock, and Lady Huying clapped a trembling hand to her lips, eyes wide with worry, utterly unsure what to do. The great patriarch and the patriarch burst back, and the moment they saw what had unfolded, shock hit them like a fist to the chest. They charged at our boy. Hwaying spun around, eyes full of sincerity, and told the great patriarch the centipede had accidentally dropped a trace of venom. Soryong's knees buckled and he crumpled, pleading to be saved. The great patriarch seized Soryong, cradling his head with one steady hand to soothe him, and barked for our boy to stay alert, quiet his mind, slow his breathing. Above all, don't lose consciousness. Our boy opened his mouth and blood streamed out. The pain ripped through him until he couldn't take it. Moments later, his hand fell limp. Strength deserted him. The patriarch's gaze pinned him, surprise roaring through his mind. Panic exploded through the crowd. People gasped, hearts pounding. Nobody knew if Soryong was okay. Slowly, our boy's eyes slid shut. Soryong's world went muffled and slow, like he was sinking beneath cold, heavy water. He pried his eyes open, inch by inch. Every fiber of his focus snapped to Nova, asleep. When she touched Soryong, a strange energy roared out of her and flooded into his body. Several hours later, our boy's eyelids flickered open. Relief surged through Lady Hoying, and with astonishment on her face, she hurried to the great patriarch to announce that Soryong was regaining consciousness. The instant Soryong's eyes snapped wide open, tears burst from Huyang as relief crashed through him when he saw that he was okay, and the grandfather's face softened into a kind smile. Soryong slammed a hand to his head and realized he was still in the same place. Hwayang, worry etched across her face, asked if he was okay. The great patriarch announced to our boy that by channeling his internal chi straight through his Baihui point, he'd blasted past the worst. The grand technique had ended safely and successfully, and it wasn't Yoho's poison at all. He'd accepted the centipede's poison instead. Soryong slapped a hand to his head and sighed as reality slammed into him. Nova wanted her father to learn the 5 poisons body. Worry snapped through him as he blurted, "Nova, are you okay?" The image of that substance drenching her antenna slammed back into his mind. Surprise flickered across Hwaying and the great patriarch as she declared she'd washed Nova's antenna at once. She lunged forward, heart hammering, not knowing whether Soryong would live or die, and his gaze locked onto her as his eyes widened with raw concern. She snapped her gaze aside, fury flaring, and our boy panicked. He knew that right after the engagement ceremony he should have rushed to Hwaying, his fiancée, but he'd instinctively sprinted straight for the centipedes. Pain slammed into Soryong's head again. Hwaying noticed immediately and asked if the pain was returning. Our boy's eyes flared with fierce resolve. The only thing that mattered was finding out if Nova was okay. The great patriarch and Hwaying froze, disbelief cracking their faces as he trembled for Nova while shrugging off his own survival. She realized our boy still hadn't fully woken. The great patriarch barked and summoned the physicians. The boy exhaled in relief, heart racing because the patriarch had moved with lightning speed. After 2 brutal days, the grand technique finally collapsed the instant the last drop of medicine in the jar dried up. Soryong stepped into the great patriarch's presence and locked eyes with him. Someone leaned in, eyes sharp, asking if our boy was really okay and demanding they check him over properly. Soryong promised he was fine. The great patriarch's serene gaze sliced the air as he declared that, whether he liked it or not, he'd already embarked on the path of the 5 venoms returning divine art, and would hand him the corresponding martial arts manual. Soryong listened in stunned silence, and his shock exploded in their eyes when the great patriarch dropped the bombshell. There were 5 martial techniques in all. The centipede lunged, its venom-laced fang claw driving straight into its foe. A venomous snake for a hand lunges to snatch life. A scorpion tail flicks forward like a lightning-fast leg. The lizard blasted up the wall, snapped into a body step, and the toad unleashed an explosive palm. He stroked his beard and declared every move belonged to one of 6 categories: claw technique, hand technique, leg technique, step technique, body technique, and palm technique. This martial art ripped open a doorway into a realm where you became poison, and poison became you. A total fusion of being and toxin. Soryong's eyes snapped wide with ecstatic joy. Seeing our boy's expression, the great patriarch grinned. He liked it. Soryong nodded and confessed surprise. These weren't the poison arts or assassination techniques he'd expected. The great patriarch coughed, then conceded Soryong's sharp eye. The truth was, this martial art hadn't originally come from the Tang clan. He closed his eyes and dropped a bombshell. The 5 venoms returning divine art, and those 5 poison techniques were the martial arts of the 5 poison sect. A sect already annihilated. 200 years ago, the Tang family's second son, a genius of his time, and the daughter of the palace lord of the southern barbarian Beast Palace, fell headlong into love. Defying both clans' fierce wrath, they eloped and founded the 5 poison sect, forging a brutal new martial art by fusing the Tang clan's venom arts with the Beast Palace's beast fist techniques, then selfishly snatching sacred techniques that should never have left their sects and brazenly mixing them. They couldn't outrun the clan's persecution. About 100 years ago, the 2 forces cornered them in the jungles of Yunnan and wiped them out. With a single raised finger, the great patriarch slammed the pact into place. Both sides would reclaim their martial arts, and what returned were the 5 venoms returning divine art and the 5 poison techniques. Tranquil light danced in his eyes as he revealed the 2 clans' martial essences were braided together, sparking fierce battles over who owned it. Because only those who swallowed the poison could master it, the art ultimately fell to his Tang clan. They said the 5 poison sect's sect master had stood his ground against a combined assault by the Beast Palace and the Tang clan, proof the technique was truly extraordinary. He'd believed that style was tailor-made for a poison adept like him. Soryong froze, stunned to learn the great patriarch had engineered it from the start. Our boy thanked him, swearing to train with burning intensity. The great patriarch smiled, sure that so long as that iron dedication held, he was destined for greatness. Soryong hurled himself into the 5 venoms returning divine art, planting his first defiant step. Soryong stormed out of the poison hall. He shot his arms up, wondering how long it had been since he'd last seen sunlight, and only now did he feel truly alive again. Just then, a tiny centipede scuttled straight for our boy, his gaze locking on it as his eyes shot wide in surprise. It was Nova. Tears of pure joy ripped from her the moment she saw he was all right. A choking sorry ripped from Yang when he realized she'd been waiting for him there the whole time. He cracked a grin and flexed his bicep, seeing the emotional wounds she'd been carrying, soothed her, insisted she wasn't to blame and shouldn't be heartbroken, and proved it by showing Dad was already fine. Nova launched herself in, slipped into our boy's clothes, and exploded into gleeful, mischievous play. He guessed the recent molt left her bristling, and he'd much rather she clambered over his clothes than scrape across his bare skin. She pinned her gaze on our boy, and when Soryong noticed, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. She burst out of Soryong's clothes and scampered along his arm. Our boy's eyes bulged and he froze. His heart lurched. Had Nova just read his mind? He refused to believe it. He forced himself to believe it was just a coincidence, insisting weird little things like this always cropped up when you'd raised a pet long enough. Soryong's mind snapped into brutal clarity. He'd been a hopeless fool. Nova, just a simple poison creature, couldn't possibly have pulled this off. Nova's eyes ignited, blazing with raw fury. She exploded in fury at Soryong. Our boy scrambled in blind panic, clueless about what was happening. His eyes snapped wide as surprise ripped through them. He said nothing, flinging the command into her mind. "Climb onto my head." And Nova obeyed, vaulting up and perching on his head. Soryong darted behind a tree and dared her to find him, and she tracked him down in a heartbeat. Panic tore through Soryong. This wasn't a one-off. It had struck him 3 times running. Nova exhaled, then unleashed a fierce, confident grin. It felt like a strange energy braided her heartbeat to Soryong's. Soryong froze, eyes wide, utterly unable to grasp what was happening. The 2 centipedes played obliviously as worry gnawed at Lady Heying. She burst into a frantic search for Nova, with no clue where she was. She marched up to the centipedes and asked if they'd seen where Nova had gone. breathlessly explaining that ever since she shed her skin, she'd been roaming so much she was nearly impossible to find. Gasping for breath with Nova on his back, Soryong bolted toward Huaying. Our boy burst with surprises. Soryong hunched over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, while Huaying asked if he was okay, then snapped at Nova, scolding her, reminding her she'd told her not to go far because it worried her, and demanding she tell her mother before going anywhere. Soryong's eyes shot wide as he thrust Nova into view, snapping that none of that mattered. Nova understood human speech. Huaying's eyes brimmed with a steady, unshakable calm. She remembered Nova had always understood human speech. Nothing new. But Soryong broke into a sweat, confusion knotting his gut. Panic clawed at him, and he blurted that she could read his thoughts even when he kept them inside, leaving Huaying visibly taken aback. Hoisting Nova onto his back, Soryong set his jaw and strode to the Great Patriarch to uncover what was happening. And Huang, worry carved into his face, urged them to go together. With the sun high overhead, several minutes later, they reached the Patriarch Hall. He placed Nova on the table like a dare and begged them to examine her, saying she understood him even when he spoke only in his mind. And since no other child could, he suggested the Grand Art's influence. While the Great Patriarch stroked his beard, his gaze riveted on her. With a stone-cold stare, he shot it down. The Tong clan had more than a few who'd accepted poison from spiritual creatures, and if any had gained powers, there'd be records. He'd never seen or heard of a single one. And Soryong's eyes snapped wide with curiosity. Hawaiian's face stayed serene as he asked what could be behind this. The Great Patriarch's brow furrowed, thought churned, and finally he snapped. It was the Five Venoms' divine art returning. The Patriarch snapped out of his thoughts and thundered that the grand art was forged to absorb poison, and only Soryong had absorbed the venom of spiritual creatures using the Five Venoms' returning divine art. The Great Patriarch snapped from his trance, and a grin split his face. He knew this had to be the southern barbarian beast palace's influence, since they treated beasts like living limbs, and their secret had to be buried in the Five Venoms' returning divine art. The Patriarch raked his fingers through his beard, and flatly declared it impossible to discover why this was happening. And confusion flooded Soryong's eyes. He had no idea why. The Great Patriarch barked that exposing their most precious secret was out of the question, warning that if anyone learned they'd mastered a martial art twisted by that influence, no one could predict how they'd react. A cold knot of worry tightened in Huaying. He couldn't tell if there was any way to avoid this, and the Great Patriarch shut his eyes, plunged into thought, and realized it wouldn't be easy. Not unless a colossal favor shackled them. After a while, Soryong strode out of the Patriarch Hall. A dull, sinking depression swallowed him after that small but stinging disappointment. He envisioned himself at the head of his pets: Nova, Myra, Grace, Snow, Ice, golden-haired Queen Bees, and Yohoa, rallying them into a wild ragtag troupe like the Bremen Town musicians. Our boy zoned out. Then a sudden figure snapped into view, snagging his gaze and igniting fierce curiosity. He spun around and found Commander Gu Pei, who greeted Soryong with a broad grin, joy bursting from him at the sight of how much better he looked. Gu Pei jabbed at his head, claiming it was lucky they'd run into each other, then revealed a minor snag in the venomous creature garden, and asked Soryong to come with him, leaving Soryong blinking in surprise. Soryong stopped cold, resolve snapping into place. He'd clear the venomous creature garden first, then move on to the southern barbarian beast palace. He scolded himself for completely forgetting the garden after dashing straight to the engagement ceremony the moment he returned. His eyes lit up with joy, a smile carving across his face as he decided they'd go together. A shadow loomed behind Gu Pei. He, too, planned to hand that person straight over to Soryong. Curiosity flared in Soryong's widened eyes as Ying Ying stood directly behind Gu Pei. Grinning, they sprinted toward our boy and swept him into a tight hug. Soryong seized little Ying Ying's hand and they strode off with Gu Pei trailing behind, Soryong setting his sights on the venomous creature garden as she clung to him and refused to let go. He whirled around and demanded why Ying Ying was here. Gu Pei's smile bloomed as she said Ying Ying had come for treatment, and would be staying with the Tong clan for a while at Patriarch Peng's request. Ying Ying's eyes sparkled with pure joy as she beamed and demanded, "You've been back for days. Why didn't you come see me?" She said she'd been waiting today for that exact reason, and Soryong blinked, stunned to find her front teeth gone. He forced a brittle smile, apologized to Ying Ying, admitted he'd assumed she'd already gone back, and asked if she'd been unbearably bored on her own. She whipped a bag into view, proof she hadn't been bored since she'd been playing with Clicky. Soryong ripped the bag open, his eyes snapping wide with curiosity, and Gu Pei surged forward to peer inside. The bag cradled a spring beetle. The spring beetle, out west it's dubbed the click beetle. It snapped like a tiny alarm when flipped onto its back, drilled into potatoes and sweet potatoes wrecking their roots. Yet kids adored this familiar, adorable bug. Confusion flooded Gu Pi. Was that a snapping beetle? Yang Ying cut in sharply. It clicks, not a snapping beetle. Childhood memories crashed over Soryong. As a boy, he'd called them clickbugs, the first insect he raised in his past life, the starter creature that catapulted him onto the path he walks now. He sat in front of her, grin spreading as he realized Ying Ying loved bugs. She nodded, beaming, and gushed that she adored Queen Bee and Clicky. Soryong's eyes sparked with excitement. She was a tiny mirror of his younger self, and he found himself practically itching to see if he should train her with poisonous creatures. He scooped Ying Ying into his arms, grinning as he asked if she'd like to learn about insects with her older brother. Promising they were special and fun, Ying Ying's eyes lit up and she burst into a smile. They burst into whispered chatter, leaving Goop frozen, tongue-tied and scrambling for words to Patriarch Peng. They burst into the venomous creature garden. Ying Ying locked onto the turtle, utterly transfixed. Soryong yanked open one of the drawers and found a striped snake coiled inside. He spun to Gupe and shot a question about the rat breeding. Gupe said after just 1 or 2 litters, the shortage would vanish, and the rat population would likely surpass 1,000 in roughly 2 months. Soryong saw the tiger-striped water snake was already fed and bristled with confusion. What else could be the problem? Ying Ying reached into the cage, plucked out the tiny turtle, and began playing with it. Gupai clawed at his head, warning that the crickets they'd been raising for food hadn't multiplied at all, and now some creatures were starving. Soryong squinted, palm to chin, suspecting they'd started eating them again, just like that baby rat incident, since no number of crickets was ever enough. He chewed it over again and again until the grim truth slammed into him. The only way out was to hunt down a new food source. Little Ying Ying erupted into sobs and Soryong and Gu Pei reeled into panic. He reached out, voice steady as a lifeline, asking, "Are you okay?" Ying Ying kept crying, her sobs tearing through the quiet. A strange smell slithered into the air, yanking Soryong's attention and leaving him puzzled. She thrust her hand into view, an uncanny scent curling off her palm. Surprise cracked across Soryong's face as he blurted, "Can I see your silk pouch?" Ryong jabbed the chopsticks into the silk pouch and pried it open. His eyes flew wide, just as he'd suspected. She'd stumbled into the very same mistake he'd made as a boy. He blew out a breath and urged her to look closely. These weren't clickies at all. They were something else entirely. And Ying Ying stopped crying. Soryong plucked another bug from the silk bag with his chopsticks, and Gupei's gaze snapped to it. It's a flower weevil. Meet the mealworm beetle. Once it matures, a single touch sets its odoriferous glands off, blasting a sickening, foul stench. It mimicked a click beetle's silhouette so perfectly that it kept tricking people. With a single finger raised, Soryong jabbed and explained that click beetles snap their abdomens to make that clicking sound. The mealworm beetle didn't, so Ying Ying shouldn't confuse them next time. Her eyes burned with resolve as she balled her fists and nodded. Soryong beamed, telling Ying Ying she'd still done a great job. Her older brother really needed those friends. Gupai gaped, baffled. He couldn't fathom why he'd want those stinky insects. When the silk bag was revealed, Ryong's eyes ignited with iron resolve, and he declared they'd raise the mealworm beetles Ying Ying had snared in the venomous creature garden. Don't let their tiny, unassuming bodies fool you. These mealworm beetles were the go-to staple for insects and lizards. Soryong beamed. This was the perfect moment. Swap the crickets for mealworms and the food supply would be sufficient. Grinning, he thanked Ying Ying for giving them the edge to fix the immediate problem, and headed straight for the cricket breeding facility to track down the issue. While Gu Pei nodded brightly, they burst into the cricket breeding facility. He hooked his hand under his chin and scanned with razor focus. Every corner of the breeding facility and its grounds checked out. No problems in sight. He yanked the jar's cap off, and his eyes popped wide and confusion slammed into them when they saw the cricket's legs lying detached. Terror exploded in his eyes at the thought of cannibalism. The tally stopped climbing, leaving Goop and the others staring in stunned silence. He swore he'd fed the crickets enough, and Ryong turned to him with a serene smile, admitting he'd hit the exact same problem raising them on Hainan Island. Some things go wrong no matter how well you feed them. Soryong's mind churned. Crickets were a mystery that gnawed at him, and as a spicy Fabra rather than a mere Faber, he lacked the expertise to run large-scale breeding of ordinary, non-poisonous insects. A chill washed over him. This was a huge problem and they couldn't pin down the cause, and right then one of Goop's men strode up to them. He fumbled at his hair, a nervous smile tugging at his lips as he said it. If it was someone familiar with crickets, he just happened to know the perfect person. The moment Gupai locked eyes with Huang Gaon, a flicker of curiosity ignited inside him. He thrust his hand toward Soryong and announced that, apart from himself, only Huang Guiyong had stepped up for the poison division. Soryong's eyes widened at the surprise volunteer. Oddly, It put him at ease. Nerves flickering, Huang Yun owned up. He sometimes slipped into the cricket fighting arena to kill time. Not often, just enough for a few drinks. Our boy gawked, confusion knotting his gut. As Huang Gaon explained, it was a game of chance where crickets brawled and wagers were slapped down. The biggest, strongest crickets fetched sky-high prices, so they were usually bred and raised in facilities inside the gambling den. A cricket caretaker stood watch. Shrouded in a place the light barely dared to reach, someone leaned down and began petting a tiny cricket, fingertips gliding over its fragile back. A woman with long hair staggered into view, bandages wrapped all over her body and her hair a wild, messy tangle. Huang Guin caught wind. She knew every secret the crickets hid. Night crashed down on the Tang clan and red lanterns exploded to life, flooding the streets with a blazing crimson. Everyone poured into the night to have fun. The women had gilded their faces with makeup and the men slammed back their drinks. Moments later, Soryong, Gupei, Lady Huaying, and Huang Gaon stormed onto the scene. They sprinted toward the capital's gambling den to track down the cricket caretaker Huang Gaon had told them about. Soryong and Gupei stepped out in flawless suits. Our boy expected they'd slip away using the Lightfoot technique for a long trek, but they'd been told to dress sharp and take a carriage. They were headed for a gambling den. His thoughts drifted. Then a sharp voice cut the haze. They'd already reached the capital's gambling den, and the news ripped him from his trance. A man loomed before them, flanked by 2 hulking guards. Gupai strode up, thrust out his hand, and told the man that Lady Huaying, the Tang family's direct descendant, and her fiancé Soryong had arrived, and asked him to show them the way. The man's eyes snapped wide with terror at the Tang name. He and his men dropped into formal bows. The man announced he owned the Golden Phoenix gambling house, rolled out a lavish welcome, and proclaimed their visit a great honor, and Soryong's brow creased. He was left baffled by the show. Huang Guion flashed a grin and asked the owner to show him the fighter crickets. The owner nodded and announced that today the battle between the cricket generals was underway. He beckoned them forward and urged them inside. Soryong and the others slipped through the curtains into the betting den. Our boy's gaze snapped to several pumped-up warriors standing around a table. The crowd fell silent as 2 crickets readied to duke it out, and one man slammed every coin he'd won last time onto the table, betting it all. The crickets turned, beady eyes locked in. Their eyes locked, then they lunged and attacked each other. As the 2 creatures tore into each other, the crowd exploded into roaring cheers. Soryong's jaw dropped. So this is what a cricket fight looks like. Huang Guion flashed a smile, asked, "Isn't this exciting?" and explained that whichever cricket turned its back on the other would lose. One cricket lunged and clamped its jaws down hard on the other's abdomen. It bolted from the fight like a shot, and the owner of the winning cricket couldn't hide a grin as the duel of the cricket generals finally ended. Several men hauled out bulging sacks of coin, and Wang Yun declared they'd immediately auctioned off the winning cricket general. Rumor had it the price hit about 30 silver taels. Soryong staggered back, jaw dropping at the mountain of money. His eyes ignited with excitement and a grin split his face. He decided he might one day dedicate himself to selling crickets. Then Lady Huayin's serious gaze cut through the moment. She called for our boy's attention and told him he'd seen enough, that it was time to meet the caretaker. A few minutes later, they hurtled down the stairs. The owner flung open the basement door, incredulous they'd come for the cricket caretaker, and he shrugged off their awe. Other guests sometimes wanted a look, but she was nothing special, just feeding the crickets and scrubbing, because nobody cared who would win. The owner jabbed a finger at the woman, declaring her the caretaker, sneered that the girl was useless, and left the cricket's care to the brat. He snapped, railing about how crushingly gloomy she was. She turned her back. The owner saw and erupted, shouting for her to get to her feet this instant. Soryong and Huaying were important guests, and he couldn't believe she hadn't even greeted them. Fear blazed in her eyes as she sprang to her feet and blurted an apology. Soryong's eyes shot wide as shock and confusion crashed over him. He leaned in, squinted, and the truth slammed into him. The caretaker was a woman. Rage blazed in her eyes as she pinned them under a silent, searing stare. Soryong clamps his jaw shut and goes utterly silent. He reached forward, serenity in his gaze, declared they came from the Sichuan Tong family, and asked to consult her about a question on caring for crickets. She snapped her head into a nod. He jabbed one finger into the air, and our boy admitted he'd been keeping several crickets in the same box, but they'd started devouring one another. He asked if she knew why. She plunged into thought, then snapped herself back to They blurted the truth. They wanted meat. She realized Soryong had probably stuffed them with nothing but grass. Crickets are omnivores. They needed meat or they'd start devouring each other. And Soryong's eyes shot wide with shock. A brutal realization slammed into him. He'd never even considered it. The cannibalism was purely driven by a lack of protein. Her body erupted with a strange aura. Soryong's breath hitched. This had to be the mark of a true master of crickets, and he knew he had to recruit her then and there. A grin split his face as he swung to Lady Huaying, and the flicker in his eyes hit her. She knew exactly what he meant. She whipped a bag out, shot her hand forward, and asked the owner if she could buy the woman. The owner froze, baffled. He couldn't fathom why they'd want to buy the girl. He smirked, slapped her on the back, and sneered they could take her right then. The woman stormed up to Lady Huaying and slapped her so hard the gold coin shot into the air, leaving Soryong and the others frozen in shock. Rage twisted the owner's face as he yanked her by the hair and snarled, "How dare you? Do you even know who they are?" He started pummeling the girl, demanding she come with them. She screamed she refused, and Soryong panicked, shouting at the owner to stop. Lady Huaying's eyes flashed with genuine warmth as she vowed they'd treat her kindly, and even bring her family into the Tang household if she asked. So the girl shook her head and refused again, voice cold and steady. She wouldn't go with them. Rage boiled in the owner as he weighed whether he'd have to strike her again, while Gupai watched in absolute silence, not a single word escaping him. Soryong snapped for calm, then with curiosity flickering in his eyes probed if she had debts or was working for someone else. The owner stammered, "Not," and then, boom. It came out that about 5 years ago she'd offered to work for him for free and he'd taken her in. She couldn't handle customers, so he shoved her into minor chores and wrote her off as just another mouth to feed. Our boy blew out a frustrated sigh. Baffled, she refused to leave with them. Gupai slid his hand under his chin and plunged into thought. He confessed the girl was a mirror of the kid he'd been before the Tang family sheltered him. And Ryong's eyes snapped wide with stunned confusion. Gupai implored the owner to let them take her for just one day, promising they'd feed her and try to win her over. And the owner broke into a smile and handed them free rein. Goop flashed a kind smile and invited the girl to step outside with them for a breath of fresh air. Her eyes dropped to the ground, then she gave a single resolute nod. Gupai vowed he'd return for her the next day. Ryong exhaled as relief flooded him, and a smile slowly crept across Lady Huyang's face. Moments later, they hauled the woman to the tank. Relatives from the capital, visiting as guests, crowded around and pressed plates of food into her hands. Soryong's jaw dropped. He'd never known the Tang family had a building in the capital, and Gupai revealed it was basically the Sichuan Tang clan's branch here. The Tang family owned both ends of the alley, all 8 pharmacies and 5 restaurants, and he promised he'd show Soryong their trading company, basically a merchant's guild, and their escort agency, which ran paid deliveries. And Soryong's jaw hit the floor. His grandfather and father-in-law trained relentlessly in martial arts from dawn till dusk, so he'd always wondered how the family managed to survive, and he never expected this. Curiosity sparking in his eyes, Goop leaned in and pressed the woman to finally tell them why she refused to leave, promising that if she was in trouble they'd help her. Soryong leaned in and hissed to Lady Huaying that the woman hadn't uttered a single word, and Lady Huaying shot back that she hadn't even touched her food or tea. Gupai spotted the grudge coiled in her gaze and barked at her to stop worrying and spill it to them. This was the Sichuan Tang family. She planted her hands on the tabletop and shot upright. She dropped to her knees and bowed before our boy, freezing him in wide-eyed shock. She burst in with a grin and declared, "I'm Song Nook from Song Village. It's just down the road." Lady Huying gaped as the woman finally broke her silence, while our boy, icy calm, asked what reason she had for refusing to leave the gambling house. The woman pushed herself to her feet, then a hand swept the hair from her face, and the other's eyes snapped wide in surprise. Her face was beautiful yet laced with burn scars. Soryong staggered, shock ripping the air from his lungs. Lying on his side, Gupai's breath hitched and horror clawed at him. How could someone have burned a woman's face like that? She squared her shoulders, steeled herself, and finally spoke the truth. Rage boiled in her veins as she vowed to take revenge no matter what it cost. Her jaw snapped shut as hot tears carved tracks down her cheeks. Tears and fury poured from her eyes as she roared she wouldn't leave that spot for anything until her grudge was resolved. Songnake ripped the lid off her past, plunging into a tale that began on a quiet day near the Sichuan Song village. Orphaned young, Song Naosi shouldered the world for her little sister Nyan in the Song family's hometown, and their stunning, pearl-white beauty turned them into village legends known as the Jade Sisters. Nayun's voice broke as she pleaded with her older sister to let her skip work that day. Nok flashed a smile, waved away the worry, said the neighboring village was just down the road, vowed to dive into the festival work and sprint back at once, and asked her to wait a moment. Nayan exploded into a shout, refusing to be alone that day and insisting she come along. It was her birthday. Caressing little Nyan's head, Neki whispered an apology. She wouldn't let Nyan suffer too. She'd already vowed that to their parents. A jar of crickets chirped on the ground, and Nyack realized her sister might ache with loneliness, so her sister had to stay and play with them until Nyack returned. Nan's sobs eased into shaky breaths, tears still glinting as she admitted that even cricket fights were more fun with 2 people. Nake plunged her hand into her bag and exhaled a weary sigh. Nian noticed and felt a prick of curiosity. Naek whipped out an incense pouch she'd been hiding as a birthday gift and reminded her sister it was exactly what she'd wanted last time. A small bag stuffed with aromatic herbs for perfume. Little Nayun's breath caught. She recognized the embroidered pouch as an incense sachet and knew it must be worth a fortune. Naok said she'd gotten it as a reward for helping last time, and pressed it into her hands early, pleading with her to wait patiently until that day. Nyack snatched the incense pouch, thanked her older sister with a bowed head and vowed to treasure it. Calm settling in her bones, she rose and decided to leave. Nayan's eyes gleamed with joy as she began to bid her sister farewell, begging her to come back at once and promising she'd be waiting. Her sister's joy slammed into Nyack, igniting a grin that lit up her whole face. More guests crashed in than we'd planned. Everything bogged down, and the promised time slipped away before we knew it. Night fell, and the workers flung lanterns to life, slicing the darkness. They urged Nyack to watch her step in the dark. She could get hurt. She excused herself and bolted, because Nyan must be starving and she had to hurry. Determined to celebrate her sister's birthday with the festival's mouth-watering food, she bolted into the night, lantern forgotten. In the dead of night, a lone man slipped into her village. The man rounded the corner and a careless stranger barreled straight into him. She blurted out an apology, and the man snapped that she should watch where she was going. Her eyes snapped open as shock blasted through her. He spun and bolted, ripping a wake of incense scent behind him. Naki locked onto him, her senses snapping to the man's incense pouch. A knot of worry tightened in her gut. Outsiders hardly ever showed up here, but she shoved it aside and made for home. A few minutes later, she burst through her front door and shouted, "I'm home!" Confusion gnawed at her as the silence stretched on. She wondered if her sister had finally gotten tired of waiting and drifted off to sleep. She lit a tiny candle, and a fierce little flame snapped to life. Seize the handle and fling the door open. She froze on the house's shattered furniture, then on her sister, slumped on the floor, her clothes ripped and drenched in blood. Nick's fingers betrayed him. The candle slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. Tears stung her eyes as she sprinted to her little sister's side, desperate to know she was okay. Fear and sorrow drenched her eyes as she whispered, "What the hell happened?" It couldn't be happening. One lone candle's spark exploded into a ravenous blaze that swallowed the whole house. One of the men locked onto the blaze, jabbed a finger at the house, and bellowed that Nayak's home was burning. Not long after, someone barreled out of the blazing house. Nayak clutched her little sister to her chest. Ragged breaths tore from her, and just as she was about to spill what had happened, she blacked out and crumpled to the ground as chaos ripped through the room. People screaming for someone to call the physician. Grief flooded Nayak's eyes, and all she could see was her house swallowed by flames. Back in the present, So Ryong's mind snapped into place. She finally understood why that scar branded her face. Nyack, eyes raw and steady, confessed what happened the instant she regained consciousness. More than 2 weeks had already raced past. An elderly couple nursed her at the bedside. Nyack lay wrapped in bandages, her body still covered in burns. Tears streaked his face as he choked out that he'd hired an escort agency to find that bastard. But they came up empty. Finding him wouldn't be easy. The old woman bowed her head, apologized, confessing she had no idea how she'd face Hyungnim after this. Nate could only drown in silent tears. As late autumn stilled every living thing, her heart slowly withered away. The only things she gave the world were tiny whimpers that tore out of her every time they peeled away the dressings to treat her burn wounds. Time swept on, winter bowed out, spring burst in, and the crickets sprang awake. A vision of her little sister inside the burning house seared into her mind. Her little sister begged her big sis to hunt down that bastard and let her finally settle the score. In the middle of the night, Nak jolted awake, her eyes snapping wide as terror flooded through her. She stumbled into the garden and sank onto the bench as the crickets' chirps, eerily mirroring Neon's voice, yanked her back to her senses. Nate balled her hand into an unforgiving, rock-solid fist. Her eyes flared with rage. She knew she had to find and kill that bastard. A grudge rooted deep in her bones. The next day, she blurted it out. Panic ripped through the old man. He furrowed his brow, confused, and demanded where she was going, reminding her she wasn't fully healed. Nyack's voice went raw and sincere. Every night, Nyan screamed in pain, and she couldn't stand still. As her sister, she had to avenge her. The old man's face crumpled in stunned confusion. How could a woman like her chase revenge when she didn't even know who that bastard was? The old woman sighed, admitted her husband had been right, and urged Nyack to take better care of herself. The old man and woman slammed the bolt shut, sealing the door and trapping her inside. Night after night, the cricket's chorus stoked the blaze of her resolve. Finally, she slipped out under cover of darkness, vanished from the village, and with a sorrowful look begged them to stay healthy. Nock's gaze slammed onto the pouch and refused to leave. She clutched the pouch like a lifeline and asked her sister Nyan to wait a heartbeat longer. She barreled into the city. The bastard had bolted that way. She'd never seen his face, but his voice burned into her like the red scars on her skin, and she swore she'd hunt him down no matter the cost. She dove headfirst into striking up conversations with random men. Nobody spared her a kind glance. Every stare cut like ice. Time surged forward, and 2 years later, rain pounded the streets as she strode into the Golden Phoenix gambling house. Just as the crickets returned to their seasonal chorus, shivering in the rain, she begged the owner for a moment's shelter. He flew into a rage, spat brat at her, shouting that she was ruining his business and to get lost. In that heartbeat, a man barreled past her and someone bristled at her scent, and Nix's eyes shot open in shock. He leveled a piercing gaze, snarled that the smell had wrecked his mood, and barked at her to get lost. Shock slammed into Nyack as the image of her little sister lying in the house crashed back. She'd never been able to forget, and now she'd finally found the owner of that voice. Soryong and Hua Ying leaned forward, curiosity sparking in their eyes as they hungered to find out what would happen next. Nock said she roamed the city and sidled up to a beggar who hissed that the bastard kept turning up at a gambling house. Ryong's eyes went wide as the truth slammed home. Now she knew why she'd worked at the gambling house. With a sad gaze, she admitted she'd at first planned to tail him in the shadows and plunge a dagger into him. The beggar told her he was a martial artist, and a woman like her stood no chance at revenge. The beggar insisted the only way was to poison his booze or food, so she slipped poison into the drinks she handed him. But even that failed. The so-called poison she snatched in a shadowy alley turned out to be a harmless fake. After that, she threw herself into tending the basement crickets. Each chirp yanked Neon's face into her head, madness clawing at her until she snapped back to her senses again and again. Nate ground her teeth, fury coiling in her jaw. Tears welled in her eyes, rage igniting in her stare as she swore she'd kill that bastard and refused to leave until he was dead. Soryong's brow knotted as he dropped his voice to a whisper for Gupai and Lady Huayang. Her circumstances looked clear, but doubt gnawed at him. She had to raise the crickets, yet their chirping made her faint, her mind deeply disturbed. Lady Huaying laid it bare. This only proved how deep Nyack's resentment ran. Revenge would heal her, and she insisted that if the Tang helped someone gripped by such a grudge, Nyack would never betray them and would become a loyal member of their clan. Gupai swallowed his pride and admitted Lady Huaying was right, telling Soryong that before he could avenge his parents, he'd stand in the rain and mutter to himself. And after the Tang family carried out the revenge for him, it felt like everything had been purified. Gupai zeroed in on her, and in a flash he finally understood why he'd seen his own reflection staring back from her. Soryong's thoughts ignited as he zeroed in on Gupai. Gupai met him with a cool, decisive nod. He flashed a confident grin, sprang to his feet, and seized Nayuk's attention, her curiosity flickering to life. He pressed a hand to his chest and swore to Nayok they'd help settle that grudge, then asked if, once it was done, she'd promise to join their clan. Nake's eyes snapped wide in shock and she blurted out, "Can you really help me?" She vowed, voice blazing, that if they did she'd serve them with her life until her last breath. Our boy asked her not to worry and to entrust it to them. Soryong's gaze plunged to the floor. His eyes flared to life as he snapped, "Who exactly is that bastard?" Surprise flickered through Nyack. Nerves knotted and she hesitated. His mind races, replaying every angle. Doubt claws at him. Confess the truth or swallow it and stay silent? Determination roared inside her as she balled her hand into a tight fist. The truth detonated. The bastard was Jin Daesung, the third son of the Great Harmony Gate. So Ryong's confident grin split his face as he pressed a hand to his chest and vowed to crush Jin Daesung utterly, while Lady Huayin and Gu Pei stared, eyes wide with shock and confusion. Panic clawed at Huying as she demanded of Nyack, "Are you sure the killer is the third son of the Great Harmony Gate?" Nyack nodded once, deadly serious. She swore she wasn't lying. Confusion flashed across Soryong's face and he snapped, "Is there a problem?" As Gupai's gaze cut straight to our boy, he dropped a bombshell. The Great Harmony Gate was a sect of their very own orthodox faction. In Sichuan it ranked fourth, only behind the Tang, Aimei, and Qingqing. Soryong froze, disbelief ripping through him as he realized the sect's terrifying strength. Lady Hoying slid a hand beneath her chin and weighed the facts. If Jin Daesung had truly done it, she decided, the sect's name was irrelevant. She leaned in and whispered that the real curse was the pact their clan struck with the Great Harmony Gate. Her great-grandfather had been saved by it, and that debt forced the clan to, at least once, kneel and forgive the gate outright, even if it committed a crime worthy of death. Soryong's eyes snapped wide with panic as the chilling truth slammed into him. He could do whatever he wanted. Lady Haoying thundered that in the Muram, Vows spoken in the name of a technique, a clan, or even a nickname are sacred. Iron bonds that must be honored. Nyack barreled up to them and barked, "Is there a problem?" Hearing her voice, Soryong panicked and pasted on a brittle, forced smile. He reassured her there was no problem, shock flaring that it was someone like that, then vowed they'd take care of the rest and insisted she get some rest. Tears streamed down Neck's face, gratitude exploding in her chest. Words failed her, but one truth blazed clear. She could finally avenge Nayun. Her knees buckled. She crumpled to the ground as sleep swallowed her whole. Lady Huaying saw she'd let her guard drop in an instant, and urged they first take Miss Nike to the Tang residence to rest. Gu Pei crossed his arms, bracing. This was going to be far messier than he'd expected. Soryong nodded, jaw set. First, he'd have to face his grandfather and his father-in-law, and he knew they'd understand, oath or no oath. The next day, at sunrise, Soryong and Huaying strode into the Tang clan's patriarch's hall, and everyone froze into a knife-edged silence. Stone-faced, the Grand Patriarch declared the Great Harmony Gate the crown of Sichuan and its leader a paragon of righteousness. Yet the leader's son turned out a dog, born of a tiger. The Patriarch clasped his hands, stunned and incredulous that Soryong would seek vengeance for a woman even knowing their oath to the Great Harmony Gate. Soryong stood sincere and asked his father-in-law to grant him permission. The Patriarch's jaw clenched as he plunged into thought, probing every angle even though the circumstances were clear. The ancestral oath bound the Tang clan's honor, and he warned that if they started carving out exceptions for every circumstance, no one would swear oaths to the Tang or trust them. The Grand Patriarch nodded in agreement. The Patriarch rose like thunder and banned any aid from the Tang clan. Neither their bloodline nor their poison would touch the woman. Soryong's eyes shot wide as surprise slammed into him. He sprang to his feet, begging his father-in-law to reconsider. The Patriarch stood immovable, voice like iron as he declared he had nothing more to say. Just as Soryong braced to press his point, Lady Huayan clamped her fingers around his hand. She shot him a sly wink, told her father she understood and they'd obey his command, and our boy stood there, reeling with confusion. Lady Huayang's smile snapped into triumph. She'd found the loophole. The edict barred the Tang clan's blood and their poison from touching the woman, so no accusing eyes would fall on the clan. Their venom would lie unused, and Soryong could move alone. She dropped the bombshell. Soryong wasn't Tang blood, and the Patriarch turned his back, a smile like steel on his face, and taunted them. Why were they still here? A bolt of surprise hit him as the Patriarch's meaning finally snapped into place. Weiing urged them to leave at once. There was too much to do to help Nak. Soryong balled his fists, permission already granted. This was the moment to prove he'd earned his place as the Tang clan's son-in-law. A cold plan formed. He pictured himself dragging Jin Disung in, convinced any initiation into the organization always demanded someone be eliminated. At dawn, Gu Pai, scroll clutched like a blade, met So Ryong and declared they had permission, but the clan's name must never surface, so he would quietly tail Jin Disung's every move. So Ryong put the task on him. The first step was to lock onto Jin Daisung's exact whereabouts and shadow every move he made. Squad leader Gu Pai of the Poisonous Extermination Squad exploded into action to snatch up every scrap of intel. Grinning, our boy burst into Nyack's room. He flung the door open and froze. Lady Huying and Nyack sat there, calmly sipping tea. Soryong burst forward with a bright greeting and asked Nyack if she'd rested well. Nyack, dressed in Tang clan attire with her hair tied up, inclined her head in a grateful nod and thanked him for his help. A grin ripped across Soryong's face as a rush of joy surged through him. Ms. Nook decided to stay at the Tang residence for a while. They bathed her, slipped fresh clothes onto her, and restyled her hair. Her face looked so much better. Soryong whipped out a pouch and announced he'd brought burn medicine from the Tang clan. Nock's voice trembled as she thanked him again, confessing she had no idea how to ever repay the debt. Yong muttered, "Sorry," dropped into a chair, curiosity blazing in his eyes as he asked if he could ask her about the crickets. Nock nodded. Soryong's eyes blazed with joy as he lifted a finger, poised to ask his question. At that very moment, Gu Pei, who, gasping, he burst through the door. Soryong zeroed in on him and barked at squad leader Gu Pai. "Have you already returned from confirming the information?" Gu Pai's voice cracked as he blurted that he'd met a guest on the way. Behind Gu Pai loomed a man with long hair and a long beard, a hat perched on his head. His gaze snapped to them, locked and unblinking. Grinning, he whipped off his hat, spotted Lady Huayin, and hailed her as the poisonous flower, chuckling that it had been ages since he'd last seen her, and Lady Huayin stood up. She snapped, "Tang Huayan of the Sichuan Tong clan," and bowed sharply to the elder beggar emperor. Soryong froze, bewildered. He had no idea who the man was. Lady Huaying snapped for respect, declaring he was the elder beggar emperor, one of the 3 emperors, on par with the elder fist emperor. and Soryong's eyes shot wide with fear and shock as he realized he was staring at one of those three emperors, the equal of the Murim Alliance's leader. Soryong lunged forward and boomed, "I'm Wei Soryong!" The beggar emperor, having heard the Fist Emperor had trained him in martial arts, had come to see the man for himself. Naek's eyes blew wide in shocked recognition as she locked onto the beggar emperor, and Lady Huayin snapped, "Do you know him?" Nyack revealed he was the beggar grandfather who'd helped her in Chengdu. She admitted, ashamed, that she hadn't realized he was so important, and apologized for her disrespect. The beggar emperor waved it off, telling her not to worry. He was now just an old man slipping into the shadows. Huaying leaned in, curiosity sparking, and demanded why the beggar emperor had come to the Tang clan. Was he here about the Great Harmony Gate? The beggar emperor laughed, couldn't hide it, and confessed that she, the poisonous flower, was razor sharp as ever. Panic tore through Lady Huaying. She was convinced he'd come to shut down NAC. The beggar emperor pressed his hand to his chin, wrestling with how to stop her now that he knew the girl's plight. He warned there was no clear proof, so he couldn't intervene directly, only offer a sliver of help. And Soryong strode forward, asking how he could possibly help without stepping in. The beggar emperor paused, plunging into deep, focused thought. Grinning, he offered to share his intel, hungry to see how the Fist Emperor's successor would resolve this. He sent his young ones to dig into what happened a few years ago. Jin Daesung was a walking nightmare, a predator who preyed on women and killed without hesitation. Only his sect's reach shielded him from arrest. The emperor had tied about 5 cases to him, 2 in Chengdu and others in the slums outside the city. And even the Great Harmony Gate had marked him as a problem. Ryong's fury detonated the moment he realized this was far worse than he'd imagined. The beggar emperor rubbed his beard and snarled that since the Song Village incident Jin Daisheng had kept to the shadows. He never went out except to hit the gambling house every 3 days, so he'd told Naek to use poison. Soryong coughed, mind sharpening as he decided the gambling house was the only place to handle him. He was tempted to poison him like Miss Naek, but Lady Huaying forbade using the Tang clan's poison. Our boy strode up to Naek, eyes alight with curiosity, and asked how she could single out that bastard's food or drink amid so many people. Sincerity burning in his eyes, Naek admitted that every time he showed up he fired off razor sharp, demanding orders, and the kitchen always got the message. Soryong blinked, baffled, but she admitted that whenever crab or shrimp appeared, he insisted they be scraped off his plate, so she tainted that portion, not with real poison, but with something to provoke a reaction. And the beggar emperor remembered the man saying a rash had broken out all over him after one bite. Everything clicked. Soryong realized Guy was fatally allergic to crustaceans. Our boy's mind snapped to crab and shrimp, fixated on the protein coursing through them. Tropomyosin. Several seconds later, a confident grin blazing, he snagged squad leader Gupe's attention and asked. He snapped an order for him to sprint to the poison storage and fetch yellow worm powder. Gupe gaped, baffled by the sudden request. All eyes snapped to the yellow worm powder as Soryong erupted into a wicked laugh, yanking every stare toward him, while no one could guess the scheme simmering behind his grin. Soryong lifted one finger, grinned, and proclaimed he'd kill that guy with a brilliant plan. Arms crossed, Soryong conjured a worm in his mind and christened the operation Savory Death. He pinpointed the exact root cause of Jin Daichong's shellfish allergy, tropomyosin, the muscle protein. Tropomyosin showed up in most animals, but unlike the vertebrate version, 90% identical to the human one, the invertebrate form barely matched human tropomyosin, and that mismatch sparked the allergy. Tropomyosin flooded mealworms, present in far greater amounts than in crustaceans like shrimp or crabs. While our boy was distracted, Gupe flung the door open, strode in with a bag in hand, and announced he'd brought the mealworms as requested. Soryong sprang into action, firing up the stove as Lady Huaying and Gupe watched in silence. He pulled out the mealworms, plunged them into rolling water, then tossed them into a blazing wok for a quick, crisp stir-fry. Soryong whipped up a mouth-watering dish and set it on the table. Grinning, he shoved the plate forward and dared everyone to try this stir-fried mealworm. Naeki, the beggar emperor, and Lady Huaying stared at the dish, contempt twisting their faces and horror flaring as they wondered if he really expected them to eat it. Soryong nodded, grinning, insisting the dish was mouth-wateringly delicious. Trusting him, they watched as the beggar emperor stepped up to be the first to taste it, while Lady Huaying and Nyack stood frozen and silent, unsure what to do. Wasting no time, Lady Huaying snatched a mealworm and popped it into her mouth. The flavor hit like a thunderclap. She and the beggar emperor stood frozen, jaws dropped. It was unbelievably delicious, and neither could understand how an insect could taste so divine. Noticing it, Soryong's eyes ignited with joy. Goso, the savory larva, was so delicious it had been a surprisingly popular snack in his past life. Curiosity flashed across the beggar emperor's face as he admitted it tasted amazing and demanded how our boy planned to assassinate Jin Daesung with it. Our boy crossed his arms. He jabbed a finger and flashed a cocky smile, reminding them Jin Daesung had flared up from crab and shrimp, warning that what's harmless to one can poison another, pointing out these mealworms hid the same toxin for him, and Huang Huang realized it mirrored Lady Yong Yong's sensitivity to bee venom. Soryong declared they'd grind it to powder and blend it into the food so it only deepened the flavor. No trace of poison, no reason to suspect murder. The beggar emperor smiled, stroked his beard, and grasped that this was Soryong's way of killing him in a savory way. Soryong paused and declared that cranking up the dose would guarantee the effect. They'd pour in a generous amount. The only question left was which food to put it in. Nook snapped her hand up and, cool as ice, declared she had a good idea. Soryong's eyes sharpened, curiosity flaring as he wondered what she had in mind. She thrust her hand forward and urged stashing the mealworms in Riot again. They always ate them at the gambling house. Soryong blinked, confusion curling in his gut. Her voice went serious as she revealed Ryatagan, a chewy glutinous rice shell hiding sweet red bean paste. Sometimes they'd lacquer the outside with syrup, then dust it in soybean powder, and mixing mealworm powder into that dust and coating the rice cakes would make them perfect. A bolt of inspiration struck Soryong. A glutinous rice cake drenched in yellow worm powder and smothered in sticky syrup. The perfect mouthful to choke on. The perfect murder. Fists clenched tight, she begged Soryong to let her craft the rye otagon. Only if she made it with her own hands could she finally feel free of this grudge. He raked his fingers through his beard and gave a curt nod. He agreed she must deliver the revenge with her own hands. His last meal, that riot once more coated in insect powder, was a fitting end for trash like him. Our boy strode up to the gambling house owner and asked her to let her cook for a day. Lady Huayang, worry etched in her eyes, insisted they join the gambling as a precaution to pin him there and stop him from bolting. A grin erupted across Soryong's face. Malice flared in his eyes as the plan honed into lethal perfection. A trap that would not let him walk away alive. Days raced by and Jin Daishu, clutching a bulging sack of coins, flanked by his hulking bodyguard, he charged straight for the Golden Phoenix gambling house. The owner bowed and welcomed him with quiet respect. Jin Daesung sneered, brushed off the greeting, and barked for liquor and women at his usual table. The owner bowed and apologized, saying the table was already reserved for special guests, and Jin Daesung froze as confusion tightened in his chest. He burst inside, his eyes snapping wide in stunned disbelief. At Jin Daesung's usual table, Soryong and Lady Huying were slamming down bets like dueling blades. Jin Daesung's gaze snapped to the stunning Lady Huaying, and recognition slammed through him. Tang Huaying, the Sichuan Tang clan's deadly poison flower. Jin Daesung strode up, flashed a courteous smile and greeted Huang with a respectful nod, confessing he never expected to find her here. Huang blinked, confusion on her face, and asked, "Who are you?" Breath-hitching, Jin Daesung rushed out his name as the Great Harmony Gate's third son, reminded her he'd visited before, and asked, "You don't remember me?" Soryong burst into the chat, triumphant from a bet he'd won, flashed a cocky grin and asked Lady Huaying what she thought of his skills. Her eyes glittered with admiration as she admitted he was incredible. Confusion clouded Jin Daesung's face as he demanded who Soryong was. His bodyguard shrugged and said he'd heard the poison flower already had a fiancée, so he figured Soryong must be him. Ryong's smile spread, and Jin Daesung panicked. He couldn't believe it, wondering how that weak-looking wimp could have such a beautiful woman at his side when even he hadn't managed it. Malice flared in his eyes as the face of that Song Clan woman from years past slammed into his mind. He swore she hadn't been bad at all. A feral hunger licked his lips at the memory. Her desperate struggle made him accidentally kill her. It burned that her older sister wasn't there. People said she was even more beautiful. He strode to the table, and Soryong and Huaying snapped their gazes straight to him. Jin Daechung slid into the seat opposite them, thrust his hand forward, declared it an honor to meet the poison flower's fiancé, and challenged him to a game. Ryong didn't refuse. A grin tore across Jin Daesung's face. This was the opening he'd been waiting for. He'd crush him flat and humiliate him in front of everyone. A moment later, Jin Daesung's smug, cocky grin evaporated, and he froze, eyes wide with shock. Soryong clinched another victory. Lady Huaying burst into cheers, and Jin Daesung stood dumbfounded, grasping for sense and flat out calling the whole thing ridiculous. Soryong snatched the bag of coins, and Jin Daesung stood frozen, a relentless hour of losses having already eaten away half his money. Soryong scooped up the bags of coins, flashed a grin, and said the night had grown late. He had to go. Soryong and the others walked away, and Jin Daesung, fury flaring, ground his teeth, balled his hands into tight fists, and cursed the crushing humiliation. He exhaled, forced his breath steady, shrugged it off as a bad streak, then commanded the servant to bring him something to eat, hunger clawing at him after the tension. His ears snapped to a rowdy table of men devouring their meals, and one of them declared the ryotagon divine, way better than the ones sold in the market. Curiosity sparking, he spun to the servant and asked if it could really be that delicious. The servant smiled, proclaimed it especially tasty today, and beckoned the young master to try some. The servant set the dish down, and Jin De-sung leaned in to steal a cautious bite. He snatched a piece and bit down. Flavor exploded, and he noticed that with every chew it grew crunchier and even more delicious. Moments later, Jin De-sung's face snapped into a mask of searing pain. He was flung from his chair, crashing hard onto the floor. He pressed his palms to his neck as a familiar prickle ignited. The commotion ripped through the air, and Soryong and the others surged toward him, hearts hammering, as the bodyguard gasped that the young master had collapsed after eating the ryotajin. Soryong motioned the bodyguard aside for a moment to be attended to. The worried guard, voice tight, begged Jin Daichung to hang on for a bit. Frothing at the mouth, his vision clouded with tears, Jin De-sung clutched Soryong's shirt and begged for help. Moments later, his eyes shot wide in shock. A sinister aura poured off Soryong as he locked eyes on Jin Daishung and hissed, "Did you enjoy the Rai Otogun?" His face froze into ice as he spat that for the crime in the Song clan's village. He hoped shame would gnaw at him for all eternity, even into the afterlife. Rage ignited. Jin De-sung yanked Soryong by the collar, furious and baffled that the bastard even knew about that. Soryong shoved Jin Daesung's hand away, yelling that he looked like he was suffering horribly. Jin Daesung erupted into screams, and Soryong warned that if the patient kept struggling, he'd lose the ability to channel his internal energy, and ordered the others to pin him down. Everyone exploded into action, diving in to help, and a hand shot out and clamped onto Jin Daisheng, who felt the air clamp down, each breath a battle as he slowly began to choke. That delicious taste lingered on his tongue, searing itself into his final memory as life slipped away. The next day, Soryong and Lady Huying stood before the elderly couple who had cared for Nak. The old man bowed his head and begged them to look after the child. He couldn't bear to imagine how much she'd suffered, and Soryong vowed, "She's one of the Tang now, so don't worry." Wind howled as Neok took his first silent steps toward the grave. Soryong's eyes locked onto her, a spark of curiosity flaring inside him. They stopped at the Song clan's village before heading back to the Tangs, and Jin Daisheng's case was wiped clean. The poisoning probe that should have followed was snuffed out because his own family had already cast him off and buried the scandal. Tears flooded the rims of Nix's eyes, trembling on the brink. She pressed her palms against her sister's grave, pouring every ounce of grief into the cold earth. Tears ripped down her cheeks as fear nagged that she'd waited too long. Guilt crushed her. She cursed herself for not coming home earlier that day and kept whispering, "I'm sorry," over and over. Surprise skittered across Soryong's face, impossible to hide. It hit him. Even the crickets were crying. Lady Huaying's eyes shot wide, aching with sorrow. A sudden memory hit her. Ms. Nok had said the cricket's song sounded just like her younger sister's voice. Soryong's heart hammered as she strained to hear, syllable by syllable, what her younger sister could be saying to her right at that moment. The sun sank as crickets wailed. Guilt tore through Niao for not getting home sooner. The sun plunged into the narrow alleys of Sichuan's capital, bleeding gold across brick and shadow. Right nearby, a man in a hat was demolishing his meal. The beggar emperor savored Soryong's dish, a grin splitting his face. It looked rough, but every bite burst with rich, irresistible flavor. To him, Soryong's plan, a savory, razor-edged revenge, hammered home that our boy was one hell of an interesting guy, while two people watched the beggar emperor in dead silence. His eyes locked on it, and his face snapped into a hard, serious mask. Fist clenched, he roared for them to come out, snarling that anyone hiding like that could only be a thief. They froze as realization slammed into them. They'd been discovered, and confusion scrambled their thoughts. They burst from their hiding spot and fell in behind the beggar emperor. The man smirked, conceded the emperor's senses were razor sharp, then shot him, of all people, one cold question. "What are you doing here?" The man loomed as one of the 5 emperors, the divine thief Kang Ji-ho, and the girl beside him stood as his disciple, Cho Yong-rae-on. Kang Ji-ho crossed his arms and bristled at being called a thief, snapping that after so long apart calling him that was the beggar emperor's idea of a greeting, while the beggar emperor stared, baffled, wondering how else he was supposed to address a thief. Kang Ji-ho flashed a nervous grin, and shot back that divine thief sounded far better, then jabbed that his disciple was right there, and demanded a scrap of dignity. Yang Ryan bowed respectfully to the emperor, which left him baffled. Dealing with that bastard alone was already a nightmare, and now a disciple only promised more trouble. Curiosity flaring in his eyes, the beggar emperor demanded to know what had brought them to Sichuan. Kong Jihu's smile faltered. He swallowed hard and confessed he had something to ask. He tore across the central plains, hunting the unrivaled master of silkworm lore. Kang Jiho jabbed a finger at his wrist and revealed his sacred heavenly silks had snapped. He'd sworn they'd last forever, but he had to concede even they had an end. He'd always handed the heavenly silks to a disciple who finished training, but at this pace there'd be nothing left for her. The beggar emperor braced a hand beneath his chin and hunted for an answer. He'd lined up a guy for this case. Kang Jiho burned to know who he was. A grin cracked across the beggar emperor's face. His eyes flared with confidence as Soryong's image crashed into his mind. Across the central plains, he might be the man who knew more about insects than anyone. A few days later, dawn ripped through the poison garden. Soryong howled, agony ripping through him. A Gupai thug lashed Soryong's back with a whip, snarling he must endure a little longer. Nearby, Lady Huying and the tiny centipedes watched in silence as Soryong honed the iron coffer art, the Fist Emperor's unique, poison-based martial secret. Every brutal strike became fuel. Beaten to the brink of death, he clenched every muscle the instant a blow landed and blasted his chi through his body to harden him into living armor. Lady Huying flashed a bright grin, and the centipedes burst into a wild cheer, spurring our boy onward. He gripped the whip until his knuckles went white, and roared that this was where it truly began. While a centipede's attention snapped to it, its eyes flared into delighted light as the memory of Lady Huying trailing a feather across them surged back. It launched from Huaying's arms in an instant, and her eyes snapped wide with confusion. As the whip crept closer, it sprang into the lash's path. Soryong, his back a map of wounds, saw it, and panic tore through him. He moved like a flash, his arm shooting out to snatch the tiny centipede, and then the lash tore into his back with full force. Our boy set the centipede on the ground and gasped, chest heaving from the narrow escape, and Lady Huying felt a flicker of worry for our boy. She tore into little Hyanga for that reckless stunt, seething that they couldn't even have one day of peace, and Soryong, taken aback, asked if Hyanga was always getting into trouble. Lady Huaying sighed and declared Hyanga a live wire, a creature so brimming with energy it simply couldn't sit still. From the moment it opened its eyes, trouble erupted. Last time it chased a butterfly and sparked total chaos, leaving Soryong frozen with terror because the little one could have been seriously hurt. The centipede's sister snapped at Hanga. So Ryong watched. Anyone who's raised a pet knows this. Even members of the same species can have wildly different personalities. Curiosity and mischief crackled around Hanga, and after Cho's recent major incident, she now wore the crown of resident troublemaker. For now. Cho, the eldest, radiated cool, magnetic authority, corralling the younger ones with a steady hand, and cracking down the moment they stepped out of line. Finally, there was Bina, usually quiet, but deep down a tsundere whose heart guarded the fiercest love for him. She slept like she was carved from dreams, and Soryong smiled. Those three, though they looked the same, each held a unique spark. Special creatures he prayed would grow strong and healthy, and one day rise as great blue venom sovereigns like their mother. Lady Huying leaned over the small centipedes and coaxed, "Come to Mama," and Soryong's grin broke free. While their guard dropped, Nayok and Gupai burst into view. Gupai dropped into a deep bow before Soryong, respect crackling off him, while Nayok cradled a jar in quiet hands. Soryong declared they were both up, grinding away at their tasks. His eyes snapped wide with surprise when the poison unit uniform fit Nayok like it was made for him. Nayok flashed a nervous smile and thanked him. Soryong leaned in, curiosity sparking in his eyes, and asked how life in the Tang clan treated her. She smiled and said everyone treated her much better than she deserved, and the work was perfectly manageable. Beaming, she popped the jar's lid and proclaimed these were exactly what he'd asked for. Soryong surged forward, his eyes exploding wide with hungry curiosity. A wild grin tore across his face when he saw the jar swarming with crickets. Goopy confessed bluntly that this might be more crickets than they needed because Nyack ran every detail with surgical precision. And Nate felt a pang of sadness as he realized being too good at your job could be its own curse. Grinning with cold confidence, he vowed he'd personally drag new members into the poison garden soon. Gupei's surprise burst out as he blurted, "You finally going to hunt new poisonous creatures?" Our boy folded his arms, nodded, and said bluntly, they could quit breeding them, because the smartest move was to feed them to other beasts. Worry laced Lady Huaying's voice as she strode in and cut them off, urging So Ryong to freeze their plans and wait for word from the Martial Alliance before making any move. Fear flashed in her eyes as she choked out that to mount an expedition and collect them, they'd need an official permit. With the blood cult on the loose, getting permission right now was nearly impossible. She'd heard the Alliance leader himself had led the raid on the Daiwell border. Then the trail went cold. Soryong and Gupai's eyes ignited with fury. They were mid-conversation when a servant burst in, breathless, and a ripple of curiosity ran through them. Huaying demanded what was happening as she bolted, and the servant snapped that the clan head was calling them to the clan head's hall. He faced them together, voice shaking, and finally spilled what he'd been holding back. They froze, baffled and wide-eyed. Both barreled into the clan head's hall. Silence swallowed the room as the patriarch pressed his palms together and sank into a cold, silent calculation. Soryong and Lady Huaying locked their gazes on him, attention razor-sharp. Tension coiled around Soryong. He couldn't shake the question. What was this about? When the clan head should be busy at this hour? Had something happened again? His father-in-law's crooked smile felt like a cold warning. The patriarch laughed, chose his words, and told his son-in-law he'd brought the exact news Soryong had been dying to hear. He shot his hands forward and drew a scroll into his palms. A grin split his face as he jabbed a finger at it and shouted they'd finally heard from the Martial Alliance. The expedition was a roaring success. Soryong and Huaying burst into bright, astonished smiles. The patriarch barked that the Alliance leader had stormed a Daywell border village and obliterated the blood cult's stronghold. Half the cult were slaughtered or dragged off, and the rest fled screaming toward Daywell. Both exploded with excitement, adrenaline spiking as they realized exactly what this meant. They erupted into a jubilant dance as the patriarch declared they could finally hunt the poisonous creatures they'd been craving, granting his blessing to form an expedition. Soryong's eyes sparkled as they slapped a hand to their forehead and groaned. Why hadn't they planned a destination in advance? The patriarch straightened, pressed his palms together, and gravely declared he had a place to recommend. Soryong spun around, curiosity blazing in his eyes. The patriarch's gaze snapped to Soryong. This place was the perfect staging ground for the Tang Clan Poison Division's first expedition, a land teeming with countless poisonous creatures, every shadow hiding a deadly strike. Right at the entrance, beasts lurked whose power rivaled the ones who hailed from the Golden Phoenix class, a venom-soaked Eden where deadly beasts thrived. That ruthless haven was Yunnan. Several days later, he burst onto the far southwestern edge of the Central Plains, right beneath Sichuan. We plunged into Yunnan's tropical jungle, and deep in the Islao Mountains a valley yawned open, the Poison Ravine. Here, beasts' cries shredded the silence long before a single human voice dared to speak. Towering alien spires shot up like a petrified forest. Bizarre creatures swarmed every shadow, and to him, it was paradise on earth. Soryong sprawled on his bed among his dozing centipedes and lizards, giddy and buzzing with impatience to discover what creatures prowled this place. Snatching up a centipede, Soryong barked for them to hang on a moment. He vowed he'd return with a swarm of new friends. Days blurred together, and before long, dawn crashed over the world. Command handpicked a handful of operatives from the Poison Division to assemble the expedition. They thrust the Poison Garden into Lady Nyak's hands and officially crowned her vice-captain of the division so she could issue direct orders while the team was away. Without that title, she had no authority to command. Soryong, Gupei, and the others slung their packs, tightened their straps, and felt their hearts thunder. Just as they were about to depart the Tang clan's grounds, one of the small centipedes lunged and latched onto our boy's foot, erupting into a tiny, desperate cry. Not one, but every single one of Soryong's pets poured in. The lizards, the centipedes, and even the spider Yawa. Soryong plastered a nervous smile and begged them to let him go so he could slip away. They snapped into low growls, determined not to let him leave. Soryong pleaded for their trust, saying he was only leaving to fetch more friends, and vowed they had nothing to fear. While he's gone, the Poison Division would infuse them with young energy, and Yoho's eyes shot wide in surprise. In the blink of an eye, she cocooned Soryong in a spiderweb, and he erupted into desperate screams, begging her to release him. Lady Huing saw they refused to be torn from his side, and Soryong snapped that they kept demanding to come along with him. Just as Soryong tore himself out of the webbing, the Grand Patriarch snapped that it wouldn't work. Others might go, but Yohua couldn't. She was the spitting image of Lady Huaying. He knew her hulking spider body would snag every eye and leave them with no explanation. So Yohua snapped his gaze to the Grand Patriarch, silent and unblinking. She snapped into action, every head turned toward her, leaving the crowd bewildered. Yoho's body began to contort and reshape, and before long, her gargantuan spider body melted away, leaving only the delicate guise of Lady Huayin, and she sat as a proud smile curled across her lips. Soryong and the Grand Patriarch staggered, jaws snapping open as Yoho's body blinked out of existence. Disbelief hit them like a blow, and Soryong's chest clenched with raw despair as he scrambled for any sign of his pet's beautiful body. Soryong closed the distance and trailed his fingers across Yo's silk-smooth spider skin. Lady Huaying blinked, baffled. The Grand Patriarch caught on. He realized she could cloak her body from view, and our boy erupted with joy, knowing no one would mistake her for a spider demon. Lady Huaying exhaled, smiled, and welcomed everyone to join. volunteering to help care for them. Ryong's grin immediately bloomed. Lady Huying stormed up to them, eyes blazing, and snapped that since they'd ignored their father and thrown a tantrum, they'd have to obey for the entire trip. Soryong charged forward, and with a single swift motion, lizards perched on his shoulders. He thrust his hand into the air, flashed a grin, declared they were ready to leave, and the Poison Division's first journey exploded into motion. They pulled up to the outskirts of Mount Emma in Sichuan province and were confronted by a long, snaking line. Confusion flashed across Soryong's face as he demanded why the line was so long, and Gupai snapped that it was a checkpoint set up ever since the blood cult appeared. Sometimes those inspections sprang up right in the middle of the road. He'd heard they were brutal to get through, and panic clawed at him as he wondered if they'd be all right. A worker's eyes locked onto them the moment she spotted the Honorable Elder Mandong Shingon, and disbelief slammed into her. Members of the Tang clan were there too. The Grand Patriarch flashed a kind, disarming smile, announced they were bound for Yunnan, and asked her to grant them passage. A grin split her face as she gave the green light. They may proceed. Relief slammed into Soryong. They'd scored a clean free pass. The Tang clan's clout was ironclad, and wherever they stepped, people treated them with unmistakable reverence. In that instant, her eyes ignited with surprise and confusion, and she cried, "Hold on! Stop for a moment!" Her eyes snapped to Yohua. He was levitating in midair. Panic punched through Soryong's eyes when it hit him. Her body had become invisible, so it only looked like Yoho was floating. To everyone's surprise, the woman gaped, convinced it was the sky-leaping void technique. Certain the young lady had mastered a divine skill and frantically wondering when she'd ever trained in such an art. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This was exactly the jaw-dropping spectacle you'd expect from one of the martial world's three flowers, and Yohua could only offer a grateful smile. At that moment, Lady Huine's eyes blazed with fury as she yanked Yohua by the collar. Ryong and the others bolted, begging everyone to forgive them. The young lady was just shy. Everyone froze, shock and confusion warring across their faces. No one knew what was happening. Fleeing the scene, Lady Huayang grabbed Soryong and urged him to do something about Yohua before people drew the wrong conclusions, and he, in turn, begged her to calm down. Fearing the suspicion Yohua would bring, Huaying tossed on men's garb and hid her face beneath a veil for the whole journey. Across the Central Plains, superstition branded twins as demonic omens. A few small incidents flared along their route, but they finally reached Yunnan unscathed. Soryong and the others staggered, every breath a ragged surrender to exhaustion. A dazzling river wound between towering peaks ahead. Joy surged through them. This was Islao Mountain, and the Grand Patriarch announced they were only a short distance from the Poison Ravine. Worry carved across his face. Soryong whipped around and he slid a hand under his chin as a prickly sense of wrongness crept in. Gupai's curiosity flared and he snapped, "What do you mean?" "Sorry, Yang pointed out that it was eerily quiet around here." He crouched, eyes razor-sharp, scanning every crevice. No sign of life, not even in the cracks of the Nothing lurked in the caves, nothing waited in the trees. He swept his gaze across the silent scene. Not a single pulse, breath, or whisper of life answered. A flicker of confusion crossed the Grand Patriarch's face. With a hard, steady gaze, he confessed the feeling was familiar. Exactly the same chill they'd felt hunting the Blue Venom Sovereign. And at that name, Soryong's eyes shot wide in stunned surprise. The Grand Patriarch nodded, voice low. Around the Sovereign's lair, even the insects fell silent. Every living thing had either fled or been claimed as prey. He surged forward to scout, barking orders for the others to fall back to the confluence of the Yun and Amok rivers, where birds still wheeled overhead, and Soryong and the rest raised no protest. The Grand Patriarch bundled his power into a single explosive surge and launched himself away. Lady Huaying's eyes snapped to the spot and she confirmed he was right. On the side, they'd crossed birds and insects still fluttered and chirped, and Gupai felt a cold seam carving the land along the river. Soryong sank into thought and seized a chilling truth. Something lived in Islao Mountain, and only a deadly creature could stake claim to such a vast territory. Arms folded, he exhaled a tense sigh. He knew how strange this was. Lady Huying tilted her head, curiosity bright in her eyes, and asked what he meant. Soryong turned and explained that for a beast to claim that entire stretch as its lair, it would have to be colossal, on the scale of the Blue Venom Sovereign. Soryong's chest tightened as he scanned beyond the river and along the path deep into Islao. No signs, no tracks, nothing. How could it hunt or find prey if there was nothing there? He squeezed his eyes shut, certain its estimated size was enormous, and this terrain couldn't possibly sustain prey. The whole thing felt wrong. Gupe coughed in agreement, and they clung to the hope the Grand Patriarch would uncover the truth. Moments later, the Grand Patriarch and his men strode back, and Soryong's gaze snapped to them, curiosity flaring up inside him. The Grand Patriarch's voice went cold. This was a catastrophe. Even at the entrance of Islao Mountain, he'd found nothing, and Soryong and the others froze in stunned disbelief. With a confident smile, the Grand Patriarch declared the poison ravine most likely unchanged, ordered a halt as the sun teetered on the horizon, and said they'd search again tomorrow. Soryong thought he was right. Rage boiled in his veins, and they swore they wouldn't return empty-handed. Whatever it was, they'd seize it at any cost. Night crashed in, and they slammed a bonfire to life, flames ripping through the dark as they cooked their meal. Soryong crouched, fingers dancing through writhing centipedes, when Lady Huying glided up with a steaming plate of food. She urged Soryong to eat, then shooed the pets away, ordering them to let their father rest and follow her. Soryong thanked her. She caught Soryong poring over the map, flashed a smile, and asked what he was doing. He was scanning the vast expanse, certain the creature's lair lurked dead center. While they were talking, one of the centipedes snapped its gaze to a dragonfly darting nearby. They plunged in, not a single second wasted. It sprang up and savagely mauled it, while Soryong and Lady Huying stood frozen, stunned and utterly bewildered. Soryong snapped at Hyanga. "You scared me. Don't jump like that." Lady Huaying watched it pounce on a dragonfly mid-air. Soryong chalked it up to the river's swarms, but a moment earlier there hadn't been a single one. His eyes snapped wide as his focus locked onto the dragonflies streaking behind him. Soryong cut straight to action, snapping at the Grand Patriarch to sprint back to the spots they'd already scouted, and tally how many dragonflies now thronged the air. The Grand Patriarch whirled, baffled, demanding an explanation, and Soryong shot back that creatures on land could vanish into hiding, while dragonflies cut through the sky and roamed wherever they pleased. He admitted that if any threat had shown up, they'd have bolted and vanished for a while. The instant the threat vanished, they'd flood back. He braced a hand beneath his chin, a confident smirk flashing, and ruled out territory as the reason they hadn't seen any creatures. Deeper in the forest, skulls and gnawed bones littered the ground, the picked clean, ripped to pieces remains of animals. Before they even set foot here, a merciless force had already ripped across the land. Soryong and the others surged forward. The Grand Patriarch barked a warning. The land ahead was a dense, tangled jungle. Stay razor sharp, wild beasts could spring from the underbrush at any moment. Soryong flashed an excited smile and nodded. Curiosity ignited in Ryong's eyes as he realized they had to sprint after whatever was streaking ahead before it slipped away. The Grand Patriarch's worry tightened his features as he asked if this was too much for our boy. And Soryong, baffled, spun to him and shot back that it wasn't hard at all. He'd handle it. A grin cracked his face. The guy who usually complained non-stop clenched his jaw and refused to give up until they caught it. Right then, a strange sound ripped through the air and every head snapped up. Making them curious, Gupai warned the noise sounded like bamboo thrashing in the wind. Impossible. There shouldn't be any bamboo forest up ahead. Two clan members lunged like coiled springs, bellowing that a jagged cliff yawned ahead. "Watch your step!" Something lurked down below. Soryong and Gupai snapped into panic, fear coiling in their guts. A sheer cliff towered before them, and at its base, hundreds of bizarre creatures writhed in a living mass. The Grand Patriarch leaned in, saw they were red ants, and panic surged. Dread clawed at him as he wondered if those tightly clustered insects were demonic ants. Gupai froze, words ripped from his throat. By their monstrous size, they were no ordinary demonic ants, and the Grand Patriarch swallowed hard, confessing he'd never seen anything like them in the Tang clan records. He whirled to Soryong and demanded, "Do you know what those are?" Soryong hesitated, mind racing. He'd never seen them this huge, but he was nearly certain they were army demonic ants. At those words, the Grand Patriarch's eyes snapped wide, surprise and curiosity blazing in his gaze. Army ants, found in Africa and America, thunder across the land in massive swarms. Most ants forge fortress-like nests and anchor themselves to a quiet, homebound existence. But army ants, when food runs scarce, they surge in massive swarms. Migrating is one tactic. Their march sweeps forward like a conquering army, earning them the name army ant. They were pure savagery. Provoke them, and they'd tear you apart, leaving nothing, not even bones. Soryong and the others crouched in the bushes, breath held as they watched in dead silence. Our boy's face hardened as he urged them to retreat quietly for now. Then, at that very instant, a man snapped a twig underfoot. Our boy and Gupai froze, eyes wide. They knew things had just gone very wrong. Soryong's and the man's faces snapped into masks of terror. They whipped around and found the ants staring at them. Tiny faces locked in an unnerving, unblinking gaze. They all froze, terror pinning them to the spot. Moments later, the ants surged toward them, sweat plastered to their faces. Soryong and the others bolted, sprinting for their lives. Several minutes bled away as dusk crashed over the horizon. Soryong and the others sprinted with everything they had, stunned, The ants were far faster than they'd imagined. On the path, a tiny deer hunched over, ravenously ripping at leaves the moment we laid eyes on it. A swarm of ants descended on the small deer, hungrily devouring it as fear flared in Soryong's eyes. A cold jolt hit him. Demonic ants hunt by sensing vibrations, and if they kept moving like this, the swarm would mark them as prey. The Grand Patriarch, worry carved into his face, asked him, "What should we do?" Something yanked Soryong's gaze. A bolt of inspiration hit him. He bellowed they had to cross the river, because the ants couldn't cross water. The Grand Patriarch thrust a gnarled finger toward the river and thundered for them to jump. They didn't hesitate. Every last one of them plunged into the water. The ants swarmed in. Everyone had already leapt. Several seconds later, Soryong burst from the river, water streaming off him, and a grin tore across Gupei's face as the ants turned back. Relief crashed over him. They'd survived. The ants scattered. They clambered from the river, and he sneezed. The scare slammed into him. It had been far too close, 1 foot already in the grave. Soryong crumpled to the ground, gasping, and rasped to his centipede Cheya. "You okay? I'll dry you off quick." Cheya nodded. The Grand Patriarch smiled, rose, and admitted they were monstrous. He, the divine lord of myriad venoms who had never known fear before any foe, now felt terror coil through his veins at those demonic ants. Fear flashed in our boy's eyes as he barked that they had to stay on guard. Those creatures devoured every living thing in their path, which was why they hadn't seen a single animal on the road. The Grand Patriarch raked his beard and nodded, the swarm's size laying the mystery to rest as our boy's hope shattered. Just demonic ants, not some unknown beast. The Grand Patriarch saw the sun slide toward the horizon, deemed the spot safe, and urged them to rest for a while. Soryong nodded, thinking it was a good idea. He closed on Gupei with a grin, and told Great Lord Gu that when night fell, they'd head back toward the demonic ants to investigate. Gupei went pale and shot back, "What exactly are we supposed to be checking?" Confusion flickered across our boy's face before he snapped, "Of course I meant the demonic ants." Goop quivered, eyes wide with panic. They'd only just escaped, and he couldn't believe he was actually serious. The other man snapped, "Are you planning to catch them all, like you did the golden phoenix beasts?" Soryong forced a nervous grin and frantically waved his hands, insisting, "Of course not. I couldn't possibly capture that many." He planned to sneak in and seize a few. Gupei and the other man panicked, convinced Soryong had gone mad. Our boy Soryong ruffled his centipede, a grin sliding across its chitin, and with eyes blazing he asked them, "Will you come with me?" At dawn the next day they plunged headfirst back into the blood-red jungle. The midnight kidnapping mission exploded into a flawless victory. Soryong, the Grand Patriarch, and Gupei cornered and captured 4 ants. Once they were safe, they bound the ants while Gupei panted, lungs burning and incredulous he'd be dragged into this crazy stunt again. When they suggested going at night, he'd assumed the ants would be asleep. But Soryong laughed and said demonic ants don't sleep. Soryong jabbed a finger and crowed that they'd pulled it off. They'd caught 4 demonic ants. Gupei snatched the ant he'd caught, confusion cracking his voice as he blurted to Soryong, "Can we actually raise these?" Soryong crouched down beside the ants and began studying them with fierce focus. He ripped through the data and realized it was probably hopeless. Raising them looked impossible. Their memories blinked out every 3 days, making training pointless, and without a queen they couldn't be controlled. Rage boiled in Gupei as he feared it had all been for nothing. Soryong smiled serenely and shot back that it hadn't, sweeping his arm to flaunt the creature's beauty and insisting that simply displaying them in the Tong clan would stun everyone. Gupei shoved his hands against his face. Soryong, forcing a nervous grin, snapped that this was the poisonous creature's unit and he had to grit his teeth and endure it. The Grand Patriarch cut them off, demanding Soryong's next move, and Soryong shot back that if they wanted more poisonous prey, they'd strike west for Ruili, or plunge south into the deep jungles of Xishuangbana. Soryong's eyes ignited with fierce confidence as he declared they'd do neither. First they'd regroup with Huayun's team, then they'd hunt the demonic ants again, only this time they'd cut ahead of them, and Gupei and the others stood frozen, mouths agape. Soryong cracked his knuckles, grinned, and revealed the plan. They'd hunt the poisonous creatures flushed out by the demonic ants' march, bait to draw the others into a perfect ambush. They were forced to fall in behind the march as sweat drenched Gupei's face, and a cold certainty slammed into him. He knew he wouldn't make it out alive. A grin burst across our boy's face, excitement crackling as the image of poisonous creatures swarmed his mind. Failing to catch the ants meant nothing. With this plan he'd conquer every venomous beast in Yunnan and sweep them all up. Night fell, and they ignited a bonfire that ripped the darkness apart. Lady Huaying gaped, her heart slamming as she stared at the 4 captured ants. Her eyes locked on the insect's razor limbs, stunned that Soryong planned to bolt in front of those creatures and snatch the venomous ones fleeing from them. Anger flared in her. After the bees, now ants. She remembered it hadn't been long since they dashed in front of the golden-haired royal bees. Soryong panicked, forcing a nervous smile, and reminding her that she herself had said they got good results last time. Her eyes snapped open as shock crashed over her. Soryong was right. Her memory slammed into the Grand Patriarch's warning. He'd said that by sprinting tirelessly in front of the swarm of golden-haired royal bees, she drained her internal energy dry, over and over. She siphoned most of the inner core's energy from the blue-spotted centipede, and without even trying, Huyin landed a sudden golden chance. A grin exploded across our boy's face as he explained the centipedes had molted twice and no longer fed on the core. So this was her moment to drain every last scrap of energy. The Grand Patriarch charged forward, cut them off, and snapped at Soryong. Is it for that very reason? He shouldn't be running either. Huayin's confident gaze locked on as she nodded and announced that Soryong had also consumed the elixir of the golden-haired royal bees, so he must absorb its energy too. Sweat drenched Soryong's face and confusion twisted his features as he begged the Grand Patriarch to scoop him up and bolt, insisting his qigong was too weak. Roaring with laughter, the Grand Patriarch told him he'd watched him run like lightning today and called it a golden opportunity. Soryong ground his teeth as rage boiled up in his chest. In a heartbeat, Lady Huayang snatched our boy's hand. She smiled and asked, "Will you run with me tomorrow?" Ryong froze, words knotting in his throat. Huayang exhaled a long, heavy sigh, and her eyes flashed as she leaned in and whispered that this was his punishment for trying to get his way. A grotesque, satisfied curl twisting her face like someone who'd just eaten powdered yellow worms. The next day, the ants surged forward, launching a relentless chase. They unleashed a wild boar into the forest, sparking a massive roundup of venomous creatures. Moments later, a living tide of ants slammed into the boar, swarming over it and tearing it apart as they feasted. Not far away, Lady Huang, Soryong, and Gu Pei sprinted flat out. Our boy barked a warning. The hunting unit swarmed at the vanguard of the legionary ants, snapping at anything that crossed their path. Huyang nodded. Soryong's eyes flared with confidence, and a grin cracked across his face as he laid out the plan. They were about 60 jong from the ants, and the moment the swarm started to move, they slammed the gap down to under 30 jong and held it steady as they sprinted. Whenever venomous creatures sprang up, they snatched them and hurled them to the main squad sprinting beside them. They crammed them into a cage and marooned it on the far riverbank, just beyond the ants' reach. The deadly race erupted anew. The plan worked as venomous creatures panicked and bolted from the ants. A thrilled grin split Soryong's face as he lunged forward and snatched one of the snakes. His eyes burned with determination as the Valley of Venom lived up to its name. Venomous creatures of every kind poured out, and he swore he'd catch every last one. The hunt raged on for another hour or two. The venomous creatures stacked up effortlessly, and Soryong, Gu Pei, and Lady Huaying bolted from the ants, each hauling several writhing venomous creatures. Soryong snatched the writhing snake and hurled it into the hands of the man clutching a wooden box. The man shoved the snake into the box, worry carved into his face as he asked our boy if he was feeling okay. And our boy snapped back an energetic, "Yes." He couldn't get tired because venomous creatures were waiting for him. Wying warned our boy that a massive serpent lurked up ahead. Soryong's eyes bulged as shock slammed into him. He locked his gaze on the snake coiled in the tree, a genuine Burmese python. The Burmese python ranked among the world's 5 biggest snakes and stood tallest of them all. A massive yet oddly adorable beast that radiated calm and was shockingly easy to raise. Gupai's face tightened with confusion as he asked if the snake wasn't venomous. Soryong just grinned, nodded, and admitted it was dangerous, yet he had to catch it. Gupai freaked out, snapping that he'd already said the exact same thing when the whip scorpion showed up, and again when the giant toad did. At this rate, he wondered why they didn't just catch everything that appeared. Excitement ignited in his eyes as a confident smile curled at his lips. He skidded to a stop, spun back and vowed he'd nab the snake too. Lady Hyang snapped for him to wait. Ants were already too close. Flashing a grin that crackled with excitement, our boy vowed, "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Soryong lunged at the hulking Burmese python and snatched it into his grip. He looped it around his neck, ants swarming his heels, that grin refusing to fade. He wouldn't let such a beautiful creature become ant food, so he sprinted for safety. Soryong's luck ran out when he tripped on a branch and went sprawling. He smashed face first into the ground right in front of the ants, hurling Lady Huying and Gu Pei into panic. They knew this spelled disaster. Soryong spun. Terror shot through his eyes as he realized the ants were right on his heels. Fear swallowed Soryong whole. He froze stone still as a furious swarm of ants lunged for him. A rough hand clamped down on Soryong's collar. It was Yahello. She lashed her spider web to a tree branch, clamped our boy tight and yanked him up, ripping him out of the ant's jaws, and Soryong stood frozen in shock, unable to believe she had saved him. A black wave of ants surged so thick it whipped the air into a blizzard. Yahua yelled for our boy to hold on, and tears welled in his eyes. Relief washed over Lady Huaying and Gupai. Lady Huaying beamed at Yahua, praised her flawless work, and urged her to whisk Soryong to safety. A black tide of ants surged across the land, devouring every creature and ripping trees from the earth. A heartbeat later, Yoho released his grip, and Soryong slammed into the ground. Gasping for breath, he doubled over as Yohua charged at him with fury blazing, and Huaying sighed, ordering Yohua to give Soryong a ruthless scolding. Fury burned in her eyes as she swore he'd never be allowed near the ants again, and all our boy could do was apologize. Then a collar spun from spider silk snapped tight around his neck. Confusion clouded Soryong as he begged Yoha to untie him, only for her and Lady Huying's lips to curl into wicked smiles. Right then, Gupei burst onto the scene. They caught Soryong on all fours like a dog, a sight that left the leader dumbfounded. Lady Huying snapped, "What happened with the ants?" Gupei crowed that luck had them stop just over the hill, and as the sun slipped away, he called for a short break. Ryong kept his head down, cheeks blazing with embarrassment. Lady Huayan agreed and ordered them to wait there for the main group trailing behind, when at that exact moment something behind the trees snapped into motion and curiosity flared in her eyes. Moments later, a spear screamed through the air and slammed into the ground beside Soryong, and panic exploded through the crowd because no one knew what was happening. A wave of spear-bearing men burst from the bushes. They barked, "Don't move," and proclaimed this ground beast palace territory, roaring for the intruders to state their names. Confusion clouded Goop's gaze as he ripped his dagger free, while across from him Lady Huying stepped forward, urging them to calm down and revealing they were from the Tang clan of Sichuan. The truth hit. They hailed from the Tang clan of Sichuan. A spear-wielding man burst from the undergrowth, a fierce, bright-eyed wolf at his side, and asked them how the Tang clan had come to the depths of the Yunnan jungle. His gaze locked onto something. Grim resolve hardened his eyes as the leader's stare drilled into the silk collar Yahua had crafted for Soryong. Panic twisted Soryong's face as he frantically waved his hands, pleading it wasn't what it looked like. The leader ground his teeth as a crackling, blinding power began to surge from his body. He gripped his spear until his knuckles went white, his eyes erupting into a furious glow as he thundered, "What the hell are you doing in the land of the Beast Palace?" His name, Hugh Rang, a battle-hardened warrior sworn to the Southern Beast Palace. During a scouting mission, a strange noise shattered the silence. He tracked it down and found them. Claimed as the Beast Palace's domain, this valley roared under its title, the Valley of the Wild Beasts. Hu Krang stormed up to them and declared this was why they couldn't enter the territory. So Ryong simply smiled, nodded, and said they'd withdraw. His eyes snapped wide as a memory slammed into him. So Ryong leaned in and told the great warrior Huk Rang that before they withdrew, he had something crucial to reveal. And Huk Rang spun around, curiosity burning, demanding to know what it was. With a nervous smile, our boy swallowed hard and dared to ask if he could climb this hill with him for a moment. Huk Rang didn't refuse. He bolted up the hill our boy had mentioned. Reaching the summit, his eyes flew open, shock and raw fear crashing through him as he stared, unable to believe the impossible sight before him. Far off, a writhing mountain of ants loomed. Soryong snapped that they were legionary ants, and the strange sound Hukrang had heard was them, sweeping across the land like a living storm. He owned up. He believed the Beast Palace lay right in the ants' path, and warned that a long, narrow valley of the wild beasts would turn it into a deadly trap. Sweat beaded on Yukrang's brow as panic surged. If this was true, disaster would erupt. His gaze hardened into steel as he vowed to return to the Beast Palace, brief the Palace Lord, and summon the Tang clan to accompany him so they could lay bare every detail about the legionary ants. While Nike romped with Rang's wolf, Lady Huayang flashed a radiant smile and vowed they'd gladly do it. Soryong's gaze pinned to the ants, fear flaring in his eyes, and he barked for everyone to sprint to the Beast Palace at once. Night was already falling and the ants were settling down to sleep. They lay eerily still. At sunrise, they exploded into a savage rampage through the area again, like the sea holding its breath before a titanic wave crashed the shore. Night fell, and Soryong and the others pushed into the Beast Palace, its dazzling beauty striking Soryong like lightning. Rang's breath caught as surprise hit him. This was the Beast Palace, and he grinned, realizing it marked the Tang clan's first visit in 100 years. Soryong gaped as every street thrummed with people leading their beasts. Lady Huaying declared the Southern Beast Palace's taming techniques unrivaled. No one past the Great Wall or in the Central Plains could match them. Rang smiled warmly and revealed that the huge circular clearing they'd passed at the entrance was a training ground where they unleashed the beasts, that beyond it the residential area began. and that the valley of the wild beasts curled into a gourd shape with a single entrance. Huaying gaped as jagged peaks rose up around them like a wall. Rang nodded. So long as the entrance stayed guarded, this place was an impregnable natural fortress. Soryong's gaze locked on the buildings. They loomed like a fortress. But he realized that if the entrance was sealed, they'd be nothing more than rats trapped in a cage. At the entrance, Rang's face went steel as he announced the Tang clan from Sichuan had arrived, and the palace lord nodded, granting them passage into the halls. They stepped inside, and every eye snapped wide, deadly seriousness burning in their gazes. Soryong's gaze snapped to 3 figures, each flanked by a sleek black leopard. Tension crackled in the air as the white-haired man with scars on his face began to... He raked his hand through the beast's mane, stepped forward and declared, "I am Mayang-ho, lord of the Beast Palace." Clasping his fist in his palm, Soryong dipped his head before him in a show of respect and declared, "I am Wei Soryong of the Tang clan of Sichuan." And Lady Huying stepped forward to give her name. Mayang-ho's voice hardened as he worked out they'd come all the way to Yunnan to hunt venomous creatures. He said his warriors had already briefed him and conceded the Tang clan of Sichuan knew far more about poisons and venomous creatures than they did. Rage twisted his features. He let out a short, cold sigh and demanded what the legionary ants were and how they'd gotten here. Soryong and the other gaped, eyes wide with stunned confusion. He shut his eyes, nodded, and unleashed a rapid-fire retelling of everything that had happened so far. He shouted that the legionary ants were a living apocalypse, capable of raising everything, and warned them to evacuate the people at once. Their reaction blindsided him. Nothing like what he'd expected. A suffocating aura burst from Mayang-ho, his eyes burning with fury as he snarled at the simple suggestion to evacuate. He dragged his fingers through his beard and demanded, "Are you telling me to abandon the home my family has guarded for over 300 years, just out of fear of some ants?" The brown-haired woman pressed a hand to her chest, eyes blazing, and snapped at the palace lord not to listen to this outsider from the Central Plains, assuring him that if he gave her 500 flying wolves, she'd personally annihilate every last one. Her eyes blazed with confidence as she zeroed in on our boy and spat that, even if they came in droves, they posed no real threat. Outsiders from the Central Plains always blew things out of proportion. Our boy slammed his hand into a tight fist, knuckles whitening, a raw vow that he wasn't exaggerating. Soryong snapped, "If by 500 flying wolves you mean 500 wolves, the legionary ants will devour every last one of them in an instant." The woman exploded with fury. She couldn't believe Soryong had just said that. Nerves prickled through Lady Huaying as she lashed out at Soryong, tearing into him for his brazen rudeness. Soryong strode up and warned her these were not ordinary ants and would wreak terrible damage. It would be a real tragedy if the animals were hurt or killed. She erupted, snapping, "What the hell does an outsider from the Central Plains know?" and sneered that his people even ate the dogs they raised, so they could never understand them. Rage flared in Soryong and he ground his teeth. Her judging them just for raising animals differently crossed every line. A titanic surge of energy burst from the boy, hurling Lady Huaying and Gupai into panic. He could endure almost anything, but anyone who doubted his love for his pets would set his fury alight. He clenched his jaw, steeled himself, and unleashed everything he'd been hiding. He shot his hand forward and barked for his pets to come out. 3 centipedes writhed free from his clothes. Nick revealed her true form, her spider body skittering into view, and then the lizards burst out too. Every gaze locked onto them. Eyes snapped wide in disbelief, shock crashing over everyone. Soryong flashed a proud grin and paraded his beasts, and the crowd went mute as centipedes and lizards revealed themselves. It hit them. The woman wasn't a twin. Soryong, fingers gliding over his venomous centipedes, shot them a confident glare and snapped that her words stung. Those were his companions, and it crushed him when they fell sick or got hurt. He grasped it instantly. The woman stood paralyzed with shock, unable to believe someone like Soryong could marshal so many beasts. The old man, his beast a squawking parrot, gaped and spluttered, "You mean companions are venomous creatures stuck with me for life?" The old man with a cat scoffed, "Even in their beast palace where animals are cherished, nobody calls them companions." Mayang-ho's furious scowl evaporated as a grin tore across his face. He exploded into laughter and cried, "This is truly extraordinary." He laughed, saying it struck him as odd that a woman had the young warrior on a leash. If the leash holder was this tamer and her companion, that meant they saw each other as owners. Soryong panicked, sweat beading on his brow as he realized it was all a misunderstanding. A hush fell over the elders and their faces went stone. If the young warrior called those creatures his companions, it proved how fiercely he loved them, and seeing his advice came from that same heart, they refused to ignore it. Meng-ho conceded, certain our boy was right. Buildings can be rebuilt, but people and beasts won't come back. So Ryong and Lady Huaying flashed cheerful smiles, stunned that So Ryong's plan had worked. He planted his palm on the table. Mang Ho sprang to his feet and roared for everyone to assemble in the Beast Palace's main courtyard and brace for evacuation. Hours after Mang Ho barked the command, everyone surged into the main courtyard of the Beast Palace. Mang Ho, the person next to Rang, barreled up to So Ryong and thanked him. He pressed a hand to his shoulder, smiled, and apologized that he couldn't see him off or compensate him properly because the situation was urgent. Ryong brushed it off, saying it was nothing. He'd only done what any person should do. Regret flashed across her face as she apologized to the young warrior for yesterday, admitting she'd underestimated how serious he was and had been wrong to judge him. Our boy just waved it off and told Miss Seal Pio not to worry. The fierce woman wasn't just a palace elder. She was the palace lord's daughter, and her gaze pinned a centipede as awe flared. Beasts at her side were nothing, but bending insects and venomous creatures to trail him like this was a whole new caliber of power. She let her fingers dance across the tiny centipede perched on So Ryong's head, and, eyes bright, asked the young warrior if his little brood might ever have offspring. Could she keep one? Right then, gut-wrenching roars ripped through the air, hurling everyone into blind panic. Confusion exploded in Sholpio as he strained to place the noise. Was that an elephant? Surprise flooded So Ryong's eyes the instant he spun around. He watched in horror as ants swarmed the elephant, stripping it bare and devouring it inch by inch. Panic clawed at So Ryong when he realized this was bad. The elephant must have bolted straight this way. The elders froze in stunned silence. Ants, of all things, swarmed and felled the mighty elephant, leaving it powerless to fight back. Sweat beaded on his brow. Panic flared. He spun around and screamed at them. There was no time to lose, urging them to flee at once. The ants were charging straight for them. Mayingho refused, teeth bared, and growled that it was already too late. They'd already reached the entrance of the Wild Beast Valley. Ravenous ants swarmed and devoured the elephant's carcass, as the others sprinted toward the Beast Palace only a few hundred meters away. Fleeing was no longer an option. Ravenous ants devoured the elephant in a heartbeat, leaving nothing but a bare skeleton. So Ryong and the others panicked as they watched the elephant snap into bare bone in an instant. Mayingho's expression hardened. He realized they had no choice but to fight. One elder balled his fist, doubting they could hold out if even that colossal elephant had been annihilated in an instant. Lady Huying, worry clawing at her voice, pressed Soryong about the Grand Patriarch and the poisonous creature squad's safety, and Soryong, grinning with iron confidence, shot back that anyone who knows the legionary ants' danger would have already fled to the other side of the river. The ants surged toward them. Goop's gaze snapped to the swarm, sweat beading on his brow, more worried for his own group than anything. Breaking through that tide of ants and escaping felt impossible. Soryong shoved his hand beneath his chin, mind snapping into focus. This was the worst possible scenario. If they kept going, the ants would catch them in the Valley of the Wild Beasts, and he had to decide their next move. Just then, a spiderweb dropped from the mountain's crown and snagged every gaze. Yohua stepped out of the shadows, unmistakable. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise, while Lady Huayin grinned, remembering they had Yohua, and realized they could swing across the mountain on Yohua's web and race to safety. Nearby, Mang Ho planted himself with arms folded. Soryong whipped his gaze their way, wondering what the people of the Southern Beast Palace would do. If it were just his group, they'd manage. But with so many people, the whole situation shifted. Mayinghu flashed a confident grin, waved the young warrior off, and told him to leave them be. In the world of beasts, you eat or you get eaten. If they failed to defeat those creatures, they'd be ripped apart and devoured. Soryong and Lady Huying gaped in stunned disbelief. He curled his hand into a rock-hard fist, eyes blazing with iron resolve. He couldn't abandon them like this. They loved animals just like he did. He laser-focused, jaw clenching. There had to be a way to save them all. And as Spicy Faber the burden slammed him, he had to think. Soryong plunged into the legionary ants' world, picking apart their habits and migration routes with surgical focus. His eyes ignited with joy. He flashed a grin and blurted that he'd hatched an idea. Mayingho and the others froze for a beat, puzzlement flickering in their eyes. Eyes shut and curiosity painted on his face, Soryong listened as the palace lord asked if there was any way to repel the horde of ants. He nodded, calm and certain, but warned they'd have to suffer a little to make it happen. Hand pressed to his chin, a grin cracking across his face. He leaned forward and asked if he would like to hear it. The next day, the ants had swarmed the elephant into nothing, digesting every last scrap. Driven by hunger, they surged toward the Valley of Wild Beasts to hunt for food. With a plan honed through the night, they snapped into formation and waited in the grassland's heart for them. From the sidelines, Lady Huying clamped her eyes shut and pressed her hands together, begging fate to spare everyone from harm. Everyone hefted their weapons, tension crackling as Soryong's eyes turned to steel, and he barked at Maying-ho, and Hyuk rang to get ready. Maying-ho bellowed, ordering the Beast Palace disciples to stand unmoving like a mountain and never break formation. They stood ready to lay down their lives to protect their home. Ants surged toward them as Soryong locked his gaze, daring the swarm to inch closer. The instant the ants plunged into the slick liquid soaking the blades of grass, our boy roared the order for everyone to hurl their torches. Hugh answered by flinging his flaming torch. It slammed into the liquid dead center the instant it touched the surface. Flames screamed up, and in a heartbeat several ants found themselves pinned inside a roaring ring of fire. Soryong roared with triumph. The plan had worked and the hunting group was now cut off. Eyes blazing with iron resolve, Soryong sprinted at the ants, roaring that their formation had collapsed and ordering the water buffaloes to charge. And the warriors and the water buffaloes thundered in behind him, charged head first and tore into the isolated ants. They slammed their sharp spears into the ants, slaughtering the swarm and annihilating everyone in the hunting group, holding the line so the young warrior could break through to the main body. Maying-ho's daughter shot a bright, "Good luck," at our boy, and an anxious Soryong barked at them to be careful. Don't get hurt. While the warriors clashed with the ants, Soryong tore through their ranks and reached the main body. Minutes crawled by and nothing stirred. Spotting that, the boy froze, his mind igniting into a whirl of questions. Moments later, he contorted his face into mocking grimaces, jeering at the ants and roaring to those damn creatures that he was there. His plan landed perfectly, sending the ants into a furious frenzy. Soryong exploded into motion, sprinting as a furious swarm of ants thundered after him. Sholpyo and the others had already crushed the isolated ants. Her gaze locked on our boy as doubt gnawed at her. She wasn't sure the young warrior's plan would hold, and her father said they'd have to wait and see. Soryong sprinted like his life depended on it, lungs burning and grin fierce. He knew the plan was flawless because they were tailing him, so he kept looping around the grassland. In a heartbeat, our boy's foot found the oil and he skidded, going sprawling across the floor. His eyes snapped wide. Terror slammed into him as the cold truth hit. This was bad. The ants surged like a furious tide, swarming and pouncing as Soryong's heart lurched. He realized with a jolt he'd stepped right into the slick oil they'd spilled earlier. A black rain of ants crashed down onto Soryong. He snapped his eyes shut and braced for the worst. Hook's frantic ring shredded the silence as he blurted that the ants had swarmed and trapped Soryong. Lady Huaying and Gupe froze, shock slamming into them as fear flooded their eyes. An avalanche of ants crashed onto Soryong, their razor bites shredding his skin as he screamed in raw agony. Soryong refused to back down and bellowed for Yohua. She sprang into action the instant his call sliced the air. She catapulted a shimmering web straight toward Soryong. Our boy lunged and snatched it. She yanked him back with desperate strength, ripping him from the ants' clutches before they could devour him. Gupai and Lady Huayang exploded with relief when they saw him alive and showered Yohua with praise. Soryong sank onto the rocks and started panting, fighting to drag breath into his burning lungs. He tore at his clothes and saw an ant still clinging and trying to bite him. Only a couple of scratches burned his skin, and relief flooded him. Glad he'd learned the lesson. Soryong's body hardened into solid iron. He unleashed the iron coffin technique and crushed the ant clinging to his clothes. Yohua and the centipede erupted in fury and raked Soryong with scolding. He pasted on a nervous smile, admitted he already knew, and said Huaying would tear into him later anyway. Joy flared in his eyes as he locked his gaze on the ants. They perched on a cluster of rocks as a writhing swarm of ants spiraled around them. Ming-ho and Hook-rang gaped, jaws dropping, as the ants whirled in dizzy circles, just as the young warrior had predicted. Only Soryong knew why the ants had gone frantic. Their path had been cut off. It hit him. The ants were virtually blind, their every step dictated by the pheromone trail the lead ant had left. When the hunting or advance group suddenly vanished, the worker ants, programmed to obey only forward cues, collapsed into a writhing tangle and lost all sense of direction. After the Beast Palace warriors tore the hunting party apart, the ants spiraled into a maddening loop, chasing each other until they collapsed and died. His eyes widened and a grin crept across his face as he declared, "This is the death spiral, the ant mill." Joy ignited in CLPO's eyes as she spun to her father. Maying-ho crossed his arms, nodded, and gave his daughter the green light to tell everyone this instant. Soryong grinned and swept the centipede into her hand, while tears, equal parts relief and white-hot fury, burned in Soryong's and Yoho's eyes. Lady Huaying and Gupi erupted into matching unstoppable grins. Relief surged through our boy. Everything had fallen into place, and that little warrior had stopped the Beast Palace from being destroyed. 3 days had burned since Soryong trapped the legionary ants in the ant mill. Before the Beast Palace, a massive swarm of insects churned like a living storm. They marched on, trapped in cruel, self-destructive circles, each step sapping their strength. The colony unraveled as ants keeled over one by one from sheer exhaustion, while the Beast Palace warriors prowled among the fallen. Soryong crushed the last of the feeble creatures beneath his foot. Ho, Lord of the Beast Palace, stood beside him and asked if the long ordeal was finally over. And Soryong gave a shaky, hesitant yes. Grateful, Ho leaned in and asked what Soryong wanted him to do, and Soryong stunned everyone with a strange request. Scour the dying swarm for the Queen Aunt. He smiled and said he wanted to try to raise her, pleading for their help just this one time. Excitement surged through Soryong. The memory of him as a kid, snatching and raising ants as perfect pets, roared back, and he vowed not to let this rare chance slip away. Ryong barked a new mission to everyone, Hukrang, Gupei, and Lady Huaying, to find the ant with the biggest abdomen. Hukrang shouted he understood and sprinted off to lead the search. A Beast Palace warrior bellowed Soryong's name, snapping for him to rush over at once. Soryong darted over, astonishment wide on his face and hope burning in his chest. He stumbled onto a grisly scene. A monstrous, blood-red ant lay collapsed on the dirt, ringed by the crushed bodies of dozens of other ants. The giant insect's eyes blazed a menacing red, a spear already embedded in its head, and it still thrashed, very much alive. The group pressed in, stunned, fingers jabbing as ants devoured one another, while a giant ant loomed at the center, and Lady Huaying asked, "Could this be the Queen?" Yong's face flickered with alarm as he snapped, "It's the Queen!" But a cold, gnawing doubt clutched him. This whole scene felt wrong. Soryong's gut clenched at the sight. His insect knowledge warned him a newly crowned queen and might eat her own eggs to survive and kickstart a colony. By the time the colony swelled into a thriving force, the queen never again fed on her own brood. He knew this. Ants don't register their dead until about 3 days later, when the corpses begin to emit a distinct chemical signal that finally tells the colony they're gone. Horror slammed into him. The queen was devouring her own young while they still lived, a monstrous violation of nature. Just as the thought hit him, Lady Huaying's voice sliced through the air, snapping him upright and barking for him to inspect the queen's head up close. His eyes snapped wide as something gleamed where the warrior's spear had been. A golden needle, pulsing with faint energy, impaled deep in the creature's forehead. Curiosity burned in Soryong as he crept toward the dying monster. Lady Huaying snapped, "Be careful!" His focus burned on the strange object. He thrust his hand out and clamped it with a vice-like grip. He wrenched the golden needle free from the queen's head. Black ichor erupted from the wound as the giant ant unleashed one final agonized scream and crumpled into a lifeless heap. Shock pinned Soryong to the spot as he gaped. The queen lay dead. Clutching the strange needle, he whirled to Lady Huaying and asked if she recognized it. She studied it with a slow, thoughtful glance, and said that while the Tang clan also, among the golden needles used, this one screamed danger, oddly long and misshapen. When Soryong leaned in, he saw its hollow core and knew it had been used to inject a drug or poison into the queen. A voice ripped through the silence, calling out to Soryong and Lady Huaying. The Grand Patriarch thundered toward them with his men at his heels, and his grandchildren exhaled in pure relief. The elder revealed he'd tracked down the Beast Palace warriors during his search, and been told every brutal detail, then asked Soryong if he was all right. Soryong smirked, saying his iron coffin technique left him with only a few scratches. Ho stormed up to the Grand Patriarch and confirmed the man was an elder of the Tang clan. He pulled off something incredible, and he and every warrior of the Beast Palace dropped to their knees and bowed deeply, soaked in gratitude. Ma Yinghu thundered that his people owed the Tang clan a monumental debt for their aid, sending the Grand Patriarch into a fluster as he scrambled and begged them to rise, while Lady Huaying quietly marveled. Seeing the proud lord of the Beast Palace show such deep respect was a rare thing, even beside someone as mighty as her grandfather. Once they rose, Ho shot to his feet, demanded the Tang clan be treated like royalty, and swept them into his palace. Soryong cut him off, voice snapping. He had one burning question for his grandfather first. He brandished the golden needle he'd pulled from the Queen Ant's head, laid out exactly where he'd found it, and how it matched their clan's needles, then locked eyes with the Grand Patriarch and demanded, "Have you ever seen one like this?" The moment the Grand Patriarch's eyes landed on the needle, his face snapped into sheer, gutting shock and horror. He clamped Soryong's hand and demanded where he'd found it. Shaken by his grandfather's fury, Soryong blurted that it was in the Queen Ant's head, and Lady Huaying snapped, "What's wrong?" Something in the needle screamed danger. The Grand Patriarch fixed both his grandchildren and the members of the Beast Palace with a stone-cold stare, and, voice heavy as thunder, said, "It seems to be an old enemy. Someone nursing a deadly grudge against both the Tang clan of Sichuan and the Beast Palace was still alive." The news slammed into Ho and his warriors, freezing them with raw, bone-deep dread. Mangho's jaw dropped, disbelief roaring. Who could possibly harbor a grudge against both their houses? With a grim expression, the Grand Patriarch spat out the name of their old shared enemy, the Five Venom Sect. The name slammed into the members of the Beast Palace like a thunderbolt. Mangho and his elders howled in disbelief, demanding to know if the sect they had supposedly wiped out 100 years ago could still be alive. Elders froze, and Soryong's mind slammed into his grandfather's old tale. He'd heard the divine technique he mastered came from this very sect, until the Tang clan and the Beast Palace teamed up and wiped it out long ago. Mangho's jaw clenched as the pieces snapped into place. If the Five Venom Sect was behind this, they must have unleashed their forbidden great explosive immersion of wild beasts on the Ant Queen. Seeing Soryong's confusion, Seol Po snapped that the technique rips a beast's potential wide open and slams it into a violent frenzy. A last resort art that, if botched, will kill the animal. The Grand Patriarch's voice turned cold as he exposed the sect's atrocities. Merciless fiends who forced beasts into twisted unions with venomous creatures to churn out spiritual pills, slaughtering anyone who crossed them. And the Tang clan-style golden needle paired with the Beast Palace technique sealed their guilt beyond doubt. Dread coiled through the Beast Palace warriors as whispers snaked through the ranks. Were the terrible events of a century ago about to strike again? Panic surged. Then the Grand Patriarch stilled it, pressing a steady, calming hand to Soryong's head. He sensed the danger, but seized the victory, declaring the ants crushed, and, more crucially, that the Five Venom Sect still stirred. Pride bursting, he looked down at his grandson and told him he'd accomplished something truly great. Mangho nodded with fierce agreement, ruffling Soryong's hair and admitting that without the young warrior's help, they'd have remained blind to the coming threat. Soryong flushed crimson under the praise. At last, the Grand Patriarch rose and thundered a formal decree. The Five Venom Sect had not truly been destroyed, so the 100-year-old alliance still stood. And in the name of the Patriarch, he pledged the Tang clan of Sichuan's full support to the Beast Palace for the coming fight. Determination burned in Mangho's eyes as he clenched his fist and formally renewed the alliance, declaring the Beast Palace would stand with and support the Tang clan. With the matter settled, he swung to Soryong with a warm smile, and, brimming with gratitude for the great favor, vowed to grant the young warrior and his clan anything they desired. Mangho's enthusiasm erupted as he boomed encouragement for Soryong to ask for anything at all, leaving our boy flushed and bewildered, wondering why he kept getting these open-ended offers. Seizing the opening, the Grand Patriarch slid close and hissed to his grandson. Tell Soryong to ask Menghu about the divine returning technique of the Five Venoms. The Palace Lord won't dare refuse such a crucial request. Taking his grandfather's cue, Soryong whirled to Mangho and announced he had a question, and the Palace Lord bowed slightly and beckoned him. Ask whatever you wish. The scene exploded into the grand hall of the Palace Lord reigned from the heart of the Beast Palace. Soryong unveiled his two tiny centipede-like creatures, which skittered and danced across the tiger skin rug. He plunged into explaining his unique situation. Unlike the other Tang clan members, he'd mastered a Five Venom Sect technique that let him command one of his creatures with a single thought. Soryong cut straight to the heart of it and asked the crucial question. Did the Tang clan's Five Venoms divine returning technique also contain the Beast Palace's wild beast's heart secrets? He recounted that 100 years ago, the two clans had split the defeated sect's techniques between them. He explained his ultimate goal, to understand how that mental connection was possible, and to find out if he could replicate it with his other beloved creatures. The question hung in the air. He stormed off, leaving Mangho and his daughter Copo to wrestle with the crushing weight of his request. After a beat of thought, Mangho's voice tightened as he told the young warrior his request would be hard to grant, and Soryong's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Po leaned toward Seol and revealed why her father refused. The Beast Palace handed out many fighting arts, but its crown jewel, the wild beast heart technique, was locked away. A sacred secret that lets one bind their heart to wild beasts and is passed only to the palace's direct descendants, never to be shared. The elders froze as Ma Yingho realized the Tang clan's son-in-law had somehow already mastered a chunk of their most secret technique, leaving everyone stunned. So Ryong's heart slammed into his throat. He knew he'd overreached, and he lunged to his grandfather, begging forgiveness for asking the forbidden. An idea hit Mangho. His face snapped sharp. He locked eyes with So Ryong and fired a shockingly personal question. He was tied to the Tang clan as their son-in-law. Where did that leave the family he was born into? Confused, Soryong admitted the truth. He had no family, no connections, utterly alone, and couldn't help but wonder why the Palace Lord was asking. Soryong gaped in disbelief as Ma Yangho and Seol Po erupted with delight, and the Palace Lord boomed that being an orphan was perfect, leaving Soryong baffled. How could that possibly be a good thing? Myung-ho exploded into booming laughter, crowning So-ryong's name perfect and hailing the fierce love he poured into his creatures. He thundered that his was more genuine than anyone else's in the entire Beast Palace, his expression snapping serious as every eye locked onto him. Myung-ho locked eyes with the stunned young warrior, jabbed a commanding finger at him, and thundered that So-ryong would become his son. Myung-ho's sudden bombshell left So-ryong and his companions frozen in stunned silence. Flustered and cheeks burning, So-ryong could only stammer, "Did the palace lord really say he wanted me as his son?" With a steel gaze, Myung-ho sealed his offer. So-ryong would be adopted into the Beast Palace, become family, and he'd master every Beast Palace martial art, even its most guarded secret technique. And with the 5 Venoms reappearing, their 2 houses had to forge a tighter bond. All eyes snapped to Grand Patriarch Ma Ying-ho, and, when they respectfully pressed him for his verdict, he admitted their last bid to unite the clans 200 years ago had failed, but declared that with a special boy like So-ryong, they could finally mend those old mistakes. The Grand Patriarch stroked his beard, eyes sharpening as he admitted the offer's lure, so long as So-ryong's status as the Tang clan's son-in-law remained intact. And he pushed the final call to So-ryong, declaring his free will sacred. With the elders' approval, Myung-ho spun to So-ryong and cranked the offer higher. "Become my adopted son, and I'll personally teach you how to share your heart and mind with all of my animal companions." The offer slammed into So-ryong. Panic flooded him at the thought of suddenly gaining a father and sister. This choice was too huge to decide on the spot. He wavered. Myung-ho and Sealpyo locked eyes, instantly knowing the offer fell short. Then Sealpyo's face burst alive as an idea struck. She burst at her father, insisting they offer So-ryong the bisa, the legendary flying venomous snake. Sure, the young warrior who adored poisonous creatures would treasure it. Yong froze, confusion blazing across his face the moment that unfamiliar name hit his ears. He whirled to his grandfather, demanding an explanation, and the old man's face hardened into grim seriousness. The Grand Patriarch explained she must be talking about the legendary Bicheon Sinsa, the divine flying snake, the greatest of all venomous beasts, horned and able to soar through the sky. And that image struck So-ryong like lightning. His hesitation vanished. Pure excitement flared. His eyes glittered and his fists clenched, completely taken by the thought and certain it was an insanely amazing offer. Just as So-ryong was about to accept, Seolpyo flashed a confident, playful smile and unleashed one final irresistible offer. If he became her little brother, she'd personally help him capture the legendary flying snake. That was all it took. Every doubt in So-ryong shattered, and he plunged into a deep, formal bow to greet his new family. They cried, "Father," to Myung-ho and older sister, to Sealpyo, and the palace lord roared with joyous laughter as he swept the boy into his arms, welcoming him as his new son. Lady Huang and her companion from the Tang clan stood, baffled, as the hall erupted into roaring celebration. After a lightning-fast, jubilant decision, they held a formal adoption ceremony that sealed So-ryong's place in the Southern Beast Palace. Late that night, curled in his new, impossibly comfy bed, So-ryong grinned at how utterly strange his situation had become. He'd been certain he'd taken in a menagerie in a past life. Never imagined he'd be the one adopted. Warmth swelled in him. The Beast Palace people, with their fierce love for animals, proved just as genuinely good as his Tang clan family. His peaceful thoughts shattered the moment his bedroom door was flung wide open. He froze. Seolpyo, his new sister, stood framed in the doorway, and a very flustered Lady Huying appeared, both of them clad only in nightgowns, throwing him into a frantic scramble before he could figure out what was happening. Seol and Pyo flashed matching grins and tossed out, "We're family now. Let's all sleep together and talk." She flashed a mischievous wink and confessed she'd always dreamed of doing this if she ever got a younger brother. While So-ryong, bright-eyed and innocent, chirped, "Why is Lady Huayin here?" Heat flooded her cheeks, and words tumbled out as she confessed that in the Beast Palace, fiancés always sleep in the same room. So-ryong's mind flipped into overdrive. At first he admired the custom, then the full, terrifying meaning slammed into him, and his heart thundered as panic surged at the thought of spending the night with 2 women. Heat rising, Seol, P.O. shoved his embarrassment aside and cheekily yanked at his blankets. Lady Huying hovering hesitantly at his side, he hurled himself into bed, trapping the mortified So-ryong between them as a silent scream clawed at his throat, while Seolpyo beamed and cheerfully suggested they start by talking about his venomous pets. Perched on a nearby table, his small creatures gaped in stunned confusion as their master was swept under by the roaring tide of his new family. The next day, So-ryong strode shoulder to shoulder with his new father and sister outside the palace. Sleep had fled him. Last night's chaotic slumber party had carved exhaustion into his face, and when Myung-ho asked if he'd slept well, the boy could only force out a hollow denial. Ma Yinghu thundered that Soryang's training started now, and he'd impart the very technique the boy had been aching to learn. First, he had to probe Soryang's internal energy. He barked at Soryang to sit and relax, and our boy sank into the seat, finally letting himself breathe. Mayingho planted a hand on Soryang's back and poured his internal energy through him, letting it race along nerves and pulses to read his condition. After a beat, the palace lord jerked his hand back, brow furrowing as he admitted Soryang's energy was cloaked so perfectly he hadn't been able to sense it until now. Cold clarity slammed into him. Soryang had managed to replicate the wild beast's heart technique, but his version was mangled and far weaker, clearly incomplete, and he knew he had to bring this straight to the Grand Patriarch. Confusion clawed at Soryang as he demanded to know the wild beast's heart technique. Sayol, P.O., revealed an internal training method that lets a warrior bond their heart with beasts and grow stronger alongside them. Soryang was stunned. Mayingho grinned and announced it, lets the user feel a beast's heartbeat and issue precise commands. Deciding a live demonstration would beat words, he beckoned his daughter forward. Clpo inhaled a lungful and unleashed a piercing, bone-shaking howl. Suddenly, a pack of massive, savage wolves with glowing blue eyes burst from the nearby woods, snarling as they lunged forward. Soryang froze, breath snatched away, as hulking beasts closed in and ringed them. The alpha wolf unleashed a low, menacing growl aimed directly at Soryang. Po snapped at the beast, barking that it mustn't be suspicious. Soryang's her little brother now, and the wolf skidded to a halt, emitting a puzzled whimper. With the pack finally calm, Sayol Po beamed and urged Soryang to step up and try giving them a command himself. She snapped an order and slammed the wolves into a savage formation, and the pack obeyed instantly, surging together to strike Mayingho. The palace lord planted his feet and refused to yield, utterly unfazed. A single flex of his inner energy rocketed the savage beasts backward, flinging them through the air without a single touch. When the dust settled from his earth-shattering demonstration, Mangho planted himself calmly at the heart of the pack, as the once ravenous wolves fell eerily silent. Soryang froze, the words ripped from his throat as his eyes went impossibly wide with awe. He yelled in disbelief. 10 wolves moved as one, every motion locked into perfect, deadly sync. Menghao's grin spread as he revealed they were all bound by the wild beast's heart technique. Boasting the art fused its user with the beasts themselves. He taught that a warrior could snatch a beast's fangs and claws and wield them as his own, that once mastered the technique could bend hundreds, even thousands of beasts to his will. But he warned that greed would make that power deadly. The display convinced Soryang instantly. He clenched his fists, face alight, and roared that the technique was the absolute best. He snapped to his knees and folded into a crisp, formal bow. He implored his new father and sister to teach him the wild beast's heart technique, desperation cracking his voice. Mayingho's grin split his face. He roared with laughter, told his new son to rise and sit, and vowed to teach him the technique. Soryang's chest swelled as he thanked him. Mayingho reached out and planted his hand on Soryang's back once more. A blinding, roaring torrent of power ripped from the palace lord into his newborn son as he poured his knowledge into it. Mayingho slammed his focus into the moment. As he taught Soryang the wild beast's heart technique, he'd also fine-tuned the boy's 5 venoms returning origin technique. He scanned Soryang's body and saw poison had been ravaging every fiber. The Beast Palace's core art was never forged to withstand that relentless strain. As he pushed the process forward, Mayingho growled that the wild beast's heart technique wasn't built to fight poison. It was forged to latch onto something primal, like a creature's blood. The news slammed into Soryang. Mayingho revealed it only took a single drop of blood, even spit, and that was why Soryang could command his centipede-like creature with his mind. The bond began the moment it bit him. The memory snapped into place, and he finally understood. With a final pat on Soryang's shoulders, Mayingho declared the ritual complete and told his new son the technique had fused him to his little centipede. He would now feel its heartbeat and every flicker of emotion. Soryang slammed his eyes shut, cradled the tiny creature to his chest, and a warm, golden tide of energy swept over him. Stunned, shock tore through him. He felt it in his bones now. A tidal surge of pure, unconditional love from his companion crashed over him, cradling him like a cherished newborn. Tears carved rivers down his cheeks as he crushed the creature to his chest, and Mayingho watched with a satisfied smirk, declaring, "This is the power of the complete wild beast's heart technique." Hungry for more, Mayingho snapped at Soryang to hand over the rest of his tiny creatures, so he could repeat the process and bind them one by one. Soryang tensed, convinced they'd snap at him, but Mayingho just smiled and said he'd be fine. He could conjure a protective aura on a dime. The next step demanded a method so bizarre it shattered every expectation Soryang ever had. Mayingho barked, "Drop to the ground and open your mouth," before the bewildered boy could even react. Mayingho hoisted the 2 creatures over his face and barked, Each of you, spit into your master's mouth. He revealed Soryong had drilled the technique until he could feel each spit slam against him and sink into his body. Horrified, Soryong lunged to protest. Too late. The two creatures loomed over him, slobber pouring from their maws and drenching him. Spit slid down his chin and Soryong recoiled, disgust surging through him as he realized the situation had turned downright strange. At the Beast Palace training grounds, Soryong steeled himself to train his 3 small, rabbit-eared centipede creatures. His new sister Saol Pio and Lady Huayang watched as he sent a sharp signal, and his companions sprang into motion. He barked the command to lock into the centipede chain formation, a daring new technique he was still developing. 3 creatures lunged at the wooden training post, but a brutal strike never landed. They latched on, fingertips grazing it as if afraid to wake it. From afar, Seol Pio and Lady Huayang were swept away, squealing that the little creatures were unbearably adorable. Horror slammed into Soryong. This wasn't the terrifying effect he'd wanted. He pictured the wolves launching their assault, majestic, lethal, utterly awe-inspiring, while his own creatures only came off as cute. He scrambled to coach them, barking that their attacks needed to land with more flair. Seeing their sad faces, Soryong's panic ignited and he barreled over, pouring out reassurances and showering them with praise for a job well done. He cradled them to his chest, stifling his impatience. Under a year old, they had to grow at their own pace, so he steeled himself and threw them back into training. 2 weeks had roared past since Soryong officially inherited the Beast Heart art and bound himself to his centipedes. The new technique mirrored his original, so he mastered it in a heartbeat and plunged into forging unbreakable bonds with his companions. Yong couldn't stomach that vile spit-in-mouth ritual. He sealed the bond by having every creature latch onto his pinky and suck. Later, as they walked, Soryong jabbed Seol Pio with a question. Had she heard anything from the flying heavenly divine master? Seol Pio shot back that the warriors had gone to check a place 3 days' travel away. They'd probably hear back soon, and Ryong snapped a sharp nod. He understood and agreed. Soryong planted himself beside CLPO and Lady Huaying. Gupei barreled toward them, lungs burning, shouting for young Master Soryong that he carried a message from the Grand Patriarch. Startled, Soryong blurted, "What's going on?" Gupei hesitated for a heartbeat, then burst out the thrilling news. At long last, the sky's elusive emissary was uncovered, and the news struck Soryong and Lady Huaying like a thunderclap, excitement exploding through them. Soryong's face cracked into a determined grin. He knew the moment he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. He roared, "We're going to my grandfather right now!" They burst into the Beast Palace guest hall, where the Grand Patriarch stood, eyes locked on his men as they feverishly readied various materials. Soryong, flanked by Gupei and Lady Huaying, thundered over to him, and the Grand Patriarch wrapped his grandson in a warm greeting and asked how his training was going. Soryong declared he was throwing himself into it with everything he had. Soryong, desperate to steer the conversation, shot out that he'd heard the heavenly flying emissary had been found. The Grand Patriarch confirmed it, eyes alight, saying he had personally watched them brew a special Realgar mixture using the Tang clan's secret formula. He snapped that they needed it to capture the creature. They'd located the beast but couldn't strike yet. Its venom was judged weaker than the 10 great poisons, but they couldn't afford to be careless. The Grand Patriarch's expression softened into a rare smile as he told Soryong he'd caught something fascinating and wanted him to see it. Jabbed a finger at a massive clay pot, and watched Soryong's curiosity explode as he tried to guess what lay inside. The Grand Patriarch pushed the pot forward. Soryong and Lady Huaying leaned in, their eyes snapping wide with stunned disbelief. At the bottom hunkered a bizarre spider, its hard, flat abdomen gleaming like a fancy gold coin. Soryong shouted, "It's a money coin spider!" And the Grand Patriarch's knowing smile sealed it. They christened it for an abdomen that glinted like a gold coin. The Chinese hourglass spider, a type of trapdoor spider. A wild grin split Soryong's face. He was certain he'd finally stumbled on a species so rare he'd never found in his past life. Bursting with joy, he clasped the Grand Patriarch's hands and thanked him for the incredible gift. The Grand Patriarch beamed, thrilled to see his grandson so happy. Gift laid at his feet, the Grand Patriarch snapped the talk back to the mission. All that remained was to pick a secure stronghold to lock away the heavenly flying emissary once they captured it. Soryong snapped, "Snakes wriggle through the tiniest cracks, so my clan usually kept them bound tight in special sacks." The Grand Patriarch's face went stone cold. He feared their usual methods would fail, and grimly warned the creature was a spirit-grade venomous beast that could shred through most containers, leaving Soryong silent, brow knotted, and lost in thought. The Grand Patriarch whipped his gaze to his grandson and asked if he had any good idea for a container, and Soryong was blindsided, stammering as his grandfather reminded him he was their expert. Soryong racked his brain, stumbled, and barreled into a clan member clutching the pot with the new spider. The man yelped in pain. The same clan member screamed in alarm, blasting the warning at Soryong. "We have a problem!" Panic ripped through him as he screamed that the money coin spider had vanished, thrusting the pot forward to reveal nothing inside but clumps of dirt. He burst into frantic apologies, voice cracking as he insisted he'd only glanced away for a single heartbeat. Soryong held his calm like armor, soothing the frantic man that all was well and the creature hadn't escaped, then snapped at a clan member to fetch spider thread and chopsticks. Once he had the items, Soryong knotted an insect to the thread and lowered it to hover dead center over the jar. The money coin spider rocketed up from beneath the dirt, lunging and snatching the bait with blinding speed. The clan member gaped in stunned silence as Soryong stepped forward, declared it a trapdoor spider that naturally digs burrows to live in, and told him not to worry. A massive sigh ripped from the man as he shouldered the pot and walked away, while Soryong watched him with a thoughtful stare, remembering how the spider had built its home by digging a burrow. To create a secure pouch-like space, he pictured the spider's den. Then a lightning bolt of inspiration hit. A custom pouch molded to that exact shape was the perfect solution. His eyes shot wide as he balled his fist in pure excitement and shouted, "I've figured it out!" A spark of genius struck Soryong, and he bolted to the only one who could pull it off. His companion, Yo-Hua, a spider curled asleep in her web. He roared her name, yanking her from sleep the instant he'd grabbed her attention. Soryong brandished a tiny cloth pouch and dared Yo-Hua, now towering in her massive spider form, to create the same thing, only much, much bigger. The plan hinged on Yoa's spider silk, a jaw-dropping fiber 20 times tougher than steel ounce for ounce. Yoha, a spirit beast, spun a thread of terrifying power that had already torn through an army of ants and stood as the highest-grade fiber in existence. Simple but brilliant. Braid that nearly unbreakable thread into a gargantuan pouch and trap the spirit beast inside. Yohoa leapt into the challenge and in minutes unveiled a massive, exquisitely woven white pouch spun from her silk. Soryong stared, utterly amazed. He snatched up the finished pouch, eyes blazing as he cried, "Amazing! Exactly what we needed!" Yohua chirped, pride beaming from her. Everyone gaped as Gupai lunged and slashed the pouch with his dagger. Sparks flew off the unyielding material, the blade skidding harmlessly, and Gupai staggered back in stunned disbelief, while the Grand Patriarch growled that it was a monstrous creation. With the final preparations finished, the Grand Patriarch roared they'd leave at first light the next day, commanded the warriors to be ready for an early march, and Soryong, planted proudly between Yohua and Lady Huayin, stepped forward and confirmed he understood. Relief flooding him, Soryong spun to Yohua, praised her for a job brilliantly done, and unleashed a storm of headpats that left her beaming with delight. The Grand Patriarch and Gupai erupted in laughter at the sweet scene as Lady Huing watched, cheeks flaming, and with that every last preparation to capture the flying, heavenly divine master snapped into place. At dawn the team exploded into motion, charging straight into their mission. Battle-hardened warriors from the Beast Palace spearheaded the charge. Soryong and his companions from the Tang clan thundered toward Hyapsu Gorge, barreling into the spot where the flying heavenly divine master had been seen. A grin split the Grand Patriarch's face. He'd been aching for this sight. He hadn't set eyes on the 24 poison branches in person since he was young. Confusion clawed at Soryong as he pressed his grandfather for an explanation, clinging to one chilling memory. They were ranked below the 10 great poisons. The Grand Patriarch declared it was just a comparison. Like the day sliced into 24 hours, the Tang clan ties a lethal venomous beast to each hour. Not part of the legendary 10 great poisons, but 24 brutally potent, top-grade monsters. Soryong and Lady Huang leaned forward, realization snapping into place. After some time, one of the lead warriors bellowed, "We've arrived!" and jabbed a hand toward the yawning gorge ahead. Soryong's gaze snapped to it, his eyes flaring wide with pure, breath-stealing awe at the sight. A massive silhouette hovered, regal in the mist, beside the cliffside waterfall. A sinuous serpent slithered, its long, elegant body lined with light blue fins, and its head crowned by 2 razor-sharp horns. He could only gasp its name, the heavenly flying emissary, disbelief choking him as the Grand Patriarch intoned the Tang clan's ancient description, each word striking like a bell. He described the creature surfing the gorge's chaotic winds like water, its body dissolving into blue clouds while its horns exhaled spirit energy honed to a razor edge. It sliced through sky and mist like a blade, smudging the horizon until the heavens and the sea became one. He ripped the veil off the creature's true role. The Tang clan had placed this beast at the very head of the 24 poisons. A black and yellow beast reigned over the first double hour of the day, embodying the very beginning of heaven and earth. A primeval colossus of raw power. As he gaped at the impossible sight, memories from Soryong's past life slammed back into him. Flying snakes had existed on Earth, a secret almost no one knew. He recalled a live stream he'd hosted as his online persona, Spicy Faber, where he erupted on camera as he revealed to his 1 million subscribers he unveiled a shimmering green chrysopelia, and viewers erupted, demanding to know how the snake could fly. He ripped through the science. It never truly flew, only gliding as it fanned its ribs to catch the air, and his viewers accused him of clickbait. He held his ground with icy calm, insisting that gliding up to 250 meters was close enough to be called flying. He laughed, declaring the universe bowed to physics. Snakes couldn't suddenly take wing and soar like birds. That was what he used to believe. Now, a colossal horned serpent ripped through the sky as if gravity were a rumor, and he stood frozen, jaw slack, wondering what on earth he was staring at. The sight ripped reality apart so violently his brain threatened to shut down. Ryong spun to his grandfather and blurted, "Isn't it strange that a snake is flying?" The Grand Patriarch chuckled. That's exactly why it was called the Flying Heavenly Divine Snake. And when Ryong tried to explain, he didn't mean that. The words froze in his throat. Mesmerized, Lady Huaying cradled Soryong's tiny centipedes and urged them to swell fast into the same lethal, venom-drenched beasts as the first, and her excited words didn't escape notice. The divine serpent whipped its head toward the cliff, its gaze slicing through the air as it spotted the group. In a heartbeat, a blinding blue light engulfed the massive creature, compressing it into a minuscule version of itself before it blasted off at breakneck speed. Soryong screamed, "The snake's escaping!" Unfazed, the Grand Patriarch's gaze sharpened. He knew at once it had sensed their presence. He barked at the panicked Soryong not to worry, certain they'd find it again. Convinced the creature hadn't gone far, he ordered the group to set up camp and send a scouting party to scour the area, and a steadier Soryong swallowed his fear and agreed. After the divine serpent had fled, the group slammed onto the cliff's edge, hearts thunderous and eyes alight as they schemed their next strike. Xiolpio strode up to Soryong, who stood miles away in his own head, and snapped, "What are you doing?" He admitted he'd never seen a snake actually fly and was scrambling to hatch a plan to pull it back down so they could capture it. Xiolpio laughed, teasing him. She'd figured that after commanding so many creatures he'd already mastered the basics of hunting. Soryong furrowed his brow, puzzled, and asked what she meant by basics. She slammed the truth down. It could dominate the skies, but it was still flesh and bone. It had to eat and sleep like any animal, so sooner or later it would land, and that would be their moment to strike. Clarity slams into Soryong like a lightning strike. He instantly sees the creature can't stay in the sky forever. Memories of past life video games crash through his mind. Bosses always weakest while eating. And he snapped to the blunt truth. He'd been overthinking it and missed the simplest solution. Gratitude surged through him as he thanked his new sister for the advice, and Xiolpio flashed a confident grin, assuring him he could count on her and vowing she'd put the flying serpent in his hands. They exploded into shared laughter. Then the joy imploded and vanished in a heartbeat. Night crashed over the mountains, and the situation spiraled into chaos. Chaos ripped through the hunting party as Beast Palace warriors lay sprawled across the ground, groaning with pain, their defeat undeniable. Amid the fallen warriors, Soryong and his companions froze, shock crushing the air from their lungs. In that instant, truth slammed into them. The true nature of their prey was exposed. The divine serpent loomed above them in the moonlight, wrapped in a searing, godlike aura. And the group knew why this venomous creature was called the very first of the 24 poisons. The divine serpent loomed over the shattered hunting party, its raw, pulsing aura saturating the air. Lady Huang lunged to Soryong's side, worry clawing at her voice as she cried out if he was all right. He trembled, then forced a steady reply that he was fine. The serpent's glowing eyes bored into them, an unapologetic display of its terrifying power. Soryong's thoughts ripped through the last 3 days since they'd pitched camp to watch the creature. Their scouts uncovered 2 hard truths. First, it descended from the sky every 3 days to feast on one particular species of fish. Second, it couldn't soar forever. 2 hours was its limit. Then its wings demanded it come down. Armed with that intel, they hatched a daring plan. They'd wait for the serpent to descend to feast, then strike in the dark, hoping to catch it off guard. But the ambush blew apart. The creature was far more alert than they'd imagined. The instant they made their move, it locked its sights on them and it rocketed into the sky instantly. It shoved aside its meal. What erupted next was a brutal one-sided fight. The serpent's colossal 6-meter body sheathed in unnaturally hard hide that their weapons couldn't cut. But its greatest weapon was raw, bone-crushing strength. The creature slammed into the earth again and again, each thunderous impact spitting out brutal shockwaves that hurled the warriors through the air. An unrelenting barrage of rocks and jagged debris shredded the air, driving everyone back. No one could get close. When the dust cleared, Soryong and the others finally realized the truth. The serpent's poison lacked the raw potency of the legendary 10 great poisons, but its crushing physical might and razor-sharp senses proved it the fiercest of the 24 venoms. Taking in the wreckage, the Grand Patriarch made a split-second decision and barked to Soryong, "Too many wounded, retreat now," and Soryong agreed on the spot. The Grand Patriarch bellowed, "Fall back!" ordering everyone to scoop up the wounded and sprint for the safety of their camp. Every last one of them spun and bolted from the colossal serpent, faces split between raw terror and iron resolve. Their first attempt to capture the flying serpent blew up into total disaster. As evening fell, they clustered around the crackling campfire, its orange blaze painting their faces as shadows leapt and danced. Grim silence fell as they tended their wounds, each movement sharp and unflinching. Lady Hying wound a bandage around her arm as Soryong rushed to her side, concern burning in his eyes. She flashed a confident smile and insisted it was just a scratch. Nearby, the Grand Patriarch snapped a splint into place on the warrior's broken arm. The soldier apologized, and the Grand Patriarch shouldered the blame for the failure. Standing beside the worried seal Pio, the Grand Patriarch admitted he'd gravely underestimated the creature's true power, scolding their carelessness and warning that if even a low-ranked beast hit this hard, they'd been fools to treat the top-ranked one any less fearsome. He spun to Soryong and snapped, "What do we do now?" Soryong sank into a heavy, silent concentration. It hit him like a punch. This creature was like nothing he'd ever seen, and every scrap of his past life knowledge failed him. He stared at his bandaged, battered warriors, and knew another direct assault would be suicide. They couldn't afford to lose their best fighters trying to capture a single creature. The Grand Patriarch pictured the whole situation being far easier if the serpent couldn't fly, when a lightning memory blasted through his mind, and he blurted that he'd just remembered something crucial. The Grand Patriarch boomed that he'd cracked how the divine serpent managed to fly, and Soryong snapped to attention. He proclaimed his theory. Every time the creature took to the sky, he could feel a vivid current of energy surge around it. It rose without a single muscle twitch. He suspected it was manipulating that energy to levitate itself. Confusion surged through Soryong as he whipped to Lady Huying and demanded what controlling energy to rise meant, and she shot back that it was a martial art built on featherlight movement and blinding speed. She explained that normal techniques channel raw energy into the legs to catapult you higher. This advanced technique blew everything else away. You harnessed nothing but your internal energy to levitate your entire body. She snapped that only a titanic reserve of internal energy could pull this off, and Soryong shot back, "So the venomous creature actually contains that much power?" The Grand Patriarch cut him off and set him straight. He snarled that the creature's flight wasn't driven by internal energy. Its real source was an internal core, a condensed ball of pure energy that he swore let the venomous creature perform impossible feats. The Grand Patriarchs ripped the veil aside to expose an internal core, jolting the whole group. Gupai and CLPO froze, demanding the elder admit if it was truly possible. Soryong's mind snapped to the internal core he'd taken from the azure-spotted centipede, a potent medicine that could skyrocket a person's martial arts skills. The realization struck like lightning, igniting fierce excitement. Gupai roared that it only made capturing the creature more urgent, and Siolpio answered with an eager whoop. The Grand Patriarch boomed that Lady Huayang had shattered a breakthrough after devouring a lower-ranked beast's core, and he dared to guess that swallowing the core of a flying heavenly divine serpent would catapult her into an even greater realm of power. He warned her martial arts would sharpen instantly, but laid down a grim condition. If their goal was the creature's internal core, capturing it alive would be nearly impossible, and the mere thought of killing such a beautiful beast hardened Soryong's face. Lady Huayang zeroed in on his sudden change and snapped, "What's wrong?" Conviction flared in Soryong as he declared killing the serpent unthinkable and vowed they'd capture it alive. He demanded it be done alive. The rest of the group stared, shock written on their faces at the iron in his decision. Sayol Pio fired the first question at him, demanding why he'd throw away an opportunity like this, and reminding him this was the pulsing heart of a legendary flying serpent. Soryong barked a laugh and declared his stance. Internal energy is precious, but can be forged over time through relentless training. So slaughtering a unique, powerful, venomous creature just to grab a shortcut felt wrong. A living venomous beast was worth more than any internal core it held. The Grand Patriarch beamed, warmth crinkling his eyes as he hailed his grandson's reverence for life. He accepted Soryao's decision, then leaned in, voice cutting through the room. "So, what's our plan now?" Peering down at his three small centipede companions snoozing peacefully, Soryong's eyes snapped alive as he announced, "I do, in fact, have an idea." A cocky, almost impish grin ripped across his face as he sealed a wordless oath to the divine serpent. He'd snatch it in a heartbeat, and not a single scratch would mar its beautiful body. Guided by Soryong's daring new plan, The group exploded into action and launched the operation. They spotted the divine serpent as it slithered down to the glassy river to drink. From the shadows, Soryong snatched a rock and hurled it to clatter at the creature's feet. A sudden clatter ripped the silence. The serpent unleashed a vicious hiss and snapped its head around, hunting the sound's source. Soryong's eyes sharpened, and he launched into a surgical scientific analysis. He knew snakes sense the world in 3 distinct ways. First, a bone in its skull latches onto sound waves and tremors, sensing every tiny vibration. The second organ deciphers every scent the forked tongue snatches from the air. The third is a pit organ bristling with heat-sensitive cells that lock onto the body heat of its prey. Clarity slammed into Soryong. Block their scent and cloak their body heat, and the serpent's hunt would go cold. Dignity evaporated as the whole group, Grand Patriarch and Lady Huiying included, ended up swaddled head to toe in thick white bandages, looking like mummies. Mortified, the Grand Patriarch glared at Soryong and sputtered, "Do I really have to wear this ridiculous outfit?" Soryong slammed the plans down and declared the suits woven from Yoa's super durable, insulating silk were critical to the plan. But he warned everyone those suits wouldn't erase your presence, so stay clear and don't get close. The Grand Patriarch, though he grasped the need for the disguises, still harbored one burning question. He spun to Soryong and demanded how those suits would let them snare the serpent without wounding it. Soryong grinned and laid out the whole plan, opening with his sister's Sail-Po's advice, reminding them that even a divine beast is flesh and blood, it still has to eat and sleep. And that fact became the foundation of his scheme. He laid out the next move. They'd tail the serpent for days, pummeling it with stones every time it tried to land to eat or rest, denying it any food or respite. A simple, savage plan that left the Grand Patriarch and Lady Huiying speechless. Soryong declared his audacious plan like a verdict. Suits woven from Yoa's silk would cloak them from the serpent, so the creature couldn't find them to strike. He resolved to relentlessly starve and sleep-deprive it, sure that even the mightiest of the 24 venoms would eventually buckle and collapse under hunger and exhaustion. He owned up that it would wear them down too, then banked on their endurance. The others answered with a chorus of groans. They unleashed a relentless campaign of harassment. 6 merciless days dragged by. Just as the hunting party's resolve began to crack, they found the divine serpent, gaunt and spent, slithering down to a small spring to gulp a desperate drink. A lookout warrior's eyes snapped onto it, and he roared for everyone to hurl their stones. The serpent erupted in a ragged, weary roar, its massive body shuddering with bone-deep fatigue. It lunged for the sky, every wing beat sluggish as if pushing through mud. The creature reeled, exhaustion smearing its vision into a spinning haze. At last, its body betrayed it. Hunger and exhaustion dragged the divine serpent down. It blacked out, plummeted from the sky and slammed into the earth as the warriors below roared in victory, their quarry finally down. And just like that, the operation hit its mark. Warriors surged in with a giant pouch of Yoa's silk, cinched the unconscious beast inside, and snared the flying heavenly divine serpent completely intact. Not a single scratch. They seized the prize without a single warrior harmed. Soryong locked onto it, pride flaring, and dubbed his brilliant tactic the Heaven and Earthnet Pursuit. The entire group exploded into triumphant roars, celebrating their hard-won victory as the serpent lay safely contained. They hoisted the massive white pouch onto the creaking wooden cart and set off on the long trek back. As they traveled, the Grand Patriarch planted himself beside Sail-Po, eyes locked on the cart, sighed, and spat that the one wretched creature had dragged them through endless trouble. Curiosity burning, Soryong shot a question at his grandfather. Had he checked the serpent's inner core? The Grand Patriarch nodded and announced the core was small, but packed with crushingly dense energy, the equivalent of 120 years of dedicated internal energy training. A jaw-dropping treasure. The Grand Patriarch's verdict that the internal core matched 120 years of power slammed into Lady Huiying. Her jaw dropped and she blurted, 120 years? The core's immense value flipped her in an instant. She spun to Soryong with Sail-Po practically buzzing at her side, and begged him to let them take the core, insisting it wasn't just 5 or 10 years of power, but a staggering 120 detonated into him. She leaned in, reminding him he was still young, and that with such a titanic surge of internal energy, he could master any martial art, then admitted his love for venomous creatures, but insisted this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The Grand Patriarch's voice thundered, an internal core that potent would remold the body and unleash colossal power. With it, he said, Soryong might even surpass the legendary 10 great poisons and ascend to a higher plane of existence. Soryong stilled, eyes narrowing as he chewed on their words. He couldn't deny it. The thought of surpassing the 10 great poisons ignited a fierce hunger inside him. His thoughts slammed back to the creature. The flying, heavenly, divine serpent, an impossibly rare, breathtaking beauty. and the idea of killing it made his whole body rebel. He couldn't do it. Sensing his hesitation, Seol Pyo and Lady Huayin surged forward, their voices urgent and pleading as they demanded he decide this instant. Pressure roaring in his ears, Soryong pleaded, "Give me a moment to think." Boom! A sudden, violent interruption ripped their debate to shreds. The massive wooden cart hauling the serpent convulsed, then ripped free from the ground. Horrified gasps erupted as Soryong stared, shock slamming into him when he realized the creature inside must have woken. White-knuckled on the rope, the warriors grappled the thrashing pouch, stunned to find the creature still bursting with a shocking reserve of energy. The serpent unleashed a furious, strangled roar from the suffocating silk prison that bound it. The Grand Patriarch scanned the chaos with a grim stare, and realized the serpent pulsed with fierce energy. Not the gaunt, starved creature you'd expect after days without food. Soryong sighed, warned snakes are brutal survivors, able to go a month without food, and the Grand Patriarch slammed it as a grave problem. Now that the serpent was awake, it would constantly fight back. The serpent's thrashing smashed the cart to splinters and crippled their transport. Then he dropped an even graver fear. He admitted to Soryong he'd kept quiet because he knew how deeply his grandson adored the creature, and warned that while Soryong's other pets were easy to raise, this divine serpent was so fierce and powerful he couldn't see any place in the clan that could hold it if they brought it back. The Grand Patriarch's patience snapped. Grim and unyielding, he issued an ultimatum. If the creature kept resisting violently, they'd be forced to kill it and tear out its internal core. Whether Soryong wanted to or not, as he spoke, the frantic thrashing inside the pouch snapped to a halt. The sudden hush shattered as a soft hiss slithered through, and the warriors froze, bewildered. Seconds later, the silk pouch exhaled a strange vapor, and everyone froze, swallowed by stunned silence. Suddenly, a glowing blue-green orb tumbled from the pouch's opening and rolled free, flooding the air with ghostly light. Silence stunned the warriors until one finally roared for Soryong to rush over. The flying serpent had shrunk. Soryong and the others barreled to the cart, leaning in to peer into the pouch that had come loose. They gaped at an impossible sight. The once massive, majestic serpent had shrunk into a tiny, chibi-like creature, its oversized, tear-filled eyes pleading and utterly harmless. The transformation shattered Soryong. Relief never came. He crumpled to his knees, wrenching out a raw cry as he mourned his magnificent flying serpent, now stripped down to a mere pet. The Grand Patriarch watched, instantly understood, and explained the creature must have sacrificed its inner core to survive. He was awestruck by its intelligence and by its ability to eject that core. Soryong shut his ears and tore into the tiny serpent, branding it a fool for handing its power away so easily and snarling that if it had only waited, he would have bent his grandfather's will and spared its life. He snatched the core and shoved it under the little creature's nose, desperately trying to force it to eat as he begged it to take its power back. Against all odds, they pulled off a single savage strike, seizing the legendary internal core and laying the divine serpent low, tamed at their feet. With the creature shrunken, they hauled it back with ease, and, the next day, strode straight into the Beast Palace. Inside the hall of the Beast Palace Lord, Myung-ho and his elders crowded around to behold the prize. Cradled in a lavish box, the internal core pulsed with a pure, overwhelming energy that slammed into the room. Myung-ho and his elders froze in awe, and one murmured at its incredible, refreshing aura. Now they finally understood why the Grand Patriarch had valued it at 120 years of power. Myung-ho leaned in, spotted something odd in the core, and grimly announced that its energy was of heavenly origin, leaving everyone staring in a mix of curiosity and concern. Confusion flared across Soryong's face as he shot back. "Heavenly energy! What does that mean?" Myung-ho declared internal energy isn't all the same. The Beast Palace's techniques siphon raw power straight from the Earth's heart. The Grand Patriarch dropped a bombshell. The flying heavenly divine serpent's core pulsed with heavenly energy that clashed with Soryong's internal energy technique, and he warned his grandson with a heavy heart that he'd probably only siphon about half of the core's titanic power. Soryong refused to be cowed. He figured even half of that monstrous core was still a golden chance. And the Grand Patriarch, pleased by his resolve, agreed and ordered him to stow the core safely, while he hunted a way to unlock more of its energy for Soryong. Lady Huang erupted in praise for Soryong's jaw-dropping opportunity, and he beamed as he scooped up the ornate box, clutching the precious core like a hard-won trophy. The instant he snatched the box, his 3 tiny, rabbit-eared centipede companions burst from his robes. Their eyes blazed with raw, burning desire. Before Soryong could react, 3 creatures launched from his shoulders, battering the box out of his hands as the glowing core skittered and rolled across the floor. They swarmed it instantly, bodies ablaze, and erupted into a savage free-for-all, tearing at each other to snatch the prize. Shock slammed into Lady Haoying. She sprang forward screaming, "Nova, Myra, Grace!" and ordering them to stop. Desire devoured them whole. They answered her with a venomous, defiant hiss. Soryong froze, fury snapping to life. He barked at them, demanding to know what they were doing and how they could be so rude to their mama. He snatched Myra and Grace, hauling them close as he scolded them and bellowed that their papa was furious. A chill of alarm gripped Lady Huying. Scraps among young creatures were common, but seeing these three tear into one another was utterly out of character. The one who'd always been by her side. As that hit her, a distinct gulp ripped through the chaos. Soryong's eyes snapped wide as horror crashed over him. He stared down at the third creature, Nova, and felt his heart plummet. A violent whirl of electric blue energy tore free from Nova's tiny body. Soryong and Lady Huaying froze in place, eyes wide and jaws slack as shock slammed into them. A crushing realization hit Nova like a sledgehammer to the chest. They'd swallowed the internal core. In the Beast Palace's main hall, a blinding blue light detonated from where Nova stood, the blast slamming everyone backward. Lady Huaying's scream tore through the air as she realized Nova had devoured the powerful core. Chaos erupted around him, and a strange vision crashed into Soryong. He realized this was the exact scene he'd seen in a dream. The instant after, a savage headache slammed into Soryong's skull. Agony ripped a scream from him. Lady Huaying darted to his side, worry etched on her face as she asked what was wrong. A thunderous surge of energy blasted her, forcing her to stagger backward. Pain detonated through Soryong, and he crumpled into unconsciousness. Lady Huying screamed his name in panic as his two other small companions watched, their faces etched with distress. Lady Huaying dropped to her knees beside Soryong, staring as Nova blazed on his chest. She lunged forward, but Mayingho's shout cut through. "Stop! Don't touch him!" She blinked, confused, and demanded, "Why shouldn't I help?" He leaned in and snapped, "Look, Nova's light is blazing from Soryong now too." Ma Yinggo felt the beast heart art surge and knew something was stirring inside Soryong. He barked that anyone who touched him would risk triggering a dangerous Kai deviation. Lady Huaying froze, confusion fogging her mind while terror wrapped its cold fingers around her heart. Goosebumps shot up her arms as Soryong's body levitated into the air, haloed by a blinding white light. The scene plunged into Soryong's mind. He jolted awake in a pitch-black waterlogged void, hands clawing at his skull as pain ripped through him. Pain detonated behind his eyes, his skull threatening to split wide open. He wanted to drop like a stone and scream silently in his skull, until someone came to pull him back. A massive, blinding orb of light hurtled down straight at him. From the heart of the light, a mysterious woman emerged, gliding down toward him like a fallen star. She shot her hand out toward his head. Soryong snapped his head up, stunned, as a woman laid a gentle hand on his head and stroked his hair, his searing pain ebbing away, and though he didn't know her, her touch washed him in calm relief. Inside his mind, Soryong felt a feather-light touch and spun around, bewildered, his heart lurching as he strained to tell whether the comforting hand belonged to Lady Huaying or his sister Seol Pyo. His breath hitched as a young, blue-haired girl he'd never met stepped into view, smiling kindly while a soft glow haloed her. He froze, eyes wide, shock ripping through him as he tried to place her. Who was she? The mysterious girl glided closer, snatching the space between them before he could so much as blink. She pulled him into a warm embrace and pressed a feather-soft kiss to his forehead. The instant her lips met his, a blinding light burst forth. Suddenly the girl detonated into a blinding burst of energy and vanished. A sharp gasp ripped from Soryong as his eyes flew wide open. He jolted back into his room at the Beast Palace, breathless, doubting whether the whole experience, the strange events and that mysterious girl, had been nothing but a dream. His thoughts screeched to a halt the instant something cold, wet, and slimy splattered onto his head. He snapped his head up, and horror slammed into him. A massive, blue-armored centipede-like creature had him pinned to the table, its face flushed as it stared down with a strange, tender affection. Panic exploded in Soryong as he unleashed a piercing scream. The door crashed open, and Lady Huying and Seal P.O. charged in. Relief crashed through them when he woke. Then the scene stole the air from their lungs. Pinned beneath the colossal creature, Soryong bellowed to them, desperation shredding his voice. He shrieked that the colossal centipede was trying to swallow him whole, while it simply leaned in and nuzzled him tenderly. Panic seized Soryong, but Seol, Pyo, and Lady Huying surged in to steady him. Seol and Pyo grabbed his shoulders, forced him to breathe, and told him the giant creature wasn't trying to eat him. She dropped the bombshell. The massive centipede was his beloved pet Nova, and Soryong gaped in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom how his tiny companion had erupted into this hulking beast. He choked out, voice ragged. It didn't look like a normal centipede anymore. Lady Huang beamed and confirmed his thought, explaining that after Nova swallowed the flying heavenly divine serpent's internal core, she transformed into this fierce, unstoppable new form. Seol Pio roared that Nova had evolved into a legendary flying centipede. Lady Haoying leaned in and spun the legend of the flying centipede. A living disaster that tore through the skies and unleashed a lethal, poisonous rain capable of destroying the earth. Her voice went razor cold as she declared the truth. It was one of the legendary 10 deadly venoms, the king of all centipedes. The revelation that his own pet had become one of the most feared creatures in existence slammed into Soryang, freezing him in stunned silence. He howled in disbelief that this could be his Nova. Then the shock dissolved into a surreal daydream. He pictured a future where his daughter, now a modern girl, would swoop in on her wings and demand a higher allowance. A ridiculous thought exploded into fierce fatherly pride. Snapping back to reality, Soryang sprinted to his newly evolved pet, tears of joy streaming as he cried, "My precious first daughter has grown up so beautifully." He lavished Nova with soft, doting strokes, joking it was kitten practice, until the punch hit. She'd been a tiger all along. Lady Haoying rushed in to steady him, reminding him he'd been unconscious for half a month and needed to rest. Seolpio's gut clenched. He feared the connection to the 10 deadly venom had warped Soryang's mind, while Lady Huang waved it off, insisting his over-the-top theatrics were just how he always was. Her smile vanished as she snapped at Soryang. "Not the time for jokes. Nova's evolution is incredible," she admitted, then dropped the bomb. There was bad news. Soryang, still mesmerized by his pet, brushed off her concerns. An irritated Lady Huaying cut him off with a sharp shush and demanded he listen. Lady Huaying's face hardened as she told Soryang the bad news wasn't small. Perched on her shoulders were his 2 other small creatures. Myra and Grace locked eyes like coiled vipers, their gaze erupting into a blazing blood-red glow. She explained that the 2 girls seethed with rage. A moment later, a horrifying realization exploded inside him. He envisioned the scene just before the core was devoured. Nova jabbed a finger at the 2 creatures and proclaimed the rule of their competition. The centipede that crushed its rival swallowed the core and erupted into a far deadlier form. A comical vision hit. His 3 pets were suddenly human kids. 2 of them accused the eldest sister of cheating. Nova strutted proudly with the core held high, and Soryang, cast as their father, scrambled to soothe the 2 wailing children. Soryang snapped back to reality, dread coiling in his gut as he realized he'd unwittingly ignited a vicious sibling rivalry. Guilt blazing, he sprinted to the 2 angry creatures perched on Lady Hawaii's shoulders and poured out a desperate apology, swearing they were just as precious to him. The creatures softened, as if accepting, nuzzling happily against Lady Hawaii's cheeks. Panic clawed at Soryang when he realized his daughters now preferred their mother. Lady Haoying burst into laughter and explained, "It's common for children to love their mothers more." Their father poured out apology after apology until at last, the 2 little creatures fell quiet, and the storm inside them finally ebbed. The next morning, Soryang sat rock still as the Grand Patriarch delved into the roaring currents of his internal energy. His grandfather and his new foster father, Manhwa, pressed and probed every inch of him, hunting for how Nova's evolution had reshaped Soryang's own power. The Grand Patriarch spoke first, declaring Soryang's poison cultivation had surged, and Manhwa chimed in, saying the beast heart art binds master and beast. Nova's venom had become far deadlier, so Soryang's poison had risen with hers. The Grand Patriarch grinned, satisfaction blazing, and told Soryang that even with the core gone it had empowered him greatly. They'd confirm the full changes once they returned to the Tang clan. They'd just finished when Manhwa whirled to Soryang and fired a blunt question. "Have you been seeing visions?" And it hit him like a punch. Soryang froze. Manhwa's face went cold as he warned that if someone accepts a powerful beast's consciousness into their mind too early, that beast's will can surge in and drown their own. And he slammed home that this danger was acute for Soryang, now tied to one of the 10 deadly venoms. Soryang's mind snapped to the mysterious blue-haired girl he'd seen. For a moment he feared she meant his mind was being taken over. Then he shoved that fear aside. Her touch had soothed him, gentle and healing, not a threat. Manhwa sealed it with a razor-edged warning. "At the first hint of anything strange, sprint to me." Soryang bowed and vowed he would. With Soryang steady, the Grand Patriarch and Ma Yingho hurled themselves back into the vital business they'd put on ice. Confusion knotting her voice, Pio spun to her father and shot, "What did we postpone?" Grim expressions settling over them, the 2 elders laid their true purpose bare. It was time to deal with the 5 Venom sect, and they unveiled a plan to hunt down the sect's hidden base. The evil sect's name hit Soryang like a punch. Shock ripped across his face as cold, blade-like determination hardened in his eyes. The Grand Patriarch thundered that the ruins, where the sect was supposedly wiped out 100 years ago, were only a stone's throw away. They had irrefutable proof the sect was still alive. Doing nothing was out of the question. Soryong balled his fist, fury sparking as he pictured that cruel cult lurking in the shadows and breeding nightmarish monsters. The Grand Patriarch's voice split the air. The sect had already zeroed in on the Beast Palace. It was only a matter of time before they came for the Tang clan next. Absolute resolve blazing, he thundered one final iron-willed decree. They'd strike first and obliterate the 5 Venom sect before the sect could ever find them. In the Southern Beast Palace's guest hall, servants hustled and trunks slammed as the Tang clan readied to depart. Soryong hurled clay pots and boxes onto the cart in a frantic rush, snuffing out any chance they had to investigate the 5 Venom sect. First, they had to haul every venomous creature they'd captured back to the Tang clan. While he worked, Soryong spun to a clanmate and demanded news of the flying heavenly divine serpent. Gupai snapped that the beast was being tended to separately. He slammed the truth at Soryong. They couldn't send it to the clan yet. The poor creature had refused to eat for days and sat huddled in a corner. Worry flared in Soryong and he went to check on it. Walking, he couldn't shake how brutal that must have been for the once proud serpent. It lost 120 years of power, and then watched another creature devour it right before its eyes. He glanced at his newly evolved, cheerful pet Nova, pictured the sad, shrunken divine serpent, and felt a raw surge of sympathy. Soryong burst into the room, a colossal Nova blazing behind him, and a small divine serpent sat confined in a wooden cage. He crept forward, voice gentle as he asked if it was all right. The serpent erupted in a furious hiss, its body blazing with an angry red aura. Soryong lunged forward and begged the little creature to calm down, swearing he never meant to hurt it. He only wanted to capture it, dazzled by how impressive and beautiful it was, but its fierce nature left him no choice. He urged it to bury its anger and face its new reality, warned that, small and weak, it'd be prey to other beasts if it tried to go home alone, then offered a lifeline. Don't go back. Come with them. He painted the offer as a carnival of friends, lizards, a spider named Yahello, and a wriggling horde of centipedes. Nova buzzed wildly around the room as he spoke, while the serpent sat stone still, eyes cold and utterly unmoved. Silence shattered with a thunderous rumble. Soryong jolted, then realized the noise was the serpent's belly roaring with hunger. A grin split his face. After days without food, he knew the creature was starving. So he ripped a fire carp from his bag, thrust it forward, and told the serpent to eat and think about his offer. The proud serpent snapped its head away with a furious hiss, rejecting the offered food, and Soryong's mind raced, desperate to find a way to reach the stubborn creature. The serpent's eyes snapped open, locking onto movement behind Soryong. Nova loomed massive and menacing, glaring down with ice-hot eyes, and the divine serpent's furious roar choked into a terrified hiss as its anger collapsed into pure fear. Panic seized the little serpent. It snatched the fire carp and gobbled it ravenously. Soryong, blind to Nova's silent threat, beamed, relieved it was finally eating and sure it had been starving, while Nova, mission accomplished, shrank into a tiny, adorable form and chirped with delight. Lady Huayang strode through the Beast Palace courtyard with tiny Myra and Grace perched on her shoulders. Suddenly Soryong burst out of the building. With the colossal, evolved Nova floating behind him, Lady Huayang snapped a question about the divine serpent, and Soryong beamed that the creature had finally started to eat. She didn't need to worry. He spun to Myra and Grace perched on Lady Huayang's shoulders, flashed a playful grin, and told them to be patient, promising that once the divine serpent recovered, their papa would ask it to share more of its internal core. The two little creatures erupted into excited chirps. Pity stabbed Soryong, then a ridiculous daydream of him as a frazzled modern dad flashed through his head, and with a sheepish, silent apology to the divine serpent, he begged it to hang on a little longer for his family's peace. Right then, the Grand Patriarch bellowed Soryong's name from across the courtyard. The elder strode forward and boomed that they had finished every last preparation for the investigation into the 5 Venom sect. With everything in place, the search could now begin. The Grand Patriarch demanded, "Are you sure you're ready?" Reminding Soryong he'd only just woken from a half-month-long coma. Soryong flashed a calm, steely smile and swore he was fine. Eyes blazing with iron resolve, Soryong swore he'd go. As the Southern Beast Palace's adopted son and the Tang clan's son-in-law, any enemy of both houses was his enemy, and he wouldn't miss a mission this vital. The Grand Patriarch barked a pleased laugh, pride flaring at his grandson's loyalty. But he sensed Soryong hid another motive. The investigation was the perfect chance to hunt rare, deadly venomous creatures. Decision sealed, the Grand Patriarch unveiled the plan. At dawn, they'd march to Mount Naniwa, the last place the 5 Venoms were seen, to scour it for clues, confident they'd still find traces of the sect. His fist snapped shut, eyes blazing with iron resolve. Finally, he roared that the time had come to settle the 100-year-old debt they owed the evil sect. A few days later, the search erupted into motion. High above the peaks of Mount Naniwa, Soryong rode atop Nova, his colossal flying centipede. By the second day, their search had turned up nothing, and Soryong felt the cold truth. After 100 years, finding any exact trace was near impossible. The Beast Palace's ancient records were maddeningly vague. One cold sentence that the sect had been exterminated on Mount Nanuo. And even after scouring the entire mountain from Nova's skies, he found no trace. As the sun sank behind the horizon, Soryong expelled a ragged, weary sigh, dreading that yet another day would close empty-handed. Just as Soryong turned to leave, Nova skidded to a halt and burst into excited chirps, and a stunned Soryong asked what was wrong. He tracked Nova's gaze and gasped as a vast flock of creatures tore through the orange sky, black silhouettes racing across the sinking sun. Nova's wide-eyed curiosity yanked his gaze, and the fluttering shapes suddenly clicked into place. Bats. He jabbed a finger at the fluttering shape and declared, "That's a bat. A flying rat." Guessing it was his companion's first time seeing one. As the sun bled into the horizon, Soryong pivoted and raced back to camp. He hit the ground and barreled over to his foster father Mangho, who barked, "Find anything?" Ryong shook his head. Empty-handed, he'd only seen a flock of bats streaking north. A tiny detail hit Mangho like a thunderclap. His eyes flew wide and he shouted they had to head north at once, and a startled Soryong asked why. Mangho pointed out that a flock of bats wheeling together meant they were flying straight to a vast cave, and he suspected that cave might hide the Five Venom sect. Grasping that vital lead, Mangho barked at Soryong to guide them toward where the bats had flown, and vowed the warriors would follow him. Soryong's agreement was instant. He snapped a nod and the entire group surged forward. After several hours slogging through a jungle that thickened and fought to block us, we locked onto the northern mountain range and followed its ragged spine. They finally reached their destination. Before them rose a colossal cliff, its sheer face stabbing into the clouds and vanishing into the sky. The rock wall towered so huge it left everyone slack-jawed. Soryong and Lady Huaying gaped, wondering if the entire mountain could be connected to one gigantic cave system. Silence shattered as the Grand Patriarch roared to Maying Ho, excitement crackling in his voice as he jabbed at a spot on the cliff and cried he'd found something. A massive blood-red hand had been carved deep into the stone, a glaring sign this place wasn't natural. Maying Ho traced the blood-red handprint and deciphered the weathered inscription on the stones that declared the Five Venom sect sealed there forever. He crowed they'd found the right place. And when the Grand Patriarch pointed at the print and declared it the divine red carp palm, a devastating martial art wielded by a Tang clan ancestor, Yong staggered, stunned to learn his clan wasn't just about poisons and hidden weapons. Maying Ho's gaze snapped to the main entrance, barricaded by towering stones, and he urged them to find another route before they tried to heave the heavy rocks. His words had barely left his mouth when a colossal swarm of bats erupted from the cliff face, sending the whole group scrambling. Soryong and Mangho snapped their heads up as a roiling swarm of bats surged toward an opening far above them. Soryong jabbed a finger skyward and shouted. A massive yawning opening split the cave's ceiling. The two elders locked eyes, realization roaring between them. 100 years had been more than enough to carve out a brand new entrance. Spotting the new opening, Soryong shot forward, volunteering to go first and scout ahead. He flashed a grin and promised the elders he'd be safe with Nova and Yohua at his side. Lady Huiying and CLPO exchanged relieved nods. Sure, his two fearsome beasts left nothing to fear. The Grand Patriarch demanded Soryong bring CLPO and Lady Huiying along, just in case. He declared he and Meng Hao would scour the lower area a bit longer before following, and Suryong beamed in eager agreement. My voice cracks as I blurted out, "I'm sorry, Yong." Lady Huayang, CLPO, and Yohua plunged into the cave's pitch-black maw. No sooner had they stepped inside than a rancid stench slammed into them. Lady Huiying clamped her hand over her nose, and Soryong hissed a warning to be careful, explaining the cave was filled with bat droppings. The group plunged deeper into the darkness, and found a cave roaring with echoing sounds, a pitch-black void swallowing their sight so they could barely see. Soryong grinned. At the Beast Palace, CLPO had taught him the Dark Night Cat technique, a power that let him pierce pitch-black darkness with perfect sight, so exploring the cave wasn't going to be a problem. He soon realized the darkness wasn't the biggest issue. The real problem was the bats pouring into the massive cavern. They gaped as the cave erupted into a writhing swarm of thousands of bats, every pair of eyes burning a menacing, hellish red. Soryong admitted it. He loved every creature, but bats made his skin crawl, and now, facing a roiling sea of them, he and his companions stared in panic, wondering how they'd possibly get through this deadly swarm. Confronted by a torrent of bats, Soryong's mighty companion Nova tore into the swarm. The massive centipede drew in a cavernous breath. It embraced death and unleashed a deafening roar as a titanic blood-red wave of pure killing intent exploded from its body and tore through the cavern. In an instant, the aura slammed into the swarm, sending thousands of bats reeling, their eyes spiraling as they collapsed unconscious. They plummeted from the ceiling like ragdolls, utterly unconscious. And Seol Pio's eyes sparkled with amazement as she declared, "Just what I'd expect from one of the 10 deadly venoms." Soryong roared with exhilaration as the incredible display of power hurled him back to the Conqueror's hockey from the comics of his past life. He barreled over to Nova, ruffling and patting her as he poured out praise, shouting that she was an amazing daughter. That display of power ignited a white-hot rivalry burning on Lady Huaying's shoulders. Myra and Grace flared into a blood-red aura to prove they could unleash their killing intent too. Emotion crashed over Soryong, tears of fatherly pride streaming down his face as he thundered that every one of his daughters was incredible. Seol Pio roared in triumph. Then his eyes snapped to something in the now-cleared path ahead. She screamed, "So Ryong, look!" yanking his gaze to the scene. He chased her gaze, and deep inside the cave a faint, pulsing red light beckoned from the darkness. As the group closed in, their eyes locked on the light's source. A towering, menacing stone door pulsing with a faint red energy. When the massive swarm of bats thinned, their stomachs dropped. The ground around the door was carpeted with countless human skulls and skeletons. The bats had been completely hiding the gruesome sight. Soryong's pulse shot up. This was the final battleground where the 5 Venom sect had clashed 100 years ago. Then his gaze snapped to something anchored in the center of the clearing, lying just before the door. He closed the gap and froze, his breath ripped away by the sight before him. On a stone altar, 5 venomous carvings, a lizard, a snake, a scorpion, a toad, and a centipede, ringed a single glowing red orb that pulsed with sinister energy. They froze in a cavern piled with bones, every eye riveted on the cold stone altar. Lady Huiying's gaze snapped to the 5 carved creatures. Recognition seared through her. He slammed down a centipede, a snake, a scorpion, a lizard, and a toad, the feared emblems of the 5 venom sects. Seol Pio's eyes snagged on a carving etched into a nearby stone tablet. She leaned in and read the chilling words aloud, a cold vow of revenge, warning that the sect was only lying low for now. One day vengeance would roar back for their defeat, and the 5 Venom sect would never forget. The ominous promise tightened Soryong's gut, but he knew this had to be the sect's main fortress from 100 years ago. Excitement flared at the thought of hidden records, and they still had to breach the massive sealed stone door. Soryong barked that they should wait for his grandfather and Mangho, the 2 elders who might unravel a lock this twisted. Lady Huaying nodded, and the group sank onto grim perches among the skeletons, and waited. They sat in silence as tension swelled, the air tightening into a painfully awkward third presence. An electric urge to break the tension and brighten the room surged through them. Soryong flashed a wicked grin and ready to joke. He called out to them, mischief crackling in his voice, and revealed that doors threaded with beads like the altars usually concealed a secret mechanism. He jabbed a finger at the altar and shouted with fierce confidence that if someone pressed the central orb, the door might burst open. His razor-sharp analysis blew both girls away, their eyes igniting with electric excitement. Ryong stifled a laugh as a past-life escape room puzzle flashed through his mind. He scoffed that a real fortress would hide its lock in a child's game, and while he froze in disbelief, the 2 girls, taking his quip seriously, raced to the stone altar to test it. Convinced by Soryong's joke, Seol Pio and Lady Huiying rushed to the stone altar and pressed the glowing red orb. When the altar stayed silent, they spun back with faces crumpled in disappointment, and Soryong burst into an awkward laugh, stammering that he never thought it would actually work. Refusing to let the gag die, Soryong strode up to the altar and kept the bit alive, grinning as he claimed it needed a special spell, or to be filled with a person's internal energy. To show them, he casually slid his hand onto the central orb. The instant his palm touched it, a jolt of surprise ripped through him. The orb and the entire altar exploded into blinding white light, and a deep rumble rolled through the cavern. The massive stone door before them groaned as it began to grind open. Soryong froze, eyes wide and rooted by shock. The ancient lock clattered open, unmasking a deep spiraling passage that plunged down into bone-black darkness. Seol, Pio, and Lady Hawaii gaped in stunned awe, shouting, "The door opened!" and hailing Soryong as incredible. Seol Pio admitted she'd thought he was joking. Then he solved the puzzle in an instant, and Soryong stood there mouth agape, struggling to believe his silly joke had actually worked. He stared at his hand as the orb's flash seared into his mind, and a lightning realization cracked through him. The unique energy from his 5 Venom's divine returning technique had been the key that unlocked the ancient door. A faint wind sighed from the new passage, whispering that the tunnel stretched far and plunged deep. Soryong's voice trembled as he whispered, Should we go inside? Lady Huang's eyes snapped wide, a fierce grin splitting her face as excitement crackled off her. She whistled at the lock, bragging it would stun even her own Tang clan. She practically lunged forward, itching to peer inside. Soryong noted to himself that Lady Huaying harbored an unexpected hunger for mechanics. Excitement blasted Soryong's hesitation away. He agreed to explore a little, pulse spiking as the mission snapped into a full-blown treasure hunt. Before stepping in, he carved a quick note into the stone tablet at the entrance, telling his grandfather and Maying Hono they'd gone inside. After tucking the message away, Soryong roared that it was time to storm the 100-year-old stronghold of the Five Venom sect. Lady Haoying lit a lantern, its fierce glow slicing the darkness and steering them onward. The group crept into the pitch-black passage, hearts hammering as they braced to pry open secrets sealed away for a century. The moment the group plunged into the dark passage, a grinding roar erupted behind them. Soryong whipped around in horror just in time to watch a massive stone door slam shut, sealing them inside. CLPO bellowed that they were trapped. Lady Huang, lantern clutched, pointed out it was fortunate Soryong had left a note for the elders. CLPO guessed the door had been built to close automatically as a safety measure. Soryong gritted his teeth and pressed onward, convinced this very passage had been the escape route the Five Venom sect used a century ago. The group plunged down the long, pitch-black tunnel, every step swallowing the last scraps of light. Finally, the passage yawned open into a cavern so colossal it stole your breath. They spilled into the cavern's vast chamber, jaws dropping as awe washed over everyone, and Lady Huying's eyes narrowed. Had this place once been a training ground? Sayol Pyo zeroed in on the cavern walls, pocked with entrances to many smaller caves. Her gaze sliced the gloom and snagged on cryptic script etched into a cave wall. She beckoned Lady Huying to edge the lantern closer. As light slammed into the wall, Soryong's eyes snapped wide, shock ripping through him. Lady Huying's eyes latched onto the script and she gasped in disbelief, declaring it the lost final chapter of the Five Venom's divine returning technique, the very martial art Soryong had been practicing. So Saol Pyo snapped at Soryong, demanding to know what it said. Lady Huaying began to read the text aloud, her voice thick with horror as the words revealed the final, grisly step to master the technique. At the 11th level, a student must sever the heads of the 5 venomous creatures they raised and drink their blood. The passage slammed with a sinister image of a masked figure performing the ritual. A cruel demand that left both Soryong and Huaying reeling with shock and disgust. The ritual's cruelty detonated Soryong's fury. Ordered to butcher the very creatures he'd cared for, he clenched his fist and roared that the sect were nothing but inhuman bastards. Rage cracked through him as he whirled to Huaying and snarled, "Give me your lantern!" He snatched the candle from inside, pressed its flame to the wall, and watched the vial's writing hiss, blister, and melt into smoke. He thundered that the vile atrocity had to be wiped out, snarling that anyone who harmed the creatures they'd raised and drank their blood was unforgivable. And Sayal and Pio watched with proud smiles, endorsing her new brother's unshakable sense of right and wrong. Resolve hardening into steel, Soryong bellowed that they must scour the entire area to find and destroy any other records like this, vowing they'd comb every cave in the cavern, and his companions, fired by the same resolve, agreed at once. Hours slipped away as the team methodically scoured the maze of tiny caves, and after probing what looked like old living quarters, they regrouped in the central chamber. Lady Haoying announced they'd found vast chambers, but every single thing inside lay smashed or blackened, and Ryan concluded the attacking clans had torched everything when they raised the sect 100 years ago. Standing in the newly opened long passage, Lady Haoying's voice cut through the hush. This cave felt wrong. Its glass-smooth surfaces and impossibly precise structure couldn't have been born of nature. Soryong agreed, admitting it was unmistakably different from the other caves. He paused, eyes narrowing as a strange, prickly familiarity crept over him. As if he'd seen a cave just like it before, a memory from his past life slammed into him. This tunnel mirrored the Kuchai tunnels in Vietnam, the exact place he'd once visited on a trip. He flashed back to the guide's booming explanation. The military dug these tunnels because the clay and limestone mix set solid the instant it touched air, turning the ground into perfect tunneling rock. Soryong stitched the clues together and told the others he was sure the 5 Venom sect had carved the tunnels themselves, meaning the caves could run far deeper and twistier than they'd imagined, so they had to be deadly careful. CLPO just scoffed, unshaken. Sure no man-made tunnel could stretch that long. Buzzing with energy, she jabbed a finger down the passage and roared that they'd already come this far, so they had to forge ahead a little farther. Her confidence evaporated as the group pressed onward, trudging deeper into a tunnel that refused to end. Soon, even the normally unstoppable CLPO was gasping for air, forced to admit her ancestors were right. The 5 Venom Sect's members were utterly insane. Soryong crumpled to his hands and knees, every last ounce of strength gone, as Hwayang peered ahead, heart pounding, wondering how much farther they could keep going. After what felt like forever, CLPO finally burst out. "How long have we been walking?" Soryong, crumpled on the floor, rasped that it had been more than 2 days and decreed they needed to rest. Just as he said it, the quiet tunnel exploded with a thunderous rumble. Nova's and Yoho's stomachs roaring with raw hunger. Reality hit like a freight train. Sail, P.O. plunged into panic, sure they'd never escape. "Sorry." Yang forced a steady voice, told them not to worry, and promised a mouth-watering meal the moment they were free. Just as the exhausted, starving group teetered on the brink of giving up, a ghostly, unfamiliar scent cut through the air. CLPO inhaled sharply and asked what that scent was, her razor-sharp senses zeroing in on a mouth-watering aroma deeper in the tunnel. A moment later, her eyes blazed with hunger. She swore it was the smell of roasted rabbit, drool gathering at her lips, and Soryong lunged in with a warning, reminding her it could be a trap set by the 5 Venom Sect. Seolpyo flashed a sly grin and declared to Soryong it would be even better if it was the 5 Venom Sect. She flashed a confident look and fired a razor-simple plan. They'd fight through, seize the meat, and drag the sect members off as prisoners. The audacity left Soryong completely speechless. Her hunger snapped. Seolpyo lunged, yanking a terrified Soryong and dragging him into the tunnel, bellowing, "Time to eat," while Soryong screamed for her to calm down, and the others surged after them. Their frantic rush slammed into silence as Seolpyo skidded to a halt, his instincts screaming. Something waited up ahead. She jabbed a finger at the cavern floor's huge, glowing maw and gasped as the mouth-watering scent pouring from it hit her. The group crept to the pit's rim, leaning over to peer into the yawning black below. They spotted 3 figures hunched around a campfire at the bottom, searing a massive slab of meat. Soryong clamped a hand over everyone and hissed for silence, his mind racing. A question tore at him. Could these be the last of the 5 Venom Sect? As his gaze landed on them, a strange, undeniable familiarity burned through him. His confusion detonated into raw, jaw-dropping shock. Hwaying asked him what was wrong. Soryong froze, eyes wide, staring down at the people below as disbelief crashed over him. He recognized them. He froze, utterly stunned as his mind scrambled to understand why those very people stood inside this hidden, ancient fortress. The story flashes back a few days, ripping the curtain aside to show why those shadowy figures had gathered in the cave. Flames devoured the village as Ju Jung-hak, the Fist Emperor and leader of the Murim Alliance, bellowed to his warriors, commanding they let not a single member of the evil blood cult escape. The Murim Alliance uncovered a hidden cultist stronghold deep in the forest of Funing, unleashed a full-scale assault, and as steel clashed with sorcery, Murim seized a crushing advantage. They unleashed a cunning poison on the cultists. Screams ripped through the air as their internal energy was siphoned dry. Fist Emperor Ju Jenghek's eyes flashed. The poison had sapped the enemy's strength, and he seized the opening to finish the fight at once. The battle raged as Alliance warriors swarmed the battered cultists, hammering them with a relentless barrage of devastating strikes. After a savage, blood-soaked brawl, the Murim Alliance stood triumphant amid the fallen bodies of the defeated cultists. Gasping on the bloodied ground, Spear Dragon, Sword Phoenix, and Slaying Dragon stood shoulder to shoulder, relief crashing over them. Slaying Dragon smirked that it hadn't been hard. The poison had turned the cultists into easy prey. Relief died as another warrior barreled to the Fist Emperor, bellowing that there was a problem. The warrior burst in, panting, and announced that the blood cult members they'd captured had vanished without a trace. The Fist Emperor froze, eyes wide in stunned disbelief. The warrior slammed his fist and roared they'd found a hidden cave mouth yawning beneath the well in the enemy base. A handful of cultists had slipped inside and vanished to escape. Blazing with fury, Fist Emperor Ju Jenghak thundered for a pursuit team to be formed and vowed no one would be allowed to escape. And Spear Dragon, Slaying Dragon, and Sword Phoenix sprang to obey. They launched the chase at once, diving into a pitch-black maze of narrow caves where a chaotic, deadly brawl raged for 3 relentless days as they hunted the fleeing cultists through claustrophobic tunnels. After a desperate struggle, the pursuit team burst out from the cave's far side. They tumbled into a breathtaking, unfamiliar forest, and the truth slammed into them. The endless cave had spat them out across the border into the Deviate Kingdom. The story snaps back to the present moment Soryong had watched unfold. Bone-tired from the relentless chase, Spear Dragon's group stumbled into a vast cave, collapsed to rest, lit a fire and seared meat over the flames. While they ate, Slaying Dragon teased Sword Phoenix and mercilessly ragging Spear Dragon about his rabbit meat obsession. She sighed. complaining that at this rate she would end up smelling like a rabbit. She snapped, "Why can't you find some fruit for a change?" And her words ignited a white-hot fury in Spear Dragon. Rage boiled in his chest as he jabbed a finger at his two companions and roared, "What did you do to help find food?" Then snapped that they should be grateful for what they had, not complaining. Slaying Dragon smirked and brushed off Spear Dragon's outburst, claiming he and Sword Phoenix had been cheering him on from the sidelines. And Spear Dragon's fury flared even higher. Rage exploded from him as he rattled off every task he shouldered alone: hunting, washing clothes, starting fires, and even tracking, and demanded to know how his two companions were helping at all. With a carefree laugh, Slaying Dragon boasted that the Peng clan taught them only martial arts and nothing else, and Sword Phoenix let out a weary sigh, admitting that in her Gencheng sect the other disciples always handled such tasks for her. Crushed by their excuses, the weary Spear Dragon threw in the towel and quit the argument. Spear Dragon's eyes snapped skyward, every muscle tensing as he sensed something looming above them. The trio's heads snapped up in raw shock as Soryang's giant glowing centipede pet Nova loomed over their camp, staring down at them. Spear Dragon staggered as the colossal beast loomed into view, then snapped his spear up to shield himself. A familiar voice rang down from above with a single casual, "Hello." Recognition slammed into Spear Dragon, cold sweat bursting across his scales. They spotted Soryang perched on Nova's head with Lady Huaying and Seol Pyo close behind. He greeted the trio, saying it had been a long time, and the Murim Alliance warriors stared in disbelief as they recognized him as the young warrior Wei. Amid the reunion's clatter, the ravenous Seol Pyo lunged, snatched the roasted rabbit leg, and chomped down a massive bite. Soryang stepped forward and unveiled Nova and Yahello, and the two groups pressed into the campfire's warmth, swapping stories and passing food, while the massive centipede slumbered peacefully nearby. Slaying Dragon laughed at the crazy coincidence of bumping into him out here in the middle of nowhere, and Sword Phoenix shot back with a grin. "Now that you're with the Beast Palace, shouldn't we be calling you Young Master Soryang?" Soryang barked a laugh, waved them off, and said, "Just call me Soryang." The Slaying Dragon, spotting the toll Soryang had endured, tossed him another steaming chunk of meat with a gentle rumble. Soryang politely refused, saying his friend, whom he called Guxiong, needed to eat too. Guxiong shoved the food toward him, insisting he eat, and saying he was happy just watching him eat. And Ryong wondered why this man he'd met only a couple of times was being so kind to him. It boiled down to this: Gaius Yong of the Peng clan, Yong Yong's elder brother, learned So Ryong had once saved his sister, and bursting with gratitude, proclaimed himself her older brother. So Ryong 8 stared at Guxiong's calm mask, and knew the same intense personality that drove the Pen clan patriarch burned inside him. As they sat around the fire, Sword Phoenix shot Soryang a razor-quick question. Would his grandfather, the divine lord of myriad venoms and the lord of the Beast Palace, be arriving soon? Soryang flashed a grin and declared he'd planted a message at the entrance and been unfurling Yoho's spider silk into a silver trail to lead them. They'd be there in no time. Lady Huaying snapped that something was wrong. They should have arrived ages ago, and Soryang's blood ran cold as he realized she was right. 2 days had already passed since they entered the cave. He snapped, "Any vibrations on your web?" Yochua shook her head. No one had touched the silk trail. Soryang's concern tightened into alarm. Enough time had passed for the main group to catch up, and when Yohua's web went cold and felt empty, he feared his grandfather and Maying Ho might not have even made it into the passage. Seol Pyo snapped that the elders should have closed the gap long before they reached the cave's end, and she suspected they'd never even seen the notes Soryang left. A jolt of clarity rocked Soryang. He insisted the door's mechanism was the culprit, remembering it only opened when he funneled his own unique internal energy into the altar. The inscription of the 5 venoms returning technique screamed the lock's secret. It would only yield to an energy signature bound to the 5 venoms. Lady Huaying shot back, "But the Grand Patriarch knows that technique too." Soryang agreed with a rueful nod and explained that his grandfather's internal energy wasn't fundamentally based on that method like his was, so it probably wouldn't activate the door. With the elders stranded behind, Seol and Pyo spin to Soryang and demand the next move: retreat to the mountain annual or charge straight for the Beast Palace. Soryang wavered as time bled away and they couldn't wait there forever. Then a bold plan ignited in him. He urged them to join Spear Dragon's group, warning that with the blood cult members still on the loose, traveling alone would be courting death. Joining forces would let them bolster the Miriam Alliance warriors and pry loose clues about the 5 Venom sect. Lady Hying agreed instantly, her eyes flashing with fierce resolve. Spear Dragon snapped that his crew was also planning to head to the rendezvous to link with the main forces, and he agreed both groups should travel together until then. With a grand, chest-thumping flourish, Peng Gaosheng thundered that he alone would personally see Soryang and his companions safely to the Central Plains. His bombastic vow earned bored eye rolls from Spear Dragon and Sword Phoenix behind him. Decision sealed, the two groups locked onto Spear Dragon's team and tailed them straight to their meeting point. Rested, they surged into the dawn, shoulder to shoulder. They finally burst from the dark cave into blinding sunlight. Seol-Pio slammed a hand over her eyes, shouting she'd been away from the sun so long its light felt like fire in her sight. The newly formed group clustered at the cave's mouth as Spear Dragon trudged up to Soryang. Exhaustion burned into every line of his face. He hurled the question like a lifeline, just in case Soryang could hunt and find water. Soryang beamed and proclaimed that he and his companions, whom he called Sila Nui and Huayan, were an unstoppable force. Relief flooded Spear Dragon as he leaned in and whispered a sharp plea for help, railing that his companions were useless and had dumped every task onto him. Soryang agreed to help. He whirled to Yohua and chirped eagerly, "Can you find any food nearby?" Yohua shot forward like a bolt, a living blur swallowed by the forest. Before Soryang and Spear Dragon could even react, she flashed back into sight, hoisting a massive deer wrapped tight in her silk web as they gaped, stunned by her lightning speed. Salpio's eyes lit up as he exclaimed that Yoha had hauled in a monster. Then he sprang into action and seized the catch himself. She barked that the innards would spoil in hours, so they had to clean, roast, and cure the meat right away to carry it with them. A nearby girl chimed in, calling her Sail-Un. Spear Dragon's jaw dropped as he blurted in disbelief. Did CLPO not only know how to hunt but also how to cure meat? She shrugged and said it was obvious knowledge for anyone who lives in the jungle. She tossed out another survival tip like it was gospel. Never drink straight from a river. One dead animal upstream can taint the water and wreck your stomach. And Spear Dragon stood there, blown away by her practical wisdom. As his sister dazzled everyone, pride swelled in Soryang, and he couldn't help laughing, picturing Seol-Pyo as a wildly popular survival vlogger in modern times. Later, a trembling Spear Dragon crept up to Soryang again, swallowed hard, and stammered, "May I ask you a question?" A tiny quiver shook them as heat flooded their cheeks, painting them crimson. He swallowed hard and whispered the question that mattered most. "Does CLPO have a boyfriend?" The question slammed into Soryang, pinning him speechless, while Spear Dragon drifted into a daydream, utterly captivated by CLPO's brilliant mind and breathtaking beauty. He clutched his chest as if struck by pain, a sudden tidal surge of emotion crashing over him. Soryang stood paralyzed as the warrior's composure exploded, and raw emotion ripped through him. Hearts and flowers exploded around Spear Dragon as infatuation swallowed him whole. Soryang gaped, stunned that this guy had fallen head over heels in the blink of an eye. After their encounter, the group surged onward and pushed through a punishing 12-hour march toward the meeting point. Seol-Pyo snapped to a stop and blasted a sharp, unmistakable whistle. Startled, Soryang snapped at his sister. "What are you doing?" She shot back. "I'm trying to call any nearby beast." She launched a message to the Beast Palace and hit dead silence. No couriers in the area, likely because they'd been posted too far from Yunnan, so she shelved the attempt and vowed to try again later. Spear Dragon gaped, utterly awestruck by the sheer, jaw-dropping force of her ability. He barreled over to her, exclaiming it was unreal she could summon beasts with a single sound and hailing the Beast Palace's raw power. Watching his love-struck antics, Phoenix swooped to his side and mocked him, reminding him that not long ago he'd been talking about fighting for the poisonous flower, while Spear Dragon scrambled, frantically trying to defend himself. While cleaving down Dragon laughed, Sword Phoenix lashed out and booted him in a burst of frustration, and Soryang watched with an awkward, sheepish smile. A grin split his face as the Spear Dragon fell head over heels for his sister, and for a heartbeat he wondered, "Does that make the warrior my brother-in-law?" He steeled himself, closed the gap, and whispered to his sister, asking what she thought about Spear Dragon liking her. Seol-Pyo whipped around, flashed a mischievous wink, and declared she hated that sort of man. She preferred men like Soryang, and the unexpected compliment sent panic roaring through him. Seol-Pyo hurried to assure him she was only kidding, then smirked and blurted that she was sure Sword Phoenix was the one who liked Spear Dragon. The scene snapped back to Spear Dragon, baring his soul and begging for belief as the skeptical Sword Phoenix watched him with cold, unblinking doubt. Lady Huying, overhearing the talk, chimed in that she'd been thinking the same, and admitted she'd been dodging Spear Dragon because she could sense Sword Phoenix liked him. The two women spun to stare at the clueless pair, and Sword Phoenix snorted that Spear Dragon was hopelessly dense. The revelation slammed into Soryang like a freight train. He'd been blind to the tangled relationship, and a wild thought flashed. Was this what people called feminine intuition? Seol-Pyo chuckled, shot a sly grin, and declared that if she had to choose, she actually preferred men like Gu Xiong. Soryang froze and demanded why she'd choose him. She laughed and said Gu Xiong had a hulking, powerful body, but a delicate, gentle face, like an adorable panda bear. And Soryong went utterly speechless. Seol Pio spun to her brother, challenge flashing in her eyes. Wasn't that a surprise? Beside whispering Lady Huaying, a flustered Soryong could only nod along with his fiancée. Laughter died on their lips as the group surged onward. They pushed through Yunnan's dense forest when a strange pink wind leapt up, flinging petals through the trees. After a long walk that stretched time itself, it dragged on until the sun sank, and the group pressed onward. Gyus Yong roared that they were almost there, jabbed a finger at the looming hill and declared the abandoned cave in its flank the Muram Alliance's meeting point, while Soryong's senses went cold. He couldn't sense a soul in the area. Spear Dragon spat it was no accident. A deliberate move to dodge the blood cult, which meant their allies were almost certainly lying in wait nearby. As they closed in, Seol Peo snapped a grave order at Soryong. Signal Nova, circling high above to stay aloft until called. A bewildered Soryong shot back. Why? She snapped that even a supposedly safe meeting point might already be known to the blood cult, so she demanded one simple precaution. Soryong insisted they move as one. Nova's looming presence would send enemies scattering. Seol Pio countered coolly that there was no need to unleash all their strength at once. She pressed a brutal survival rule into him. Always hide roughly 30% of your true power in Muram. Ryong's jaw clenched as he understood and accepted her lesson. He ordered Yoho to guard Seol, Pio, and Hawaii if danger struck, assured her he'd be fine handling Nova and Reserve, and Yoho snapped into a determined pose. As the group neared the meeting point, a figure burst from the bushes, roaring, "Spear Dragon!" Spear Dragon and his companions slammed to a halt, eyes wide as they spotted him inside. They snapped to attention, bowed low, and instantly hailed him as the vice leader. Spear Dragon's face lit up as he whooped, "Elder Swift Traveler!" thrilled to see him. The elder gave a curt nod, then admitted he didn't recognize the strangers at their side. Ryong blinked, thrown by the nickname, and Lady Huaying let loose the truth. He was the vice leader of the Muram Alliance's secret intelligence group. She declared he'd earned the name Swift Traveler because his movement techniques were blindingly fast. Spotting the youngsters from the Beast Palace and the Tang clan, the elder beckoned them onward and vowed they'd finish the talk as they marched to the meeting point. The elder plunged the group deeper into the woods. They marched on as he pressed Spear Dragon about the other scouting groups, pointing out Spear Dragon's team was the only one to check in. He snapped, "Did you see any blood cult members?" Spear Dragon shook its head. No, they hadn't. The elder bristled at the oddity and snapped that the chase after the defeated cultists was dragging on far too long. Soryong froze as an eerie silence swallowed the area. His gut told him the blood cult was watching them from somewhere. A jolt of alarm slammed into the fleet-footed traveler. His eyes snapped wide as he sensed danger closing in. In a flash, he snapped two short, baton-like weapons into his hands. Confusion splintered the Soryong's voice as he snapped, "What's happening?" While the elder's gaze, razor-sharp, stayed fixed on something far off. Movement flickered. His eyes snapped to it, and he knew at once the blood cult was striking. An army of masked, black-clad cultists exploded from the trees and charged like a living storm, and the elder's eyes snapped wide as he realized they had him utterly surrounded. Cold certainty slammed into him. The enemy had pinpointed their location and ambushed them. Soryong barked in disbelief. "Impossible! I sensed no one." As the elder Swift Traveler went stone-faced and declared the ambush had begun the moment Soryong's group arrived, proof they'd been led straight into a trap. The elder whipped to Sword Phoenix, thrusting a massive scroll into her hands and ordering her to deliver it to the Alliance leader. It was a map marking the blood cult's estimated hideout. Sword Phoenix, confusion raw in his voice, demanded why she'd been chosen. He vowed he and his men would stay behind and fight to buy her time. He roared that the younger generation were the Murim's future, that they must not be left to die here, and ordered them to leave immediately. Sword Phoenix froze, hesitation clawing at her throat, and Spear Dragon planted a firm, steady hand on her shoulder. He snapped to the elder's command, raised his hand to send everyone on their way, and vowed to the old warrior they'd meet again at the Muram Alliance. The elder flashed a small, confident smile and pivoted to confront the enemy. He bellowed, rallying his men and daring them to spill blood as he spearheaded the charge, while the elder and his men held the line. The younger ones spun and sprinted away as Guxiong roared for them to hurry, shouting for everyone to stick together and follow his lead. Soryong and Lady Huaying locked eyes, dipped their heads, and nodded together, agreement sealed. They tailed Guixiang south, a cunning gambit. The blood cult expected them to flee north toward Yunnan, so slipping south shoved them straight into the enemy's blindest, least prepared ground. They sprinted. Then without warning, something slammed across their path and stopped them dead. They skidded to a halt, hearts hammering, and there stood a new enemy, waiting. The hulking, muscle-bound man cracked a low laugh. He'd spotted the northern ambush for the diversion it was. He loomed, menace crackling in his gaze and ringed by his own cultists. He was the formidable Grandmaster Zhufeng Xiao of the Blood Demon Unit. A sinister smile curled across his face as he declared they'd been worth the wait down south. His gaze snapped to the three young women and, with a creepy grin, he said it looked like he was in for a very good time. Grandmaster Zhufeng unleashed a cruel laugh, sneering that no help would come, and revealed the other 9 Muram alliance groups had all been captured and were likely being tortured. Soryong and CLPO reeled, horror clawing up their spines. Zhu Fengxiao's wicked grin widened as he barked for his men to slaughter every man and seize the women alive. At their master's shout, the blood cult members exploded forward like a crimson tide, blades flashing and fury in their eyes. Spear Dragon and Slaying Dragon snapped their weapons free, poised to clash. On the verge of battle, a voice ripped through the air, shouting for them to wait. It was Soryong. He stormed forward, eyes blazing with determination, and roared that he'd handle it himself. Shock seized his allies as Spear Dragon and Guiqiang hurled themselves at him, shouting he couldn't possibly stop so many enemies alone. Soryong didn't hesitate. He said it wouldn't be a problem. He ripped away the secret behind his confidence. Nova, his massive, evolved flying centipede, swooped down from the moonlit sky as he spoke. It materialized, and the charging cultists skidded to a halt. Enemy warriors gaped up, confusion and terror carved into their faces at the towering creature. Watching from the side, CLPO instantly sensed the raw electric bond crackling between her brother and his beast. Soryong stood rock-steady, eerily calm as Nova hovered above him, raw power crackling from its form like a living storm. His eyes blazed emerald, mirroring his companions. He bellowed Nova's name, locked a menacing gaze with his pet, then issued one lethal order. Finish them all. Nova hung aloft, a lone silhouette high against the sky. Soryong roared the command, sweep every enemy away. They caught sight of the colossal creature and its crushing aura, and their charge shattered. Cultists froze in their tracks, terror seizing them. Rage boiled in Zhu Fengqiao as he bellowed at his trembling men, ordering them to stop panicking. It's only a giant centipede, he bellowed, and mid-roar he froze as something strange shimmered in the air. Startled, he snapped his head up as a fine drizzle began to fall. The rain wasn't water. It was Nova's deadly poison mist, pouring down from the sky. The instant it touched Zhu Fengxiao's skin, white-hot pain ripped through him, and he could only stare in horror as the giant centipede glared down at him. A moment later, the battlefield erupted with the blood cult's agonized screams as poison rain drenched them, their bodies melting and dissolving into a grotesque, oozing display. Not even the mighty Grandmaster Zhufeng Xiao was spared. A final, horrified scream ripped from him as corrosive venom liquefied his body. Lady Huiying's breath hitched, shock slamming into her as she realized Nova had unleashed a literal rain of poison. She confirmed it. The flying centipede's power, the king of all centipedes. It hovered overhead and scattered a deathly mist across the field, and in an instant the battle was over. The entire enemy force wiped out, their bodies reduced to bubbling puddles. The Muram Alliance warriors froze, breath snagged, staring up at the terrifying power that had just been unleashed. Soryong reeled in stunned disbelief. He'd never seen a poison that dissolved people completely while their clothes and weapons remained eerily untouched. As Soryong reeled, Lady Huiying and Sulpio were cooing and stroking the now tiny, adorable Nova. Huiying snapping that it mustn't drool on its mom and dad, and Soryong, still trembling, clung to his grandfather's promise that because he'd absorbed Nova's poison he'd be fine. Yet Nova's raw power up close still terrified him. Shaking off the daze, Gaiushin barked for everyone to move, dread burning. More enemies could be bearing down on them. After one final look at the aftermath of Nova's attack, the group sprinted off, leaving only the dissolving remains of the blood cult's blood demon unit behind. A few hours after Soryong's group fled, 2 shadowy figures strode onto the scene. A man in black robes and his masked subordinate gaped at the molten, dripping husks of the blood demon unit. The subordinate choked. That's unit leader Zhu Fengxiao and his 100 men. The leader's face twisted in fury as he barked, "Were we poisoned again?" Rage tore through him as the enemy kept lacing his forces with poison. Crimson fire ignited in his eyes, and a savage aura erupted around him as he vowed to settle this himself. Mei Cho Gui, the blood-wind flying snake, he stared down at Zhu Fengxiao's shattered remains, fury ripping through him. He'd known Zhu Fengxiao was one of the blood cult's top 5 unit leaders, yet he was toppled with shocking ease. Mei Cho Gui's fist clenched until his knuckles blanched, disbelief roaring through him. They'd lost so many men to capture only a few young warriors. He stared at the empty horizon, anger coiling in his gut as he wondered where the allies who were supposed to show up had vanished. Had they broken their promise? The moment he spat his frustration, a mysterious woman with twin buns in her hair materialized right behind him. A bolt of surprise shot through Mei Cho Gui. She snapped around, heart pounding, trying to figure out when she'd arrived. Her voice sliced through his rising panic with icy calm. You don't need to be anxious. She locked eyes and vowed they'd never break a promise, then flashed a sly smile and tossed out, unlike some people. Mei Chogwi's memory snapped into focus as she summoned the history of their alliance. They barreled into the woman's group at the border, right after the blood cult had retreated from the Central Plains. He first remembered them as sworn enemies, but when the blood cult realized this group also hungered to conquer the Central Plains, they offered an alliance. A shadowy cabal called themselves the Five Venoms Lords, and thundered that they were the true descendants of the notorious Five Venoms sect. The woman from the Five Venom Lords declared to Maicho Gui she had no idea why he'd summoned them, but said it was perfect timing. They'd planned to stop by anyway. She brandished a small white bottle and declared it the antidote he'd asked for. Maicho Gui snatched the bottle, stunned she'd already made it, and the woman coldly named the poison coursing through him, sneering that his martial arts were riddled with weaknesses. Clutching the antidote, Maicho Gui's thoughts snapped to the Five Venom sect's fearsome renown. Their poison craft rivaled the legendary Tong clan. Trusting her, he pressed her to identify the poison that had killed his men, pointed at the melted remains of Zhu Fengxiao and the Blood Demon unit, and admitted it looked like poison, but he couldn't pin down which one. She dropped to her knees, peered at the remains, plucked a tiny smear onto her fingertip, and tasted it. The instant it hit her tongue, her eyes flew wide. She knew that brutal sting at once and cried out that it was the work of a one-venom lord. She froze, still a juvenile, not yet full-grown, but every scale and stance screamed what it was. A tiny, curious smile tugged at her lips. Mei Chogui demanded, "How long ago did the group leave?" The other woman shot back, "They shouldn't be far." The woman flashed a confident smirk and proclaimed, "It looks like the heavens are on our side." She unleashed her own forces, the Toad unit, a pack of toad-like humanoid warriors who burst from the shadows. She barked a razor-sharp order. "Hunt that group down now. Don't let them slip away." They bolted, sprinting for their lives as their escape thundered on. He tore across the land, running without rest for 2 straight days. Gaius Yang charged ahead, then spun back and checked on Soryong to make sure he was all right. Despite the grueling run, Soryong felt shockingly fine, convinced Nova's evolution had supercharged his internal energy. Their goal burst into view as Guiqiang jabbed a finger at the Langkang River and declared, "Cross that river and safety in the Central Plains will be ours." Spotting the flat land ahead, Spear Dragon bellowed for everyone to surge forward and cross the river before dawn. They were moments from freedom. Then Soryong's gaze locked onto something. A blinding crimson flare erupted on the horizon before they could even blink. Meicho Gui, the blood cult's powerful elder, hurtled from the sky and sent a tidal wave of crimson energy crashing straight into them. Macho Gui lunged like a rabid animal, his hands curled into claws and a vicious snarl tearing from his throat as he screamed at them to die. Guiqiang vaulted in front of the others to shield them, and Maicho Gui slammed his hand through Guiqiang's chest, blood gushing in a brutal spray. Guxiong ripped a gut-wrenching scream from his throat as the fatal blow slammed home. Soryong and Spear Dragon froze, horror ripping through them as they screamed their friend's name. Meicho Gui loomed over the fallen Guxiong, blood dripping from his hand as he spat that he'd promised that brat he'd take someone alive. Now he had no intention of keeping it. He loomed over the wounded warrior and the terrified Soryong, sneering as he declared, "This is the end for you." Crimson blood energy spiraled and coiled around his hand like a living, hungry serpent. A menacing glare pinned them as he snarled his name, Mei Chogi, the blood-wind-flying snake, elder of the blood cult, and vowed he'd handle them personally. Above the fallen slaying dragon, blood cult elder Mekogui summoned a churning crimson vortex into his waiting palms. Soryong and Spear Dragon froze, shock crashing through them as a powerful elder of the blood cult stood before them. Mei Chogui sneered, oddly impressed they'd made it this far. Then, eyes flashing a vicious glare, snapped that their escape was over. When his friend fell, rage detonated inside Spear Dragon and he blasted forward, the first to react. He slammed his foot into the earth, drawing raw energy into his core, then unleashed a furious onslaught at Mechogui. As the two warriors clashed, Soryong roared at his giant centipede Nova, begging her for another poison rain. The massive creature could only answer with a frail, weary hiss, utterly spent from the last battle. With their ace weapon useless, Sailpeo clenched their jaw and snarled they'd have to charge the elder head-on. Lady Huying declared she was Sailpeo, sent Sword Phoenix into the fight, and ordered Soryong to tend the wounded slaying dragon. He agreed instantly. Mei Chogui smirked cruelly, eyes locked on the promising young talents, burning to see what they'd do. Rage crackled through them as Sword Phoenix, Sailpeo, and Lady Huying coiled, ready to strike. They channeled every ounce of energy into one roaring surge, then locked together and surged at the elder, a razor-focused, synchronized assault that slams into him. Mei Chogi sneered at their all-out charge, taunting them as fools, then condensed a pulsating orb of blood energy and unleashed the blood wheel 10,000 breaks. A crimson cataclysm that swallowed the battlefield. The Elder unleashed a cataclysmic blast that hurled Spear Dragon, Sword Phoenix, Seal Pio, and Lady Huiying backward, their screams ripping through the air as his immense power crushed them. Unwilling to back down, Lady Huiyang roared that all their efforts hadn't been in vain. She hurled a poison kunai with every ounce of strength, the blade burying itself in Mei Cho Gui's chest. Seeing the hit land, Spear Dragon roared in triumph, certain the poison flower would soon cripple the Elder's internal energy. Their hope died in an instant as Mei Cho Gui fixed his gaze on the kunai jutting from his shoulder and unleashed a cold, sinister laugh. He snatched the weapon, sneering at the foolish brats who thought their poison could fool him again. He ripped the kunai free, flashing a cocky grin. He'd already downed an antidote, so their poison couldn't touch him. The revelation of an antidote slammed into Lady Huiying and Spear Dragon, freezing them mid-breath as terror flooded their veins. Even so, Ryong staggered back, stunned as this shocking twist slammed into him. A red aura crackled around Mei Cho Gui as she vowed to unleash a pain so savage they'd beg for death. He braced to strike, and that smug grin ripped into a brutal wince of pain. Black blood gushed from his mouth as he clawed at his face, agony ripping through him. Horror ripped through him as he staggered back, screaming that even his own blood refused to obey him. Panic slammed into him as the chilling thought hit. Could this be the work of a different poison? He roared, "Why can't I use my internal energy now, even with the antidote?" Poison slammed into us and we reeled, Mei Chog staggering, as Soryong sank to his knees beside the dragon, unconscious yet still a deadly slayer. He planted his feet and faced the enraged elder, taunting him about the antidote with a confident smirk as he proclaimed the heavens were on their side. Rage coiled in Mei Chogui, and bewilderment sharpened her tone as she demanded to know how this was possible. Soryong's lips curled into a slow, deliberate smile. He ripped the veil off a simple, brilliant truth. Lady Huiying's poison wasn't the one the antidote targeted. Hours earlier, while the group was still on the move, Soryong ignited his plan. Panic slammed into Spear Dragon as they hoisted an empty bottle into the air. He explained they'd totally run out of the poison they'd been using against the blood cult, and slaying Dragon had burned through his supply too. Soryong's ears snapped to the words. An electric idea ignited in his mind. He declared he couldn't procure the original poison, but he could forge a deadly facsimile. The revelation slammed into slaying Dragon, leaving him speechless. Lady Huiying beamed and dropped the bomb. Soryong had made all the poison they were using, and the revelation left Spear Dragon and slaying Dragon stunned. They asked Soryong point blank if it was true. He grinned, savoring the knowledge that the Mirim Alliance had kept his identity as their poison supplier secret. Soryong flashed a confident grin and vowed he'd concoct the poison himself if they needed it. He barked to Yoa, his spider companion, demanding, "Did you bring the item I asked for?" She thrust a massive hardened mud sphere into his hands while the warriors gaped, baffled. Soryong ripped the strange ball open, laying bare the secret tucked inside. He slammed it into the ground with a brutal crack. The others cried out, convinced he'd lost his mind. Soryong's voice stayed ice calm as he urged them to lean in and take a closer look. They gaped at the ground, strewn with stunned bees. When Spear Dragon snapped, "That's a doobie hive!" Panic ripped through the warriors. But Soryong's calm cut through the chaos as he reassured them he'd shaken the hive to stun them. He barked a bizarre command, squeezed the bees' abdomens until their venom spilled out, and Spear Dragon stood dumbstruck. Soryong snatched one of the stunned insects with his chopsticks and declared it a type of wasp. He remembered finding a massive wasp nest and thrusting it at Yoa, eyes alight as he declared its venom the perfect source for a new poison. Back in the present, Soryong ripped into the science of his plan. Wasp venom bristles with enzymes that tear blood cells apart. The poison mirrored the snake venom the blood cult's antidote targeted. Different in detail but identical in deadly purpose, so the antidote collapsed. He sneered at the stunned macho guy. His improvised poison wasn't as potent, but it would still scramble his internal energy. Outsmarted by a boy, Mei Chogui exploded, roaring that he would kill him. Spear Dragon and Sword Phoenix seized the opening and surged forward, roaring to land the killing blow. Their thunderous combined attack slammed into the poisoned elder. He spewed coal-black blood, then crumpled to the ground, defeated. The enemy lay vanquished. Relief crashed through the group. Sword Phoenix flung himself at Spear Dragon in a giddy, crushing hug, and Spear Dragon sighed that the fight had shaved years off his life. The celebration died mid-cheer when a memory of his fallen friend slammed into him, and he tore back to the slain dragon to check on him. Lady Huiying slammed her fingers onto his acupoints, cutting off the bleeding and assuring him his organs looked intact. But the wound was still grave, so she snapped for them to move at once. Just as they were about to leave, Soryong's centipede Nova snapped rigid and unleashed a sharp, worried chitter. Ryong snapped, "What's wrong?" as Nova stared, eyes burning into the dark forest. A heartbeat later, a brutal force ripped through the air, splintering a nearby tree as a new figure closed the distance. A mysterious woman with twin buns tore through the sky, astride a colossal, menacing wasp. She loomed over Mechogui's body, sneering, pathetic, and scoffing that his trashy martial arts had inevitably led to his death. Yang and Lady Huaying stood rooted, jaws slack and eyes locked, desperate to know who this powerful newcomer was. She glared down at the group, cold contempt lacing her voice as she snapped she'd have to reconsider her alliance with the blood cult if their techniques were so easily defeated by poison. Her voice cut like ice as she snapped an order to her giant wasp, calling it Flower. She barked the order to seize Soryong and his companions, and the giant wasp immediately unleashed a deafening sonic blast that smashed into the group. The blast slammed into them with crushing force. Sea Ulpio and Sword Phoenix screamed, clutching their ears as agony ripped through them. The sonic onslaught hammered her senses as Lady Hawaiian clutched her head and howled that she recognized the giant bee. She roared a warning, unleashing a pulse of internal energy to shield their ears. One blast of that sound could rip through their ki and choke off their blood flow, freezing them mid-step. Perched high, she smirked, eyes flashing as she declared it. The legendary Strange Cry Tiger Wasp, one of the 10 deadly venoms. Ryong froze, breath snatched away, as another of those dreaded creatures loomed before him. He wasn't alone. Nova, his centipede companion, shot up to meet the fight, and the two legendary beasts, both of the 10 deadly venoms, collided in a thunderous mid-air clash. Awe flickered across her face. Soryong had to be a poison master to tame a creature like that, and she fired the question, "Who are you?" Before he could answer, she cut him off, flung the question aside, and spat that his identity didn't matter. Her gaze snapped to the wary Soryong, locking him dead center in her sights. Her grin curled ice-cold and possessive as she dropped a shocking decree. From that instant, he belonged to her. The mysterious woman and her giant wasp slammed into the ground, a raw, pulsing aura exploding from them. Spotting the threat, Lady Huaying snapped a frantic warning at the stunned Soryong. The woman rivaled his foster father Maying Ho in strength, though she couldn't reach his grandfather's might. Stay on guard. Her ears snapped to their whispers. A sly, jealous grin curled on her lips and her eyes blazed with menace. She roared with confidence and commanded her giant wasp to swoop down and snatch them all. Refusing to back down, Soryong barked to Nova, "Rocket into the sky and teach that wasp a lesson." Two venomous creatures swooped into sight, a winged centipede streaking like a blade through the air and a colossal wasp, its stinger quivering with venom. They rocketed toward each other across the sky, wings slashing the wind as fierce chirps and electric buzzes tore the air. They slammed together mid-air in a savage collision, and the wasp's raw power overwhelmed the younger centipede. Nova was hurled backward, a pained cry ripping from her, and Soryong screamed her name, panic piercing his voice. Blood ran cold as he spotted giant hornets, centipede's natural predators, and his young Nova was hopelessly outmatched. Seeing his pet in danger, Soryong snapped into action and bellowed for backup, summoning Yoho the spider to burst out and save Nova. In an instant, Yohua launched from the treetops as a towering spider, fangs bared, plunging straight into the fray. She rocketed through the air and lashed out a thick web that slammed into the giant wasp's wing, wrapping it into knots and shredding its momentum. The distraction hit dead on. Nova ripped free, and Soryong exploded with cheers, praising Yoa's flawless timing. A second titanic beast tore into the scene and left the woman of the 5 venom lords stone still. She stared at Yoha, and seeing the creature's human face on a spider's body, reeled that the young man had tamed 2 impossibly rare monsters. As the giant beasts battled overhead, Spear Dragon roared a decisive order. "Soryong, Lady Huying, and Seal Pyo, take the wounded slaying dragon and run." He and Sword Phoenix would stay to hold the woman at bay. Spear Dragon and Sword Phoenix unleash a determined war cry and surge forward to clash head-on with the formidable new enemy. The woman from the 5 Venom's lords leveled them with a cold glare, her eyes pulsing with sinister pink energy, and fed up with their interference, branded them a nuisance. She vanished and materialized behind Spear Dragon, jolting him, then spat with icy contempt, "Flies should stay quiet." Before the terrified warrior could even register her speed, she coiled and unleashed a deadly claw strike at him. With danger barreling in, Sword Phoenix shrieked, ripping out a desperate cry. "Spear Dragon!" She hurled herself in front of him, taking the woman's blow squarely and crumpling under its full force. The impact slammed her backward. She coughed up blood as a Spear Dragon, horror blazing in its eyes, fixed its stare on her and shouted, "Jambong!" Disbelief ripped through him as she crumpled to the ground, and he screamed, "Why would you do that?" With the last of her strength, the fallen Sword Phoenix spat. He was an idiot. Panic and grief tore through Spear Dragon as he let out a soul-shredding scream. His emotional outburst tore his defenses apart, and a woman from the 5 Venom Lords materialized behind him, driving a savage strike into the nape of his neck. Spear Dragon hit the earth, knocked out, and she snapped, "Sleep!" her voice a blade of ice. From a distance, Soryong watched in horror as both his allies collapsed in a heartbeat, howling their names like a broken war cry as despair consumed him. After crushing every last resistance, she swung her menacing gaze to him, a possessive smile curling as she thrust out a hand and demanded he stop struggling and come to her. Ryong froze as her possessive declaration slammed into him, but he wasn't alone. Reinforcements surged to his side. Before he could react, Lady Huying and Seal Pio shot before him with fierce resolve. Lady Huying demanded, "How dare you speak to my fiancé like that?" While Seal Pio vowed, "I will never hand over my little brother." The powerful woman shot them a dismissive glare, sneered that their defiance was annoying, then hurtled forward at blinding speed. In a blinding flash, she unleashed a devastating blast that hurled Lady Huying and Seal Pio backward, leaving them staggered and reeling. Soryong screamed their names, terror shredding every syllable as the others crumpled with shocking, brutal ease. She whipped around to the fallen Lady Huaying, sneering, "Fiancé?" like it meant nothing. Then with cold, cruel relish declared the title would vanish any moment as she descended to deliver the final blow. Her strike hung a heartbeat from impact, when two tiny blue, lizard-like creatures exploded out of a spiral of icy snowflakes, hurling crackling energy that slammed into and stopped her attack. Her breath hitched as they exploded into view. Two creatures unleashed a glacial, bone-chilling aura and planted themselves like living shields in front of Lady Huying. Soryong's eyes locked on his companions and he roared their names, relief exploding from his chest. Siola and Binga, the two creatures, screamed and shoved the woman backward. She touched down like a dancer, curiosity and suspicion coiling in her gaze as she rattled off the beasts Soryong commanded. The first Venom Lord Nova, Yohua the human-faced spider, and now a fourth Venom Lord. So many legendary creatures it felt unreal, and she demanded his true identity again. Responding, Soryong lunged forward as a fierce, crackling emerald aura erupted from his body. Silence slammed into her as his immense power poured off him. His eyes flared like coals, and voice crackling with conviction, he ripped the silence and thundered, "I'm the son of the Beast Palace, the Tang clan's sole son-in-law. I am Soryong." Moonlight turned the battlefield into a stage of steel. Silence crackled as Soryong's companions squared up against the woman and her lethal wasp. Soryong's thunderous declaration slammed into her, her wide-eyed surprise snapping hard into a furious scowl. Rage tore through her as she demanded what he meant by swearing allegiance to both the Tang clan and the Beast Palace, snarling if he planned to unleash the same horror from 100 years ago, when those two houses destroyed her sect. Her words slammed into Soryong. He stared at her, realization igniting. She was a survivor of the ancient Five Venom sect. She regarded Soryong not as an enemy, but as a wounded victim. She branded him pitiful, seized another reason to make him hers, and swore to rescue him from the dirty clutches of the Tang clan and the Beast Palace. Soryong balled his fist, fury erupting as he shouted that her words were nonsense. He snapped an order, and his two small blue companions instantly darted forward to attack. Sayola and Binga rocketed forward, bodies crackling with frigid light as their tails whipped into spear-like strikes aimed straight at the woman. Unfazed, she scoffed and branded their attack useless. She melted through the lizards like smoke, blinked back above them, and slammed them both into the earth with a single effortless strike. Soryong and Lady Huayin gaped in horror as the two creatures slumped, dazed and defeated, and Lady Huayin's cry tore out. She couldn't believe the attack had passed clean through their bodies, but Soryong knew. Memory exploded back and he recognized the move. The lizard gecko body steps, the gecko bewildering step, a secret martial art from the Five Venoms manual his grandfather had given him. She tore through the creatures, then roared, "Playtime's over!" She lunged forward, not at Soryong but straight for Lady Huang, and in a blinding flash drove a brutal kick that hurled Lady Huang backward, crashing her into the ground. With Soryong's protectors lying defeated, the woman spun to him, a triumphant smile blazing as she declared that at last it was just the two of them. He barely had time to react as she lunged across the space and clamped his wrist like it was bolted to hers. She sneered that the nuisances had vanished, leaving him helpless as he thrashed against her and bellowed for her to let go. She had him clutched when a crackling, unfamiliar energy burst from Soryong's robes. In a final, desperate move, he summoned his last two centipedes, roaring their names and ordering them to attack. She braced like a coiled spring. This close, there was no way to dodge. Shock rippled through the crowd as the two tiny creatures didn't attack. They sprang into the air and gently perched on Soryong's shoulders, nuzzling him as if they'd always belonged there. The bizarre twist slammed into the room, leaving everyone, even the powerful woman, dumbstruck and scrambling for answers. Panic clawed at Soryong as he snapped at his tiny companions, roaring they were supposed to attack, not just look scary, and the creatures answered with a single, feeble, bewildered chirp. She gaped, jaw slack, scrambling to make sense of the impossible spectacle unfolding before her. A deafening roar ripped through the forest, a brutal shockwave slamming outward and shaking the ground beneath our feet. Soryong's face snapped to life. Recognition hit him, and relief flooded in the instant he heard that familiar voice. Her head snapped up, alarm flaring as she recognized the legendary lion's roar of the Beast Palace. Her expression went hard as iron while figures plunged down from the moonlit sky. Reinforcements stormed in, the Grand Patriarch and Manhwa, faces twisted with fury. The Grand Patriarch roared, "Who dares threaten the Tang clan's son-in-law?" And Manhwa bellowed, "Who dares harm my son?" They slammed down with meteor force, blasting a blinding cloud of dust skyward. Debris ripped through the air, yanking the woman backward from the blast. Eyes blazing with joy, Soryong shouted for his grandfather and foster father as the elders exuded a terrifying aura and pinned the woman with baleful glares, their rage erupting when they saw Seolpyo and Lady Huying sprawled defeated on the ground, while Mayang spat curses at the small fry of the 5 venom sects and thundered, "How dare you harm my daughter and daughter-in-law?" Unfazed, she flashed a mocking smile, named them the Lord of the Beast Palace and the Tang clan's old monster, and laughed that the same scene had played out 100 years ago. The 2 elders pinned her with ice-cold stares, murder coiling in their eyes. The Grand Patriarch lunged in front of Soryong, planted a firm, protective hand on his shoulder and bellowed for him to stand back. A roiling, electric blue aura spiraled up from his feet as he readied himself for battle. Side by side, engulfed in a roaring tide of raw energy that set the dark forest ablaze, the 2 legendary leaders swore a solemn oath. Today they would finally end the 100-year grudge. The Grand Patriarch and Manhwa coiled for battle as their auras roared to life into titanic storms, and the 5 venom sect woman watched, her face frozen in a strange, unreadable mask. Bewilderment seized her as she cried out, "Where's my Toad Squadron?" Manhwa sneered. "You mean those masked fighters? Those little bastards aren't even a proper warm-up." A nervous laugh ripped from her as their true power crashed down. They were monsters, and she knew she couldn't fight them both at once. Outmatched, she pulled back and summoned her giant wasp gong. It swooped down, fresh from its battle with Nova. She declared she was leaving, looked back at Soryong, urged him not to lose heart, and swore she'd return for him. Rage exploded in Manhwa as he screamed for her to stay, but the Grand Patriarch hauled him back and barked that their only priority was tending the wounded. She leapt onto her wasp, a sinister smile curling her lips as she declared, "I'm Oh Cheong-yu," and vowed with icy certainty she'd make So Ryong hers someday. She barked one final command, shot into the night, and Soryong, stunned, could only whisper her name. With the threat crushed, the Grand Patriarch seized command and barked for his men to haul the wounded to the Beast Palace at once, demanding absolute haste, no delays allowed. As the warriors surged forward, Soryong kept his eyes locked on the retreating figure. She shot skyward, and his eyes locked onto something strange. He caught a glimpse of a slender shape in the back of their heads, squinted, and the blur snapped into a gleaming golden needle. Soryong's breath stopped the moment he spotted the golden needle. It was the exact twin of the Ant Queen's. As his allies lugged the wounded away, he tracked her retreat with every nerve locked on the fight. The moment Oh Cheong-yu seared into his memory. After the battle, his grandfather and foster father burst through the chaos, rescued the group, and dragged them into the safety of the Beast Palace. Their escape exacted a brutal price. Slaying Dragon staggered, clutching a deep wound in his side. Sword Phoenix fared worse, his internal organs grievously damaged. Spear Dragon's neck was fractured. Lady Huying and CLPO were left badly bruised with internal injuries. By the end, every companion lay pinned to their beds. Soryong alone walked away unharmed. Grief slammed into him over his friend's injuries, and a darker dread gnawed at the edges of his mind. Worry consumed him for his pet Nova. The tiger wasp had ripped 2 of her legs away during the fight. He and Lady Huying rushed to the recovering centipede. Lady Huying's face twisted with worry over Nova's suffering, as Soryong sank to his knees and stroked her head, asking if she was all right. He knew Nova would regrow her limbs when she molted, but as her father he couldn't stand idly by. He charged into action to speed her recovery. Nova needed rich, nourishing food to hasten her molt. As he schemed, his gaze locked on a cage cradling the shrunken divine serpent. Boredom dripped off the serpent as it unfurled a slow, world-weary sigh. As Soryong's gaze landed on it, it snapped to attention and cried out for him. Bewildered, he spun toward the cage, desperate to decipher its plea. The divine serpent lashed its tongue out, bearing a tiny, pulsing orb. Soryong's eyes shot open. He knew at once it was an internal core. Overjoyed, Soryong snatched the internal core. Awestruck, the serpent would sacrifice its power for Nova. As the proud beast huffed and slithered away, while Soryong thanked it and vowed to use the core immediately. He barreled to Nova's side, thrust the glowing orb into her hands and barked, "Eat it! It'll heal you!" The moment Nova swallowed the core, she detonated into a blazing blue light, as the core's energy ignited her molting process exactly as hoped. Cold dread slammed into him. A molting centipede's new shell lay soft and defenseless. The memory of Seal nearly dying from a botched molt burned in his mind, and he vowed to watch Nova like a hawk. He snapped an order to Yahello, his spider, to guard Nova while he raced to fashion a safe haven for the night. Yahello chirped her acceptance. Cutting through the Beast Palace's shadowed halls, Soryong's mind snapped to his other small companions. Beyond Nova, worry clenched around Myra and Grace. He pictured them unleashing killing intent at Ocheong-yu, and Ocheong-yu just ignored it. Humiliation slammed into the proud creatures when they realized they'd been tricked, and rage exploded inside them. After the battle, they bolted to his grandfather, sobbing and refusing to come out, while Soryong's camp, adept at handling venomous beasts, stood helpless, unable to soothe a wounded heart. He shot off to check on his other friends still recovering. He flung open the door and burst into the room where Lady Hoying and Seal Pio rested, and they sprang up to welcome him. When asked how they were, Seal Pio, reclining with her two blue lizards, shrugged and insisted her internal injuries weren't bad, and Lady Huayang added she was recovering well, though a stubborn ringing still throbbed in her ears. Lady Huaying leaned in and asked about Nova's condition, and Ryung grinned. "She's already regenerating her lost legs." He revealed the divine serpent had planted an inner core in them, a core that ignited Nova's fierce molt, and relief crashed over Lady Huaying. She clutched at her chest and admitted she'd been so consumed with worry over Nova's injury that she hadn't even felt her own wounds. Was this what being a mother felt like? Resolve ignited in Lady Huaying. She balled her fists as a fiery aura roared around her, and she vowed to Soryong she'd become stronger. She felt she'd be a failed mother if she couldn't protect their girls. Soryong's voice dropped as he named his other fear, Myra and Grace, and warned the women the beasts were snapping back because their killing intent was a hollow, ineffective bluff. Lady Huying's face hardened. This was serious. The creatures were hurt. Ryong swallowed and admitted he'd only calmed them before by promising an internal core, and now had no idea how to soothe them. He asked his sister, Seal Pio, for ideas, and she offered that sinking her teeth into meat always cheered her up, though she wasn't sure it would help this time. A servant girl at the door yanked their conversation to a halt. She declared she'd visit one of the ladies. They hadn't even drawn a breath when the visitor stormed through the door. Spear Dragon pressed his weight against the doorframe, chest heaving, panic ripping through every jagged breath. Lady Huayang exploded, ripping into him for barging into a lady's bedroom. Even his love for CLPO couldn't save him. Panic flaring, Spear Dragon sputtered a desperate denial. This wasn't why he'd come. He barreled in, breathless, saying he'd raced over for Soryong. Soryong jabbed a finger at his chest, baffled, wondering why. Gasps ripped through the crowd as Spear Dragon crumpled to his knees before Soryong. Head bowed, he implored Soryong for help, his voice cracking with raw desperation. They froze, eyes wide, as the proud warrior begged for aid. Soryong barked at him to stand, reminding him of his injury. Still kneeling, Spear Dragon cried out that his plea was for Sword Phoenix. Shock slammed into Soryong and worry clawed at his throat as he snapped, "What happened to her? Has she gotten worse?" Spear Dragon's hands closed like iron as agony and disbelief twisted his face. He burst out that Sword Phoenix had told him she liked him, and the bizarre confession turned Soryong, Lady Huaying, and CLPO into stunned statues, eyes glazed and mouth slack. Spear Dragon spiraled into panic, clutching his head and wailing that he didn't know what to do, begging Soryong for help and insisting he had more experience, while Soryong and Lady Huaying froze, staring at the hysterical man, unsure how to respond. In her own room, Sword Phoenix sank into her bed, the legendary swordswoman letting sleep claim her. A soft sigh slipped out as she clutched the blankets like a lifeline, heat flooding her cheeks, and with equal parts exasperation and warmth, she whispered the single word, "Idiot." At the Beast Palace, Spear Dragon burst into Sword Phoenix's chamber and found the phoenix propped in bed, recovering. He exhaled like a dam breaking, relief slamming into him when he saw she wasn't going to die, and he blurted that he'd been terrified something terrible was about to happen. He exploded, demanding why she'd taken the blow meant for him during their fight with Ocheong-yu. Sword Phoenix fixed him with a razor stare, holding it for a single heartbeat. Then a voice snapped, "Why would you think she did it?" And a baffled Spear Dragon guessed it had to be because they were comrades on a secret mission. When he blurted out that clueless answer, she flung a wooden pillow that nailed him square in the face. Knocked off balance by the strike, Sword Phoenix snarled, "You idiot!" Their cheeks flamed crimson and words snagged in their throat, utterly flustered and blushing. She bellowed the truth, raw and desperate. She couldn't bear to watch the person she liked die. Her confession slammed into the Spear Dragon, leaving him reeling as he jabbed a trembling finger at his chest and gasped. "Me?" Embarrassment snapped into white-hot rage as Sword Phoenix screamed she should have let him die and barked for him to get out of her room. Later, Soryung hung on every word until the story hit him like a punch, his face snapping into stunned disbelief. He shoved the question at the miserable spear dragon. "Was I really kicked out?" And the warrior's cold nod confirmed it. Lady Haoying's glare cut through him as she spat pathetic, and insisted Sword Phoenix should have thrown a dagger to kill him, and Seal Pyo sneered that the dagger should have been poisoned too. With his sister and fiancé beside him, Soryung locked eyes with the distraught spear dragon, and demanded to know what help he needed. He'd already received the confession, so the next step had to be clear. Panic clawed at spear dragon. He stammered that no woman had ever confessed to him, and he had no idea how to respond. And it was Sword Phoenix. Soryun stared at the warrior's dilemma, mind racing, then slammed his palm down and barked, "I've got a plan!" He commanded the curious spear dragon to follow him. Soryung steered him into another room and flung the door open. Inside, Yoei stood with Nova when Soryung's shout ripped the silence, pleading for her help. A mischievous grin split Soryung's face as he looped an arm around the bewildered spear dragon and told Yohua she might hate it, but he needed her to drain some of the uncle's yang energy. He tossed out a daring plan. Yoho can morph into the exact woman a man finds most beautiful once she siphons his yang energy. If she siphoned spear dragons by sucking his finger, they'd see who he truly liked. Spear dragon thrust a single finger forward, and Yohua ravenously siphoned its raw energy into himself. His jaw dropped as a golden light whipped around her and she burst into a blushing, smiling Sword Phoenix. Soryung watched, just as he'd expected. She erupted into the Sword Phoenix, confirming Spear Dragon liked her back. The truth struck Spear Dragon like a thunderbolt, freezing him, unable to believe it mirrored his own true heart. Soryung jabbed his friend and urged him to answer her confession this instant. His words jolted Spear Dragon out of his stupor. He gasped a grateful thank you and bolted, bellowing Sword Phoenix, as Soryung watched him vanish and chuckled. This was the third time he'd saved Spear Dragon. Moments later, panic surged through him as he realized far graver problems loomed. After untangling his friend's messy love life, Soryung snapped his focus back to his companions. His pet Nova slept peacefully, fresh and renewed after molting. So he shot off to his grandfather's to fetch the other two creatures, Myra and Grace. He spun to leave and froze. Something enormous lay on the floor behind Yohoa, who had reverted to her true form. The massive husk Nova shell loomed empty, freshly shed after molting. Soryung's jaw dropped. Nova had exploded in size, and the exoskeleton she'd left behind towered like a hulking fortress. He jolted as the memory hit him. CLPO had said sinking her teeth into good meat always made her feel better. A mischievous plan detonated in his head, and he cracked a wide, wicked grin. His heart leapt as he snatched up the enormous nutrient-packed husk and clutched it like treasure. He knew the insect's molted shell hid a secret bounty, bursting with protein, calcium, and a trove of minerals. They tear into their own shed husks, reclaiming every scrap of energy the molt stole from them. Soryung realized the core had forced Nova to molt. She was already roaring with energy and had no use for her husk. Lightning struck. The husk might still hold leftover core energy, and he could siphon it into Myra and Grace to revive them and supercharge their growth. Plan sealed, he called Yohua and ordered her to hack the husk into small, bite-sized pieces. In the Grand Patriarch's room, calm shattered as Soryung's other pets, Myra and Grace, tore the place apart. The Grand Patriarch roared as the two creatures sent his prized inkstone tumbling, shattering it into glittering shards. He barked at the two brats to freeze. They just chirped like sparrows and darted around, so he snarled he'd send them straight back to Soryung if they didn't stop. Soryung peered into his grandfather's room, grinning as the powerful elder writhed, undone by two pint-sized troublemakers. He roared his arrival, and the Grand Patriarch exhaled in relief, hailing Soryung's perfect timing and ordering him to drive the chaotic creatures away. The old man grumbled that the two wouldn't sit still, and that looking after them drained him more than years of martial arts training, while Soryung forced out an awkward laugh. He spotted Myra and Grace crouched behind his grandfather's leg, shooting daggers with their eyes and stewing over the sting of their earlier humiliation. Seeing their spirits sag, Soryung grinned and announced he'd brought the special snack he'd promised them, the internal core. The mention of food hooked them instantly. They surged forward eagerly, and Soryung smiled to himself, thinking children can't resist food. He dropped to his knees and pressed neat, bite-sized shards of Nova's molted husk into their palms, grinning as he told them Daddy had made it easy to chew. The two creatures lunged forward, grinning wildly as they tore into the nutrient-rich snacks. With his pets calm, Soryung declared more waited in his room and swept them into his arms. He barked a quick thanks to his grandfather for watching them, and the Grand Patriarch watched them stride off, beaming as he called to the little rascals to listen to their daddy. Soryong strode down the hall with his companions perched on his shoulders, thrilled at how ravenously they ate. And a sharp thought stabbed him. Could the husk's energy push them into a molt soon, like it did to Nova? A couple's shout yanked him out of his thoughts. He whirled and caught sight of Spear Dragon and Sword Phoenix standing together, looking like a brand new couple. They greeted him with warm smiles and said they'd been waiting. Soryong shot a worried look and asked if Sword Phoenix was really well enough to be walking around. She broke into a happy smile and assured him she felt much better, thanks to his help. She flashed a grin and announced she and Spear Dragon had come to thank him, teasing that she'd heard he'd knocked some sense into the blushing warrior at her side. Spear Dragon vowed, eyes bright and voice shaking, they'd never forget his kindness, but Soryong brushed it off with a casual wave, saying he'd only confirmed what their hearts already knew. His gaze snapped to Myra and Grace. He jabbed at Nova's massive husks sprawled on the floor and barked at his pets to feast their eyes on the mountain of snacks he'd brought for them. Spear Dragon snapped the question as the little creature's eyes flared with excitement. Soryong explained it was Nova's husk and he was feeding it to them, hoping it still held some of the core's energy. He lowered the two creatures to the ground, barked at them to stay, vowing their daddy would whip up more food in a heartbeat. Myra trilled with joy. Grace glared, still sulking. Soryong forced a grin and promised her peace would come soon if she'd just wait. Mid-sentence he froze. His words vanished as his eyes landed on something horribly wrong. Strange energy erupted from Grace's small body, roaring and pulsing like a living storm. A moment later, the little creature let out a blood-curdling shriek as searing pain tore through it, and its body erupted in a blinding red light, sending everyone reeling. Soryong froze, confusion twisting his face as Grace collapsed into uncontrollable sobs, and he shouted her name, concern ripping through his voice. She'd turned into a human girl, and he gaped, heart pounding. Why was his pet acting like that? The room gaped as Grace crumpled to the floor, wailing, a faint red aura curling around her. The Spear Dragon stared, bewilderment roaring in its eyes as it demanded why Grace was acting like this, and Soryong could only choke out, "I don't know." He could tell the tiny creature was wounded and seething about something. The men stood stunned, Sword Phoenix watching with a cool, calculating thought burning behind his eyes. She whipped around to Soryong and snapped that he was way less sensitive than she'd believed. As a girl, Grace treated Nova's husk like a shabby hand-me-down, never a gift. No wonder frustration burned in her. A memory hit Sword Phoenix, a childhood crammed with older sisters, always in faded hand-me-downs while she burned for something new. The explanation slammed into Soryong. Horror washed over him as he realized Grace must think he'd favored Nova by giving her a mere hand-me-down. He stared, baffled. Why wasn't Myra upset? Sword Phoenix grinned and pointed out the easygoing creature was overjoyed to be given a treat. Soryong exhaled as a storm of feelings slammed into him. He realized raising a daughter would be a relentless, grueling fight. Soryong dropped to his knees to console Grace, pleading with her not to be difficult and declaring the snack was bursting with energy because he only wanted her to be as great as her sister Nova. His words only made it worse. Grace spun away from the food, pouting furiously and flat out ignoring Soryong's coaxing to eat. Grace shoved the plate aside, collapsed into tears again and, to everyone's shock, bolted from the room. Sword Phoenix's warning tore through the air as Soryong gaped in stunned disbelief, paralyzed and unsure what to do now that Grace had fled. Soryong froze. Words ripped from his throat as his daughter's tangled emotions crashed over him. Tears streaming, Grace bolted into the courtyard of the Beast Palace. Shortly after, Lady Huaying tracked down Grace and pulled her into a steady embrace. Calm had settled, but sorrow still clouded her eyes. She told the others that Grace had bolted to her, feeling displaced and overflowing with bottled-up emotions. She asked about Soryong, and Spear Dragon blurted he'd frozen instantly, shock pinning him motionless. Smiling, Lady Huaying strode forward to console Grace herself. Soryong was hopelessly out of his depth, she warned, eyes blazing, that father-daughter fights don't bend to quick fixes. Cornered and running out of options, Soryong hatched a wild, last-ditch gambit. He sidled up to the shrunken divine serpent, cheeks burning, and blurted out a desperate plea. Could it spare one more internal core? The serpent unleashed a furious roar and a searing blast of energy, slamming Soryong into an instant apology as he yanked his question back. Crushed, Soryong confessed to the serpent that he'd asked only because Grace's rage had driven him to desperation. Disdain coiled in its chest. The serpent snorted and buffed the cage bars until they gleamed. Soryong stared into the cage as empathy struck him hard. The serpent, stripped of its core twice, had every right to rage instead of Grace. Yet he caught a glimpse of a kinder nature than he'd imagined. That new perspective shoved him forward, forcing the question from his lips. Had the serpent reached its decision? He revealed his offer to join them, admitting he'd grown fiercely fond of it. He owned up to their rough start, swore he'd care for it, formally asked it to join their family, and to his shock the serpent sighed slowly and nodded in agreement. Soryong roared with joy and vowed they'd all get along. Knowing the new family member couldn't be caged, he cradled the tiny serpent and slid it free. Yohua and Nova, under the watch of a calm presence, looked on as Soryong grinned and swept his newest companion into their care. Clutching the tiny wriggling thing, he knew it needed a real name. Flying Heavenly Divine Serpent was just a ridiculous mouthful. The title screamed sky. He slammed Cheon into its name, pictured its gender, and landed on Ilchin as the perfect name for a boy. Unable to name it without knowing its gender, Soryong impulsively yanked the serpent up by the tail to inspect it, and the poor creature flushed crimson, hissing in mortified embarrassment. The serpent exploded into a furious roar and lashed its tail across Soryong's face, hurling him through the air. The attack slammed through the quiet, yanking Lady Huaying and Soryong's other pets into a frantic scramble. Soryong lay crumpled on the ground as the serpent towered over him, its scales ablaze crimson with rage, while it unleashed a bone-shaking roar. When Soryong saw the creature's tear-streaked, flushed face, the truth slammed into him and he choked out, "You're a girl?" He crashed to his knees, pouring out frantic apologies and pleading that he'd been certain it was a boy. He roared that a girl like her deserved a much prettier name. He locked onto her emerald mane, christened her Yondu, the Hanja for that hue, and asked what she thought. The serpent stilled, and hope flared in Soryong as he read its sudden silence for approval. He whooped with delight, crowning her Yondu, and the newly named serpent let out a timid hiss and blushed as Soryong's hand gently stroked her. Soryong's plan to pull Jaehyun in snapped into focus. He lunged to fuse them, then froze. Cheon Yondu was a mouthful on his tongue. He doubled down on the full name, convinced strange names granted long life, and christened the serpent Chan Yondu. The next day, the Beast Palace thrummed as a meeting convened. Slaying Dragon dropped to one knee and apologized for the trouble. The Grand Patriarch waved him off, booming that protecting an ally was his duty. Spear Dragon's group lay bloodied and broken, so Soryong, Seol, Pyo, and Lady Huying snatched up the Elder's information and sprinted for the Murim Alliance. They had to blow the whistle on the Blood Cult's new alliance with the Five Venom Sect, unveil an antidote to the tiger-striped snake's venom, and point to their enemy, O Cheong-yu, as the forces arrayed against them swelled. Seizing the moment, they declared the Beast Palace a formal member of the Murim Alliance, and Seol P.O. marched with them as her clan's representative. Plan sealed, Soryong's group snapped into action and readied to move out. They pressed out fierce goodbyes to Maying Ho and the others staying behind. Soryong flung a sharp salute at Slaying Dragon, and Maying Ho sent them off with a heartfelt wish for a safe journey. Soryong, Lady Huaying, Seol Pyo, and the Grand Patriarch stormed out of the Beast Palace. They had one aim in two parts: steel themselves for the inevitable war with the Blood Cult, and brew a lethal new poison to strike down the rising threat. Bound for the Murim Alliance, they pulled a sharp detour to the Tang clan's home first. Soryong and his companions swept into their destination before anyone could blink. Seolpio's jaw dropped as he gaped at the Sichuan Tong clan's massive, sprawling estate. Soryong watched his sister from the Yunnan jungles gape as if she'd stumbled into a city for the first time. And Seolpio's breath caught when he realized the entire mountain belonged to their clan. The Grand Patriarch swept Seolpio into a warm welcome and proclaimed, "After the hospitality they'd received, consider this home yours." And Seolpio bowed deeply, thanking him for his kindness. Their cheerful arrival slammed to a stop as Lady Huayang's stunned gasp tore through the air. Panic ripped through her as she screamed Soryong's name. Something terrible had happened, she blurted, eyes wild and breath ragged. That Grace, who'd been with her only moments before, had vanished. Soryong and his grandfather swept their gazes over the scene, baffled, hunting for any trace of where the little creature had vanished. A horrifying thought slammed into Soryong's mind. Dread slammed into him. He feared his upset daughter had run away from home, and that fear was confirmed when a furious, graceful figure bolted alone into the wilderness. 4 hours after Bina bolted, the search plunged deeper into the moonlit forest as a frantic Soryong, Lady Huaying, and Seolpio screamed her name, their worried cries ricocheting through the trees. Soryong's other companions, Nova and Yehoa, leapt into the hunt, racing through the woods and combing every shadow for the tiny, trembling creature. Panic clawed at Soryong as he called out where that little rascal could have gone, forcing a nervous laugh and joking that she must already be plunging into a rebellious phase. When their aimless search slammed into a dead end, Seolpio snapped that Soryong must unleash the beast heart art and hurl his mind to Bina. Soryong nodded, heart pounding, because it was their only hope. He snapped his eyes shut and zeroed in, vibrant green energy whipping up around him as he thrust his mind outward. He tore out his heart in a plea to his pet, confessing he was wrong and begging her to come back. warning the outside was dangerous and teeming with ruthless snake catchers. Soryong's eyes snapped open as shock slammed into him. Hoying lunged to his side, concern blazing in her eyes as she asked, "What's wrong?" She lunged with the question, "Did you receive a response?" And the Soryong, sweat beading on his brow, choked out that he had. He blurted the unbelievable news, and Bana snapped back, vowing she wouldn't return until she was bigger and prettier than her big sister, Nova. The demand slammed into Lady Huayin, pinning her in stunned silence, while Nova, told she'd caused the problem, let out a terrified cry. At that same moment, high up near the summit of the Tang Clan's mountain, Bina barreled into action on a mission all her own. The tiny creature quivered with fierce resolve as she clawed up the steep, rocky cliff face. She froze on the ledge, peering into the stomach-dropping abyss yawning beneath her. She craved their praise, picturing Soryong and Lady Huang doting on her, calling her pretty and their youngest cutie. The warm image pulled tears to her eyes and forged her resolve into steel. A determined squeak burst from her as she hoisted herself higher. Her tiny foot betrayed her, skidding on a loose rock. Her grip gave out and she began to plummet. They careened, out of control, down the mountain's steep flank. She plunged into the cave, landing with a soft thud in the very heart of a nest of startled snakes. Bruised and trembling from the fall, Bina unleashed a raw, piercing wail. The snakes, already stunned by her sudden drop, recoiled in terror at the sound. Hissing in panic, the snakes bolted deeper into the cave to escape the noisy intruder, leaving a bewildered Bina alone as they vanished, and wondered why they'd run. Exploring the cave, Bina froze as her eyes snagged on something impossibly strange. Deeper inside, a sinister dark energy surged, its menacing purple tendrils spiraling through the black. Dark energy slithered into her, curling through her veins like ice. Fear racked her body, her eyes snapping wide in stunned disbelief. The next morning, the sun erupted over the Tang Clan estate, blasting the night away. Bone-deep exhaustion clung to Soryong, Seolpyo, and their companions as they staggered back at dawn. Their all-night hunt for Bina had found nothing. Seolpyo squeezed the disheartened Soryong's shoulder and insisted, "Bina may be young, but she's the daughter of a powerful blue venom sovereign and can take care of herself." Soryong only sighed, unconvinced. In an instant, everyone in Pio snapped their heads skyward as something tore through the clouds toward them. A tight swarm of fluffy, rabbit-eared bees, led by a larger queen bee wearing a tiny crown, dove straight down on them. Sayol, Pio froze. He recognized them at once. The rare, golden-haired royal bees. A weary Soryong gasped that he'd been raising them in the Tong clan, but he was clueless why they were seeking him out now. Before he could think another thought, the queen bee buzzed with glee, barreled into his face and smothered him in a crushing, ecstatic hug. A muffled shout exploded from Soryong as he shoved the creature back, barking, "Why are you suddenly being so affectionate?" Soryong locked eyes with the affectionate queen bee, and a searing realization detonated inside him. The bee closed in, cheeks aflame and lips puckered, and he knew in an instant exactly what she was trying to do. It hit him. This was trophallaxis, the ritual social insects like bees and ants use to pass food mouth to mouth. A vital language and an unmistakable seal of trust. Soryong guessed the queen bee saw how drained he was and was sliding honey his way. He basked in being accepted into her colony, but the way she delivered it made his skin crawl. Just as the queen bee leaned in to press a drop of honey from her mouth onto him, Soryong lunged, snatched up his other pet Myra and thrust her forward as a stand-in, then bowed and said he was already full but honored by the offer. He sidestepped the confrontation for now, worry gnawing that saying no every time would erode their trust. He wanted to register the bees with his beast heart art to actually speak to them, but the rejected queen bee's furious buzz snapped him back to the danger. Already bound to 3 spirit-grade titans, he knew grabbing a 4th without leveling up would trigger a dangerous key deviation. His thoughts snapped as the Grand Patriarch, his grandfather, barreled toward him with Lady Huying, worry carved into his face. The elder roared why he hadn't been told the moment Bina ran off, panic clawing at him as he pictured the little one out in the middle of the night, trembling with fear. Soryong bowed his head and apologized, saying he'd tried the beast heart art, and it had failed. The Grand Patriarch roared a new plan. They'd search again, and this time he'd unleash his own poison blood unit to scour the entire mountain. Soryong gratefully thanked his grandfather for the incredible help. That ignited a full-scale, clan-wide manhunt. For 3 brutal days, the Grand Patriarch's elite poison blood unit tore across the mountain, overturning every stone while golden-haired royal bees scoured the skies, and still not a single trace of the missing creature. During the search, Soryong relentlessly unleashed the beast heart art, funneling every ounce of energy to reach out and grab Bina. "Sayol," Pio barked. "Do you feel any response?" The Soryong, frustration searing through him, could only admit there was still nothing. Sayol Pio's jaw dropped. This felt utterly wrong. She declared beasts can't hide their true feelings like humans can. So any bond forged through the beast-hard art should always spark a reaction. Fear roared in Soryong's chest as panic clawed at him. Was Bina set upon by one of the mountain's other wild beasts? Seolpyo cut through his panic, snapping that if anything terrible had happened, he'd have felt it like a lightning strike. Their bond would have driven a savage jolt straight into his heart, the instant the other was in danger. She knew the only explanation for the absolute silence was that Bina had plunged into a sleep so deep, it swallowed every whisper. And Soryong had to agree. His pet slept like a boulder. Just then, the Grand Patriarch and Lady Huaying strode up, demanding an update. Soryong could only bow his head and confess he'd failed. He had nothing new to offer. The Grand Patriarch's face hardened as he snapped that Bina was still missing. But they couldn't waste another second. So he entrusted the search to his warriors, and commanded the main group to ready themselves for the crucial mission to the Martial Alliance. He told Soryong he understood his pain, but duty screamed louder.